Chapter 1 Awakening of Superpowers, Thunder and Fire. Blue Star. Great Xia Kingdom. Jiangnan Province, Linhai City, Linhai No. 1 Middle School. It can be seen that there are thousands of high school students gathered in the playground at this time. Principal Yang Zirong was standing on the podium and giving a passionate speech. Classmates, 3 years of junior high, 3 years of high school, countless days and nights of hard training have all led to this moment. Today is the moment for you to rewrite your destiny. What I want to tell everyone is that no matter what type or level of superpower you awaken, even if it's the lowest F level superpower, don't lose confidence. You should know that a qualified awakener needs more than just a powerful ability. More importantly, he needs a strong heart. The principal on the podium was still talking, but the students below were already sighing. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that Principal Yang Zirong waved his hand and said, "Now, I declare that the awakening ceremony officially begins." At this moment, all the senior high school students below became excited. In the crowd, a handsome, tall young man had a complicated expression on his face, and his slightly trembling dark eyes proved that he was feeling uneasy at the moment. The young man's name is Qin Feng. He is a time traveler. 5 years ago, he traveled to this world where the world is awakening and martial arts are reviving. In this world, everyone can awaken a special ability after reaching the age of 18. Superpowers are ever-changing and divided into different types and levels. The types of superpowers are roughly divided into elemental, bestial, spiritual, divine weapon, enhancement, and special. The ability levels from low to high are D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. On the high platform of the playground, there is a huge diamond-shaped crystal suspended in the air. This is the awakening crystal that can assist people in awakening. As long as you are over 18 years old, you can directly awaken your supernatural powers by placing your hand on the awakening crystal. I hope to awaken a higher level ability, preferably an elemental or beastly one. Qin Feng thought secretly in his heart. Compared to the relatively rare divine weapon and spiritual abilities, these two types of abilities are relatively common. However, Qin Feng knows that compared to the type of ability, the level of the ability is the most important. Even if one awakens the most mysterious psychic ability, if the ability level is only D, it will be difficult to become a powerful awakener. In this world where ferocious beasts are wreaking havoc inside and countless races are invading outside, it is difficult to survive without strong strength. Looking at the awakening crystal in front of him, Qin Feng's heart was full of anticipation. Zhang Kuan. At this moment, the staff standing next to the awakening crystal began to call people according to the list. Soon a boy walked out from the front of the crowd, walked onto the platform, and under the instructions of the staff, placed his hand on the awakening crystal. The next moment, a strange energy surged out from the awakening crystal, and then a ball of khaki light appeared on the platform. The khaki light came and went quickly, and in just a moment, everything returned to normal. Elemental, sea level, earth. At the same time, a line of yellow text appeared on the awakening crystal. It's only C rank. Zhang Kuan walked down the platform with a look of disappointment on his face, but he soon felt a little comforted. Li San, enhancement, strength amplification, D rank. Zhao Si, beast transformation, King Kong ape, C rank. Then more than a dozen students went up to awaken, but the highest level of their abilities was only C. Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked up to the platform after hearing his name, and then placed his hand on the awakening crystal. The next moment, he suddenly felt two different energies, one violent and one hot. But before he could sense it carefully, the two energies dissipated. Elemental, thunder and fire. What a pity, the rank is only F. Just then, the voice of the staff was heard. It can be seen that there is a trace of regret on his face. Not only him, but also the principal Yang Zirong and other teachers are sighing repeatedly. The dual elements of thunder and fire are the two most destructive elemental powers. They are extremely powerful, but unfortunately they are only at level F. Even if it is sea level, if Qin Feng confused the two energies of thunder and fire together, the power of his ability will definitely reach B level. In this way, he still has the possibility of becoming a strong man. Qin Feng walked down the platform with an expressionless face, but his clenched fists proved his unwillingness. With F-level superpowers, the highest achievement is to become a first-level awakener. Such strength is not enough to protect oneself in this world. There are 9 levels of awakening, and each level is divided into early, middle, and late stages. First-level awakeners are like ants in this world. After awakening his F-level superpowers, he had almost no future and couldn't even get into a martial arts university. I'm a time traveler, but I've actually awakened an F-level ability. Where's the system? Isn't it time for it to come out? Xin Feng roared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 5 years of time travel. The system has been successfully activated. When the system is activated for the first time, a gift pack will be given to new users, which can be collected at any time. Just at this moment, a somewhat hoarse mechanical synthesized voice sounded in Xin Feng's ears. Here it comes, here it comes. However, for Xin Feng at this moment, this voice was like the sound of nature. His expression instantly became excited, and then he tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, turned around and left the playground. The head teacher standing by didn't care too much about Xin Feng's departure. He just thought that he couldn't accept the fact that his ability level was too low and wanted to be alone to calm down. I'd better go and comfort him later, the head teacher thought to himself. After all, in his impression, Xin Feng's performance was usually pretty good. But soon his attention was attracted by a thick white mist on the platform. The thick white fog seemed to carry an extreme chill, causing the temperature around the platform to drop sharply. When the principal on the podium saw this scene, he not only did not show any panic, but instead showed a hint of excitement on his face. As we all know, when awakening superpowers, the greater the impact on the surrounding environment, the higher the level of the superpowers. Shuyu, Elemental, Ice, a level. Wow! The whole audience was shocked. Fuck, she's worthy of being my goddess. Not only is she beautiful and kind, but she's also awakened a rare ice-type ability, and it's even a level. She has a bright future ahead of her. Fuck, an A-level ability, the same level as that senior from last year. Now that senior has reached the 3rd level, right? Woo! 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 The gap between me and the goddess is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 2 Strong, very strong, strong statement. System, please introduce your functions? After leaving the playground, Xin Feng returned to the classroom alone. At this time, he couldn't wait to see what his golden finger was. Ding! This system grants the host innate magical powers, unlimited swallowing, and point-adding functions. Note, innate magical powers are a power that absolutely surpasses supernatural powers. As the mechanical synthesized sound rang out again, Xin Feng became familiar with all the functions of the system in an instant. Powerful. Very strong. Abnormally strong. Innate supernatural power, infinite swallowing, can swallow energy of any attribute and form in the world, and use it for one's own benefit. This means that his cultivation can be improved rapidly. Not only that, but it also has the function of adding points. As long as you defeat or kill any enemy, you can get a certain number of evolution points. Evolution points can directly improve blood, spirit, and combat skills. Next, Xin Feng opened the system panel with a thought. A light blue light curtain appeared in his sight. Name, Xin Feng. Superpower, Blue Thunder F+, Red Fire F+. Level, Early Awakening. Chi and Blood, 10+. Spirit, 12+. Constitution, 1% Ordinary+. Combat Skill, Lightning Fist D minor Success+. Innate Magical Power, Infinite Devour Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. The plus sign after the attribute means that these attributes can be improved by consuming evolution points. After awakening my superpowers, my chi and blood have increased by 2 points, but I'm still in the early stages of awakening. All awakened people will experience a certain increase in chi and blood after their superpowers are awakened. The higher the level of the superpower, the greater the increase in chi and blood. His ability is F level, and under normal circumstances, it can only increase his health by 1 point. Chi and blood are also the standard for measuring the realm of the awakened. 130 points in the initial stage of awakening. 30-60 points in the middle stage of awakening. 60-90 points in the late awakening stage. After the chi and blood in the body reaches 100 points, you can break through the awakening period and officially become a first-level awakener. As for this spirit, could it be? Looking at the spiritual attributes on the panel, a hint of shock flashed in Xin Feng's eyes. In this world, in addition to the awakened ones, there is a more powerful profession, that is, the psychic. Psychics can use invisible mental power to attack enemies and have powerful combat capabilities. However, although psychics are powerful, their number is extremely rare, with only one found in a population of hundreds of thousands. At the same time, every psychic is also an awakened psychic ability person. If I can improve my spirit, does that mean I can become a spiritualist? A bold idea came to Qin Feng's mind, but he quickly shook his head and calmed himself down. His combat skills were no different from before he awakened his superpowers. Lightning Fist was a D-level combat skill that he had been practicing diligently, and he had achieved minor success 3 days ago. As for his physique, Qin Feng only took a quick look at it. The plus sign at the back said it all. As long as there were evolution points, his physique could be improved. He remembered reading in a book before that as awakened ones, each of them had a different physique. Similar to the level of superpowers, some are strong and some are weak. Some people may have a relatively low level of supernatural powers, but they possess some kind of powerful special physique. For such people, their cultivation focuses on physique and supplemented by supernatural powers. People with special physiques who can break all laws with one force are also extremely powerful in combat. It seems that as long as I have enough evolution points, I can also have a strong special physique in the future. Qin Feng was very excited at this time, and it took him a long time to calm himself down. Now that he has the system, even if his two abilities are both F level, he is still confident that he can grow quickly. Oh, and there's also a newbie gift pack. System. Brother Feng, are you okay? Just as Qin Feng was about to check the novice gift package, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Looking up, he saw a familiar figure appear in his sight. Li Fei, his deskmate, and he have a pretty good relationship with him. Brother Feng, although you have awakened an F-level ability, the gap between us may become larger and larger, but don't worry, I will definitely not forget you. We are still the best of brothers. Li Fei on this side had a look of deep affection on his face, and did not look down on Qin Feng just because he awakened the F-level superpower. Okay, then I'll have to trouble our Master Li to take care of you from now on. Qin Feng teased with a smile on his face, saying that this guy had awakened a D-level ability, and it was an auxiliary one, and his frontal combat power might not even be as strong as his. The two then chatted briefly for a few more sentences. Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Qin Feng's emotions were relatively stable. Brother Feng, the principal just said that you can reapply for admission now. It's not too late for you to apply for the liberal arts major now. In this world, there are two types of universities. One is the liberal arts university where students learn cultural knowledge, and the other is the military university where students train powerful awakeners for daxia. Correspondingly, the college entrance examination is also divided into liberal arts examinations and military examinations. Compared to the martial arts exams that require fighting ferocious beasts, the liberal arts exams are obviously safer and more stable. After all, the latter only require answering questions in the classroom. Before awakening their special powers, they filled out their college applications once, and Qin Feng chose Wuhan University of Science and Technology. Brother Feng, your academic performance has always been among the top 3 in your grade. As long as you apply for the liberal arts exam, you will definitely get good results. Qin Feng shook his head slightly after hearing this. If it were in his previous life, his liberal arts performance was outstanding enough, he could indeed change some things. But in this world, no matter how good a liberal arts student's grades are, they are still at the bottom of society. Even if the system was not activated, Qin Feng had already made up his mind to fight to the death to take the martial arts exam. Not to mention that now that the system was activated, he was even more confident. I will never give up martial arts. Qin Feng said this with an unprecedented firmness, then he picked up his school bag and left the classroom. Please tell the teacher that I have something to do and need to go home first. Looking at the departing figure in front of him, Li Fei's expression changed slightly. Forget it, I'll leave the defense of our country to you heroes. Those girls from the liberal arts department are waiting for me. Qin Feng left the classroom and quickly walked out of the school. In fact, he knew that Li Fei said that for his own good. After all, he himself chose the liberal arts after awakening his D-level superpowers. Although the liberal arts are stable, Qin Feng does not want to be a fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered when ferocious beasts invade one day in the future and all races attack daxia. Although daxia has set up numerous checkpoints in every city and has a large number of city guards to prevent the invasion of ferocious beasts, this is not foolproof. The greatest reliance is to be strong yourself. After walking out of the school gate, Qin Feng had an idea and asked the system again for the novice gift package. Ding! The newbie gift pack includes. Hiss. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Chapter 3 Fusion of Superpowers, Chaos Thunder. Ding! The newbie gift pack includes S-level Chaos Thunder and S-level Red Lotus Fire. Evolution points 200. 2 S-level abilities? After hearing the system broadcast sound in his mind, Qin Feng froze in place, and even his breathing became rapid. Putting aside the evolution points, he knew very well what S-level abilities meant. This level of supernatural power is extremely rare in the entire Daxia. If A-level superpowers are rare, then S-level superpowers can even be said to be 1 in 100,000. Not to mention anything else, even in their entire Jiangnan province, among the hundreds of thousands of high school students every year, only 1 or 2 students at most can awaken S-level superpowers. If nothing unexpected happens, awakened people with S-level superpowers will grow up to become pillars of a country. Not to mention that he now possesses 2 S-level superpowers. Qin Feng returned to his residence with an excitement that he could hardly suppress. Hope Community. The original body's parents were both awakened. Unfortunately, they both died tragically in a beast tide when the original body was 5 years old. After that, the original person lived in an orphanage for a few years, and when he was able to take care of himself, he moved here. After returning home, Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly received the novice gift package. Ding! Because the host's cultivation is too low and their physique is not strong enough, they can only accept 1 S-level ability at this time. Please choose. After hearing this, Qin Feng thought about it for a while and finally chose the Chaos Divine Thunder. As both are S-level superpowers, Qin Feng would be satisfied no matter which one he chose. Moreover, after his cultivation level improved and his physique strengthened, the second S-level superpower would also be his. Ding! Chaos Thunder begins to fuse 10%, 30%, 60%. Successful integration. Boom! This is? Qin Feng was a little confused. Just as the moment of successful fusion sounded in his mind, a deafening thunder suddenly rang out. Then he saw the clear sky outside the window suddenly become overcast. Boom! Rumble! The terrifying sound of thunder came from the dark clouds and resounded in the sky above Linhai City. At this time, most people in the city were attracted by the noise caused by the terrifying thunder, and they all looked up at the sky. In the dark and cloudy sky, there are extremely thick blue thunders hidden in it. The thunders exude an extremely violent momentum, giving people a feeling that the end of the world is coming. The faces of all the powerful awakeners in the city changed at this moment, and they stared at the dark clouds in the sky with caution. There was a gleam in the eyes of Chuzhen, the lord of Linhai City, and his dark pupils exuded a terrifying aura. He recognized that this was an awakening phenomenon, a phenomenon that only appeared when one awakened an S-level superpower. Investigate. We must find the person who caused the strange phenomenon. Chuzhen gave an order. Yes. If it really is an S-level ability, then Linhai City can compete for the provincial champion this year. Hope in the community. Sizzle. Sizzle. At this time, Qin Feng's whole body was covered by deep blue electric arcs, and a sound of dense electric current surge came from his body. He only felt a strong tearing sensation, as if the lightning was about to tear his body apart from the inside. The blood, organs, and even the soul in the body were all enveloped by blue lightning at this moment. Not only that, there was also an endless stream of blue thunder pouring out from the dark clouds in the sky and converging towards Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan and gritted his teeth to persevere. Boom! But in the next moment, a thunderous roar appeared in the depths of his soul, and he lost consciousness on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Sizzle! Sizzle! A dark blue arc flashed across his eyes. The fusion was successful. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that his body contained endless power. He slowly stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. With a thought, a blue arc of electricity appeared in his palm as if driven by his arm. Under his manipulation, this blue arc of electricity can change its shape at will. Although it is only as thick as a thumb, it emits a heart-pounding aura. You should know that his cultivation is still in the awakening stage. As his cultivation improves, the power of his supernatural powers will become stronger and stronger. After a brief moment of excitement, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. The commotion caused by this fusion of superpowers is indeed quite intense. Looking at the messy room and the furniture that was blown to pieces, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just the fusion of superpowers caused such a big commotion, which Qin Feng did not expect. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an S-level superpower, Chaos Divine Thunder. At this moment, he also felt a little lucky. The noise caused by the fusion of superpowers just now was too loud, especially the thick lightning in the sky. Since he is protected by the Chaos Divine Thunder, naturally no accidents will happen to him, but the residents in this community will be in danger. Fortunately, the lightning was only aimed at him and did not cause any other impact. The damaged furniture and other items in the room were also affected by the energy around his body. I have to find a way to report to the landlord. As he spoke, Xin Feng moved his mind and opened the system panel. Name, Xin Feng. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Mid Awakening. Chi and Blood, 50+. Spirit, 32+. Constitution, 10% Ordinary+. Combat Skill, Lightning Fist D minor Success+. Innate Magical Power, Infinite Devour Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to improve cultivation. Evolution Points, 200. After successfully integrating the Chaos Divine Thunder, his Chi and Blood increased by 40 points directly, and his cultivation reached the middle stage of awakening. Not only that, his spirit and physical fitness also improved. Xin Feng clenched his fists. He felt that his body was now full of strength. Even without using his supernatural powers, his combat power was several times stronger than before. Go downstairs and test your combat power. Thinking of this, Xin Feng turned around and prepared to go downstairs, but after seeing the mess in the room, he decided to clean it up first. An hour later, Xin Feng arrived at the open-air martial arts field in the community. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the time to prepare for lunch, so when Xin Feng arrived here, there were not many people here. After waiting for a while, he was the only one left here. Xin Feng walked up to an instrument that looked a bit worn out. The Combat Power Tester, as the name suggests, is an instrument that can detect the combat power of an awakened person. When using it, just hit the instrument with all your strength and the combat power number will be displayed on it. Chapter 4 Stretch out your hand and the combat skills will be perfected. The realm of the awakened is divided according to their Chi and Blood, but their actual combat power is different. The specific combat power is determined by the combat skills mastered by the individual, the level of supernatural powers and other factors. Just like Xin Feng's current cultivation level is at the middle stage of awakening, but because of the existence of the Chaos Divine Thunder, his actual combat power is far beyond that of his peers. First try the combat power generated by physical strength. Xin Feng came to the combat power tester, took a deep breath, then clenched his right fist and rushed forward. There was a loud bang. On the screen above the instrument, the row of red numbers began to soar rapidly upwards. 100, 300, 600. The final number stayed at 700. It actually reached 700. Xin Feng was a little surprised. Although he knew that his physical fitness had been significantly improved when he merged with the Chaos Divine Thunder just now, he did not expect that he could now exert 700 combat power just by relying on his physical strength. Generally, the combat power of an awakened person is about 10 times that of his Chi and Blood, of course this is without using combat skills. Xin Feng's current health is only 50, and his combat power is almost 1.4 times that of an ordinary awakener. Even if ordinary awakened people use combat skills, they can only be as good as him at best. Next, let's try using combat techniques. Xin Feng began to mobilize the Chi and Blood in his body, clenched his fists, and a dazzling ball of lightning enveloped his fists. The lightning fist struck out. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises were heard, and the red numbers on the instrument changed significantly again. 100, 300, 800. The combat power quickly surpassed the previous 700 and finally stopped at 1000. Xin Feng was not surprised by this number. His lightning fist had already reached the minor success level, so it was normal for its combat power to reach 1000. Bang! 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 Next, Xin Feng swung his arms quickly, and his fists blasted forward like raindrops, hitting the tester hard. After throwing more than a dozen punches in succession, the combat power was about 1000. Then Xin Feng took a step back and began to mobilize another energy in his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! Accompanied by a sound of dense electric current surge, Xin Feng's right hand was wrapped in blue electric arcs as thick as a thumb. The next moment, he suddenly raised his arm. Thunder Fist. The fist wrapped in blue electric arc rushed forward quickly like a flash of lightning. Bang! Bang! Lightning flashed, and the exploding fist wind shattered the air, making a burst of sound. Boom! Following a violent collision sound, the thunder fist also hit the tester heavily. The tester, visible to the naked eye, began to shake violently. Then the lightning dissipated, and a clear dent appeared on the bullseye made of a special alloy on the tester. There were spider web-like cracks around the pit, and the numbers on the screen above the tester began to jump continuously, finally stopping at 2000. Combat power 2000? Xin Feng showed a look of shock on his face. You know, a combat power of 2000 is almost equivalent to a full-strength attack from a mid-stage first-level awakener without using any combat skills. And now his energy and blood have just reached the middle stage of awakening. But then, when he remembered that his special ability was S-level Chaos Divine Thunder, Xin Feng felt that it was nothing. Although the previous attack was very powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. With his current level of cultivation, he could only launch the previous attack twice at most. We still need to improve our cultivation realm as soon as possible. Xin Feng thought so in his heart. Only by improving his cultivation can he truly display the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. Alright, there are still 200 evolution points. At this moment, Xin Feng thought of the 200 evolution points given in the novice gift package. Name, Xin Feng. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Mid Awakening. Chi and Blood, 50+. Spirit, 32+. Constitution, 10% Ordinary+. Combat Skill, Lightning Fist D minor Success+. Innate Magical Power, Infinite Devour Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to improve cultivation. Evolution Points, 200. Looking at the illusory system panel in front of him, Xin Feng thought for a moment, and then tried to add some evolution points to his Chi and Blood. Chi and Blood, 50.1+. One evolution point increased the Chi and Blood by 0.1, a ratio of 10 to 1. Then Xin Feng tried the Spirit and Physique, which were also about the same ratio of 10 to 1. A total of 30 evolution points were consumed, and Chi, Blood, Spirit, and Physique were all increased by 1. Looking at the remaining evolution points, Xin Feng began to try to add some combat skills. He first used 10 evolution points on the Thunder Fist. The next moment, Xin Feng felt that his control over the Lightning Fist had become more proficient. Even though he had not yet broken through to the Great Perfection Realm, he was not far away. Next, Xin Feng did not hesitate and began to add all the remaining evolution points to the Thunder Fist. Ding! Consume 1 evolution point, and upgrade the D-level combat skill Lightning Fist to perfection. After consuming the last evolution point, the Lightning Fist was successfully upgraded to the perfect level. Just stretch out your hand and your fighting skills will be complete. Xin Feng stretched out his right hand and just slightly mobilized the blood and energy in his body, and his fist was covered with a dazzling blue light. As his Lightning Fist reached perfection, he became more skilled in using it. Xin Feng looked up at the combat power tester in front of him, which had returned to normal, and then suddenly punched out. The bullseye of the combat power tester is made of a special memory metal. This combat power tester is specially used by first-level awakeners. It will not be damaged unless it is subjected to combat power far exceeding the first level. The combat power of Qin Feng's supernatural power just now has just reached 2000, and has not yet reached the combat power of the late first stage, so it is impossible to damage the tester. Boom! The Lightning Fist blasted out, and the tester trembled violently again, and the number on the instrument stopped at 1400. Based on the combat power of 1000 in the minor success stage of the Thunder Fist, the combat power was increased by nearly 400. Xin Feng was quite satisfied with this. After all, the Lightning Fist was only a D-level combat skill, and the combat power it could improve was limited. Moreover, as one's own cultivation level improves, the increase in combat power caused by this low-level combat skill will become weaker. Therefore, if the Awakened want to gain higher combat power, in addition to improving their cultivation and supernatural powers, they must master higher-level combat skills. Afterwards, Xin Feng tried to combine the power of Chaos Thunder with the Lightning Fist, and finally achieved a combat power of 2500. Finally, he left here with a satisfied look on his face. Not long after Xin Feng left, figures appeared again in the training ground. The white-haired Mr. Li walked towards the combat power tester. As he got older, he felt that his energy and blood were getting weaker. Today he also wanted to see to what extent his combat power had declined. However, when he got closer to the combat power tester and saw the number 2500 on the screen, he took a deep breath. You should know that the people living in this community are all elderly people or high school students. Normally, there will be no first-level awakeners coming here to test their combat power. Could it be Xiao Qin? Uncle Li thought of Qin Feng, whom he met just now, and began to feel suspicious. Chapter 5 Teaching Combat Skills, The Principal's Nephew. Class teacher Lowly, tomorrow is the last day to confirm your application. Those applying for the military major should prepare 20,000 dasha coins, and those applying for the liberal arts major should prepare their brains. When Qin Feng returned home from the open-air martial arts field, he saw the notification message sent by Lowly in the class group. The poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. This has been the case since ancient times. Looking at this message, Qin Feng frowned slightly. It was still a little difficult for him to come up with 20,000 dasha coins now. After all, he was an orphan whose parents had both passed away and he had almost no family income. Normally, he can only maintain his daily living needs by relying on the relief funds issued by the government. However, according to official regulations, he can no longer receive this relief money after he reaches the age of 18. Qin Feng's eyes trembled slightly and he began to think. There is no doubt that he will definitely take part in this military examination. Not only that, he also has greater ambitions. The purpose of the martial arts examination is to enter a martial arts university, and martial arts universities are also divided into different levels. Before this, Qin Feng thought it would be good enough if he could be admitted to a third-rate university. But now, with the existence of Chaos Divine Thunder and the system, his target has long been set on those top-notch martial arts universities. But the most urgent thing now is to find a way to raise money. It's not just the 20,000 registration fee. Qin Feng knows that if he wants to quickly improve his cultivation and combat power, he needs to purchase other resources. Energy liquid, combat skills, and other resources that can improve cultivation all require a large amount of dasha coins to purchase. We have to find a way to make money. The next day, Qin Feng came to school as usual. Today he planned to apply for a student loan from his class teacher. He remembered that every class teacher had a student loan quota. Although the loan amount was not large, only about 100,000 yuan, it could solve the urgent problem. When he arrived at school, he went straight to see his class teacher, but someone had applied for a student loan before him. The man's name was Joan, and his family was poor, not much different from his. Joan, although you have awakened AB level superpower, you have only just awakened and your combat power is limited. It is normal for you to lose to those people in the fighting arena. This scholarship should be enough to cover your current resource needs. For now, focus on your training and avoid going to places like the fighting arena. I understand, teacher. In the office, the head teacher, Lowly, was saying something to Joan in a serious tone. Qin Feng, who was about to turn around and leave, happened to hear these words. Fighting arena? Qin Feng walked back to the classroom while recalling the information about the fighting arena. Brother Feng. Li Fei greeted Qin Feng when he saw him. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Li Fei, and he immediately asked him something. Li Fei was stunned when he heard this, then he spoke tentatively. Brother Feng, you're not planning on going to the ring, are you? Qin Feng shook his head, indicating that he was just a little curious. Seeing this, Li Fei began to give Qin Feng a brief introduction to the information about the fighting arena. The fighting arena is considered a gray industry in Linhai City. In layman's terms, it is a fight between awakened people. The kind where you get money if you win. It's just that because it is a gray industry, there is no such thing as holding back during a fight, and it is possible to die in the ring if you are not as skilled as your opponent. Brother Feng, if you want to watch the fighting in the fighting arena, I can take you there, but if you want to participate, forget it. Joan went there yesterday to participate in a ring battle, but he was defeated in the first round. If he hadn't admitted defeat quickly, he might still be lying in the hospital now. Fearing that Qin Feng might have inappropriate thoughts, Li Fei continued to speak. Okay, I'm just curious. Qin Feng waved his hand slightly. Joan was defeated even with his B-level ability. I still have self-awareness, don't worry. After patting Li Fei on the shoulder, Qin Feng sat down in his seat. That's it. At this time, Qin Feng had already made a decision in his mind and would go directly to the fighting arena in the afternoon. Qin Feng believed that with his current combat power far exceeding that of his peers, he could make up for his lack of fighting experience. Because I just awakened my superpowers yesterday, the school's curriculum today is basically to teach everyone how to use their superpowers and add the power of superpowers to combat skills. Qin Feng had already tried all of these on his own. Compared to these, he felt that the school might as well teach them one more combat skill. Just when Qin Feng was thinking this, the head teacher, Lowly, suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Everyone gather in the playground. Although everyone had some doubts after hearing this, they all stood up and rushed towards the playground. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Uncle, your nephew finally came back, and you assigned me this difficult task. You really don't treat me as an outsider. A young man with short hair crossed his legs and said something to Yang Zirong with a resentful look on his face. Okay, Uncle will treat you well tonight. Hurry up, the students are all on the playground. As he spoke, Yang Zirong grabbed the short-haired man's shoulder and pulled him out of the office. The short-haired man looked helpless about this, but in the end he followed Yang Zirong obediently. Let me make it clear first, Uncle. I am only responsible for teaching. As for whether these junior students can learn it, it depends on their own understanding. The short-haired man spoke slowly. Comprehension, if your comprehension is poor, just teach it a few more times and it will be fine. Don't worry, I will arrange enough time for you. Faced with the short-haired man's complaint, Yang Zirong retorted with just one sentence. The short-haired man is named Zhang Long, a junior student. Because he was carrying out a task assigned by the school nearby, he took the time to come and see Yang Zirong. What he didn't expect was that he was treated as a laborer as soon as he arrived here. Zhang Long came to the playground with a helpless look on his face. At this time, almost all the senior high school students in the school gathered here. Classmates, the person next to me is a talented student from Jiangnan University. Today, I specially invited him to teach you a combat technique. This is a rare opportunity, so you must seize it. The principal's words cheered up the students below. Although Jiangnan University was not as good as the top universities in Kyoto and Magic City, it was still a top university. It is indeed a rare opportunity for talented students from a top university to teach them combat skills. I never thought that our principal would know how to use the back door. Li Fei, who was standing next to Qin Feng, muttered softly. Compared to the others who were excited, he, who had already applied for the liberal arts exam, was not interested. He was very clear about his position. The reason why the principal asked people to teach combat skills was only for those students who awaken high-level superpowers. And this is exactly the case. At this moment, standing in the front row of the playground are students who have awakened C-level and B-level superpowers. Xu Yu, who had even awakened an A-level superpower, stood directly on the platform. Teach combat skills. Compared to Li Fei, who was playing badly, Qin Feng's eyes were shining, and his eyes were fixed on Zhang Long on the platform without blinking. Chapter 6 Getting Started, Thunderstrike, Terrifying Cultivation Talent. Next, I will demonstrate a C-rank combat skill called Thunderstrike. I'll demonstrate it 5 times in slow motion. Watch carefully. After 5 times, it'll be up to you to practice on your own. Zhang Long on the high platform took a step forward, and a strong voice mixed with the power of qi and blood came out of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to take a stance. At this moment, the whole place was extremely quiet. Even a liberal arts student like Li Fei wisely kept his mouth shut, for fear of making any unusual noises that would affect others. Xu Yu on the high platform had already started practicing following Zhang Long's movements. Everyone, be serious. C-rank combat skills can't be learned casually. The head teacher, Mr. Li, whispered to his students. After saying that, even he himself turned his head and looked up at the platform with wide eyes. He is only a first-level awakener, and C-level combat skills are also very attractive to him. On the high platform, Zhang Long paused for a moment after finishing his first practice and then began to practice for the second time. At this moment, he was practicing his fighting skills while speaking. Furious Thunderstrike is a combat skill with flexible moves. It can be a leg move or a sword move. The key is to focus your energy on a single point and then release it at lightning speed. Its power is among the best among C-level combat techniques. Boom! As he spoke, Zhang Long's nimble legs chopped into the air like 2 sharp axes, making a series of violent explosions. At this moment, it seemed that even the air was about to be cut off by his legs. Bang! Bang! Next, Zhang Long continued to demonstrate his Thunderstrike moves. After demonstrating it twice in a row, Zhang Long stopped what he was doing and his eyes swept across the area below. Under his gaze, one figure after another was imitating the same movements as he had just made. However, most people didn't even remember the movements clearly, and some who performed well only went through the motions. Finally, Zhang Long's gaze fell on Xu Yu, who was closest to him. Xu Yu, who has awakened A-level superpowers, has a talent for cultivation that is far higher than that of other students. Compared to others, her movements appear to be much smoother. I'll give you a minute to digest it. I'll start the 3rd round later. Fuck! Is this a C-rank combat skill? I just can't understand it no matter how hard I try. And those movements just now, does anyone remember them? At the back of the crowd, someone was muttering quietly. I can't even remember the moves, how can I learn this? I'd better focus on practicing D-rank combat skills. There are so many people learning from me. If it were one-on-one, I might still have a chance. But let's forget about it now. Many people have already given up at this point. They have limited talent to begin with, and now that the college entrance examination is approaching, it would be better for them to spend more time practicing D-level combat skills, which may lead to greater progress. Cut. Li Fei had an expression that said, I knew this. Brother Foam, you don't need to practice anymore. I have a D-level combat seal at home. I'll bring it to you when the time comes. You can master one more combat skill by using it. As he spoke, Li Fei turned his head to look at Qin Feng beside him, but the next moment, he was stunned. Qin Feng was practicing with his eyes closed. Although his movements were not very standard, for some reason, Li Fei felt that Qin Feng was very dangerous. His intuition told him that Qin Feng in this state could defeat him in one move. How is this possible? Li Fei shook his head, thinking it was just his illusion. Before awakening their superpowers, the qi and blood of the two of them were almost the same. Normally, the qi and blood increased by awakening a D-level superpower is much greater than that of an F-level superpower. So no matter how you look at it, he is stronger than Qin Feng now. Qin Feng on this side didn't pay attention to Li Fei's abnormality. After practicing once, he stopped what he was doing. Okay, now let's start the third rehearsal. At the same time, Zhang Long on the platform also started practicing again. Bang! Bang! Soon, a violent explosion sounded again. Time passed quickly, and the 5 thunder strikes were practiced. Zhang Long, who wanted to leave immediately, was once again held by the principal's shoulders and kindly stayed. Alright, let's begin the 2-person sparring session. Coach Zhang will be watching you from here. If you have any questions, come and ask. The principal gave an order and sold his nephew again. Then, students from each class, led by their class teachers, began playing against each other in pairs. How about this, uncle, let me test your eyesight and see if there are any good ones here. The principal asked Zhang Long. Zhang Long was extremely reluctant to do so, but he still pointed at a few people and said, apart from the one who awakened an A-level ability, these are the only ones left who have good comprehension. But even so, in the time before the college entrance exam, they can only cultivate the Thunderstrike skill to the entry level at best. With luck, they might even reach a minor level of success. The principal was not surprised by this. Zhang Long pointed at Zhao Chang, Luo Kai, these people have awakened B-level superpowers, so their comprehension abilities are naturally stronger than others. The difference in the levels of combat skills is not only in the power of the burst, but also in the difficulty of practicing them. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. The level of mastery of combat skills is divided into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Principal Deshang didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes, but as long as these people could get in, his nephew's trip today would not be in vain. The principal and Zhang Long then focused their attention on the students at the front of the team, and sometimes Zhang Long would give them some instructions. At the back of the team, Qin Feng had already started sparring with Li Fei. Li Fei, who had already applied for the liberal arts exam, did not need to participate in such activities, but Old Li still assigned him and Qin Feng to the same team. In Lao Li's opinion, Qin Feng, who has awakened F-level superpowers, is definitely at the bottom of the combat power list, while Li Fei, who has awakened D-level auxiliary superpowers, can just be his opponent. Another point is that Old Li knows that they have a good relationship, so there is no need to worry that Li Fei will hurt Qin Feng. Bang! But at this moment, a violent explosion sounded in Lao Li's ears, and then he saw a fat figure flying backwards. Old Li took a closer look and saw that the man was Li Fei, whom he thought would show mercy to Qin Feng. How is this possible? What really shocked Old Li was not that Qin Feng defeated Li Fei, but the fighting skills that Qin Feng had just used. It was struck by thunder. Could it be that he has already mastered the Raging Thunder technique to the very beginning? In order to verify his guess, he immediately changed Qin Feng's sparring partner. This time it was a student who had awakened a D-level enhancement ability, and his combat power was much stronger than Li Fei. Bang! However, the final result surprised Lao Li. This man was also kicked away by Qin Feng. No mistake, it was indeed Thunderstruck, and I've even entered the realm of enlightenment. Old Li's face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect Qin Feng's comprehension to be so strong. It only took 2 practices to master the C-level combat skills. You should know that even Shuyu, who awakened the A-level superpowers, could not achieve this. Old Li was not mistaken. At this moment, Qin Feng had indeed sent the thunder into the door. In fact, even Qin Feng himself was very surprised by this. It seems that not only his physique, but also his cultivation talent has undergone tremendous changes after fusing with the Chaos Divine Thunder. Qin Feng thought so in his heart, but compared to the introductory Thunderstrike, he cared more about the evolution points he had obtained by defeating Li Fei and the other man. Chapter 7 Fighting Arena, Champion Mode. Thunderstrike, Entry 1%. Evolution Points, 25. These are the evolution points that the 2 men just obtained by defeating Li Fei. Only 25 evolution points for 2 people, that's a bit too little. Qin Feng frowned slightly, but he also knew that it was mainly because the combat power of these 2 people was too weak, so they had relatively few evolution points. Just when he was about to ask Lao Li to replace him with a stronger opponent, he found that Lao Li had already left. Qin Feng had no choice but to give up, and then he left the playground calmly. Now that New Leipi has entered the door, there is no need for him to stay here any longer. When did Brother Feng become so strong? Li Fei rubbed his butt, which was hurt from the fall, and looked at Qin Feng's back. Expressions of confusion, joy and sadness kept switching on his face. It seems I'm the only loser. On the other side, Lao Li, who had left here, had already arrived at the podium and was reporting something to the principal. How is that possible? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? His thunder struck the door? After listening to Lao Li's report, the principal was instantly shocked and his face was excited. Being able to master C-level combat skills in such a short time is enough to show that this person has extraordinary talent in cultivation. Zhang Long's eyes lit up when he heard this. You know, even he spent nearly a day to barely get started with the Thunderstrike. But even so, he still received praise from his mentor. Where's that man? Bring him here quickly. The principal urged Lao Li. He couldn't wait to meet this talented student who could master a C-level combat skill in less than an hour. Zhang Long was also very much looking forward to it. For him, making friends with such a genius in advance would only bring benefits and no disadvantages. But at this time, Old Li was in a dilemma, and finally he spoke. Principal, that person is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the student who awakened the F-level lightning and fire dual elements. The principal was stunned at first, and then looked puzzled. Normally, the awakened person's cultivation talent is closely related to the awakened power level. The higher the power level, the stronger the cultivation talent. For someone like Qin Feng who has awakened an F-level superpower, his cultivation talent must be extremely poor. How could he possibly master a C-level combat skill in such a short time? Zhang Long, who was originally full of anticipation, suddenly lost interest when he heard that Qin Feng's ability level was only F. Maybe it's just that I have a better understanding. However, his ability level is only F, which means his growth is limited. Well, what a shame for such a good understanding. Having said that, Zhang Long stood up and walked towards Zhao Chang, Luo Kai, and others below. The principal on the other side was still unwilling to give up. He walked down the platform directly and wanted to check Qin Feng's changes in person. However, when he reached the back of the team, he found that Qin Feng had already left. The principal could only shake his head and sigh in his heart. What a pity. Qin Feng walked out of the school directly after leaving the playground. At this time, he had added all the 25 evolution points he had just obtained to Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike C entry level 89% plus. It's only one step away from small success. If I'm struck by the thunder, my combat power will increase a lot, but it's only at the entry level, so the improvement is limited. We still have to find a way to get evolution points. Qin Feng thought to himself. The way to gain evolution points is to kill or defeat your opponents. The number of evolution points is determined by the opponent's combat power level. If that's the case, then the fighting arena is perfect for me right now. As long as you defeat your opponent there, you can not only get bonuses, but also evolution points. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. After stopping a taxi at the school gate, he went straight to the fighting arena. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped in front of a steel building, and then a figure got out of the car. It was Qin Feng. Looking at the tall building in front of him that looked like a steel behemoth, Qin Feng walked in without hesitation. Before going in, he had changed his clothes and put on the mask he had bought on the way here. The reason for doing this is to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, he is still a student. After entering the building and explaining his purpose to the staff, he was taken to a closed room. After walking in, Qin Feng discovered that there was a young woman with a charming figure wearing a black uniform. New here? The young woman looked up at Qin Feng, then pointed at the screen beside her and said, "There are rules here for you to read. Remember to pay the 2,000 yuan deposit after reading." Ignoring the young woman's disdainful attitude, he looked up at the content on the screen. Awakening Stage, Arena Battle, win 1,000 Great Xia Coins. First Level Awakener, Arena Battle, win 5,000 Great Xia Coins per match. Second Level Awakener. Not only that, if you can stand on the ring until the end and win the final victory, you will receive additional bonuses. The bonus for the Awakening period is 50,000 Daxia Coins. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the first row of the Awakening period, where there was a number 35, which meant that 35 people in the Awakening period had participated in the ring battle. There are only about 30 people in total. If they fight 2 by 2, they can only fight 5 or 6 rounds at most. In this case, even if we add the 50,000 Great Xia Coins, it still won't be enough. To apply for the military science exam, he needs to pay a registration fee of 20,000 yuan, and he also needs to purchase weapons, combat skills, and energy liquid. It was obvious that just tens of thousands of Daxia coins were not enough for him to squander. Is there any way to get more bonuses? Qin Feng asked the young woman. You think the money is too little? After hearing Qin Feng's words, a look of disdain flashed across the young woman's face, and then she seemed to have thought of something, and said with a playful smile on her face. If you are confident in your own abilities, you can occupy an entire arena by yourself and let others challenge you. Will the bonus change? Qin Feng immediately became interested. Looking at Qin Feng wearing a black mask in front of her, the young woman, who had seen countless people, could tell that Qin Feng should not be very old. This mode is called the champion mode. When you occupy the ring, the bonus you get for each opponent you defeat is cumulative. And as long as you can defeat all your opponents in this state, the final prize will be doubled directly. However, if you are defeated by your opponent midway, the prize money will automatically be transferred to that person. Do you understand? Qin Feng nodded. Okay, kid, you should just participate normally. I want to participate in the champion mode. The young woman here was interrupted by Qin Feng before she could finish her words. Oh, it's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Since you're seeking death, there's no reason to stop you. As she spoke, the young woman handed Qin Feng a contestant token and an electronic contract. Chapter 8 One-Shot Kill. The electronic contract contained a disclaimer, which roughly stated that all participants in the martial arts arena competition were voluntary. Any accidents that occur to the contestants in the ring have nothing to do with the fighting arena. It's like a life or death certificate. Okay, let's go over there and test the blood and qi. The young woman pointed in a direction. Then Qin Feng no longer hesitated and turned to walk towards the blood and qi tester. Someone was already testing his qi and blood in front of him. I saw that he was a burly middle-aged man. He walked to an advanced instrument, stretched out his hand and placed it on the instrument. The next moment, a red number, 120, appeared on the screen above the instrument. This shows that the middle-aged man's cultivation level is at the early first level. Soon it was Qin Feng's turn, his qi and blood reached 56. Not far away, the young woman who was secretly observing this sight showed a look of disdain on her face after noticing that Qin Feng's qi and blood were only 56. Then she waved and called a staff member from outside. Here are 100,000 Great Xia coins. Go place a bet on that guy to lose. Okay, Sister Yao. The man didn't ask any questions. He took the card handed to him by the young woman and left immediately. Obviously, this was not the first time such a thing had happened. The ring battles in the martial arts arena are not just a simple competition between the two sides. There are also countless gamblers participating in the battles behind the scenes, placing bets on their favorite players. Of course, as a player, you cannot participate in the betting. New rookie, I hope you're lucky and can save your life. After Qin Feng finished testing his qi and blood, a staff member came forward and took him to a dressing room, which was filled with various masks and robes that could cover the body. This is also to facilitate those players who do not want to reveal their identities to hide information. That's very thoughtful. Qin Feng thought this in his mind and walked to a row of masks. He searched among them and saw a white cat-faced mask. That's it. Reaching out to take off the mask, Qin Feng put it on his face. Then he put on a mask and walked towards an arena, which was the arena for the awakening period. By the way, can contestants in the awakening stage compete against first-level awakeners? At this moment, Qin Feng thought of something and asked the staff beside him. Faced with Qin Feng's question, the staff member was stunned at first, and then spoke in a deep voice. Low-level awakeners can challenge high-level awakeners in the arena, and the rewards will be doubled. His words made Qin Feng's eyes light up. When testing his combat power yesterday, if he had used all his strength, his combat power would have been close to 3,000, which is almost equivalent to an ordinary first-stage late awakener. However, Qin Feng knew that it was still very risky to fight against a first-level awakener with only 3,000 combat power. After all, those who dare to come here to participate in the ring battle are all experienced desperados. When your cultivation reaches the late stage of awakening and your thunderstrike reaches the perfect state, then I will challenge the first-level arena. Qin Feng thought this in his mind and quickly came to the side of a ring. At this time, more than 30 people gathered beside the arena. Some of them wore masks like Qin Feng to conceal their identities, while some people directly revealed their true appearance. The latter are mostly those who have awakened low-level superpowers and are unable to advance in their cultivation. Qin Feng's eyes trembled slightly. If the system had not appeared, the current situation of these people might be his future. Thinking of this, Qin Feng became even more determined to become stronger. Just at this moment, a staff member came to the side of the ring and loudly announced the official start of the awakening period ring competition. Just as everyone was reacting, a figure wearing a white catface mask stepped onto the stage. After going on stage, Qin Feng did not say anything and waited quietly for his opponent to appear. After a few seconds, a burly figure stood in front of him. And those people below all turned their eyes to the ring. It's Zhang Li. Looks like that guy is going to be in trouble. Zhang Li's record is 9 consecutive wins, and he's already qualified to challenge for the championship. I heard that he is going to challenge the champion mode today. The people below the arena were talking about it, but compared to Qin Feng wearing a mask, they were very optimistic about the strong man. Can we begin? At this moment, Qin Feng spoke. Zhang Li on the opposite side was stunned at first, but then nodded heavily. At the same time, Zhang Li began to mobilize the qi and blood in his body. Although he was in the awakening stage, he was very confident in his strength. But confidence does not mean carelessness. He never underestimates any opponent. But just as he nodded, he felt a black shadow appear in front of him. Right after. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a tall figure flew out of the ring. What the hell? What's going on? Zhang Li felt dizzy after falling down from the ring. Thinking back to what happened just now, he fell off the ring in the blink of an eye. However, Zhang Li quickly reacted and felt extremely fortunate. He knew that he had met a true master. And it is obvious that the other party held back, otherwise he would not be safe and sound like he is now. After giving Qin Feng on the ring a grateful look, he turned around and left. What the hell? What the hell? Just as Zhang Li was about to leave, the people around him reacted and shocked voices rang out on the field. You have to know that Zhang Li is not an ordinary person. His combat power has even reached 1,300, and he has extremely rich combat experience. But even so, he was defeated in one move in the ring. Such a situation is extremely rare even in a fighting arena. Fortunately, I didn't rush in just now, otherwise today would have been a waste. If you meet him later, you must admit defeat immediately. The contestants who had not yet entered the ring were shocked, but also felt grateful for their own rationality. If they were the ones who just stepped onto the stage, then there would be no doubt that the 2,000 yuan deposit would have been paid in vain. After all, the fighting arena has regulations that if any contestant who participates in the ring battle is eliminated without winning a single game, the deposit will not be refunded. No, why is he still in the ring? Is it possible? He wants to challenge the champion mode? It was at this moment that everyone realized that Qin Feng, who had knocked Zhang Li away with one move, was still standing on the ring and had not come down. Continue. At this moment, Qin Feng stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the players who had not yet entered the arena. The meaning was obvious. Chapter 9 encountered a sneak attack. Compassion? It seems like I came here for nothing today. Zhang Li couldn't even withstand a single blow, so we'll just get beaten if we go up there. Facing Qin Feng's provocation on the ring at this time, the contestants below were indifferent. After realizing Qin Feng's powerful strength, they had decided to just consider themselves unlucky. Seeing that no one came up to the ring, Qin Feng frowned slightly under his mask. To him, these people are walking dasha coins and evolution points. Ha, what a bunch of trash. You don't even have the courage to stand in front of an opponent stronger than you. It's no wonder that you can't even reach the first level of awakening. Just as most of the contestants were about to leave, a voice full of disdain rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was a man wearing a black dog head mask. After saying this, the man jumped directly onto the ring. We have to hold back a bit, otherwise it would be a big loss if we scare all these people away. Qin Feng thought this in his heart, clenched his fists, and the blood in his body surged, and he began to fight with this man. Bang! This time, because Qin Feng held back, the opponent only lasted more than 10 seconds before being knocked off the ring. Likewise, he suffered no fatal injuries. For a moment, the contestants who saw this scene looked at each other. Why don't we go up and fight this guy? We don't usually have such a strong opponent to practice with us. What's more, the man and Zhang Li were not seriously injured. Just then, someone couldn't help but speak. His words also woke everyone up, and then people began to go up to the ring to fight Qin Feng one after another, but without exception, these people were defeated by Qin Feng in the end. Based on the principle of I will not offend others if they do not offend me, Qin Feng did not use too harsh a blow against these people. Most of the time, he just knocked them off the ring. As one player after another was defeated by Qin Feng, the prize money continued to increase, and the evolution points also continued to increase. Soon, after he defeated the 10th opponent, his evolution points reached 400. The combat power of the players he defeated varied, but the lowest one had the combat power of the late awakening stage. On average, each person could bring him about 40 evolution points. Who is this kid? He only has 50 plus HP, yet he possesses such a strong fighting power? Damn it, I lost 100,000. In the corner, the young woman had a gloomy face. She had originally thought that she could make a lot of money by betting on Qin Feng to lose, but she didn't expect this to be the outcome. Sister Yao, you've really screwed me this time. I just bet 2 months' salary with you. The staff member next to her couldn't help but complain to the young woman. The young woman just gave him a cold look at this. The staff member was instantly shocked and realized that he had said the wrong thing. Without any hesitation, he immediately knelt on one knee in front of the young woman and lowered his head. The young woman didn't look at him again, but turned her head to look at Qin Feng on the ring. Snort! As for combat strength, it depends on who you're competing with. Good luck won't always be with you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 200 evolution points and achieving the great mastery of Thunderstrike. Listening to the system broadcast sounding in his mind, Qin Feng smiled. Taking advantage of the opportunity after knocking an opponent off the ring, he directly added the evolution points he had gained to the Thunderstrike. Evolution points are originally his resources for improving his combat power, and it is only true that he can cash in on the resources as soon as possible. As his control over the Thunderbolt reached perfection, Qin Feng's combat power increased again. Just at this moment, another contestant walked onto the stage. He was an old man with a cane and white hair. Soon, the battle between the two began. Compared with those people in front, the old man's combat power is stronger, but for Qin Feng, the difference is not big. What's more, he had just upgraded his Thunderstrike to the Great Perfection realm. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a series of violent explosions. It can be seen that at this moment his legs were like two sharp axes, constantly chopping down at the old man. Faced with Qin Feng's fierce attack, the old man, who could only barely defend himself, could no longer hold on. He quickly retreated and soon reached the edge of the ring. Qin Feng responded to this in the same way as before, kicking out, and the old man jumped back. Although he dodged Qin Feng's attack, his body also left the ring. As long as his feet landed on the ground, the battle would be over. Qin Feng also thought so, but just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the old man in the air suddenly moved. He picked up the crutch in his hand and swung it violently, and then the crutch broke into two pieces in an instant. One of the heads revealed a sharp blade, and it rushed towards Qin Feng like a sharp knife. In an instant, Qin Feng's face changed suddenly when he noticed something. He clearly saw that the sharp knife was pointing at his head. At this moment, Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. The Chaos Divine Thunder was instantly activated, and tiny blue arcs of electricity appeared on the surface of his body. Under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, his body's reaction ability was greatly enhanced. Qin Feng quickly moved to the side, and the sharp knife pierced the air less than an inch away from him. He actually dodged it? At this time, the old man was standing on the stage again. It's him, after all. This old guy always likes to show weakness first and then launch a sneak attack. That's how he crippled that young man in his 20s yesterday. In fact, he has already won every time, but he just insists on using heavy hands. An old bitch. Listening to the discussions of the people below the stage, the old man was not angry. What a bunch of naive guys. The battle between awakened ones is a fight to the death. Sympathy will only hurt yourself in the end. Just as the old man was thinking this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng's right fist was flashing with blue light, and strands of blue electric arcs surrounded his fist, emitting a violent aura. Thunder Fist. The fist went straight to the face. The old man's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and threw a punch. A faint khaki light enveloped his arm. Earth Collapse Fist. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, there was a violent collision sound, and the air began to fluctuate like water. Ah! But in the next moment, a scream came out from the old man's mouth. His clenched fist turned into a bloody mess and his bones were broken. Not only that, the terrifying impact force directly knocked his entire arm backwards, and finally the bones popped out of the flesh and were exposed. Chapter 10 Powerful Kill, Exchange for Beast Crystals. Ah! On the ring, the intense pain made the old man half kneel on the ground, and his old face became extremely distorted. Just then, a figure appeared in his sight. The old man looked up and saw that the person coming was Qin Feng. In an instant, the old man's face changed drastically, and then he spoke immediately without any hesitation. I admit. The old man who wanted to speak directly was pinched by Qin Feng's neck, and the huge force made him unable to make a sound. Fear began to spread throughout his body. Burned. Ugh. The old man, with a look of fear on his face, felt his legs go weak and he was about to collapse to the ground. Die. Facing the old man's plea for mercy, Qin Feng's dark eyes were filled with indifference instead of a trace of pity. Then he slowly loosened his right hand and kicked the old man in the chest. Bang! Although Qin Feng did not use any combat skills in this kick, it was still extremely powerful. It directly kicked the old man's body away, and he finally fell heavily on the ring. It can be seen that the old man has completely lost his life at this time, and there is an obvious collapse in his chest. After dealing with the old man, Qin Feng did not speak a word, but his dark eyes exuded endless coldness. He himself adheres to the principle of not offending others unless they offend me. Before this old man, almost all the opponents who fought with him had not suffered any substantial damage. However, this is also based on the fact that they did not take ruthless action against themselves. And the sharp knife that the old man just threw was meant to kill him. If it weren't for the help of the Chaos Thunder, it would have been almost impossible for him to safely dodge the attack of the sharp knife. That's why he decided to kill the old man directly at this time. Less than a minute had passed since the old man attacked Qin Feng. It was not until now that the contestants below and the audience around them reacted. For a moment, the surroundings fell into silence, but they soon reacted, their faces turned red, and they began to roar wildly. Well done! That old bastard has ruined countless young talents. He deserves his retribution long ago. Who is this white cat brother? His combat power is so formidable that he can easily crush that old bastard. This shows that his combat power has reached the early stage of the first level. He is the champion today. On the ring. Qin Feng was a little uncomfortable with killing someone for the first time, but then he thought about it and realized that it was the old man who wanted to kill him first, and the discomfort in his heart was immediately relieved. Qin Feng carefully felt his slightly trembling body, not knowing whether it was fear or excitement. The old man's sneak attack also sounded a wake-up call to Qin Feng, making him realize that he should never let his guard down at any time, especially in such an occasion. After quickly adjusting his state, Qin Feng's gaze fell again on the contestants below who had not yet come on stage. Continue. However, this time, after Qin Feng finished speaking, the contestants below fell silent. Before, they dared to go on stage only because Qin Feng would not kill in battle, but now after witnessing the old man being killed with their own eyes, they began to feel fear in their hearts. Qin Feng shook his head when he saw this situation. He knew that it would be difficult to get these people on stage again. Then he turned and looked at the staff beside him. The staff member was speechless about this. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step forward and stood out. Is there anyone else coming up? Go on stage, it's a shame to play chicken in this situation. Whoever goes up there now would be really risking his life. As the staff member finished speaking, all the contestants who had not yet gone on stage left without looking back. Seeing this, the staff didn't know what to say. Although Qin Feng's success in challenging the champion mode would bring some losses to their fighting arena, he had no other options in this situation. You can't force those people to go on stage and fight Qin Feng with a knife. What's more, Qin Feng's combat power is there, even if more than a dozen people go up, it will be useless. There was no other way, and in the end he could only loudly announce that the challenge to the awakening stage in champion mode was successful. In an instant, countless eyes from all around fell on Qin Feng. Anyone who can successfully challenge the champion mode is undoubtedly a strong one, no matter at which stage. No one will look down on them. Facing the gazes of the people around him, Qin Feng, who was wearing a mask, did not panic at all. He followed the staff and left. What Qin Feng didn't know was that because it was daytime now, if it were night, there would be several times more people here than there are now. Qin Feng followed the staff to a bar. Congratulations on successfully challenging the champion mode. Including the 100,000 prize money, you can get a total of 114,000 great xia coins. Please check if this is correct. A voice came from the bar. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Including the old man, he defeated a total of 14 contestants, which added up to 14,000. 114,000 great xia coins. You can choose to exchange them in the form of resources, currency, or any other form. Can I exchange resources directly? The staff's words perked up Qin Feng, and he immediately asked. What resources can be exchanged? Weapons, armor, combat skills, energy fluids, and beast crystals can all be exchanged. You can check them out here. As he spoke, a tablet-like device was handed out from the bar. Qin Feng took a look at it and was immediately shocked. Just like what the person just said, armor, energy liquid, and some other items that can be used for cultivation, almost everything is available here. It is comparable to a martial arts mall. No, this is probably a martial arts mall. Qin Feng said in his heart. Then he started to choose on the tablet. Although 110,000 daxia coins may seem like a lot, in reality, they cannot even buy a C-level combat skill. Even a D-level combat skill costs nearly 100,000. There was no way, Qin Feng could only give up the idea of buying combat skills and turn his attention to the energy liquid. Energy liquid is made by extracting the energy from the beast crystal and mixing it with other materials. It can quickly improve the qi and blood in the awakened person's body. The energy within the beast crystal is too violent and cannot be directly absorbed by the awakened person. The price of energy liquid is also very expensive. Even the lowest grade D-level energy liquid costs 100,000 yuan per bottle. Qin Feng was a little hesitant, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of his talent of infinite swallowing. Innate magical power, infinite devour level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to improve cultivation. Just buy some beast crystals and try it out. Qin Feng said in his heart, and then spoke directly. Help me exchange all these daxia coins for first-level beast crystals, with no restrictions on attributes. Beast crystal? Qin Feng's words startled the staff at the bar. Chapter 11 Devouring Beast Crystals, Targeting the First-Level Arena. Linhai No. 1 Middle School. This Qin Feng actually skipped class again. It seems I need to go to your house tonight. The head teacher, Lao Li, walked out of the classroom. Originally, the principal told him to bring Qin Feng to the principal's office to meet him in the afternoon. He waited for an entire afternoon, but no one showed up, and he couldn't get through on the phone. At this time, Mr. Li had already decided to go on a home visit in the evening. Although Qin Feng's awakened supernatural power is the lowest level F, judging from his performance today, his understanding is far beyond that of ordinary people. In the short term, this advantage is still very obvious. After all, low-level awakeners have limited development of their superpowers, and most of the time they still have to rely on combat skills to fight the enemy. If Qin Feng can make good use of his advantage in comprehension, he should have no problem getting into the martial arts university. This is also the reason why Lao Li is so concerned about it. It's time to go home from school soon, in the classroom. Didn't Brother Feng say he wanted to go to the fighting arena to see for himself? In the end, I didn't have any classes in the afternoon. What a pity. I had to go by myself. Li Fei muttered to himself, and then he and several other classmates who had made an appointment with him rushed towards the fighting arena. Observing the battles between the awakened ones in the fighting arena is also beneficial for students like them who have just awakened their superpowers. Of course, unlike other students who want to study, Li Fei, who has applied for the liberal arts major, is doing it purely for fun. Soon, the group rushed towards the fighting arena together. In a training room in the fighting arena. This fighting arena is really well equipped. Qin Feng said to himself as he walked into the training room. Before coming here, he thought that the fighting arena was just a place for fighting in the ring. What was unexpected was that not only could the bonuses be used to directly redeem various training resources, but there were even independent training rooms specifically provided for some players to use. After closing the door of the training room, Qin Feng looked down at the 3 beast crystals in his hand, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The 3 beast crystals were exactly what he had just exchanged, one of which was a mid-level first-order water attribute crystal, and 2 of which were early-level first-order earth attribute crystals. Because beast crystals cannot be directly absorbed by the awakened, they are much cheaper than energy liquid. Because it was the first time to try to devour the beast crystal, to be on the safe side, Qin Feng first took out a first-stage early stage 1 and placed it in his palm. Let us get started. Qin Feng said this in his heart, and then he immediately started to activate his innate magical power and swallow infinitely. A ball of black light can be seen appearing in the palm of Qin Feng's hand, and then the black light submerges the beast crystal in the palm of his hand that is shining with ochre light. After a few seconds, Qin Feng felt a violent energy appear in his body. In an instant, he felt his body swelling and a tingling sensation in various parts of his body. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Qin Feng's blood and energy surged, and loud explosions came from his body. Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. The next moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying sharp light flashed from his eyes. With his body as the center, an invisible aura surged out and spread out in all directions. The originally calm air around began to fluctuate like the tide. After a while, the violent momentum began to subside gradually, and the air became stable again. Success! Qin Feng's face showed joy. This was the first time he used his innate magical power since the system appeared. Before this, he was somewhat unsure. Fortunately, the final result did not disappoint him. Qi and blood have reached 67. It increased my Qi and health by almost 10 points. Bang! Qin Feng clenched his right fist and swung it forward suddenly. In an instant, there was a loud bang in the air. After his Qi and blood were improved, he clearly felt that his strength had become stronger. Continue. After his body gradually adapted to the surging blood and energy, Qin Feng took out another beast crystal and began to devour it. Half an hour later, the remaining 2 beast crystals have also been completely absorbed by Qin Feng. It can be seen that his body is now like a swollen ball, all over. The surging energy and blood kept bursting out from his body. After more than 10 seconds, the swollen body began to recover slowly, and the energy of Qi and blood gradually stabilized. Qi and blood increased to 92 points. A mid-stage first-level beast crystal can increase your health by about 15 points. Qin Feng clenched his fists and began to mobilize the energy and blood in his body. In an instant, a crackling sound came from his body. It feels really good to become stronger. If he met his previous self at this moment, Qin Feng would be confident that he could knock him down with one punch. It seems I need to change into clothes that are more resilient next time. Looking at the torn clothes on his body, Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter. When he just swallowed the first-level mid-stage beast crystal, his body swelled up almost twice as much, and now the clothes on his body have become almost like strips of cloth. At the same time, Qin Feng also realized one thing, that is, the energy his body can withstand is limited. The first-stage mid-stage beast crystal just now almost broke his body. If it was a second-stage beast crystal, he might have exploded and died. Although his innate magical power of infinite swallowing allows him to absorb energy without limit, his body cannot bear it. Qin Feng had anticipated this. After all, his cultivation was still in the awakening stage, and being able to devour a first-level beast crystal was already considered good. There were 3 beast crystals in total, which together increased his health by nearly 35 points. If he had F-level abilities, he might not be able to improve that much even in half a year. Next, it's time to improve my combat skills. Evolution points, 240. Looking at the remaining evolution points, Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly added them all to the thunder strike of the fighter plane. Thunderstrike, give me some more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 220 evolution points and reaching the perfection level with Thunderstrike. As the system broadcast sounded, Xin Feng's mind instantly gained a new understanding of the Thunderbolt. His body couldn't help but start moving. He put his 5 fingers together, used his palms as knives, and began to chop at the air continuously. Shay! Shay! The hand knife tore through the air, making a series of air-tearing sounds. After a long time, Xin Feng slowly stopped. The power of the Perfect Realm's Thunderbolt increased again, and Xin Feng could use it whether using his legs or arms. The combat power increased dramatically. Next, let's go directly to challenge the first level arena. After getting familiar with his current strength, Xin Feng walked out of the training room directly. He was ready to challenge the first level arena. But before that, he asked the staff here for a set of clothes. At the same time, Li Fei and his group arrived at the fighting arena at this time. Chapter 12 is a little bit difficult, but not much. Are you going to challenge the first level arena? Inside the fighting arena, a staff member said in great shock. Xin Feng nodded in response but did not explain anything. The staff member looked at Xin Feng with complicated eyes, but then still registered him. He had already recognized Xin Feng as the person who had successfully challenged the champion mode in the afternoon. After all, the white cat face mask was very recognizable. However, he believed that Xin Feng was overwhelmed by his victory in the morning and wanted to challenge the first level arena. If you sense danger in the ring, you can just shout surrender and the referee will intervene immediately. Finally, the staff gave a reminder. New. Xin Feng nodded indifferently. This was the rule of the fighting arena. The old man he had killed before was about to admit defeat, but he was stopped by him. Then, under the guidance of the staff, Xin Feng was brought to the first level arena area. Because he had already tested it once today, Xin Feng did not test his chi and blood this time. The martial arts arena believed that no one could improve his chi and blood too much in one day. Even if you take a bottle of D-level energy liquid, it can only increase your chi and blood by less than 10 points at most. But it was obvious that they were destined to miscalculate today. The fighting arena had separate areas for different levels of arenas, so when Xin Feng walked into the waiting area of the first level arena, no one noticed him. Everyone here just regarded him as an ordinary first level awakener. Audience seats. How strong can someone in the awakening stage be? The fights between them are not much different from those between us students. What's more, our cultivation has already reached the late stage of awakening, and breaking through to the first level is just around the corner. Therefore, coming here in advance to watch the battle between the First Order Awakeners will only benefit us, not harm us. Zhao Chang spoke to Luo Kai, who was standing beside him. Luo Kai nodded after hearing this. The two of them were the most talented students in Linhai No. 1 Middle School except Xu Yu. If they only rely on their own cultivation talents, it would be difficult to improve their cultivation to the late stage of awakening in such a short period of time. But just this afternoon, the principal gave each of these students who had awakened B-level superpowers a bottle of D-level energy liquid. It was only after taking the energy liquid that their chi and blood reached over 60 points. In addition to the two of them, Li Fei and several others also came here, but their seats were not together. It was almost evening, and more spectators came in. Soon, the seats around the first level arena were filled with people. The referee then went on stage and announced the official start of the ring fight. Just after he finished speaking, a young man with short black hair stepped onto the stage. It's Luo Xiao. Didn't he just achieve his 15th consecutive victory a few days ago and successfully challenge the champion mode? How? Is he going to continue challenging the champion mode today? Luo Xiao's cultivation has reached the middle stage of the first level, and his combat power has reached over 3,000. Unless someone from the late first level comes, it will be difficult to suppress him. The awakened ones who come to the fighting arena to participate in the fight are generally for money. Basically, there are very few late-stage first-level and second-level awakened ones who come to participate in the fight. After all, once one's cultivation reaches the late first stage, one already possesses a certain combat power. One can form a team to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, and can also obtain certain rewards. At this time, Xin Feng in the battle zone also focused his attention on the ring. This time he did not go directly onto the ring like he did in the awakening period ring. After all, this is a first-level arena. To be on the safe side, he decided to observe the situation first. Luo Xiao, let me meet you. A loud shout rang out in the arena, followed by a figure leaping onto the stage. It can be seen that this is a man who looks about the same age as Luo Xiu. After the man stepped onto the stage, he stared at Luo Xiu opposite him, his body tense, not daring to be careless. The fight begins. Following the referee's command, the man seized the opportunity, pushed off the ground with both feet, and rushed forward like a cannonball. Facing the man's attack, Luo Xiu remained calm, without a trace of panic. He moved his body quickly and instantly engaged in a fight with the man. Although the man's strength was good, there was still a clear gap between him and Luo Xiu. After more than 10 moves, he was knocked out of the ring by Luo Xiu's fire fist. As expected of Luo Xiu, facing this fire fist, I'm afraid that even an ordinary late-stage first-level cultivator would find it difficult to resist. Yes, the fire fist is a C-level combat skill, and judging by Luo Xiu's stance just now, he has at least reached the great perfection stage. Its power is extremely strong. Fire-type abilities, combined with fire-attributed combat skills, are indeed more powerful than ordinary combat skills. Qin Feng looked at the red-yellow flames surrounding Luo Xiu's fist on the ring and murmured softly. Attribute combat skills are combat skills created for the various attribute abilities of the awakened ones. They are slightly more powerful than ordinary combat skills of the same level. However, attribute combat skills also have limitations and can only be practiced by awakened people who possess the same attribute abilities. Looking at the fire fist that Luo Xiu performed on the ring, Qin Feng was no longer in a hurry to get on the ring. Soon, following the man, several more people came onto the stage to challenge Luo Xiu. But without exception, they were all easily defeated by Luo Xiu. This person is very powerful. And that fire-based combat skill is no less powerful than the Thunderbolt, and its power is equally formidable. Luo Kai and Zhao Chang in the audience stared at the ring without blinking, especially Zhao Chang, who had also awakened the fire ability. He stared at the fire fist that Luo Xiu was performing, as if he wanted to learn this fighting skill in this way. But this is obviously impossible. If one wants to master a combat skill, besides teaching them like Zhang Long did in the school before, another method is to directly use the combat seal. The battle seals are engraved by awakened ones above level 7, and they contain their understanding of combat skills. Generally speaking, using battle seals can allow the awakened to master a combat skill faster, and some geniuses can even get started in one go. However, the corresponding price of the war seal is also extremely high. For someone like Zhao Chang, wanting to learn another person's fighting skills just by watching the other person's fighting scenes is nothing but a pipe dream. Not long after Luo Xiu defeated another person, Zhao Chang closed his eyes and a look of regret appeared on his face. I can't do it. Zhao Chang laughed at himself. I'm afraid only those top geniuses who have awakened S-level superpowers can do this. At the same time, Qin Feng uttered a low whisper. It's a little bit difficult, but not much. Fire Fist C rank, entry 1%. Chapter 13 Come Alive, Dead Ghost. S-level superpowers are truly terrifying. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he learned another C-level combat skill. Now I can master C-level combat skills just by watching the battle scenes. If I absorb the Red Lotus Karma Fire later. By then, with 2 S-level superpowers at my disposal, my cultivation talent will surely become even more terrifying. We've defeated another one. This makes us the 9th one now. It seems that he will succeed in this challenge again. The people below the ring were talking about it, and those contestants who had not yet entered the stage were already backing out. Luo Xiu on the ring also looked at the referee at this time. The other party instantly understood what he meant and stepped forward to announce the result. But at this moment, he saw a figure flash by, and then a figure wearing a white cat face mask appeared on the ring. It was Qin Feng. White cat face, could it be him? When the referee saw the familiar cat face mask, he immediately thought of the person who successfully challenged the champion mode in the afternoon. It's probably just a coincidence that we're wearing the same mask. The referee thought to himself that since someone else had stepped onto the ring, the fight would continue. This guy actually dared to go up there. He's really a lunatic. In a secluded place, the young woman looked at Qin Feng, who walked onto the stage with a gloomy face. She had been paying attention to Qin Feng's movements, so she recognized him at a glance. Who is this person wearing a mask? Is he a hidden boss? What a bullshit boss. Look at how many people are wearing masks here. Are they all bosses? But even if he's not a big shot, this guy's strength shouldn't be weak. After all, Luo Xiu has defeated so many people. Under such circumstances, he still dared to step onto the stage. He must be very confident in his own strength. While everyone was discussing, Luo Xiu on the ring was frowning. Awakening period? He sensed that the qi and blood in Qin Feng's body were very weak, not even reaching the first level. In this case, unless Qin Feng has practiced some kind of combat skill that can conceal his qi and blood, or his qi and blood are simply so low. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Qin Feng did not speak, but just nodded lightly. His information was clear inside the fighting arena, so there was no need to hide it at this time. Fuck, he's in the awakening stage? A rookie in the awakening stage is going to challenge Luo Xiu? Crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. In the audience. There's something like this happening when the awakening stage challenges the middle stage of the first stage. It seems that today's trip was not in vain. Li Fei couldn't help but say, but for some reason, when his eyes fell on the figure wearing a white cat face mask on the ring, he felt a vague sense of familiarity. Zhao Chang and Luo Kai, who were not far away from him, shook their heads at the same time. The gap between the awakening stage and the first stage was huge. Even they could not fight across a major realm. At this time, whether it was the audience or the contestants, they all thought that Qin Feng could not win, and some even shouted at Qin Feng to get off quickly. However, compared to those people, there was one person who remained very calm, and that was Luo Xiu on the ring. Luo Xiu looked at Qin Feng opposite him expressionlessly, his calm eyes showing no fluctuation at all. He did not look down on his opponent just because he was in the awakening stage. Anyone who dares to challenge a first-level awakener during the awakening period is either a madman or a true genius. Luo Xiu warned himself in his heart that no matter which one it was, neither of them was easy to deal with. He's quite a cautious person. Luo Xiu's performance also cheered Qin Feng up. Soon the battle between the two began. Luo Xiu took the lead in launching the attack. He moved his feet quickly, taking 2 steps at a time to get to Qin Feng, and then suddenly punched out. In order to test Qin Feng's true combat power, he did not use any combat skills in this punch. If Qin Feng's strength was only at the surface awakening stage, then this punch would be enough to kill him. Facing the attack, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. Instead of retreating, he advanced and raised his fist to collide head-on with him. The next moment, the two fists collided with each other. In an instant, Luo Xiu's brows frowned, and then his body could be seen shaking and taking a step back. Qin Feng on this side took 2 steps back. What the hell? Brother, did I see it right just now? Luo Xiu took a step back? At this moment, everyone on the field was shocked. Who on earth is this white cat? Repelling a first-level awakening stage, this combat power is really a bit exaggerated. Continue. On the ring, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Luo Xiu, who was in the middle stage of the first level, was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered since he awakened his supernatural powers. Similarly, Luo Xiu was shocked, but also began to get excited. Anyone who can possess first-level combat power during the awakening period is definitely an extraordinary genius, and it is extremely rare to be able to fight against such a genius. War. Luo Xiu let out a low roar, and powerful energy and blood surged out of his body, and red-yellow flames covered his fists. Fire Fist. After seeing Qin Feng's fighting power, Luo Xiu also became serious and used his strongest attack right from the start. Qin Feng no longer hesitated upon seeing this. Coincidentally, he also wanted to finish collecting the bonus as soon as possible. With a thought, the Chaos Divine Thunder was activated in an instant. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of dense electric current surging came from Qin Feng's body. After his cultivation broke through to the late stage of awakening, the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder also increased. Under Qin Feng's manipulation, tiny blue arcs of electricity surrounded his hands. Then Qin Feng put his hands together, used his palms as knives, and chopped straight forward. Strike with thunder! She! She! Wherever the hand knife passed, the air was like a stream of water being cut off, causing ripples. The next moment, the lightning hand knife and the flaming fist collided with each other. At the moment the two came into contact, Luo Xiu felt an extremely violent force transmitted through his arm to his body. With a muffled groan, he covered his arm and took several steps back. At this moment, Luo Xiu only felt that his arm was about to be disabled and he had no feeling at all. What a domineering lightning power! Luo Xiu was extremely shocked. He knew that he had lost the battle. Tearing the air with bare hands, is this possible? The thunder of the perfect realm. In the audience, Zhao Chang and Luo Kai stared blankly at the figure on the ring, their eyes full of shock. And that lightning ability actually suppressed Luo Xiu's fire ability. Without paying attention to the shocked looks of the crowd, after the referee announced the result, Qin Feng directly collected the prize money and left the fighting arena. Haha, he's actually a top genius. In that case. After secretly watching Qin Feng leave, the young woman showed a sinister smile on her face, then took out her cell phone and sent a message. Come back to life, you bastard. Chapter 14 Inexplicable Assassination. On the street shrouded in darkness, a figure walked on the street. It was Qin Feng who had left the fighting arena. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening and the streets were empty with almost no one in sight. As he walked, Qin Feng reviewed what he had just gained. According to the rules of the fighting arena, after he defeated Luo Xiao, all the prize money he had won from defeating his opponent would belong to him. There were nearly 200,000 daxia coins. This time, Qin Feng did not choose to exchange for resources, but had them transferred to his account. Qin Feng already had a plan for this money. In addition to the bonus, Qin Feng also obtained 60 evolution points, which he did not waste and directly added to his qi and blood. As a warm current appeared in Qin Feng's body, his qi and blood increased by another 6 points, reaching 98, which was only one step away from the first level. Qin Feng was very satisfied with today's gains, but he also knew that his behavior today would. It's okay to come to the fighting arena once or twice, but if you do it more than once, you will definitely be blacklisted. After all, a fighting arena has to make a profit. If everyone is like him, it would be considered good if the fighting arena doesn't lose money. Another point is that in the fighting arena, people are fighting against humans, but the real enemies of the Great Xia Kingdom now are the ferocious beasts and the myriad races who are eyeing the human race covetously and trying to completely destroy the human race. Qi and blood have reached 98, and I will be able to break through to the first level tomorrow. In that case, tomorrow we will first go and get certified as a first level awakener, and then go directly outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. Now there is only about half a month left before the college entrance examination. He wants to take advantage of this time to improve his cultivation and combat power as much as possible. In this world, although S-level superpowers are very rare, it does not mean that they do not exist. Qin Feng does not think that he is invincible just because he possesses S-level superpowers. Hunting ferocious beasts outside the city allows you to directly absorb beast crystals to improve your cultivation, and you can also take the opportunity to hone your combat skills. Qin Feng walked towards Hope Community while thinking about the arrangements for the next few days. But at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Feng looked up and saw a middle-aged man and woman walking side by side. Something's wrong? He said to himself. Qin Feng noticed something unusual. If he had just met two ordinary pedestrians, Qin Feng would naturally not care. But he noticed that since the two of them appeared, they had been staring at him vaguely. Is it a fighting arena? Or? Qin Feng became alert, and the Chaos Divine Thunder was activated in an instant, hidden on the surface of his body and under his clothes. He was ready for battle. At this time, Qin Feng was less than 10 meters away from the two men. Without knowing their strength, if he turned around and ran away directly, it might alert the enemy. So Qin Feng planned to observe the cultivation of these two people first. On the surface, Qin Feng continued to walk forward with an expressionless face as before, but in fact, his whole body was tense, like a cannonball, ready to go. 8 meters, 5 meters. Soon, the distance between the three people was getting closer and closer. Late first stage, kill him. Just when the distance between the two sides was only 3 meters, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he roughly judged the other party's cultivation level. Without the slightest hesitation, a burst of dense electric current surged suddenly sounded, and the blue arc shone dazzlingly in the dark night. Strike with thunder. Qin Feng pushed off the ground with both feet, and with a sudden exertion of force, his body shot out like a cannonball. Because the distance was close, the two men had not even reacted before Qin Feng's figure had already arrived in front of them. Stop him. In a hurry, the woman quickly took a step back and hid behind the middle-aged man. Isn't he just a kid who hasn't even reached the first level? Is that so important to you? The middle-aged man seemed a little disdainful of the woman's behavior. In his opinion, both of them were in the late stage of the first stage. Could he be defeated by a little brat who just awakened his superpowers and hasn't even reached the first level? Thinking this in his mind, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand to grab Qin Feng's kick, as if he wanted to grab his leg with his bare hands. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light when he saw this. The middle-aged man's contempt just gave him an opportunity. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng immediately mobilized the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder and gathered it on his right leg. The dense blue arcs made a crackling sound. It was not until this time that the middle-aged man seemed to notice something unusual, but it was obviously too late. With a bang, Qin Feng's right leg, like a sharp axe, hit the middle-aged man's chest heavily. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. It finally stopped after hitting the guardrail on the side of the road. What a pity that he didn't kill it directly. Looking at the middle-aged man lying beside the guardrail and still gasping for breath, Qin Feng showed a trace of regret on his face. However, although he did not directly kill the middle-aged man, he had already lost his ability to fight. He was breathing out more than breathing in, so all he could do was wait for death. "Who are you and why are you targeting me?" Qin Feng turned to look at the woman and asked in a low voice. "You, what are you talking about? What's targeting you? Didn't you attack my lover right away? I've just asked the law enforcement team for help. You'd better leave here as soon as possible." The woman spoke nervously, still holding the phone whose screen had just gone off, as if she had really notified the law enforcement team as she said. He. However, Qin Feng simply sneered at this. If this woman really dared to notify the law enforcement team, it would actually save him trouble. Oh. Law enforcement team? What a coincidence. I just called them and they should be here in less than 10 minutes. When that happens, let them thoroughly investigate who is trying to harm whom. Qin Feng said with a sneer. The woman's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She didn't expect that Qin Feng could see through her concealment at a glance. We can't keep him. The woman thought to herself that she had been exposed now. If she let Qin Feng leave, she would be caught by the law enforcement team sooner or later. Given what she had done in the past, if she fell into the hands of the law enforcement team, she would definitely be in a state worse than death. The woman, thinking this in her heart, reached out and took out a dagger. Sizzle! Sizzle! Then there was a sound of electric current surging, and blue arcs of electricity were seen wrapping around the dagger. It's also a lightning ability. Looking at the dagger wrapped in blue electric arc, a solemn look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The woman's cultivation level was at the late first stage, a whole realm higher than his, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. Chapter 15 Kill, Awakener Alliance. Lightning Strike. At night, a soft shout was heard from the dark street, followed by a dazzling blue light flashing in the night sky. The woman was holding a dagger wrapped in blue electric arcs and rushed towards Qin Feng. Swish! A blue arc of electricity drew a curve in the air, like a bolt of lightning. Faced with the woman's attack, Qin Feng did not resist rashly. The other party's cultivation level was already one major realm higher than his, and now he was holding a dagger, which obviously gave him a huge advantage. Under Qin Feng's full force, the Chaos Divine Thunder immediately turned into tiny blue arcs of electricity that surrounded his body. In this state, Qin Feng's body reaction ability and movement speed had been significantly enhanced. Shay! Shay! The sound of breaking through the air was heard one after another. Although the woman had tried her best, Qin Feng dodged every attack. How is this possible? His cultivation is only at the awakening stage. How could he have such strong reaction ability and speed? The woman was becoming more and more shocked. She originally thought that the middle-aged man was just careless and was severely injured by Qin Feng, but now it seems that Qin Feng's frontal combat power is not weaker than theirs. No, the law enforcement team will be here soon. We have to find a way to get out of here quickly. At worst, we can just move to another city and start over. The woman thought this in her heart, and after using the dagger to force Qin Feng back again, she turned around and wanted to escape from here quickly. I'm sorry, I can't let you go now. Thunder Fist. Seeing the woman about to leave, Qin Feng began to switch from defense to offense, clenched his fists, and smashed hard at the woman's back. Bang! The fist blew away the air, making a sound of breaking through the air. The woman's face changed slightly when she noticed the movement behind her. The middle-aged man in front of her was beaten half to death by Qin Feng. So when facing Qin Feng's attack, she didn't dare to take it head-on and could only barely dodge it by leaning sideways. But in this way, she couldn't continue to escape. The woman felt extremely depressed at this time. Facing Qin Feng, she could neither beat him nor escape from him. I just don't believe it. I'm a late-stage first-level cultivator. How can I not outlast you, a kid in the awakening stage? The woman thought so in her heart. At the same time, at the other end of the street, several figures appeared. I saw that these people were wearing black uniforms, black windbreakers, and standard long swords, looking very cold. Captain Chen, there are faint supernatural fluctuations coming from nearby. Judging from the movement, they should only be a few first-level awakeners. The man called Captain Chen is a middle-aged man, and he is the captain of this team. Search separately. If you find anything, notify each other immediately. Don't act rashly unless you are absolutely sure. Captain Chen said in a heavy tone. Yes. After the words fell, several people quickly dispersed. Alas, the city has become increasingly unstable recently. It seems the good old days are gone forever. Captain Chen sighed, then flashed and rushed in one direction. 5 minutes later. The deceased were a man and a woman, both at the late first stage of cultivation. The man was first struck in the chest by a heavy object, and then his neck was crushed by someone stepping on him, resulting in his death. A man wearing glasses began to report. As for the other female victim, even without him saying it, Team Chen and his men had already figured out the cause of her death. They saw a sharp dagger stuck in the woman's chest, and red blood was slowly flowing out from there. Investigate the identities of these two people. Also, notify the security department and have them retrieve the nearby surveillance footage to check for any suspicious individuals. After a brief inspection of the scene, Captain Chen calmly gave orders. They are all members of the city's law enforcement team. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up and several people quickly left. Hope Community. A tall figure appeared at the entrance of the community. It was Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was emitting a hint of hostility, giving people a feeling that no one should approach him. Today was his first time killing someone in the fighting arena. He hadn't fully adapted to the situation yet, and now he killed 2 people in a row. Although they were all people who deserved to die, Qin Feng was still somewhat uncomfortable. It was obvious that the middle-aged man and woman were here to take his life, although Qin Feng ultimately did not get any useful information from the woman. But he also had some vague guesses in his mind. So far, he has only revealed his strength and information in the fighting arena, so these 2 people must have some kind of ulterior motive in the fighting arena. Even if they are not from the fighting arena, they must be connected to someone there. Wait in the fighting arena. I've made note of this. Call. Thinking this in his heart, he took a deep breath, made some simple adjustments, and then walked directly into the community. After returning to the community, Qin Feng simply washed up and went to bed to rest. As for the bodies of the middle-aged man and woman who were killed, Qin Feng knew that the law enforcement team would not be able to find him in a short time. After all, who would believe that he, a high school student who had just awakened his superpowers, could kill 2 first-stage late awakeners? No words all night. Qin Feng slept until dawn. After getting up, he turned on his mobile phone and was about to talk to his class teacher, Lao Li, about the registration fee. Homeroom teacher Lao Li, Qin Feng, you skipped class for no reason. Aren't you going to go back to school? Lao Li, I'm going to visit your home after school this afternoon. Wait for me at home. In the class group, there were more than a dozen messages and more than a dozen missed calls. This? Is there nothing for Lao Li to talk to me about? Qin Feng murmured softly. When he rushed to the fighting arena yesterday, he found that his cell phone was turned off. As for what he said to the woman later and what he said about notifying the law enforcement team, it was naturally false. Buzz. At this moment, the phone vibrated again. It turned out that Lao Li had sent an angry expression in the class group again and it at him. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng decided to go all out and directly transferred 20,000 daxia coins to Li Fei, asking him to help pay the registration fee and ask for leave for him. After doing all this, Qin Feng turned his phone to silent mode. First, go to the Awakener Alliance to certify as a first-level awakener, and then go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Qin Feng thought this in his heart, then washed up, went downstairs to have a simple breakfast, and took a taxi directly to the Awakener Alliance in Linhai City. Chapter 16 Certification of First Order Awakener. Another leave request. Could it be that Brother Feng has really received some incredible opportunity and is about to soar to the sky from now on? At the gate of number 1 middle school, Li Fei looked at the message on his mobile phone and muttered to himself, but then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Let's first think of a way to deal with Lao Li and help Brother Feng sign up. Just like that, Li Fei walked into Lao Li's office with a complicated expression. Please ask for leave, please ask for leave. Go back and tell him that if he doesn't pass the mock exam in a week, he won't have to take the military exam. Lao Li's angry voice echoed in the office. Linhai City, Awakener Alliance Building. The Awakener Alliance is the official organization of Dasha. After every Awakener breaks through to the first level, they can come here to complete the certification and officially become an Awakener. After successful certification, you can receive a certain allowance every month according to the level of the Awakener. And there will be a generous reward for the first certification. However, Qin Feng didn't care much about these things. What he cared about was the breathing method. As everyone knows, every Awakener can go to the Awakener Alliance to obtain a breathing method that suits him or her after breaking through to the first level of cultivation. By practicing breathing techniques, one can more quickly absorb the spiritual energy scattered between heaven and earth and strengthen oneself. So many people? Qin Feng came into the hall and looked at the dense crowd of people in front of him, and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Today is Wednesday, and there are still so many people here." Looking at the figures coming in and out around him, Qin Feng sensed the powerful energy and blood power from these people. Judging from the power of qi and blood alone, no one here is weaker than him, but this is normal. After all, being able to come here means that these people are at least first-level Awakeners. Following the sign, Qin Feng came to the window for applying for certification as an Awakener. Inside the window was a girl with short hair and a cute look. "Hello, I'm here to get certified as a first-level Awakener." "Okay, please fill in the information. Once you're done, you can proceed to the next step." The short-haired girl who heard the voice spoke and handed Qin Feng a form. Forehead? So young? But when she looked up and saw Qin Feng's handsome face, she was slightly stunned. "How old are you?" The short-haired girl blurted out and spoke again. "Just turned 18. Qin Feng spoke as he reached out to take the form. "Really?" After hearing Qin Feng's age, the short-haired girl said something in her heart, and a complicated look flashed across her face. Then, after a brief struggle, she finally spoke. "Student, if you want to take a good look at the Awakener Alliance building, I can show you around for free. You don't need to be certified as an Awakener." The short-haired woman spoke, especially emphasizing the word free. In fact, it was not her fault. Before, there were young people who came into this building under the guise of certified Awakeners, wandering around and taking some photos. How could this be a certification? It was clearly to satisfy his youthful vanity, to prove he had been to the Awakener Alliance building. I don't know what's wrong with those people's minds. It's as if just by coming to this building, I can become a true awakened person. So later the building changed the rules. Certified Awakeners can pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan first, which will be refunded if the certification is successful. If the certification fails, the deposit will not be refunded. Since then, the workload of staff has been greatly reduced. At this time, the short-haired girl regarded Qin Feng as a young man whose vanity was at work. "No. I'm here to certify the awakened ones." Although Qin Feng was a little confused about what the short-haired girl said, he didn't pay too much attention to it and directly handed the completed form to her. Oh well. Faced with Qin Feng's rejection, the short-haired girl was a little disappointed, but she didn't say much. After confirming that the information Qin Feng filled out was correct, she stretched out her hand and pointed him in a direction. "You can proceed to the next step of the qi and blood test." "Good. Xiaofeng, you are too kind. You should teach these vain young people a lesson. These people have just turned 18, and some have even just awakened their special abilities, yet they come here to be certified as first-level Awakeners. They have no self-awareness at all. People with this kind of mentality will suffer great losses on the battlefield in the future." After Qin Feng left, a man sitting opposite the short-haired woman spoke earnestly. Xiaofeng just shook her head and didn't say much. She had just seen the information about Qin Feng, a senior high school student at Linhai No. 1 Middle School, which made her even more convinced that he was just here to have some fun. Qin Feng naturally had no idea what these two people were thinking. At this time, he had already arrived in a closed room. Qi and blood testing room. As the name suggests, this place is used to test the energy and blood of the awakened. Qin Feng, who came here, handed the information in his hand to a staff member. Linhai No. 1 Middle School, a senior student. The staff member was slightly stunned, but did not say anything more. He just turned his back to Qin Feng and operated the instrument beside him. "Put your hand in there." The staff member, too lazy to say anything more, pointed to a round hole on the instrument. Qin Feng didn't care about this. He took a step forward, raised his right hand and reached into the passage. The qi and blood tester can accurately test the current qi and blood of the awakened person, with an error controlled within 0.1%. At this moment, Foam only felt that his arm was temporarily fixed in the passage, and then a slight tingling sensation came from his thumb. After a moment of stinging, Foam felt his arm regain its movement. Drop. 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 Just after he pulled out his arm, the instrument made a prompt sound, and then a line of red numbers appeared on the screen of the instrument. 102. Foam was not surprised at this number. His qi and blood had reached 98 points last night. With his current talent, it was normal to increase his qi and blood by 4 points in one night even without deliberate practice. Okay, the test failed, can you? The staff here was about to send Foam away, but when he saw the line of red numbers, he was stunned for a moment. Qi and blood 102, how is this possible? The staff's pupils widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. For him, the qi and blood of 102 was not shocking. Here he could see countless awakened people whose qi and blood far exceeded 102 every day. But what shocked him was Qin Feng's identity, a senior high school student who had just awakened his special abilities. Is he a genius? Or is it because of age? The staff thought so in their hearts. Some high school students would awaken their special abilities early due to their age, and he guessed that Foam was one of them. Can we proceed to the next step? Seeing that the staff was still standing there in a daze, Foam couldn't help but speak. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Is this a human being? Yes. Yes. The staff member who reacted immediately nodded, and a respectful expression immediately appeared on his face. Next is the combat test, please follow me. Even though Foam is the kind of high school student who awakens his superpowers early, the fact that he was able to break through to the first level in such a short period of time is enough to prove that he has extraordinary talent. When this kind of person grows up, his achievements will definitely far surpass his, and he cannot afford to offend him. Soon the two came to a first-level combat power tester. Although qi and blood are the standards for measuring the realm of an awakened person, combat power is the most real reflection. After all, qi and blood can be improved by energy liquid and other external objects, but combat power is a real existence. In the past, there have been awakened people whose qi and blood met the standards, but their combat power did not meet the standards. Therefore, the certification of awakened people requires not only testing of qi and blood, but also testing of combat power. Foam, standing in front of the tester, took a deep breath, held his breath, and then suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Along with the loud crashing sound, the red numbers on the tester screen began to soar rapidly. 200, 500, 800. The initial value soared directly from 200, and soon reached 1000, and continued to soar upwards. 1000, 1100, 1300, 1500. Fuck! When the value reached 1500, the staff couldn't help but swear. A combat power of 1500 is simply not something that an awakener who has just broken through to the first level can achieve. Just as he was extremely shocked, he noticed that the value was still rising. 1800, 1900. Isn't it going to break 2000? A combat power of 2000 can only be achieved by a first-stage mid-level awakener, and Foam's blood and qi are only 102. The staff was a little confused. The final value remained at 2100. It's broken through 2000. The staff widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Under normal circumstances, the combat power of an awakener with similar qi and blood to Foam can reach a maximum of 1500. Even if he uses combat skills, it is difficult to break through 2000. Etc. Combat skills? He hasn't used his combat skills yet? Hiss. The staff gasped. 2100 combat power is pretty good. Next, let's try using combat skills and supernatural powers. Foam murmured. He already knew the rules for testing combat power when certifying an awakened person, and could freely use combat skills and abilities. As long as you attack the tester 3 or more times in a row, the final score will be calculated based on the average value. Thinking of this, Foam took a step back, clenched his fists, and the blood in his body surged, emitting a powerful aura. Thunder Fist. In an instant, blue light wrapped around his fist. He raised his right arm, rotated his waist, and his fist suddenly blasted out like a cannonball. Boom! A louder vibration than before was heard, and the value on the instrument that had already been refreshed began to soar again. 500, 1000, 1500. 2000, 2500. This. Boom! Just when the value on the instrument reached 3,000, the instrument flew out and hit the wall behind it heavily. The huge impact force caused several cracks to appear on the wall made of special materials, and a burst of black smoke came out of the tester. Is this still a human being? The staff who witnessed all this couldn't help but swear again and smashed the tester with a punch. He has worked in this building for more than 10 years and has never seen such a scene. Blasted? Xin Feng was also a little confused at this time. He was so busy testing his combat power that he forgot that the combat power tester had an upper limit for the combat power test. The upper limit of the first level combat power tester is 3,000. Obviously, the punch he just threw has exceeded the combat power of 3,000. I was just testing my combat capability. I shouldn't need to pay for any damage to the tester. Xin Feng muttered to himself. The staff twitched their lips when they heard this. You know, each combat power tester is very expensive, and even a first-level tester costs nearly 1 million daxia coins. But what Xin Feng said was not wrong. He was just testing his combat power normally, so it was not his fault that the tester was damaged. Sizzle! Sizzle! Looking at the tester that fell to the ground and started smoking, the staff member looked worried. My grade should be considered passing, right? At this moment, Xin Feng turned and asked the staff. Passed. Passed. The staff nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and what he was thinking was, you're more than qualified. You've exceeded the standard by a huge margin. After learning that his grades were qualified, Xin Feng turned around and left. After his chi, blood, and combat power were tested and passed, he just had to go to the hall and ask the staff there to enter his information. We have to leave the city soon, so we can't waste too much time here. Thinking this in his heart, Xin Feng couldn't help but quicken his pace of leaving. However, in the eyes of the staff, his behavior gave people the feeling that he was absconding from the crime. Let's report this to the director immediately and see how he handles it. The staff member thought this and ran away from here. In the hall. Taking advantage of the time while waiting in line, Xin Feng looked around carefully. This hall is like a shopping mall, with more than a dozen windows that look like stores. There are various materials, combat skills, weapons, and equipment for sale. The Awakener Alliance building is not only the place where Awakeners are certified, but also the largest trading market in Linhai City except for the Blue Ocean Trading Company. Compared with the Blue Ocean Mall spread all over Daxia, it is only one step behind. Uncommon awakened people are everywhere here, some come for certification, and some come to buy equipment and resources. You can take a walk here later. Xin Feng thought so in his heart. 5 minutes later. Xin Feng, who had successfully completed the information entry, was led by a staff member to the elevator and arrived at the top floor of the building. That person has already become a first-level awakener at such a young age. What a genius! Yeah, judging from his appearance, he probably isn't even 20 years old. He has an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Some people noticed Xin Feng coming to the top floor and started talking about it. They all knew that there was only one type of person who could be taken to the top floor, and that was those who had completed the first-level Awakener certification and needed to receive the breathing method. At the same time, Director's office. Wang Ping sat on the chair with a worried look on his face. Recently, fewer and fewer people have successfully certified as awakened ones, and his performance has also been reduced by half. For this, he was even condemned by Minister Yang. Boom! Boom! Just then there was a knock on the door. Enter! A staff member walked into the office with a nervous look on his face and said to Wang Ping, Director, a first-level tester was blown up. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping instantly became angry and shouted without thinking. What that idiot did? I've told you so many times not to let high-level awakeners attack low-level testers. Don't they know the price of testers? Who blew it up? Take me there. Director, that person's HP was only 102, yet he managed to hit 2,100 without using any combat skills. And he's still a senior in high school. Try to find. Wang Ping was stunned before he could finish his words. Hurry, take me to him immediately, immediately. Chapter 18 fit 100%, exploded again. Top floor of the building. Breathing techniques absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, improve chi and blood, polish the physique, and strengthen oneself. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also has different attributes. Depending on the type of superpower, breathing techniques also have different attributes. In a closed room on the top floor, a staff member was carefully introducing information about breathing techniques to Qin Feng. Your ability is elemental, lightning related, so the only technique suitable for you is thunder spirit breathing. Qin Feng thought about it after hearing this, and then asked, "Can the same awakened one practice multiple breathing techniques simultaneously?" The staff member was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then instinctively shook his head. But at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and after a look of hesitation, he spoke. Normally, a person can only practice one breathing method, but there are some exceptions. There are some geniuses who awaken two superpowers at the same time. They will choose two different breathing methods according to the type of superpower. However, practicing two breathing techniques simultaneously would waste a lot of time. Generally speaking, only when both abilities are at level B or above would one choose to practice them simultaneously. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard half of the sentence, but he ignored the second half of the staff member's words. B level, still far from his S level ability. After breaking through to the first level, Qin Feng clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved. He estimated that once his cultivation reached the second level, he would be able to integrate the S-level supernatural power, the Red Lotus Karma Fire. By then, with two S-level superpowers, his cultivation talent will reach an unprecedented level. What's more, with the existence of the system, it is not difficult for him to practice two breathing methods at the same time. Let's test your compatibility with the Lei Ling breathing method first. The staff member stood up and walked to a metal cabinet. After entering the password, he took out a fist-sized blue crystal from it. This is a thunder crystal. Simply place your hand on it and activate your supernatural powers. The crystal will automatically test your compatibility with the thunder spirit breathing technique. Is the breathing method still compatible? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Before this, he had never come across this kind of information. Don't worry, under normal circumstances, as long as you have a superpower of the same attribute, even if it is a D-level superpower, the compatibility with the breathing method can reach 20%. You can practice breathing techniques normally. The staff member who noticed Qin Feng's behavior began to explain. As he spoke, he took out another crystal from the metal cabinet beside him. This is a test crystal of fire attribute. After saying that, he placed his hand on the test crystal, and then a burst of hot energy emanated from his body, and instantly the crystal emitted a dazzling red light. Qin Feng noticed that the crimson light occupied about 2/5 of the crystal. My ability is C-level, fire type, and the compatibility with the fire spirit breathing technique is about 40%. Normally, the higher the level of the ability, the more compatible it is with the breathing technique. You try it. As long as the compatibility reaches 20%, I will teach you the breathing method. The staff member's eyes fell on Qin Feng, and at the same time he reached out and handed over the test crystal. Being able to raise his cultivation to the first level in his third year of high school, his ability level should be at least B level, and the compatibility should be around 60%. With such talent, he would be considered a genius in Linhai City. He thought so in his heart. Good. Qin Feng reached out to take the test crystal, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. The moment he held the test crystal, Qin Feng began to mobilize the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder in his body. Crack! Crack! In an instant, dense thunder and lightning roared on the scene, and a dazzling blue light began to bloom on the test crystal. The dazzling blue light made the staff member open his eyes wide. In his sight, the blue light had covered the entire test crystal. This is? The staff had dull eyes and a look of disbelief on their faces. The blue light completely covered the test crystal? 100% fit? This is impossible? The staff exclaimed. At the same time, the blue light that had completely covered the test crystal continued to grow, and tiny cracks began to appear on the crystal. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the test crystal exploded. It exploded again? Qin Feng was speechless. He hadn't even fully activated the power of the Chaos Thunder, but the test crystal couldn't hold up. Monster! The staff member who witnessed this scene was horrified. He then left after saying a few words. Wait for me here. I shouldn't have to pay for this. Looking at the staff member's back, Qin Feng touched his nose awkwardly. What he wanted to say was that he really didn't mean it. The other side. When the staff member just walked out of the secret room, he ran into Wang Ping, who looked anxious. Director! The director, whom he usually tried to avoid, was like a savior in his eyes at this moment. Director, someone burst the test crystal while testing the compatibility of the breathing technique. At this time, Wang Ping was looking for the person who blew up the combat power tester. When he heard that even the test crystal was blown up, he was stunned. Could it be that these two are the same person? An incredible idea arose in Wang Ping's mind. A minute later, a handsome and tall young man appeared in front of Wang Ping. It was Qin Feng. 102 HP, combat power over 3000, the compatibility is suspected to have reached 100%. Genius, absolute genius. At this moment, Wang Ping's eyes were burning. When his gaze fell on Qin Feng, it was as if he saw a peerless beauty and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Ahem. Director Wang, since my compatibility has reached the required level, can you teach me the breathing technique? Qin Feng spoke. Wang Ping's scorching gaze made him feel uncomfortable, and at this moment he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Yes, yes. Qin Feng's words made Wang Ping realize that his previous actions were a bit inappropriate, and he nodded repeatedly. Then he personally took Qin Feng to a secret room, took out a jade slip emitting blue light and handed it to Qin Feng. This is the Thunder Spirit breathing technique personally engraved by a master-level expert. You still have 3 opportunities to practice it. It should be enough for you to reach the entry level, or even a small level of success. Thanks. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and took it directly. At this time, he also saw something. He first blew up the combat power tester, and then blew up the test crystal. Not only did they not hold him accountable, but the director here even personally entertained him, which already says something. Little brother, this is my business card. If you have any questions in Linhai City, you can call me directly. Okay, thank you, Director Wang. Chapter 19 Wilderness Base, Forced Purchase and Sale. What? A cultivator at the early stage of the first stage blew up the combat power tester and even the test crystal. And a senior in high school? Wang Ping, who was holding the phone, heard a shocked sound in his ears. Yes, Minister, this is a true genius. Wang Ping was also excited. Qin Feng obtained the Awakener certification from them. As long as he can grow up in the future, the benefits they will get from him will be immeasurable. Especially on the other end of the phone, Minister Yang, who is the director of the Linhai branch of the Awakening Alliance, also serves as the director of the Linhai City Education Bureau. Therefore, he attaches great importance to geniuses like Qin Feng. Which school is he from? Tell me all his information immediately. Also, tell him to wait inside the building for a while. I'll be there soon. Minister Yang's voice sounded again. 10 minutes later. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion came to the top floor of the building. He was Minister Yang of the Alliance branch. The person has already left. After learning that Qin Feng had left, Minister Yang showed a trace of regret on his face, but then he looked at the information in his hand. Qin Feng, from Linhai No. 1 Middle School. You are such a good guy, young Zirong. You actually hid such a treasure from me. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Yawn. At the same time, the principal of No. 1 Middle School, who was far away in the principal's office, suddenly sneezed. Could it be that my nephew is blaming me again? On the nearly 100-meter-high city wall, city guards in military uniforms were patrolling the surroundings. In order to prevent the invasion of ferocious beasts, such walls were built around every city in Daxia, and there were city guards patrolling 24 hours a day. At this time, a figure came to the city gate. It was Qin Feng who left the Alliance building. There are several city guards guarding the huge city gate that is more than 10 meters high, and the identity of every awakened person entering and leaving will be verified. Qin Feng lined up behind the team leaving the city and soon came to a guard. 18-year-old first-level awakener. The guard looked at Qin Feng thoughtfully, and then didn't say anything more. Going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts is a personal choice, and he has no power to interfere. Good luck, young man. Thanks. After confirming the information, Qin Feng walked directly out of the city gate. There was a large open space outside the city gate. Qin Feng roughly judged the direction and set off towards the south of the city gate. He had already checked the information about the wilderness in advance and built a wilderness base in the south of Linhai City. The base has a history of several decades and was built specifically for the awakened ones who hunt ferocious beasts outside the city. After years of development, the facilities in the base have become very complete, and that is exactly Qin Feng's goal. The entrance to the base was crowded with people, including lone wolves and small groups of 3 or 5. There are quite a few people. Not long after, Qin Feng appeared here. Looking at the base in front of him where people had to queue up to enter, he sighed in his heart, and then stood silently at the back of the team. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng entered the base. Looking around, the base covers a large area, enough to accommodate thousands of people at the same time. D-grade healing fluid, affordable, powerful, limited time and quantity. Specializing in alloy weapons, D-grade, C-grade, and even B-grade as long as the funds are in place. Outer area, Black Ape Forest. We're still missing one teammate. The lowest combat power is at the late first stage. All kinds of shouting sounds came into Qin Feng's ears, giving him the feeling that it was just like the market in his previous life. Qin Feng just took a quick glance and then looked away. Little brother, this is your first time out of the city to the wilderness base. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, a voice came from behind him. Looking back, I saw a thin middle-aged man. You can see that he had a smile on his face at this moment. Little brother, you dare to go out of the city alone at such a young age. You are really courageous. Facing the middle-aged man's flattery, Qin Feng remained expressionless and spoke lightly. What's up? Faced with Qin Feng's slightly indifferent attitude, the middle-aged man didn't care and continued to speak with an embarrassed smile on his face. Little brother, this is your first time at the base, so you probably don't know the situation around here. You have to know that there are many ferocious beasts in the wilderness, and if you are not careful, you may die in the mouth of a beast. I have a map of the area around the base, which details the types and levels of the beasts in each area. I think you really need this map, little brother. Map? Qin Feng frowned. In an unfamiliar wilderness, if you really have a map, it will really help you get twice the result with half the effort. At least he won't accidentally enter the area where high-level ferocious beasts are. However, Qin Feng remembered that the distribution of ferocious beasts around this base had long been officially counted and announced, and could be obtained by going to the office at the center of the base. The actions of the middle-aged man in front of him were somewhat intriguing. How much is a map? Qin Feng asked with pretended interest. It was originally 10,000 yuan per copy, but since I see we get along well, I'll charge you 8,000 yuan. Oh, then I have to thank you. As he spoke, Qin Feng's eyes grew colder. It was obvious that the middle-aged man thought he was a sucker. A free map is sold for 8,000 yuan. They are really greedy for money, he thought to himself. At this time, the middle-aged man also noticed Qin Feng's changes, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Boy, since you've already seen it, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Qin Feng up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, and finally paused for a moment on a black bracelet on his hand. Since you can afford a weapon ring, it means you don't need the $10,000. If you're smart, buy this map right away. Oh. How come it became 10,000 yuan again? Wasn't it 8,000? Qin Feng sneered. As for the weapon ring mentioned by the middle-aged man, it was given to him by Director Wang when he bought weapons in the Alliance building. The weapon ring is a prop similar to a storage ring. It has an independent space inside where weapons can be stored. However, because the internal space is small, it can only store weapons. 8,000 yuan is the price I quoted to the sensible little brother just now, not you. The middle-aged man had cold eyes and a dangerous aura emanated from him. Qin Feng was not afraid at all. A fierce light flashed across his face. Just as he was about to speak, a delicate cry came from the side. Chen Mu, you're forcing a sale here again. There were 5 people in the group, and the one who spoke first was a tall woman wearing a black battlesuit. The woman frowned slightly, walked forward angrily, and stood in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 20 Kind Zhang Cheng, all surnamed Chen. Is it you? Looking at the woman standing in front of Qin Feng, a hint of viciousness flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. This person's name was Zhang Cheng. She had been cheated by him once at the very beginning, but only once. Later, as Zhang Cheng's level increased, I was smart enough not to cause trouble for her, but I didn't expect that she would stand up to protect a newcomer. If Zhang Cheng was alone, he would naturally not be afraid, but at this time Zhang Cheng had a team of 5 people behind him. Feeling a little apprehensive, he didn't continue and just snorted coldly. Hey, kid, you're lucky. But you can't escape the consequences, so you'd better not leave the base these few days, otherwise? He. After sneering twice, Chen Mu turned around and left. Another unlucky newcomer has been targeted by Chen Mu. Looks like there's going to be something interesting to watch. This little guy is the same. It's only 8,000 yuan. Just give it to him. Spending money will ward off disaster. That guy Chenmu just broke through to the second level a while ago, and this newcomer looks like he just broke through to the first level. Damn it, damn it. Strength is one thing, but you all know that the reason Chenmu dared to do this in the base is that there must be someone behind him. The commotion here attracted the attention of people around. Linhai City is just a small city, and the awakened ones in the base are not very strong. The second level is already considered strong. Newcomers like Qin Feng are mostly first-level awakeners, and it is obvious that they cannot be Chenmu's opponents. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Zhang Qing, who was protecting Qin Feng behind him, had a slightly changed expression. Then he turned to Qin Feng and said, although Chenmu often does some shameful things, he is quite powerful. To be on the safe side, you should not leave the base recently. Fighting is prohibited within the base. Even if he is very brave, he would not dare to attack you directly within the base. Thanks. Although he was not afraid of Chenmu's threat at all, the girl in front of him had just come to his aid and was now reminding him. Qin Feng was still somewhat grateful to her. You're welcome. Chenmu likes to target newbies. Even I was tricked by him once. Zhang Qing waved her hand generously. Don't the managers in the base care about his behavior? Qin Feng frowned. Zhang Qing looked hesitant when she heard this, then stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Chenmu has a backer in this base, so he dares to do such a thing. I heard that his backer is one of the managers of this base. Xiaoqing, the time is almost up, we should go and submit the task. Hearing her teammates calling her, Zhang Qing immediately responded and then reminded Qin Feng again. Remember, don't leave the base in the next few days. She's such a kind-hearted girl. Looking at the backs of Zhang Qing and her teammates leaving, Qin Feng nodded secretly. No matter in which world, there are not many good people. People who have been caught in the rain may not think about holding an umbrella for others, but how to destroy other people's umbrellas. Just like the scene just now, it goes without saying that among those people watching the excitement around, 9 out of 10 are people who have been cheated by Chenmu. But they did not stand up to stop Chenmu, most of them were gloating. Only Zhang Qing took the initiative to stand up. In this world, such a character is extremely rare. However, Zhang Qing may not know that Qin Feng never took Chenmu seriously from the beginning to the end. He was just an awakener who had just broken through to the second level and could not withstand the bombardment of the Chaos Divine Thunder. After Qin Feng received a free map of the surrounding areas of the base at the office in the center of the base, he bought a tactical backpack with the largest capacity. As for the healing fluids sold in the base that can quickly heal injuries, and the energy bars that can provide the energy needed by the body, Qin Feng had already bought them when he was in the Alliance building. After everything was prepared, Qin Feng spread out the map and began to check the situation around the base. The areas recorded on the map are divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Level A is the strongest, and it is basically filled with late-stage second-level ferocious beasts, and even third-level ferocious beasts can be found. To be on the safe side, Qin Feng set his sights on the C-level area, which was full of first-level ferocious beasts. First, hone your combat skills here, and then rush to Area C. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. After setting the target, Qin Feng walked towards the exit of the base. Similar to when entering the base, there was also a very long queue at the exit of the base. There are lone rangers like Qin Feng, and there are also small groups of 3 or 5. They are all awakened people who are preparing to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. There are so many people. Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless, but he had no choice but to follow the rules and quietly line up at the back of the queue. Hunting ferocious beasts can not only exchange for rewards in the base, but the materials from the beasts can also be sold at a high price. This is also the reason why countless awakened people go to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. After all, humans and ferocious beasts are natural enemies, so there is no guilt in killing ferocious beasts. I hope the beasts around here haven't all been killed? Just then. Get out of my way. A rough voice came from the back of the crowd. Qin Feng turned around and looked when he heard the voice. A team of 5 people appeared at the back of the team, led by a young man with an arrogant look on his face. Led by the young man, the team came directly to the front and cut in line openly. Those queuing up are all awakened teams, and many of them are stronger than the team led by the young man. But surprisingly, these teams all condoned the young people's behavior of cutting in line. Even the staff acquiesced. You're quite sensible. The young man chuckled and immediately led the team out of the base and into the wilderness. Not long after they left, a loud noise was heard. Fuck, what's so cool about that? He's just relying on having a good uncle. If it weren't for his uncle, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Someone took the lead and others followed suit to complain. After a while, Chen Feng understood what was going on. It turned out that the young man's name was Chen Feng, and his cultivation was at the late first stage. His strength was only average in the base. But his uncle Chen Jun is a third-level strongman and one of the managers of the base. Chen Jun doted on his nephew very much and had already greeted him in the base. Chen Jun. Chen Feng? Chen Mu? This can't be a coincidence, right? Chen Feng thought so in his heart. Forget it, I hope you don't mess with me, otherwise I don't care who your uncle is. Chapter 21 Top Combat Awareness. Outside the base. Brother Feng, shouldn't we take action against that kid now? Chen Mu, a thin middle-aged man, was saying something to a young man with a respectful look on his face. The young man was Chen Feng. Although Chen Mu was almost twice his age, he did not feel uncomfortable at all when being addressed as brother. If we attack this guy now, wouldn't that be giving him a bargain? This is free labor. When he returns to the base in a few days, he should bring a lot of beast crystals with him. By then, all of them will be ours. Chen Feng said with a sinister look on his face. Chen Lin was stunned when he heard this, but then he reacted very quickly and forced a smile on his face. Ha, it turns out that Brother Feng is the one who thinks things through. Okay, go back and keep an eye on those newcomers. If you find a suitable target, just take action. Don't worry about anything. Chen Feng waved his hand, then called on his teammates behind him to leave. Damn, this guy really doesn't leave any chance for me to survive. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Chen Mu said in his heart. He made a small profit by selling maps to those newcomers. After all, for an awakened person, 10,000 great xia coins were nothing. Even if you hit a wall sometimes, at most you will just get a lesson. But the value of beast crystals is completely different. Everyone knows that the most valuable thing on a ferocious beast is the beast crystal. Stealing someone's beast crystal is tantamount to taking away their opportunity. But that kid doesn't look like a pushover. Chen Mu thought of Chen Feng, but then shook his head. So what if he's not a pushover? He has a good uncle. Good luck to you, kid. Base exit. So young? Looking at the handsome young man in front of them, the staff was a little surprised, but they didn't say much and let him go. The young man was Chen Feng. Walking out of the base, there is a passage in front of you that is more than 10 meters long, and outside the passage is the wilderness. Soon, Chen Feng came out of the passage and looked at the endless wilderness in front of him. Beasts, here I come. After confirming the direction, Chen Feng strode over. Not long after, a dense forest appeared in front of Chen Feng. This was the sea level area. Chen Feng looked solemn when he came here. This was his first time in the wilderness, and he was a little nervous, but more excited. Swish! Swish! Just at this moment, the grass in front trembled slightly. Chen Feng looked up and saw two black shadows rushing out from the grass and rushing towards him at a very fast speed. Black Magic Rabbit, level is early stage 1. With just one glance, Chen Feng determined the type and level of the other party. Bang! Bang! Without any panic, Chen Feng seized the opportunity and quickly threw two punches, directly taking care of the two black magic rabbits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the first stage black magic rabbit. You have obtained 50 plus 50 evolution points. At the same time, the system broadcast sounded in Chen Feng's mind. It seems that as my combat power increases, I gain fewer evolution points by killing opponents of the same level. He remembered that yesterday in the fighting arena, he had gained about 40 evolution points by killing those opponents in the late awakening stage, but now he only had 50 in the early stage of the first stage. In this case, we can only kill a few more. Chen Feng stepped forward, took out a dagger from his tactical backpack, took out the beast crystal from the black magic rabbit's body, and put it into his backpack. Then without stopping, he quickly left the place. Half an hour later. Bang! A giant dog, as tall as a man, fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. There was a tall figure beside the giant dog, it was Chen Feng. Including this late-stage first-stage Bloodfang Hound, we've only encountered 3 ferocious beasts in the past half hour. The ferocious beasts around here should have been cleared out long ago. He frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. It's a waste of time to stay here, let's go directly to the B-level area. He didn't even use his special powers to kill this late-stage first-level Blood Fong dog. Roughly speaking, Qin Feng felt that if he used all his strength to activate the Chaos Divine Thunder, his combat power would be at least in the middle stage of the second level, and even the average late stage of the second level might not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and took out the beast crystal of the Blood Fang dog. Then he exerted force with his legs and quickly moved deeper into the forest. 10 minutes later. As he went deeper, a huge monster appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was a fire leopard that was over 2 meters long and covered with crimson hair. Early stage 2, flame leopard. Thanks to the school's teachings, Qin Feng recognized the ferocious beast in front of him. Roar! Looking at the human being that appeared before it, the flame leopard did not act like those first-level ferocious beasts. Instead of launching an attack right away, it first let out a low growl of warning, and then stared at Qin Feng with its beastly eyes. Oh, a beast actually knows how to test his opponent's strengths. With a cold snort, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Feng's cold eyes. As the level of the beast increases, its intelligence will also become higher and higher. Experts have studied that the intelligence of a fifth-level ferocious beast is equivalent to that of a human child in his teens. As for the myriad races, they are even more intelligent than demons, just like the spiritual species, who have the intelligence of adults when they are born. Roar! On the court. After a brief test, the flame leopard gradually became excited. It found that the human in front of it was the weakest human it had ever met. After a low growl, the flame leopard opened its bloody mouth, and suddenly exerted force with its strong limbs, rushing towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face darkened and his body gradually tensed up. Facing an opponent like the flame leopard, he began to get excited. The blood in his body surged, and a powerful aura was released from him. Just as the flame leopard came to Qin Feng, his body quickly dived down. While dodging the attacks of 2 sharp claws, he arrived at the belly of the fire leopard. With murderous intent in his eyes, he clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand together like a knife and then slashed forward fiercely. Strike with thunder. Sizzle. Sizzle. A blue arc of electricity instantly wrapped around the hand knife, like a lightning blade. Phew! The lightning blade slashed out quickly, turning into a lightning strike, directly tearing a huge hole in the belly of the fire leopard. The next moment, red blood gushed out from there, but Qin Feng's body had already dodged to the side. Roar! The abdomen was torn open, and the severe pain made the flame leopard let out a painful roar, and then fell to the ground shaking. The flame leopard's weakness is its abdomen. If it had been in any other position, Qin Feng's attack would not have achieved such an effect. Call! Qin Feng let out a light breath, and his tense body gradually relaxed. Then he stepped forward, took out the flame leopard's beast crystal, turned and left. As Qin Feng walked, he recalled the battle just now. Just now, when the fire leopard pounced on him, the action he made was almost subconscious. Before awakening his superpowers, he definitely didn't have such a reaction speed. It seems that the Chaos Divine Thunder has brought me an all-round improvement. Not only my supernatural power and cultivation talent, but also my combat awareness is top-notch. Chapter 22 Attacked by people from the Celestial God Cult? Huff! Huff! In the dense woods, a behemoth nearly 4 meters in size was staring fiercely at a figure in front of it. The 2 huge fangs sticking out of its mouth emitted a cold light. A mid-stage second stage tusk boar. I'll use you as a training ground. Standing opposite the tusk boar was Qin Feng, who was holding a black tang sword in his hand, and the black blade was extremely sharp. The black tang sword was the D-grade alloy weapon he bought in the Alliance building, worth hundreds of thousands of dasha coins. Most of the prize money I won at the fighting arena yesterday was used to buy this tang sword. The man and the beast confronted each other, and finally the tusk boar took the first move. Its huge body was like a small mountain, rushing towards Qin Feng's location quickly. At this moment, Qin Feng vaguely felt that the ground was shaking slightly. Sure it! 2 huge fangs tore through the air and stabbed forward like 2 spears. In response, Qin Feng kicked the ground with his feet and dodged to the side, easily resolving the attack of the tusk boar. Next, the tusk boar kept turning its body to charge at Qin Feng, but he dodged them all without exception. As expected, the tusked boar is a purely power-type beast. Due to its large size, its reaction speed is much slower. 10 minutes later, the tusk boar's offensive began to gradually weaken. Qin Feng's expression was calm, and he didn't even breathe a breath. Now, I can deal with a mid-stage second-order beast just by relying on my physical reaction ability. If I can master a physical combat skill, it will be even more perfect. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. Then he looked up at the tusk boar, and a fierce light flashed in his dark eyes. Almost. Seeing Qin Feng looking at him, the tusk boar raised its head and let out an angry roar, then its huge body tensed up like an arrow and rushed forward. This time Qin Feng did not choose to dodge. He was holding a black tang sword in his hand, and a violent energy surged out of his body. Crack! Crack! The sound of thunder exploded on the field, and with the naked eye, blue arcs of electricity surged out from Qin Feng's palm and wrapped around the black blade. Lightning strike! Holding a black knife in his hand, he rushed out suddenly, like a flash of lightning, and headed towards the tusk boar. Phew! A red bloodlight splashed out, and the huge body of the tusk boar trembled violently, followed by a sharp pain from its abdomen. Shay! Shay! Before it could react, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the blade wrapped in lightning was like a lightning blade, slashing fiercely on the body of the tusk boar. Until finally, with a loud bang, the huge body of the tusk boar fell to the ground. The ground shook. Compared to Thunderstrike, its destructive power is somewhat inferior, but its advantage is its fast attack speed. Qin Feng murmured. The lightning strike was what he learned last night when he fought against the woman who came to attack and kill him. Not long ago, with his efforts and the help of evolution points, he successfully reached the state of perfection. After putting the black knife in his hand into the weapon ring, Qin Feng took a step forward and prepared to take out the beast crystal. Bang! But at this moment, a sound of breaking air came from behind. Qin Feng, who had noticed something, quickly dodged to the side. The next moment, a huge rock half a person's height fell on the place where he had just stood. Your reaction speed and combat power don't seem like those of the first level. A gruff voice came from behind. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at him coldly. A sturdy man with a simple appearance appeared there. The man held a nearly 2-meter-long saber in his hand, and the silver-white blade emitted a threatening cold light. I have to say, young man, you are a genius to possess such powerful strength at this age. Although it was a compliment, a fierce light flashed across the man's honest face. Hand over the beast crystal and cut off one of your arms, and I will let you go safely. Killing people and stealing treasures, aren't you afraid that the law enforcement team will find out and track you down if you do this? Qin Feng's expression was cold. Law enforcement team, young people are really too naive. Hunting ferocious beasts is inherently dangerous. It's perfectly normal for a first-level awakener to die in the wilderness. The man sneered, raised the saber in his hand, and pointed the blade directly at Qin Feng. Young man, you'd better make a choice quickly. I don't have time to waste on you. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He couldn't understand the man in front of him. He had only been in the wilderness for less than half a day, and he had less than 10 beast crystals in total, and most of them were first-level beast crystals. These beast crystals alone have limited value and are not enough to attract the covetousness of a man with cultivation in the late second stage. No, his target is not the beast crystal, it's me. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly changed. Are you from the celestial god cult? Oh, you figured it out. The man whose identity was exposed was a little surprised, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Since you have guessed my identity, I can no longer keep you here. Killing a genius like you will earn you a lot of rewards. After he finished speaking, the man held the knife in both hands and slashed forward with all his strength. Hurricane slash. A strong wind was wrapped around the silver-white blade, and it was like a wind blade, slashing towards Qin Feng fiercely. Facing the man's attack, Qin Feng looked solemn and did not dare to be careless. He tightly grasped the black knife in his hand, the blood in his body surged, and the chaos divine thunder was stimulated in an instant. Crack! Crack! Exploding blue arcs of electricity surged out of his body and instantly covered his entire body. Then Qin Feng's figure moved as fast as lightning. While dodging the attack, he attacked the man from the other side. Holy crap, such quick reaction time? Qin Feng's attack came too fast, catching the man off guard, but he was a late second stage awakener after all, so he reacted quickly. Call! I saw an invisible gust of wind wrapped around him, and then his strong body became extremely flexible. He just slightly turned sideways to avoid Qin Feng's attack. Lightning strike! Swish! But before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, a blue light was reflected in his pupils. The black blade wrapped in blue electric arcs rushed towards him like lightning. In a hurry, the man frantically activated his wind attribute ability to try to avoid the attack. Phew! But in the end, he was still a step too slow, and the black knife slashed across his shoulder, splashing a red bloodlight. The intense pain made the man cry out in pain. You have to know that his cultivation level is at the late second stage, but he was actually injured by a first-level awakener. Could it be that he has S-level abilities? The man covered his shoulder and quickly took a few steps back, his eyes full of fear. Chapter 23 Counterattack, Increase Cultivation Points. The Celestial God Cult is a force formed by humans who betrayed the human race and defected to all other races. All those who join the Celestial God Cult are extremely vicious. In order to become the running dogs of all races, they take pride in hunting down human geniuses. In order to disintegrate the human race from within, all races began to support the Celestial God religion. Not only did they invest a lot of resources, but they also set up various reward mechanisms. One of them was that as long as one could successfully hunt down a human genius, one could obtain the essence and blood of all races. The fusion of the essence and blood of all races can not only enhance the power of the awakened one, but in the end it can even transform one into a complete member of all races. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, those people in the Heavenly God sect were just a bunch of idiots, who were just being used as running dogs by all the races. Absorbing the essence and blood of all races and becoming one of all races is just a foolish dream. Crack! Crack! Qin Feng looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes, and a strong murderous intent emanated from him. Regardless of whether this person is a member of the Heavenly God sect or not, the moment he attacked him, Qin Feng would not let him leave here safely. I miscalculated. This kid's ability level is at least A level, or even S level. We need to leave here quickly. At this time, the man also realized the gap in combat power between him and Qin Feng. Without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to flee. Qin Feng naturally couldn't let him leave. Lightning flashed on his body, and the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder was fully unleashed by him at this moment. Crackling! Crackling! The terrifying roar of thunder and lightning came from him, and then Qin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed. Boom! A blue lightning bolt as thick as a baby's arm surged out from his body, like a lightning snake, and hit the man heavily. The man who was struck by lightning froze in place. Crack! Crack! The exploding lightning raged through his body, completely annihilating his vitality. In the end, the man didn't even have time to use his magical skill, the transformation of the gods, and he turned directly into a charred corpse. Energy release, S-level superpower? After the last 8 words appeared in the man's mind, he completely lost consciousness. As we all know, first-level awakeners can only use the power of supernatural powers in a preliminary way, while second-level awakeners can attach supernatural powers to weapons or bodies to enhance their strength. Only a third-level awakener can release his supernatural powers to harm the enemy. However, there is an exception, that is, S-level supernatural power. S-level superpowers can be used to harm the enemy from the moment of awakening, and the attack power far exceeds the power of the awakener himself. If the man knew that Qin Feng possessed S-level supernatural powers, he would not dare to attack Qin Feng even if he had 100 times the courage. Ha ha! Qin Feng was breathing heavily, with beads of sweat on his forehead. The man's cultivation was at the late second stage, while he was only at the early first stage, more than one major realm away. If the Chaos Divine Thunder was not powerful enough, he would have no chance of winning this battle. At this time, the energy, blood, and supernatural power in his body had almost been exhausted. In fact, if the man chose to fight him head-on, not to mention defeating Qin Feng, there would still be a great hope for him to save his life. After dealing with the man, Qin Feng did not stay for long and left quickly. The Celestial God Cult is a powerful organization, and there is a high possibility that he has companions nearby. He is extremely weak now. If another person with the same cultivation level as the man comes, he will be in danger. As Qin Feng left here, he took out a beast crystal from his backpack. His innate magical power of infinite swallowing was activated, and in an instant the beast crystal was covered by a black light. A warm energy appeared in his body, replenishing the energy and blood that had just been consumed. Swish! Swish! More than 10 minutes later, 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the place where Qin Feng was just now. This is Old Wu's body. Ha, it seems he's failed. The thin man walked up to the charred body and sneered. Another woman also showed a look of disdain on her face. What a waste. Well, since Old Wu is dead, the mission will be completed by the 2 of us. The Lord Protector has issued a death order this time, requiring us to find the person who caused the strange phenomenon in Linhai City yesterday. He even planned to go to Linhai in person for this purpose. The thin man spoke slowly. As for the people around this wilderness base, they are being entertained by Lin Kai. The woman did not refute this. She nodded and left quickly with the thin man, one after the other. The other side. At this time, Xin Feng had already arrived at a hidden location, absorbing beast crystals to replenish the energy in his body. Half an hour later, a pair of dark eyes suddenly opened, and a blue electric light flashed in them. A strong aura emanated from Xin Feng. During this half hour, he absorbed a total of 3 first-level early beast crystals. The energy and blood consumed in his body have been restored to normal, and the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder has also been restored to a large extent. At this time, the innate magical power and the horror of infinite swallowing gradually emerged. If it was an ordinary awakener, in the state he just was in, even with the supply of energy liquid, it would take at least half a day to slowly recover. It only took him half an hour, and that was when he was recovering in a low-key manner in order not to cause too much noise. If he used all his strength to activate infinite swallowing and directly devoured the second-level beast crystal, then this time would be shortened by half. After his body recovered, Xin Feng opened the system panel with a thought. Name, Xin Feng. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Early Stage 1. Chi and Blood, 130+. Spirit, 33+. Constitution, 11% Ordinary+. Breathing Method, Thunder Spirit Breathing Method Perfect. Combat Skills, Lightning Fist D Perfected, Thunderbolt C Perfected, Fire Fist C Perfected. Innate Magical Power, Infinite Devour Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to improve cultivation. Evolution Points, 350. Although he used the energy of the 3 beast crystals to recover, his chi and blood still increased a bit, reaching 130. The number of evolution points has also reached an unprecedented high of 350. Nearly 100 of these evolution points were given by the man he had just killed. At this time, Xin Feng began to think about how to distribute these evolution points. After using up all the times on the jade slip to practice the Lei Ling breathing method yesterday, he achieved a small success. Then he directly used evolution points to add points to reach perfection. But now Xin Feng discovered a problem. He had the innate magical power of unlimited swallowing. He only needed to swallow beast crystals or directly add points to advance his cultivation. So at this stage, breathing techniques are not of much help to him. In terms of combat skills, they have basically reached perfection. Now, in addition to ferocious beasts, there are also people from the celestial god cult appearing in this wilderness. We must first improve our combat capabilities. First, raise your cultivation to the middle stage of the first stage. Xin Feng quickly made a decision in his mind. Then he started to add points, and the evolution points were quickly used up, and he felt the surge of energy and blood in his body again. 350 evolution points directly increased his chi and health by 35, reaching 165, which was not far from the first stage of the middle stage. Continue to devour the beast crystals. Chapter 24 Returning to the base, being stopped. Boom. Rumble. After swallowing a second-level beast crystal, Xin Feng heard a burst of explosion sounds inside his body. The powerful energy and blood surged in his body like a wave. At this moment, he only felt hot all over and a swollen pain in his limbs. Tear. With a tearing sound, his shirt was instantly torn apart by his expanding body. After nearly a minute, the violent energy and blood in the body slowly stabilized. Xin Feng also changed from a muscular man back to his original handsome man. Mid-stage 1. Feeling the powerful energy and blood in his body, Xin Feng couldn't help but smile. Now he has gradually become addicted to the feeling of becoming stronger. Nothing is more fascinating than watching his own strength grow stronger. 3 days later. A figure exuding a fierce aura was running quickly through the jungle. His face was grim, and his dark eyes narrowed slightly, emitting an intimidating cold light. The figure was Xin Feng. Compared to 3 days ago, his temperament has changed greatly. The student aura he had before had disappeared, and he now looked like a hunter who had been dealing with ferocious beasts for years. I can't let you get away like this. At this moment, Xin Feng suddenly murmured. Sizzle. Sizzle. The next moment, a sound of dense electric current surged out from his body, and blue arcs as thick as thumbs appeared and surrounded his body. Under the amplification of thunder and lightning power, Xin Feng pushed off the ground with his feet, and his whole body seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, rushing forward. In front, less than 200 meters away from Qin Feng, there was a huge black shadow. As you can see, this is a cat with black scales all over its body. Black-scaled cat, a late-stage second-order ferocious beast. Although it is called a cat, its body length is nearly 2 meters, which is much larger than an average tiger. Aim. Sensing the movement behind it, the black-scaled cat suddenly screamed, sped up again, and ran forward. Humans are indeed cunning. They look so weak, but their combat power is terrifyingly strong. This is what the black-scaled cat was thinking at this moment. Originally, it took the initiative to provoke Qin Feng after sensing that he was only at the first level of cultivation, but it did not expect that Qin Feng would directly crush it in terms of combat power. If it hadn't run so fast, it might have been killed by now. Swish! But at this moment, a blue shadow shot out from behind it like lightning and blocked the black-scaled cat. It was Qin Feng. Qin Feng hooked his finger at the black-scaled cat, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a playful smile. This black-scaled cat is the most powerful of the second-level ferocious beasts he has encountered in the past few days. Both its melee attack ability and reaction ability are extremely strong. Qin Feng was filled with fighting spirit. He stretched out his right hand, and as his blood and energy surged, a black knife appeared in his hand. Squeak! Seeing that it couldn't escape, the black-scaled cat became ferocious and opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. Whoosh! The next moment, the black-scaled cat suddenly exerted force with its limbs, and its huge body turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who was about to take action, seemed to have noticed something and his expression changed slightly. I was wondering why you got so brave. It turns out reinforcements are here. Swish! Qin Feng's figure flashed and his body moved to the right. 2 black shadows appeared at the same time where he was originally standing. 2 black-scaled cats. Meow! Meow! The 2 black-scaled cats shouted to each other and then locked their eyes on Qin Feng at the same time. The 2 pairs of beast eyes emitted a frightening cold light. Whoosh! In an instant, one of the black-scaled cats turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Qin Feng. The other one was constantly wandering around, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Facing 2 late-stage second-order ferocious beasts at the same time, Qin Feng not only did not feel a trace of fear, but felt extremely excited instead. Crack! Crack! The Chaos Divine Thunder was stimulated by him, and a burst of dense thunder and lightning roared from him. He turned around, dodging the attack of the black-scaled cat, and suddenly swung his sword forward. Strike with thunder! The lightning from the thunder explosion wrapped around the black blade, transforming into a streak of lightning that fiercely slammed towards the black-scaled cat. Whoosh! But at this moment, another black shadow rushed out, and another black-scaled cat launched an attack on Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't choose to endure this. After dodging the attack by turning sideways, he quickly retreated to create some distance between him and the attacker. Then the man and the 2 beasts began to fight. The 2 black-scaled cats, one attacking and one defending, cooperated very well and caused Qin Feng a lot of trouble. However, with his top-notch combat awareness, Qin Feng quickly adapted, and as time passed, he began to gradually gain the upper hand. Finally, he seized the opportunity and directly used the power of Chaos Thunder to summon a bolt of lightning to severely damage one of the black-scaled cats. In an instant, the black-scaled cat was charred all over and fell directly to the ground, lifeless. The remaining one was eventually chopped off by Qin Feng's sword. Qin Feng then stepped forward, took out the beast crystals of the 2 black-scaled cats, and put them into his tactical backpack. After 3 days of hunting, the tactical backpack was now bulging. A rough estimate is that there are at least dozens of beast crystals. Almost there. These beast crystals are enough for me to train until the college entrance examination. Qin Feng muttered to himself, then turned and walked towards the outskirts of the jungle. There is less than half a month left before the college entrance examination, which is enough time for him to absorb all the beast crystals. Qin Feng was confident that he could raise his cultivation to the 2nd level before the college entrance examination. By then, he would be able to fuse the Red Lotus Karma Fire. A 2nd level awakener with dual S-level abilities should be enough to win the top prize in Jiangnan province. Before coming to the wilderness, Qin Feng had looked up some information. Last year, the top scholar in Jiangnan province was a 2nd level awakener who also possessed S-level abilities. Although Qin Feng has not yet encountered other awakened people with S-level superpowers. But Qin Feng is confident. He is not afraid of anyone at the same level, even if his opponent also has S-level abilities. On the way back, Qin Feng also met other awakened people. When these people saw his bulging back, greed flashed in their eyes. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. The fact that he was able to kill such a large number of ferocious beasts was enough to prove that the other party was a ruthless person, and such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. However, when Qin Feng was more than 2,000 meters away from the entrance of the base, a team of awakeners appeared in his sight. A team of 5, each carrying a bulging backpack. The leader was the arrogant young man named Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned slightly when he saw these people, but he didn't care too much. If these people dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. At this time, Qin Feng also noticed Qin Feng, especially when he saw Qin Feng's backpack. His eyes lit up. Then he raised his hand and called to a strong man beside him, "Go and grab his back. If he dares to resist, just attack him. Don't worry about anything." Qin Feng did not deliberately lower his voice when he spoke. Not only Qin Feng heard it, but also some awakened people passing by heard it. However, these people seemed to be accustomed to this scene. They simply quickened their pace and left quickly. Some kind-hearted people even gave Qin Feng a look, signaling him to give in. Chapter 25 Strike first and gain the upper hand. Sir, we're getting close to the wilderness base. There are several level 3 awakeners there. Do we really have to go there to hunt them down? In a hidden path, more than a dozen figures appeared, led by a young man in black. The young man's name was Lin Kai. Like the man killed by Qin Feng, he was a member of the Heavenly God sect. Similarly, the people who followed him were also believers of the Tiantian religion. The responsibility of those responsible is to protect the safety of the base, and they will not leave the base easily. As long as we are fast enough, we can leave before those people arrive. Facing the report from his subordinates, Lin Kai waved his hand expressionlessly. Old Man Li and that scoundrel have both gone to Linhai City to carry out their mission, and I can't leave them behind for too long. After completing this job, I can gain a lot of merits. Counting the previous stock, it is enough for me to exchange for a drop of blood essence. As long as I absorb one more drop of blood essence, my talent ceiling will be raised again, and it is possible to reach the 4th level later. A strange look flashed in Lin Kai's eyes. Like many followers of the Tiantian religion, Lin Kai's own talent for cultivation is not superior, and his ability level is only D. If he practiced normally, he could only reach the 2nd level, but now he has reached the 3rd level. This is the effect of the essence and blood of all races. In the Tiantian sect, all believers are eager to obtain the essence of all races, improve their talents, and increase their combat power. However, precisely because of this, the essence and blood of all races has always been in short supply within the Celestial God sect. In order to obtain the essence and blood, one must be a believer who has made great contributions. Keep going. Everyone, cheer up. I'll guarantee that this mission is completed. I'll ask the deacon for a drop of blood essence to share among you. Lin Kai's words instantly perked up the people around him, and excitement appeared on everyone's face. Only Lin Kai had a hidden sneer on his face. The other side. The strong man who received Qin Feng's order didn't say much, but took a few steps forward and came to Qin Feng. During this period of time, the strong man was having a great time. Grab from everyone you meet. Many awakened people who are stronger in combat and have higher cultivation than them dare not speak out when faced with their plundering because of Qin Feng's identity. You can only choose to donate a portion of the beast crystals. Since following Qin Feng, he has almost never taken the initiative to hunt ferocious beasts. The beast crystals obtained from robbing people are enough for him to exchange for a large amount of resources. In the past, this was something he would never have dared to even think about. Therefore, the teammates who followed Qin Feng were all extremely loyal to him. Even though they knew that what Qin Feng asked them to do were shameful things. Boy, if you hand over your backpack, I'll spare your life. The burly man who came up to Qin Feng spoke. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Feng's backpack. At this moment, he thought that Qin Feng would choose to swallow his anger and hand over the beast crystal obediently like those people before. Shie. But in the next moment, a black light flashed before his eyes, and he felt a chill on his wrist. Bang! Then he saw a hand fall to the ground. Why does that hand look so familiar? The strong man said this in his heart, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Ugh! The strong man let out a scream, and only then did he realize that the falling hand was his. What's wrong with Wang Liang? Hearing the screams in front of him, Qin Feng frowned. But in the next moment, the scream stopped abruptly, and then Qin Feng saw the strong man in front of him, Wang Liang, falling backwards with his head raised. It can be seen that there is a hideous wound on Wang Liang's neck, and bright red blood is gushing out from there like a fountain. But the most eye-catching thing is the black-haired boy behind the blood-red fountain. His dark eyes emitted a cold light, and Qin Feng, holding a black knife, exuded a strong murderous intent. He had obtained the beast crystals by risking his life to hunt down ferocious beasts, so how could he give them up to others? Instead of waiting for the strong man to snatch his backpack, he might as well take action directly. After all, the first to strike gained the upper hand. After killing the strong man, Qin Feng turned around and prepared to leave, but before leaving, he stepped forward and took off the backpack from the strong man. Then he turned around and headed deep into the jungle. Although he killed the strong man unexpectedly, there were still 4 people on the other side, and they were all second-level awakeners. So Qin Feng decided to stay out of the spotlight for the time being. Waste, such waste. Seeing Wang Liang being killed and Qin Feng escaping, Qin Feng instantly became furious. He thought that Wang Liang must have been careless and was killed by Qin Feng's sneak attack. Without any hesitation, he gave orders to the remaining 3 people. "Why are you still standing there? Chase after me." Chen Feng's words made the 3 people's faces change. The combat power of the 3 of them is almost the same as Wang Liang's, and their cultivation is all at the early second level. Now Wang Liang was killed instantly by Qin Feng in one move, even though it was due to Wang Liang's carelessness. But it is undeniable that Qin Feng himself does have the strength to threaten them. And more importantly, they were all a little wary of Qin Feng's identity at this time. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Qin Feng is not very old. Such a young genius might be the son of a wealthy family who has gone out to gain experience, or at least a genius from a certain university. It doesn't matter if ordinary awakened people rob or kill him. With Chen Feng's identity as their priority, they won't have any concerns. But if a genius like Qin Feng was really killed, both the law enforcement team and the education bureau would definitely send people to investigate. By then, Qin Feng might be fine, but that might not be the case for them who have no background. "Brother Feng, this young man's identity should not be simple." Someone spoke to Chen Feng and reminded him. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Feng became angry when he heard this. "I don't care about his identity. This is a wilderness. It's normal for someone to die here. Besides, if anything happens, I will take care of it, so what are you afraid of? Come catch up with me, otherwise, you will bear the consequences," Chen Feng said in a cold tone. After saying that, he turned around and chased in the direction Qin Feng left. The remaining 3 people looked at each other and had no choice but to follow Chen Feng. At this time, they could only hope that Qin Feng could run faster, and preferably not be found by them. But it is obvious that they miscalculated in the end. In less than 10 minutes, they saw Qin Feng. But as soon as he showed his head, he disappeared into a dense forest. "Separate yourselves and chase him. If I don't kill this guy today, I'll take his last name," Chen Feng said with a murderous tone. Chapter 26 B-level combat skills, Thunder Spear. Damn, how come this little bastard is so fast? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. A burst of angry curses was heard from a dense jungle. Chen Feng was cursing. "Brother Feng, I heard that someone recently encountered members of the celestial god cult in this wilderness. Should we go back and reunite with Zhou Hui and the others as soon as possible?" The teammate beside him spoke cautiously and tentatively. At this time, they had been searching in the jungle for nearly 2 hours, but still found no trace of Qin Feng. The wilderness is full of dangers. He has been following Qin Feng all this time, bullying other awakened people, and has not fought against ferocious beasts for a long time. In addition, the information about the Tianqian cult that has been coming from time to time recently has made him even more scared. Waste. Seeing his teammates like this, Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. "Let's go back to the base entrance first. This guy still has so many beast crystals, he will definitely come back to the base to exchange them for the bonus. As long as we guard the entrance to the base, we won't be afraid of not catching him." Chen Feng muttered to himself, then turned and walked out of the jungle. Teammates hurried to catch up. The other side. The other 2 teammates. "Should we go back, Brother Hui?" "Good." Hearing this, Zhou Hui nodded without hesitation. They had already wandered around in the jungle for 2 hours and had already exhausted their patience. They would rather go back and be scolded by Qin Feng than stay here any longer. Then the 2 of them turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. "Xie." Along with a sound of breaking through the air, a black blade wrapped in blue electric arcs fell on the chest of one of them. Phew! The blade sank into the flesh, and red blood splattered out. It's you! It was not until this time that the other person saw clearly that the person coming was Qin Feng. At this moment, Zhou Hui, who was hit by the black knife, let out a cry of pain and staggered back a step. Lightning strike! Kill you while you are sick! Qin Feng seized the opportunity, stepped forward again and swung his knife quickly. The sharp blade fell directly on the opponent's neck, killing him on the spot. You kill! The remaining person seemed to have been frightened silly at this time, stammering and unable to speak. Is this Chen Feng's taste for such a piece of shit? Qin Feng was speechless, but he finally took a step forward and used 2 slashes to completely silence the opponent. Qin Feng did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing several people in succession. Whether these people did it voluntarily or were forced, they were the ones who attacked him first. After taking the 2 people's backpacks and hiding them in a hidden place, Qin Feng flashed away again. There are only 2 people left, and Qin Feng will not let them leave safely. Damn Zhou Hui, he's such an idiot. He hasn't arrived yet. Do I have to go find him myself? Chen Feng's face became more and more ugly after he waited for Zhou Hui and the others to come back. Let's forget about them, let's go back first. After saying this, he turned around and left. But he soon realized something was wrong because he didn't hear the footsteps of his teammates following him. What's wrong with you? Don't you know? Chen Feng turned around and was about to curse, but his voice quickly stopped. A familiar face appeared in his sight, and his teammate was lying in a pool of blood. The pungent smell of blood made Chen Feng's face change suddenly, but soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Boy, since you dare to come to my door, then die. Thunder gun! As he spoke, Chen Feng shaped his fingers into a pistol and stretched them forward, and exploding blue arcs of electricity gathered at his fingertips. Puff! Puff! The next moment, a series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Several blue light balls the size of a baby's fist spurted out from his hands, like magnified bullets, rushing towards Qin Feng's location. Thunder element? Qin Feng frowned slightly, then quickly activated the Chaos Divine Thunder. Blue arcs of electricity appeared on his body, and then he moved quickly to avoid the attack of the blue light ball. Boom! A ball of blue light passed by him and landed on a half-man-high rock behind him. In an instant, the rocks were shattered with great destructive power. B-level combat skills. Qin Feng began to become alert. Chen Feng sneered when he saw this. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant in the base was not only because he relied on his uncle Chen Jun being the manager of the base, but also because his own strength should not be underestimated. He has a level lightning ability, late second stage cultivation, and has mastered a minor B-level combat skill. Such a configuration is enough for him to move freely in this base. As long as he doesn't encounter a 3rd-level awakener, he will have no worries. The reason why his uncle allowed him to do whatever he wanted in the base was simply because he saw his talent for cultivation. If you had kept hiding, maybe I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but now. Ha, you're dead. Chen Feng kept sneering, and then he continued to mobilize his supernatural powers and blood power. The lightning spear was used continuously, and balls of blue light condensed and blasted towards Qin Feng rapidly. The power of B-level combat skills cannot be underestimated. Even Qin Feng did not dare to resist it head-on and could only keep using his flexible body to dodge. Oh! Chop suey is chop suey. Seeing Qin Feng in such a mess, Chen Feng began to relax and started to mock him. What a crappy genius, he was still beaten by him. However, he may not have noticed that every time he used the thunder spear, Qin Feng was staring at him without blinking. A few minutes later, Chen Feng vaguely sensed something unusual. During this period, although he seemed to have the upper hand and forced Qin Feng to retreat continuously, he did not cause any substantial harm to him. On the contrary, it was the qi and blood in his body that was constantly being consumed. After all, it was a B-level combat skill. Even if he was in the late second stage, it was impossible for him to use it for a long time. Something's wrong, very wrong. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly, just when he was hesitant. Qin Feng in front of him suddenly dodged and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed with a black knife in his hand. Court death. Seeing this, Chen Feng's face turned grim, his blood and energy began to churn, and he used his thunder spear again. When Qin Feng saw this, a hidden smile appeared on his face. That's it, keep going. Then he began to turn around to avoid the attack of the lightning gun. A few more minutes passed like this. Ha ha. At this time, Chen Feng was already sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Is this guy a monster? Chen Feng looked at Qin Feng, who was expressionless and calm in front of him, and a hint of fear gradually appeared on his face. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Thunder gun. Qin Feng slowly uttered 2 words. Chapter 27 like a delivery. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible? After seeing Qin Feng actually use the thunder spear on the spot, Chen Feng's face was full of disbelief. The thunder spear is a fighting skill passed down within his family and will not be passed on to outsiders. Apart from the Chun family, it is impossible for outsiders to master this fighting skill. Did he just master it? Chen Feng quickly shook his head, thinking this in his heart. Rather than this, he would rather believe that Qin Feng had secretly learned this fighting skill from somewhere. However, although he was shocked, Chen Feng also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. At this time, the lightning spear released by Qin Feng had already arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng also released the lightning gun. In an instant, 2 balls of blue light collided with each other. Boom! The collision between the two created a powerful impact. But in the end, Chen Feng was better. After all, he had already mastered this fighting skill to a small level of success. And Qin Feng has just gotten started. It's worthy of being a B-level combat skill. The power of this entry-level skill is already comparable to that of a perfect C-level combat skill. But getting started is just the beginning. Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile, and then an idea moved. System, add points. The next moment, he directly added all the evolution points accumulated in the past few days to the lightning gun. Ding! Consuming 300 evolution points, the lightning spear has reached the minor success level. Ding! Consuming 500 evolution points, the lightning spear reaches mastery. A total of 800 evolution points directly upgraded the thunder gun to the great perfection realm. In an instant, Qin Feng had a new understanding about the lightning spear in his mind, as if he had practiced this fighting skill for several years and was extremely proficient in it. Now try again. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at Chen Feng opposite him with a smile, then raised his hand, and the power of the chaos divine thunder gathered at his fingertips. Sizzle! Sizzle! Accompanied by a burst of dense electric current sounds, a blue thunder ball the size of an adult's fist gathered. Call out! Under Qin Feng's control, the thunder ball rushed forward at a speed far exceeding the blue light ball released by Chen Feng before. Thunder gathers into a ball, the realm of great success, this. Chen Feng, who noticed this scene, was already numb. It had only been less than a minute since Qin Feng mastered the thunder spear, and he had already achieved perfection. If Chen Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Escape! At this moment, Chen Feng did not hesitate at all. He turned around and retreated to the rear. Thunder step! The next moment, blue arcs of electricity surged out of his body and wrapped around his legs. With the help of supernatural power, his speed increased significantly in an instant. Thunder attribute combat skills. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. Looking at Chen Feng's departing back, Qin Feng became more and more pleased. Now he felt that the other party was just here to deliver the goods. In order not to disappoint Chen Feng's kindness, he decided to let the other party jump for a while longer. For this purpose, he even slowed down the speed of the thunderball so that it would not catch up with the other party for the time being. Just like that, the tide of battle turned, and the attackers and defenders became aliens. Qin Feng changed from the prey to the hunter, while Chen Feng became the prey, fleeing in panic. Damn, who on earth is this guy? A trace of anger appeared on Chen Feng's face. He noticed that Qin Feng was following closely behind him, but it seemed that he had no intention of killing him. After chasing each other for more than 10 minutes, Chen Feng stopped. At this time, he had exhausted all his energy and blood, and his supernatural power had reached its limit. However, despite this, the expression on his face gradually relaxed. Oh, stop. Just when Qin Feng was feeling confused. Okay, that's about it. You're quite capable, and I can promise I won't cause you any trouble in the future. And if you have any problems in the base, you can always come to me. Chen Feng's voice came over, and he had turned his head at this time, looking at Qin Feng with a hint of arrogance on his face. In Chen Feng's opinion, the reason why Qin Feng did not kill him was that he was afraid of his identity and his uncle. Oh. Qin Feng was amused. He didn't expect that Chen Feng had such a rich imagination. But it's almost there. Chen Feng looked at Leibu, who had just started learning, and said to himself, "Then should I thank you as well?" "No need to thank me, just stay away from me next time you see me." Crackling. Crackling. Chen Feng was saying something here when he suddenly heard a burst of dense thunder and lightning. His pupils suddenly shook. In his sight, Chen Feng was surrounded by blue lightning, and a violent aura was released from him. "What do you want to do?" "My uncle is Qin Jun, the manager of the base. Also, I am the young master of the Jiangnan Chen family, the future successor of the Chen family. If you kill me, you will not survive." It was not until this time that Chen Feng truly faced the reality. However, even so, he did not beg for mercy. Instead, he brought out the forces behind him in an attempt to intimidate Chen Feng. But it was obvious that he was overthinking it. No matter what he said at this moment, Chen Feng would not let him go. Because only the dead are the most peaceful. Thunder gun. Without giving Chen Feng a chance to speak again, Chen Feng simply stretched out his finger and pointed, and the exploding power of thunder and lightning instantly gathered at his fingertips. Boom! The next moment, with a loud bang, a fist-sized thunderball flashed through the air at a high speed like a flash of lightning. "Please forgive me." Bang! Chen Feng, who was about to beg for mercy, was hit on the head by a thunderball. In an instant, his head exploded like a watermelon, and he died on the spot. Crack! Crack! At the same time, countless blue arcs of electricity surged out from the thunderball and fell on the headless corpse. After just a few seconds, the corpse became extremely charred and a burning smell spread around. Call! Chen Feng let out a light breath. In fact, by now, the blood and supernatural power in his body had been almost exhausted. Although S-level abilities are much stronger than A-level abilities, his cultivation level is only at the middle stage of the first level after all. The reason he was able to hold on until now was that he had just swallowed 2 first-level beast crystals to replenish his energy and blood. Otherwise, his condition would not be much better than Chen Feng's. "Many people saw Chen Feng and his men surrounding me before. If his uncle knew about this guy's death, he would definitely suspect me." Looking at the charred corpse on the ground, Chen Feng said in his heart, "In that case, then go back to the city directly." Chen Feng made a decision quickly. Although doing so would result in the loss of the base's rewards, it would be safer. In addition, the number of beast crystals he now owns has reached an astonishing number, enough for him to squander for a while. Thinking of this, Chen Feng no longer hesitated. He bypassed the base and returned to the city directly from another direction. Shortly after he left, the Tianqian cult followers led by Lin Kai arrived near the base and began to ambush the awakened ones entering and leaving. Chapter 28, The Heavenly God Cult's Robbery and the Base's Response. One punch destroyed a first-level combat power tester? While testing the compatibility of the breathing technique, the test crystal exploded? Yang Zirong, the principal of No. 1 Middle School, looked at the opposite side with an expression of disbelief. If it weren't for the other side's identity as his immediate superior, he would definitely have said it. "You guy, are you dreaming? You really don't know?" At this time, Minister Yang frowned after seeing Yang Zirong's expression. Could it be that they have the same name? Is there anyone named Chen Feng in your school? Let me see his information. Minister Yang spoke slowly. At this time, he was in the principal's office of No. 1 Middle School. Soon, Yang Zirong retrieved information about Chen Feng on his computer. F-rank dual-element lightning and fire? Is there really a mistake? Minister Yang muttered to himself. Where is this student now? Call him over so I can see him. Minister Yang still didn't want to give up. Ever since Meng Xingchen was admitted to Shaojing Martial Arts University 5 years ago, Linhai City hadn't produced any talent who could be admitted to a top martial arts university for several years in a row. Although several students from No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools combined have awakened A-level abilities this year, Minister Yang still hopes that Linhai City can have more geniuses. Upon hearing that the leader wanted to see Chen Feng, Yang Zirong did not dare to delay and immediately called Chen Feng's class teacher, Lao Li. 3 minutes later, Old Li and the principal stood side by side, looking at Minister Yang opposite them. Neither of them dared to breathe. Bang! With a loud bang, Minister Yang slammed his palm on the desk. The huge force caused several obvious cracks to appear on the desk. He's missing. A student has been missing for 3 days, and you guys didn't ask about it? Yang Zirong, I think you don't want to be the principal anymore? Minister Yang shouted loudly. You'll have 2 hours to find him quickly. Otherwise, get ready to practice with me in the training room. Minister Yang glared at the other person fiercely, then stood up and left the office. When did Qin Feng disappear? Why didn't you report it to me? As soon as Minister Yang left, the principal immediately turned his attention to Lao Li. Mr. Li also felt extremely wronged about this. Does he have to report to the principal if a student asks for a few days of leave? Why haven't I heard of this rule before? But even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to ask back like this. Ever since he learned the thunderstrike technique, this kid has been on leave. There was no other way, Lao Li could only report the truth. At this time, Minister Yang, who had just walked out of the office a few meters away, had a slightly changed expression. Then he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Captain Zhang, I'm Yang He. I'm checking to see if there's anyone named Qin Feng who just turned 18 who left the city in the past week. Good boy, you are really brave. He's only just reached the first level, yet he dares to go out of the city alone to hunt down ferocious beasts. He's a newborn calf who's not afraid of a tiger. If it were normal, it would be fine, but recently. It's all because of that stubborn old Joe. He insisted on dragging me to look at some venues, wasting 3 days. Minister Yang, thinking this, made another call. Immediately go to the wilderness base outside the city to pick up Qin Feng. Yes, Minister. In the Alliance building, Wang Ping, who received the notice, did not hesitate at all and immediately set off towards the outside of the city. What do you want to do? Beast crystals. If you want beast crystals, I can give them to you? Phew. Before the man could finish his words, he was shot in the chest and died on the spot. Even if we kill you, these beast crystals will still be ours. A middle-aged man holding a spear said coldly. A similar scene was playing out around the man. More than a dozen figures holding sharp weapons and with fierce eyes were besieging a team of awakened people. Due to the double gap in numbers and strength, all the members of this team soon fell in a pool of blood. Sir, this is already the 3rd team we have robbed and killed. Do we need to continue? After hearing this, Lin Kai hesitated for a moment and then gave the order. Come on, let's change direction and take a stroll towards the entrance of the base. Lin Kai raised his hand and greeted everyone, and then the group moved quickly and left. Shortly after they left, more people came here and found the bodies lying on the ground. Oh no! They're from the Celestial God cult. We need to quickly notify the base and have them send reinforcements. 10 minutes later. The Celestial God cult's people actually dared to rob and kill our people around the base. They are courting death. Inside the wilderness base, a burly middle-aged man had an angry look on his face. If you look closely, you will find that this person is somewhat similar to Chen Feng. He is one of the managers of the base, Chen Feng's uncle, Chen Shan. Notify everyone in the base to gather all the 2nd-level awakeners and come with me to deal with those human traitors. Chen Shan shouted loudly. Under his orders, the awakened people in the base began to gather in an orderly manner. No news about Xiaofeng yet? While the team was gathering, Chen Shan asked someone beside him, his tone revealing obvious anxiety. You have to know that Chen Feng is not only his nephew, but also a genius of the Chen family. If something unexpected happens to him, he will also be implicated. The man being questioned shook his head at Chen Shan and then spoke. Director Chen, we have sent 3 teams to search for young Master Chen, but we have no definite information. His words made Chen Shan's face darken. Damn the Celestial God cult. He cursed inwardly. Notice, anyone who reports information about Chen Feng will be rewarded with 10 bottles of D-level energy liquid. If anyone can find Chen Feng, I will give you 10 bottles of C-grade energy liquid, plus a personal favor from me. Yes. Soon, all the 2nd-level awakeners in the base gathered together. Under Chen Shan's instructions, the news about finding Chen Feng soon spread to everyone. That 2nd-generation rich kid Chen Feng is missing. He deserves it. It would be better if he was robbed and killed by the people of the Heavenly God cult. That's right, this kind of social parasite deserves to die. After hearing the news that Chen Feng was missing, most people felt happy. After all, Chen Feng's style has long been something they are fed up with. Of course, because Chen Shan was present at this time, they could only think about what they had just said in their hearts. Still no news? Chen Feng was a little disappointed. We can only look for it in the wilderness. With this in mind, he led the awakened people gathered behind him to leave the base and began to search in the wilderness. On the surface, Chen Shan claimed that he was looking for people from the Tiantian sect, but in fact he was taking the opportunity to look for Chen Feng. But it was obvious that he couldn't find it, because Chen Feng had already turned into a charred corpse eaten by ferocious beasts. Chapter 29, Encountering the Celestial God Cult Team. On a small road not far from the entrance of Linhai City, Chen Feng held a long alloy stick with 5 backpacks on top. The backpack was filled with animal crystals, which were obtained from Chen Feng and his teammates. Chen Feng made a rough estimate and found that including the beast crystals he had obtained from hunting ferocious beasts before, he now had nearly 200 beast crystals on him. Such a large quantity, even if they are all first-level beast crystals, is worth millions. I still have to get a storage ring as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too troublesome. Chen Feng thought so in his heart. Carrying such a large number of beast crystals greatly affected his travel speed. Almost an hour had passed since he killed Chen Feng, and he had only walked less than half the distance. If this continues, it might be evening by the time he gets to the city. But he had no better choice at this time and could only choose to continue on his way. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng stopped with a frown on his face. No, this will only take up too much time. By the time Chen Feng realizes what's going on, he'll definitely send someone to stop me here. That'll be trouble. Chen Feng thought this in his mind and looked around, and finally his eyes stopped at a group of rocks. This is a rock group covering an area of hundreds of meters, filled with black and brown charred stones. After a slight hesitation, Chen Feng set off towards the rock group. Put some of the beast crystals here first. When the beast crystals on hand are used up, find an opportunity to go out of the city to get them. Thinking this in his mind, Chen Feng directly dug a 2-meter deep pit in the rocks, and then put the 3 people behind him into the deep pit. At this time, he only had 2 backpacks in his hands, one on each shoulder. The weight is close to 100 kilograms, but with his current physical condition, this weight is not a big deal. Just as Chen Feng was about to walk out of the rocks and resume his journey, he suddenly stopped. He saw a group of more than a dozen people appear more than 1,000 meters away from him. They are? Chen Feng vaguely sensed something unusual. He had been walking on this path for more than an hour, and not only had he not met any people, he hadn't even seen a single ferocious beast. Now that more than a dozen people have appeared at once, it is hard not to be suspicious. Most normal awakened people would choose to return to the city from the base. As for those teams that went out to hunt ferocious beasts, they would not come here. Is there anyone there? Just when Chen Feng noticed these people, they also discovered Chen Feng. The senses of the awakened are much stronger than those of ordinary people. This group of people were Lin Kai and others. 2 people go and take care of him. Although he was a little surprised to meet someone here, Lin Kai didn't think much about it and directly ordered 2 people in the team to rush over and deal with Chen Feng. In Lin Kai's opinion, the level of cultivation of an awakened person who could be met in such a remote place would not be too high. Sending 2 second-level awakeners is enough to solve the problem. Swish! Swish! The 2 people who received the order did not hesitate, quickly dodged and rushed towards Chen Feng's location. As for the others, they did not stop and continued to follow Lin Kai forward. Could it be someone from the Celestial God cult? Looking at the 2 people rushing towards him, Chen Feng began to become alert. He didn't think that these 2 people were here to chat with him. Without hesitation, Chen Feng turned around and ran in one direction. There were more than a dozen people on the other side, and they all looked quite strong. Although Chen Feng had a certain degree of confidence in his own strength, he was not so blind as to think that he could deal with more than a dozen people at the same time. Therefore, withdrawing is the best option at this time. Although he was retreating, Chen Feng did not burst out at his full speed, and he slowly released some of his energy and blood. He also had his own plans in mind. Only the first level. The 2 people who were chasing him quickly sensed Chen Feng's chi and blood, and deduced his level of cultivation from it. The 2 men immediately felt relieved. After making a reassuring gesture to Lin Kai and the others, they began to speed up and chase after Chen Feng. After receiving the gestures from the 2, Lin Kai on this side no longer paid attention to that place and began to speed up and lead the others on their journey. 10 minutes later. After noticing that Lin Kai and the others had gone far away, Chen Feng began to gradually slow down his pace, pretending to be exhausted. This kid's energy and blood are finally exhausted. The 2 people who noticed this scene were immediately delighted and then sped up to catch up with him. He's so young, he seems to be a little genius. It was not until they got closer that the 2 noticed Chen Feng's age. They were immediately delighted and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. For the followers of the celestial god religion, the younger the awakened ones they kill, the more sense of accomplishment they feel. Especially those who have reached the first level of cultivation at such a young age like Qin Feng. Who are you? Facing the two people who were approaching, Qin Feng asked loudly with a cautious look on his face. We are? Facing Qin Feng's questioning, one of them spoke with a sneer on his face. Kill your people. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force of energy and blood burst out from his body. Then the man rushed towards Qin Feng with a sharp sword in his hand. As for the other person, perhaps he was very confident in his teammates and had no intention of taking action at all. He stood there with his arms folded over his chest, ready to enjoy a good show. Mid-stage, second stage. With the help of the other party's burst of energy and blood, Qin Feng roughly judged his cultivation level. Xie. At this moment, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, the man had already arrived in front of Qin Feng. The sharp sword blade tore through the air and stabbed towards him fiercely. In response, Qin Feng quickly turned sideways to avoid the sword attack. At the same time, he flipped his right hand and a black knife instantly appeared in his hand. Lightning strike. Sizzle. Sizzle. Along with the sound of surging electricity, the lightning strike of the perfect realm was instantly swung out, like a lightning blade, slashing towards the man's chest. From dodging the sword attack to launching a lightning strike, Qin Feng's movements were done in one go, without giving the man any time to react. Phew! The blade wrapped in blue electric arcs directly hit his chest, and red blood spurted out from there. Xie! Without giving the man a chance to react, Qin Feng turned his wrist and slashed out again. This time, the blade landed directly on the man's neck. Bang! The man only had time to let out a cry of pain before he fell to the ground, his life force quickly fading. All this happened in a flash. Before his teammates, who were just watching the show, could even react, Qin Feng had already killed them. Shit, the car flipped over. Without any hesitation, after seeing that his teammates were almost killed instantly by Qin Feng, this man turned around and tried to escape. Boom! But in the next moment, with an explosion, his head exploded like a watermelon. It seems to be Lao Ding and the others? On the other side, Lin Kai and others who had not walked far also heard the violent explosion. You guys go first, I'll go check the situation. Lin Kai quickly gave the order, then turned around and rushed towards the direction where the explosion came from. After seeing Lin Kai rushing over, the others also felt relieved. As a third-level awakener, Lin Kai is the strongest in their team. Chapter 30 Encountering base reinforcements, good luck? After dealing with the two people, Qin Feng turned around and ran in the opposite direction without stopping. He knew that the roar of the thunder gun had attracted the attention of those people. Thunder step. Sizzle. Sizzle. Blue arcs of electricity surrounded Qin Feng's legs, and then his body seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, rushing forward. Thunder steps was also a combat skill he learned from Chun Feng, a sea-level body movement combat skill. Before this, he released the power of Chaos Divine Thunder, allowing lightning to stimulate his body. This could increase the body's reaction speed and achieve a certain speed increase. But the consumption is far greater than that of Thunder Step, so Qin Feng chose to use Thunder Step at this time. However, he also found that the Thunder Step could only increase his running speed, but his body's reaction ability did not improve much. If the Thunder Step ability can cover the entire body, then both the body's reaction ability and speed will be greatly enhanced. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. He decided to wait until he returned to the city and give it a try when he had time. They were all killed? At this moment, Lin Kai had already arrived in front of the two corpses. Thunder! Looking at the blue electric arc on the charred headless corpse, a sharp light flashed in Lin Kai's eyes. Then the blood in his body began to boil, and he pushed off the ground with his feet, quickly chasing after the front. Boom! Boom! As Lin Kai moved quickly, violent explosions sounded. You can see that under his feet, balls of red flames explode from time to time. With the help of the impact force of the fire explosion, he jumped more than 10 meters and soon arrived hundreds of meters behind Qin Feng. Sea-level body movement combat skill, explosive step. So fast? Could it be the third level? Qin Feng frowned and looked serious when he noticed the movement behind him. Although Qin Feng had killed a late second stage ferocious beast before, and even Chen Feng's cultivation was also in the late second stage. But this does not mean that he can now compete with a third-level awakener. Xin Feng knew very well that there was a huge gap between the second level and the third level, not to mention that he was only in the middle stage of the first level now. Even an S-level ability would find it difficult to make up for the gap between the first and third levels. Without any hesitation, Xin Feng began to use his full strength to launch the Thunder Step. Sizzle! Sizzle! Above the legs, dense blue arcs of electricity emitted bursts of roaring sounds. Although Xin Feng had tried his best, Lin Kai behind him also began to explode. Boom! Boom! As the sounds of flame explosions rang out, the distance between him and Lin Kai continued to shorten. If this continues, he will be caught up in less than 10 minutes. But at this moment, a team of more than 10 people appeared in front. When Xin Feng saw these people, a thoughtful look flashed across his face. He was wondering which side this newly appeared team belonged to. It shouldn't be from the celestial god religion. Xin Feng said in his heart. Although there are many believers in the Tianqian religion, it is impossible for two teams to come out from the same area. The main reason is that Linhai City is just a small city and is not valued by the Tianqian religion. Xin Feng felt that his luck shouldn't be that bad. Thinking of this, Xin Feng no longer hesitated, turned around and rushed towards the team that had just appeared. At the same time, someone in that team also discovered Xin Feng. Director Chen, there seems to be someone being chased over there, and they're heading in our direction. This team is the awakened team in the base led by Chen Shan. After listening to his subordinate's report, Chen Shan turned around and with his cultivation level of the middle third stage, he instantly noticed Xin Feng and Lin Kai behind him. He was worried about Chen Feng and didn't want to care about this matter at all, but their team was fighting under the banner of searching for the Heavenly God sect. It would be unreasonable if he didn't care at this time. Come with me to rescue them. If we confirm they are from the Celestial God cult, we will attack them immediately. Chen Shan said in a cold tone. As he said that, he led the team towards Xin Feng. Reinforcements from the base arrived so quickly? At this time, Lin Kai also noticed Chen Shan and others rushing towards here. After a flash of hesitation in his eyes, Lin Kai decided to escape first. Although he was very confident in his own strength, Chen Shan and his team were numerous and powerful, and even he was not sure that he could defeat the team by himself. It was a good bet. After noticing that Lin Kai had left, Xin Feng felt relieved. I still have to hurry up and improve my strength. Once my cultivation reaches the second level, even if it's the third level, I'll still be able to fight. Xin Feng thought this in his heart and turned his head to look forward again. In an instant, his pupils shrank suddenly, but only for a moment before returning to normal. Am I so lucky? Looking at the face in front of the team that looked somewhat similar to Chen Feng, Xin Feng thought to himself. He recognized Chen Shan's identity. Xin Feng felt fortunate at this moment. Fortunately, he had just stopped the Thunder Step, otherwise Chen Shan might have seen through some clues. First level? You should return to the base immediately. Do not leave the base until you are notified. After noticing that Xin Feng's cultivation was only at the first level, Chen Shan just glanced at him and then looked away. Good. After hearing that Chen Shan wanted him to return to the base, Xin Feng didn't say much. He turned around and rushed in the direction Chen Shan and the others came from. Let's go. Those bastards from the Celestial God cult should be just ahead. I've already notified the city guards to assist us. Let's try to capture them all in one fell swoop. After Xin Feng left, Chen Shan led everyone on their journey again. However, he may not have noticed at this moment that someone in the team behind him lowered his head and fell into deep thought. I remember that young Master Chen seemed to be trying to snatch the beast crystal from that person just now. Now that that person is still there, could it be that young Master Chen was killed by him? The man thought to himself. We need to distance ourselves from them quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome when Chen Shan reacts. Xin Feng here began to speed up and rushed in another direction, which was not the direction to return to the base. Xin Feng knew very well that if he returned to the base now, by the time Chen Shan realized what was happening, he would be trapped in a jar, and he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Therefore, staying away from the base is the best option at this time. Fortunately, there is still a way back to Linhai City. Although the journey was quite far, he couldn't care less at this moment. Is this a thunder gun? It's Xiaofeng. Chen Shan on this side has already arrived in front of the bodies of the two Tianqian sect members killed by Xin Feng. Looking at the headless corpse, Chen Shan sensed a familiar power on it. But when will Xiaofeng be able to cultivate his lightning spear to perfection? Chapter 31 Chen Shan reacts. Director Chen. Just when Chen Shan was feeling confused, a figure came forward and whispered a few words. What? Why didn't you say it just now? Chen Shan's face changed instantly, and then without any hesitation, he turned around and ran in the direction he had just come from. Brother, when will the reward be given? Hearing this, the man who had just spoken to Chen Shan waved his hand. Don't worry. A big shot like Director Chen, would he really waste your energy liquid? This. Alright, Director Chen has something urgent to deal with, so go take care of it first. We will continue to pursue the people from the Celestial God cult as planned. The man changed the subject and ended the conversation directly. Then he led the others to continue on their journey. Crack! Crack! A sharp roar of thunder and lightning came from Chen Shan, and dense blue arcs of electricity also appeared on his legs. It's the thunder step. However, unlike what Qin Feng and Chen Feng used, the blue electric arc surrounding Chen Shan at this time was like real lightning. Wherever his body passed, the ground was scorched black by lightning. At this time, he had already learned that Qin Feng had his beast crystal robbed by his nephew today. He believed that even if Qin Feng's disappearance was not directly related to the other party, Qin Feng must know something. Thinking this in his heart, Chen Shan quickened his pace again. His tall body was like a real lightning, extremely fast. 10 minutes later. No, this guy didn't return to the base. Chen Shan suddenly reacted and immediately stopped rushing forward. Qin Feng's cultivation is only at the first level, so his speed is definitely far inferior to his. Now he has been chasing for more than 10 minutes and has not seen a single figure, which means that Qin Feng is not heading in this direction at all. Without any hesitation, Chen Shan turned around. If Chen Shan had only some doubts just now he was almost certain that Qin Feng must have a direct relationship with his nephew's disappearance. He just appeared on the path back to the city, probably to avoid meeting me at the base. If that's the case, he'll definitely be trying to find a way back into the city. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Shan's eyes. Being able to take the position of manager in the base, he is no idler. In fact, if it weren't for the limitations of his own talents, given his background and mentality, his achievements would be far beyond what he has now. Several routes back to the city quickly flashed through Chen Shan's mind, and he quickly determined the direction. Swish! Without hesitation, he used all his strength to push the thunder step, and his body moved quickly again. The other side. The leader left? Is it a trap or something? Lin Kai gave up chasing Qin Feng and did not choose to reunite with his team. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed the situation. After discovering that Chen Shan had left the team, he fell into deep thought. 15 people, with an average cultivation level of mid-second stage. If that's all? After a slight hesitation, Lin Kai took out a special sound transmission stone and conveyed the message to his companions. The wilderness belongs to the territory of ferocious beasts. Humans have not built signal towers here, so it is impossible to communicate via mobile phone in the wilderness. This sound transmission stone is forged from a special ore. It can transmit sound within a certain distance and is very suitable for transmitting information in the wilderness. Of course, the sound transmission stone is very valuable and is on the same level as the storage ring. What about those people from the Celestial God cult? Could it be that they saw us coming and were so scared that they hid themselves? The base team here has started to discuss after not seeing anyone from the Celestial God cult for a long time. However, some of those who had witnessed the methods of the Celestial God cult began to become alert. You must know that at this time the strongest member of their team, Chen Shan, is no longer there. If there is a third-level awakener in the team of the Heavenly God sect, then they will be in danger. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Lin Kai. It's that guy from before. Someone recognized Lin Kai as the man who had just chased Qin Feng. The team began to stop and the expressions on everyone's faces began to become tense. The Tianqian cult had a bad reputation, and the few people who were shouting just now had serious expressions. Don't be scared by him. We are all second level, not to mention he is alone. Someone shouted loudly. But just after he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shook. In his sight, figures began to appear in front of him. Gulp! Oh my goodness, this is trouble. Grown-ups. Let's get started. After we take care of them, we'll just leave here. Lin Kai didn't waste any time. After all his companions arrived, he started to directly call on everyone to take action. Mad, let's fight. You are just a bunch of traitors to the human race. I am not afraid of you. Soon conflict broke out between the two sides. Although the base had the advantage in terms of numbers, the battle quickly became one-sided because of the presence of Lin Kai, a third-level awakener. It's here. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Chen Shan showed a hint of joy on his face, and then he sped up again and chased forward. You actually caught up with me. How can you react so quickly? At this moment, Qin Feng also noticed Chen Shan behind him at the first moment, and alarm bells rang in his heart. The third level of cultivation made him feel extremely pressured. At this moment, Qin Feng made a surprising move. He stopped, turned around and stood in place waiting for the other party. Qin Feng knew very well that his speed was far inferior to that of the opponent. Even if he used all his strength now, he would be caught up sooner or later. Instead of that, you might as well give it a try. Qin Feng reached into his backpack and took out a first-level beast crystal, then immediately activated his innate magical power of infinite swallowing. The next moment, the black light that devoured everything covered the beast crystal, and then a warm energy appeared in his body, replenishing the qi and blood that had just been consumed. With a flip of his right hand, a black knife appeared in his hand. Crackling! Crackling! At this moment, Qin Feng fully mobilized the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. The exploding lightning was like real lightning, surrounding his body and emitting a violent aura. Snort! I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me where Qin Feng is. After seeing Qin Feng's action, Chen Shan looked disdainful. In his opinion, his third-level cultivation was there, and even an awakened person with S-level supernatural powers could not defeat him with his first-level cultivation. Chen Feng's whereabouts? You might have to go into the stomachs of those ferocious beasts to find out. Qin Feng said in a cold tone. At this point, there is no need to hide anything. Even if he doesn't say it, Chen Shan can think of something. Chapter 32 Developing New Functions, Devouring the Power of the Same Attribute. On the court. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Shan's face changed instantly. Although he already had some doubts in his heart, when he actually heard the news that Chen Feng was dead, his heart sank suddenly. You're courting death. But then a huge rage rose from his heart. You must know that although Chen Feng is his nephew in name, because of his excellent talent in cultivation, Chen Feng's status in his family is higher than his. Especially since Chen Feng's father is the head of the Chen family. Thinking of his cold-blooded brother, Chen Shan didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would receive if he knew that his son died here. You must die. Chen Shan looked at Qin Feng with murderous eyes. Thunder gun. As he raised his hand, the exploding lightning gathered at his fingertips into a lightning ball as big as a basketball. Crack! Crack! A terrifying aura was released from the thunder ball. The same fighting skill, but the power used by Chen Feng and Chen Shan is very different. Thunder gun! Qin Feng did not dare to be careless when he saw this. Lightning flashed on his body and a thunder ball also gathered together. You even mastered the thunder gun? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Shan's eyes. Because of their family's bloodline, the probability of awakening lightning abilities is much greater than that of ordinary people. The Thunder Spear is a fighting skill unique to their family. No matter how you learned it, you're going to die. Chen Shan's face turned grim, and he directly controlled the Thunderball to bombard Qin Feng. Qin Feng was equally unwilling to be outdone. Boom! The next moment, a violent roar was heard, and two thunderballs collided in mid-air. The violent collision caused a violent impact. Boom! Boom! At this moment, two more sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Qin Feng looked up, his pupils shrank instantly, and he saw two more thunderballs, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards him from different directions. Crackling! Crackling! Without any hesitation, thunder and lightning exploded on Qin Feng's body, and the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder was pushed to the extreme at this moment. Boom! Under his control, a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm surged out from his body and rushed towards one of the thunderballs. Strike with thunder! At the same time, he gripped the black knife tightly in both hands, gathered strength, and slashed forward. The long knife wrapped in lightning collided with the thunderball. Swish! The moment the two collided, Qin Feng felt a violent force passing through the black knife and into his hand. Break it for me! Qin Feng gritted his teeth and exerted force suddenly, finally splitting the thunderball in half. Sizzle! Sizzle! However, the severed thunderball did not dissipate directly, but turned into two lightning bolts that struck his body. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a burst of energy exploding on the surface of his body. The impact of this energy was so strong that it made his body retreat several steps backwards. Squeak! Qin Feng gritted his teeth and endured the bombardment of the thunder ball, but he also discovered something. That might be because he already possessed S-level thunder ability, so the damage caused by the thunderball was not as great as imagined. Apart from the initial impact, the powerful explosion quickly dissipated. The blue arcs of electricity that originally surrounded him directly suppressed the power of the thunderball. Ding! If you sense energy with the same properties as your own superpowers appearing on your body's surface, you can activate Infinite Devour and devour it directly. Just at this moment, the system broadcast sound suddenly rang in Qin Feng's mind. Energy of the same attribute, devour? Is this the development of a new feature? Qin Feng was just slightly stunned, then a look of joy immediately appeared on his face, and then without any hesitation, he launched the infinite swallowing. In an instant, wisps of black light appeared on the surface of his body, and in an instant, the energy suppressed by the Chaos Divine Thunder dissipated directly. Correspondingly, Qin Feng felt that there was an extra strand of energy in his body that combined with the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. After successfully resolving the attack of the Thunderball, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Chen Shan looked at the smile on his face and frowned. Is this kid stupid? Although he said this, Chen Shan began to become alert in his heart. Qin Feng was only at the first level of cultivation, but he could actually block his attacks continuously. This was very abnormal. Moreover, the lightning that Qin Feng released just now actually directly shattered the thunderball. Chen Shan had never seen a first-level awakener who could achieve this. An S-rank power of the lightning element. He said to himself, his face cold. If he wanted to kill Qin Feng before in order to avenge his nephew, now he knew that if Qin Feng didn't die, he would be the one to die in the future. With the other party's S-level ability, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a master in the future. By then, let alone him, a mere third-level cultivator, even if he sacrificed the entire Chen family, he might not be able to compete with it. Thunder Spear. Thinking of this, Chen Shan no longer hesitated. Thunder and lightning exploded on his body, and a violent aura emanated from him. Immediately afterwards, a ball of exploding lightning surged out of his body and gathered in front of his body to form a lightning spear. Crack! Crack! The lightning spear emitted terrifying destructive power, affecting the surrounding ground and turning it into a scorched earth. Bring it on! Chen Shan's outburst also made Qin Feng gradually excited. Now the power of Chaos Divine Thunder can suppress the opponent's thunder and lightning, and Infinite Swallowing can directly swallow it and transform it into its own power. At this moment, he was full of confidence, and facing Chen Shan, a third-level Thunder Awakener, his fighting spirit was rising. You ignorant brat, even if you have S-level abilities, you will die here today. Boom! Under Chen Shan's control, the lightning spear rushed forward in an instant. From a distance, it looked like a bolt of thunder. Facing the attack of the lightning spear, Qin Feng would naturally not be stupid enough to use his body to block it directly. Even if the Chaos Divine Thunder can suppress the violent lightning power within the Thunder Spear, this is premised on the fact that he can withstand the impact of the Thunder Spear. Boom! Qin Feng, who did not dare to be careless, began to use all his strength to activate the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. In an instant, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot out. The blue lightning danced in the air like a lightning snake, and then collided heavily with the lightning spear. Compared with the previous thunderball, the Thunder Spear's attack was obviously stronger. The Thunder Snake only lasted less than 2 seconds before being defeated. However, most of the powerful impact force of the lightning spear was dissipated, so when the lightning spear hit Qin Feng's body, he only took a few steps back. Then his innate magical power was activated again, and the lightning spear that fell on Qin Feng's body was swallowed by the black light in an instant and became the nutrients of the Chaos Divine Thunder. I want to see how many lightning spear attacks you can withstand. Seeing that the lightning spears were shattered by Qin Feng again, Chen Shan was completely enraged. He saw one lightning spear after another condensing and rushing towards Qin Feng's location. Chapter 33 Bloodthirst Pill, two people fell into madness. Boom! Boom! Lightning spears broke through the air, like bolts of lightning, and kept coming towards Qin Feng's location at a high speed. Thunder Step! Seeing this, Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. He quickly flashed to avoid the attack of the lightning spear. If he really can't avoid it, he will release the power of Chaos Thunder to block the lightning spear. Not only that, he would also take the opportunity to absorb the energy of one or two of the lightning spears. In this way, he gradually withstood Chen Shan's attack. And because of the energy replenishment from the Thunder Spear, his own energy was not consumed too much, and he is still in his prime. However, in contrast to Chen Shan, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Thunder Spear is a B-level combat skill. Even if he is a third-level awakener, he cannot withstand such consumption. Looking at Qin Feng, who was still full of energy in front of him, Chen Shan frowned. Although an S-level ability can be released to harm the enemy at the first level, the energy consumption is also extremely high. How could he, a first-level one, have persisted until now? And he can withstand the attack of the lightning spear? Could it be that this kid also possesses a special physique with thunder attributes? Chen Shan said in his heart. Special physiques already possess some powers that are difficult for ordinary people to imagine. If Qin Feng has a special physique with thunder attributes, coupled with his S-level thunder ability, then his own resistance to lightning energy is extremely strong, so it is possible that the lightning spear cannot cause any substantial damage to him. In that case, Chen Shan muttered to himself, and the next moment, he stopped releasing the lightning spears and stretched out his right hand. A pitch-black metal stick appeared in his hand. Sizzle! Sizzle! Blue arcs of electricity wrapped around the metal stick, making it exude a violent aura. Then Chen Shan held the metal stick in his hand, moved quickly, and rushed towards where Qin Feng was. Chen Shan had already realized that if he continued with his previous attack, he would not be able to do anything to Qin Feng even if he exhausted all the energy and blood in his body. You finally realized it. Qin Feng was not surprised by Chen Shan's actions. The opponent is a third-level awakener. It would be abnormal if he didn't even have this little bit of combat awareness. Qin Feng thought so in his heart and curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. Now that you've had enough fun, it's my turn. Thunder Gun. Qin Feng raised his hands and pointed them forward like pistols, with exploding lightning condensing at his fingertips. Bang! Bang! The next moment, basketball-sized lightning balls gathered together, tearing through the air and blasting forward at high speed. Snort! Showing off one's skills before an expert. Chen Shan snorted coldly at this, holding the metal rod in his hand, and then swung it forward fiercely at one of the thunder balls. Boom! The metal rod instantly fell on the thunderball, and the huge impact force directly shattered the thunderball into pieces, turning into blue arcs that splashed in all directions. Chen Shan swung out with one blow, then turned his wrist and swept it fiercely, shattering another thunderball. Although the thunderball did not cause any substantial damage to Chen Shan, it did slow down his movement speed. Boom! Boom! As Qin Feng activated the Chaos Divine Thunder without regard for consumption, thunderballs condensed one after another. All the energy from the lightning spears that Qin Feng had absorbed before was released at this moment. Damn it! Chen Shan cursed inwardly as he smashed another thunderball. He had already guessed that Qin Feng wanted to delay time. But he had no way to do anything about it. If it were normal times, he wouldn't have to worry about this at all. But now that the celestial god cult has appeared nearby, the city guards will definitely search the surrounding wilderness after learning the news. If the city guard saw this scene, he would be in trouble. And with Qin Feng's top-notch talent, Chen Shan guessed that the power behind him was not simple either. No, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Shan's face turned grim, and he immediately took out a pill and put it in his mouth. Boom! The next moment, his aura surged, and his blood and energy surged like waves, and the skin on his body was torn apart by the violent aura. Strands of blood appeared on the surface of his body. Oh no, it's the blood rage pill. Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed when he noticed Chen Shan's change. The blood burst pill is a D-level pill. After the awakened person takes it, they can burst out with power beyond their peak in a short period of time, but the price is also extremely high. At the very least, you will have to stay in bed for a week, and at the worst, your martial arts foundation may be damaged, making it difficult to make further progress. Qin Feng didn't expect that the other party would go this far in order to kill him. Let's fight. Qin Feng's face showed a hint of madness when he saw this. He reached out and opened the zipper on his back. More than a dozen animal crystals of different colors emit different lights in the backpack. Swallow it for me. Qin Feng directly launched the infinite swallowing, and a ball of black light appeared out of thin air, directly covering all the beast crystals. The swallowing speed was very fast. In less than a second, Qin Feng felt a warm current appearing in his body. But it only lasted for a moment, and this warm current expanded at a rapid speed. Rumble! At this moment, the energy and blood in Qin Feng's body began to grow at a terrifying speed. Unable to withstand this energy, the body began to swell, obvious cracks began to appear on the surface of the skin, and red blood flowed out of the cracks. At this time, Qin Feng looked almost the same as Chen Shan, who had taken the blood-raging pill. Both of them had become bloody men. Next, it's time to fight to the death. Qin Feng's mouth stretched into a crazy smile. Crackle! Crackle! The next moment, a sharp roar of thunder and lightning sounded, and blue arcs of electricity as thick as a baby's arm surrounded Qin Feng, emitting a violent aura. At this moment, Qin Feng ignored the consumption and directly released the full power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. The beast crystals he just swallowed will replenish his energy at any time, so he doesn't have to worry about the consumption of energy in his body. However, by doing this, Qin Feng's body would experience a strong tearing sensation, and if he wasn't careful, his body would even collapse because it couldn't withstand the energy of the beast crystal. But now at this point, Qin Feng can't care about so many things. Even if he is starved to death by the beast crystal, it is better than being killed by Chen Shan. Thunder Gun. Thunder Spear. Driven by the full force of the Chaos Divine Thunder, Qin Feng multitasked and released two combat skills simultaneously. Boom! Boom! The Thunderball and Thunder Spear condensed at the same time, and all of them slammed forward fiercely. Chen Shan, who had taken the blood-raging pill, also had a crazy look on his face at this time. Holding a metal stick in his hand, he rushed directly towards the Thunderball and Thunder Spear. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to kill Qin Feng. Just as the two were fighting to the death, two figures appeared not far away. Chapter 34 Retesting the ability level. Fortunately, we made it in time. At this moment, Wang Ping looked relieved. Looking at the young man who fell into coma due to huge consumption, he reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The young man was Qin Feng. Looking at the charred ground around him and Chen Shan lying opposite him, breathing out more than breathing in, Wang Ping couldn't imagine what had just happened here. Wang Ping was no stranger to Chen Shan, the base manager. He would occasionally go out to hunt ferocious beasts, and the two sides had had brief contact. Director Wang, why don't we take them away first and make plans for the specific situation after they have recovered? At this moment, a middle-aged man standing next to Chen Shan spoke. Joey, the chief manager of the Linhai Wilderness Base, is Chen Shan's immediate superior. Okay, Manager Zhou. Wang Ping smiled and nodded. He was able to find Qin Feng thanks to the help of Manager Zhou. Otherwise, if he were alone, it would be very difficult to find someone in this wilderness. But before leaving, a sharp light flashed in his eyes when he fell on Chen Shan. If he was really as he guessed, then Chen Shan would undoubtedly die. Then, after feeding Qin Feng a bottle of healing liquid, he carried him on his back and quickly rushed towards Linhai City. Old Chen, you'll just have to hope for the best this time. Looking at Wang Ping's departing back, Manager Zhou had a complicated expression on his face, but also felt a sense of luck in his heart. Fortunately, when he was searching for the traces of the Heavenly God cult, he encountered the team that was besieged by Lin Kai and his men. After rescuing a few people, he learned where Chen Shan was. At the same time, he also learned that Chen Shan was suspected of hunting down a young man, and just before that, Wang Ping had sent him a message asking him to help find someone. At that time, he just held a glimmer of hope and wanted to come and take a look. After all, as the manager of the base, Chen Shan rashly chased and killed a young man, which would have some impact. Then he rushed towards Chen Shan's location and happened to meet Wang Ping on the way. Then when they arrived here, they saw Qin Feng fighting desperately with Chen Shan. Without hesitation, the two of them took action to stop it. With their keen eyesight, they had already seen that if they had arrived a step later, the two men would most likely have become corpses. His cultivation is clearly only at the late first stage, yet he can actually contend with Chen Shan, who is at the middle third stage. It seems like a true demon will emerge from our Linhai. Ahem. On the other side, Qin Feng woke up soon after taking the healing liquid. Just the moment he regained consciousness, he felt a sharp pain in every part of his body. Hiss. Even he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at this moment. Brother Qin, you're awake. When Wang Ping noticed that the person behind him had woken up, he stopped immediately. Thank you very much, Director Wang. After hearing this familiar voice, Qin Feng knew that he was saved. An hour later, Qin Feng appeared in the VIP ward of Blue Sea Hospital, the best hospital in Linhai City. Not only that, less than half an hour after Qin Feng arrived at the hospital, Minister Yang also rushed to the hospital. It is suspected that he took explosive drugs similar to the blood-exploding pill. There are multiple cracks on the surface of his body and his internal organs are severely squeezed. But his physique is pretty good, and he's already taken the healing fluid, so he only needs one night's rest to be able to function normally again. The dean respectfully reported Qin Feng's condition to Minister Yang. When he recovers, ask him to come to the building. After turning around and giving Wang Ping a few instructions, Minister Yang left. He also has other things to deal with. Snort. Jiangnan Chen family, no matter how powerful you are, if you dare to extend your hand into my Linhai city, I will make you pay the price. Minister Yang left the hospital with a solemn look on his face, then took out his cell phone and made a call. The next day, Qi and Blood have reached the late stage of the first stage. After leaving the hospital, Qin Feng did some simple exercises and realized that his Qi and Blood had made another breakthrough. Even with the Chaos Divine Thunder, the increase in my Qi and Blood doesn't significantly increase my combat power. In this case, Qin Feng frowned slightly and began to think about his future development direction. His original plan was to raise his Qi and Blood to the second level first, but after the battle with Chen Shan, he temporarily changed his mind. Qi and Blood are only part of what determines combat power, not all of it. Physique. If my physique was stronger at that time, perhaps I could have withstood that energy. And spiritual improvement cannot be left behind. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Simply improving Qi and Blood will only increase combat power to a limited extent. What he wants is an all-round improvement. As for combat skills, I need to learn a few more if I have the chance. Otherwise, my attack methods will be too limited. Half an hour later, Qin Feng, led by Wang Ping, once again came to the Alliance building. This time he met Minister Yang, whom he had only seen on TV before. I have already found out everything about Chen Shan. Don't worry, he will receive the punishment he deserves. Minister Yang spoke directly to the point. But Chen Shan is backed by the Jiangnan Chen family. Their ancestors once produced a master, and they have a deep foundation. Be careful when you meet them in the future. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly when he heard this. The family that once produced a master-level strongman is indeed not someone he can afford to offend now. However, Qin Feng was not too worried about this. Not to mention that the Chen family only had a master in the past, even if there was a master protecting the Chen family now, so what? A 7th-level master can be called a grandmaster. Qin Feng is very confident in himself. With the system and double S abilities, it won't take him long to become a 7th-level grandmaster. Seeing Qin Feng's calm face, he was not afraid at all after hearing about the huge power of the Chen family. Minister Yang couldn't help but nod secretly at this. But you don't have to worry too much. Although the Chen family is powerful, Daxia has its own rules. As long as they are within the city, they will never dare to attack you. Even outside the city, they would still be wary and wouldn't openly target you. It seems I have to be more careful when I go out of the city next time. Qin Feng immediately understood the implication of Minister Yang's words. Minister Yang then exchanged a few brief pleasantries with Qin Feng, and then changed the subject and spoke. I heard that your awakened superpower is double F level fire and thunder? Really? Qin Feng said this in his heart, but he was well prepared for this and had already thought of an excuse. Yes, my special ability is indeed F-level fire and thunder, but... Qin Feng changed the subject and adopted a questioning tone. In the back, my lightning ability seems to have undergone a mutation, and the power has become much stronger. Qin Feng frowned slightly and pretended to be confused about the reason. Then let's test our ability level again, shall we? Minister Yang said almost without thinking. Chapter 35, Minister Yang calls it impossible. Really? Qin Feng was not surprised when he heard that Minister Yang wanted him to retest his ability level. His cultivation and combat power increased so rapidly that anyone would have doubts. After all, F-level superpowers are generally recognized as the weakest superpowers, and judging from his performance after awakening his superpowers, it is nothing like what an F-level superpower can do. Given the status of Minister Yang in front of him, Qin Feng knew that his identity information had been exposed long ago. Good. Qin Feng nodded. He did not refuse the other party's request to retest his ability level. This time outside the city, if Wang Ping had not arrived in time, the outcome of his battle with Chen Shan would still be unknown. After all, both of them had almost reached their limits at that time. It can be said that Wang Ping saved his life. Wang Ping was sent by Minister Yang, so Qin Feng was quite grateful to him. After seeing Qin Feng agree to test his ability level, Minister Yang gave Wang Ping a look. The latter immediately understood and turned around and left the office. At this time, only Minister Yang and Qin Feng were left here. Come with me. Minister Yan walked towards the other door of the office, and Qin Feng followed behind him. Then the two of them came to a spacious training room. This is where I usually practice. There is a B-level formation inside. You can test your abilities without worry. Minister Yang spoke slowly, then pointed to an advanced instrument in the middle of the training room. All we need to do is channel the power of our supernatural powers into the device. Qin Feng turned around and saw that this instrument was even more sophisticated than the previous blood and qi tester. The exterior is forged from a special iron ore, emitting a jet-black metallic luster. Qin Feng did not hesitate about this and stepped forward to stand in front of the instrument. Crack! Crack! The next moment, a burst of dense thunder and lightning roared from him, and blue arcs of electricity as thick as thumbs surrounded his body, emitting a violent aura. Sure enough, although I don't know the level, this is definitely not the power that an F-level ability can emit. Looking at Qin Feng, whose whole body was covered in blue lightning, a gleam of light flashed in Minister Yang's eyes. With his keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the thunder ability released by Qin Feng was definitely extraordinary. Not to mention F-level superpowers, even B-level superpowers cannot emit such an aura at the first level. Thunder element? Could it be the strange vision from the past few days? At this moment, Minister Yang suddenly thought of the several heart-pounding lightning bolts that appeared in the sky above Linhai City a few days ago. A bold guess arose in his mind. Boom! At this moment, Qin Feng raised his hand slightly, and then a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm surged out from his body. Lightning broke through the air and hit the instrument heavily. Drop! Drop! The instrument quickly sounded an alarm. The originally dim screen suddenly lit up, and then a letter that made Minister Yang ecstatic appeared on the screen. S. S level, it really is S level. At this time, Minister Yang was so excited that he didn't know what to say. S-level superpowers are the highest level of superpowers known in Daxia so far. Every awakener who awakens S-level superpowers is a child of destiny. For those who possess S-level superpowers, as long as there are no accidents in the future, the master-level powerhouse admired by countless people is just their starting point. Not only is it an S-rank ability, but it's also a lightning-type ability that's among the most destructive of the elemental types. Minister Yang tried hard to suppress his inner excitement, his face expressionless, but his body was trembling slightly. It's not that Minister Yang is ignorant, but S-level abilities are too rare. Especially in a small place like their Linhai City, since he became the director of the Education Bureau, there has never been a student who awakened S-level superpowers. He was about to retire in a few years, but he never expected that he would actually wait for a true genius. In the future, as long as Qin Feng can grow up, he will definitely become the pillar of Daxia to resist the invasion of all races. At that time, their Linhai City will also benefit from it. In the past, the directors of other cities in Jiangnan province often mocked him for his students' achievements. Usually, either someone has a master, or someone's student kills a beast king. In the past, he never had a say in such topics. Just wait for me, the top scholar in Jiangnan province this year will definitely be from Linhai City. Minister Yang thought so in his heart, and then he took Qin Feng to test his combat effectiveness without stopping. Call. Standing in front of the combat power tester, Qin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then punched out fiercely. Blue lightning seemed to appear out of thin air and wrapped around his arm. The ability to control and release freely is something that only awakened people who have reached the third level can achieve. Minister Yang couldn't help but nod secretly. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist hit the center of the tester, and the numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. It started at 1,000 and is still rising at a very fast pace. 2,500, 3,000, 4,000, 4,500. The number finally stopped at 4,500. Hiss. Minister Yang took a deep breath when he saw this number. You know, the normal combat power of the late first stage is only about 3,000. And even if using combat skills, it will not exceed 4,000. He saw it clearly just now. Qin Feng's punch just now only used the power of supernatural powers and did not use any combat skills. Minister Yang stood there in a daze for a long time before he reacted. At this moment, he was extremely curious about what Qin Feng's combat power would be if he were to use combat skills and add his superpowers. Wait a moment. Minister Yang seemed to react when he thought of this, and immediately spoke up to stop Qin Feng, who was about to use combat skills. Change to a level 3-1. As he spoke, he pointed at the second-level combat power tester. Forehead. Qin Feng naturally didn't dare to have any opinion on this. Then he came to a third-level combat power tester and took a few steps back. Immediately afterwards, lightning flashed on his body, and exploding blue arcs of electricity surrounded his entire body. Thunder gun. The next moment, Qin Feng raised his right hand and pointed it at the tester like a pistol. Sizzle. Sizzle. A thunderball the size of an adult's fist quickly condensed. Is this a B-rank combat skill? At least it has reached great success. But why do I feel that this fighting technique is somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Minister Yang thought so in his heart. Boom! At this moment, the thunderball suddenly blasted forward and hit the tester heavily. Then, a number that shocked Minister Yang appeared in his sight. 8,500? Is this impossible? Chapter 36 Elite Training Camp. 8,500. Looking at the red numbers on the screen, Minister Yang was in disbelief, and it took him a while to come to his senses. Only those awakened ones in the late second stage can barely achieve a combat power of 8,500, and that is when using combat skills. Qin Feng's blood and energy have just reached the late first stage, which is a huge leap forward. Moreover, Minister Yang knew that this was probably not Qin Feng's limit. After all, he had fought with Chen Shan, who was at the third level, and both of them were injured. S-level superpowers, so terrifying. After the shock, ecstasy followed. If he had previously only held great hope that Qin Feng could win the top spot in Jiangnan province. Now, he thought that the position of top scholar was already fixed on Qin Feng. He can already achieve a combat power of 8,500 in the late first stage, so when his vitality is upgraded to the second stage, what level of combat power will he reach? Minister Yang is looking forward to it. Haha, okay. Qin Feng, are you willing to represent our Linhai city in the elite training camp in Jiangnan province? Minister Yang said with a big laugh. Training camp? Qin Feng frowned slightly. The elite training camp was established by the Great Xia Kingdom to train students of your class. Minister Yang's face darkened when he said this and he sighed. In recent years, the offensive of the myriad races against the human race has intensified. A powerful human has predicted that the final war may come soon. Finally, after consultation, all the human leaders on Blue Star unanimously decided to hold an elite training camp starting with your class. The elite training camp is organized on a provincial basis, bringing together talented individuals from each province. Each country will pour a lot of resources into training camps so that young people of your generation can grow up faster. Although our Linhai city is only a small city, we have also obtained places in 5 training camps. After hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Although he knew that there had always been conflict between humans and all other races, he had not expected that the situation would evolve to this point. Although there is always someone higher up to hold up the sky if it collapses, no egg can remain intact when the nest is overturned. If the human race is really defeated, De Xia will no longer exist. At that time, even if he has a system, he may not be able to survive. All the races in the heavens? Qin Feng thought that these were still far away from him, but now it seems that his previous thoughts were too naive. The final battle. Qin Feng murmured, feeling both nervous and excited at this moment. Minister Yang's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Qin Feng quickly adapt to this information. Top-notch S-level supernatural powers, terrifying comprehension, and a mind that far exceeds that of his peers. At this moment, Minister Yang realized that the future achievements of the young man in front of him would be unimaginable. Those who join the elite training camp are all top talents in their respective regions. As long as you can come out of there, I believe you will undergo earth-shaking changes. Minister Yang looked at Qin Feng expectantly, waiting for his reply. I'm in. Qin Feng did not disappoint him and nodded heavily. Good. I will inform your principal right away and have him reserve one spot for you, and let others compete for the remaining spot. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was worried that he would not have the chance to obtain evolution points. Wait a minute, Minister. I want to compete fairly with other students. Qin Feng said righteously. Although Minister Yang felt a little surprised by this, he did not object in the end. After all, with Qin Feng's combat power comparable to that of the third level, all the senior students in the entire number 1 high school combined would probably not be a match for him alone. Young man, the path of martial arts is one of competition. Sometimes being too upright can lead to disadvantages. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Minister Yang shook his head, thinking that he would have to teach him a lesson if he had the chance in the future. Shortly after Qin Feng left, a middle-aged man came into the building. "Oh, what wind blew our city lord here? Teacher, please stop teasing me." After leaving the Alliance building, Qin Feng went straight home. The first thing he did when he got home was to take a shower. During those days in the wilderness, he was either hunting ferocious beasts or on his way to hunt ferocious beasts. His clothes had long been soaked in blood and emitted a strange smell. When in the wilderness, Qin Feng's nerves were always in a highly tense state and he didn't care about these things at all, but now, he himself couldn't stand it anymore. After taking a refreshing shower, Qin Feng walked out with his upper body naked. The upper body, which does not look bulky, has clear lines and contours, and is full of power. Qin Feng moved his mind and opened the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Late Stage 1. Qi and Blood, 310+. Spirit, 35+. Constitution, 15% Ordinary+. Breathing Method, Thunder Spirit Breathing Method Perfect. Combat Skills, Lightning Fist D Perfected, Thunder Strike C Perfected, Fire Fist C Perfected, Lightning Strike C Full, Thunder Spear B Greatly Accomplished, Thunder Spear B Basic. Innate Magical Power, Infinite Devour Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to improve cultivation. His Qi and HP had already reached 310, and he was only 90 points away from breaking through to the second level. According to Qi and Blood, the early stage of the second stage is 400, the middle stage of the second stage is 600, and the late stage of the second stage is 800. My physical and mental condition is still about the same as before. Although there has been some improvement, it is almost negligible. As for combat skills, the one with the strongest attack power at present is the Thunderball, which has been mastered to the Great Perfection realm, followed by the Thunder Spear, which has just reached the entry level. We're in urgent need of evolution points. Qin Feng had a wry smile on his face. In terms of Qi and Blood, he can improve it by devouring beast crystals, but if he wants to quickly improve other attribute points, he can only do so through evolution points. Although I can gain some evolution points in the school quota competition tomorrow, those students are weaker than me, so I can't give them many evolution points. Want to go to the fighting arena again? Qin Feng said this in his heart, and then he thought of the two people who assassinated him after leaving the fighting arena a few days ago. Go, it's a good time to investigate. A sharp light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and then he no longer hesitated. He put on his clothes and went downstairs. Half an hour later, Qin Feng, wearing a black mask, came to the fighting arena again. This time he arrived at the registration office familiarly, and coincidentally, he was greeted by the same young woman as before. The awakening stage is full, only the first stage is left. Seeing someone coming, the young woman looked up and said casually. However, when the young woman saw the black mask on Qin Feng's face, her pupils trembled unconsciously. Chapter 37, Back to the Fighting Arena, the fish is hooked. Something's wrong? The young woman's abnormality did not escape Qin Feng's observation, and he immediately became suspicious. However, in order not to alert the enemy, he pretended to be at peace and signed up for the ring battle of first-level awakeners. Then, just like before, a staff member took Qin Feng to undergo a blood and Qi test. Qi and Blood 310? After seeing Qin Feng's Qi and Blood values, the staff member felt a little surprised. Normally, most of those who come to the martial arts arena to participate in the first-level arena battles are those who are in the middle and early stages of the first level. Metropolitan cities in the late first stage choose to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, as they can get higher rewards that way. However, the staff did not think much about it. Although the cultivation level of the late first stage can sweep away most of the contestants, the fighting arena is also prepared for this situation. The fighting arena has hired several awakened people with cultivation at the peak of the first level. Their existence is to deal with people like Qin Feng. Soon after the Qi and Blood test was completed, Qin Feng was taken to a locker room, just like before. After entering, Qin Feng's eyes fell on the familiar white cat face mask. I'll choose you. Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then put on a white cat face mask. After that, he came to the waiting area of the first level arena. At this moment, two awakened people were fighting on the stage. Qin Feng just took a look and then looked away. The cultivation base of those two people was both in the middle stage of the first stage. It was no exaggeration to say that if he used all his strength, the two of them combined would not be enough for him to hit with one punch. The two people on the field quickly decided the winner. Seeing this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. He flashed and came to the ring with a flexible body. White cat mask. Audience area. Li Fei, who was sitting in the front row, was slightly stunned when he saw Qin Feng step onto the stage. A few days ago, there was also a person wearing this mask, with the cultivation level of the awakening period, who successfully challenged the champion mode of the first level arena. It shouldn't be the same person, right? Li Fei murmured, but then he shook his head. I'm here to have fun, who cares who he is? In addition to Li Fei, Luo Kai and Zhao Chang were sitting not far away. After several days of training, they had also made rapid progress and had even broken through to the first level. Thanks to the principal's personal guidance, otherwise it would have taken us several days to break through to the first level. That's because we are talented. It's not like the principal only taught us two, but we are the only two who broke through to the first level. Zhao Cheng said with a proud look on his face. Hearing this, Luo Kai did not object. The two smiled at each other and understood each other tacitly. I just don't know what level Chu Yu has reached in her cultivation now? With her A-level cultivation talent, she might even reach the first level earlier than us? Luo Kai spoke. Who cares? Anyway, I, Zhao Chang, will definitely get a spot in tomorrow's elite training camp. It's inevitable, but I don't think so. I haven't agreed yet. You agree? That depends on whether you have the ability. While the two were arguing, Qin Feng had already defeated his opponent and then stood there, quietly waiting for the next contestant to come on stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent mid-stage 1 and obtaining 30 evolution points. Only 30. Never mind, it's better than nothing. Qin Feng comforted himself in his heart. In order to gain more evolution points, Qin Feng had just fought with that person. He deliberately lowered his fighting power and fought with the opponent for more than 10 moves before defeating him, for fear of scaring away the other players. I'll come meet you for a moment. Just at this moment, a contestant jumped onto the ring and appeared in front of Qin Feng. Bring it on! Ready to cash in. Is it him? In a hidden corner, the young woman was hiding in the dark and observing Qin Feng's fight on the ring. It was the young woman who notified the people who assassinated Qin Feng, but since that day, the young woman could not contact her two companions. She knew that the moment the two men lost contact, it meant that their operation had failed and they had died. The young woman had secretly investigated this matter, but found nothing. Qin Feng also disappeared after that night. It was precisely because of this that she had such a big reaction when she saw Qin Feng just now. If it's really him, he has advanced his cultivation from the awakening stage to the late first stage in less than a week. This cultivation talent is terrifying. A strange light flashed in the young woman's eyes. Never mind. It wasn't me who did it anyway. It has nothing to do with me if I get caught. The young woman thought this in her heart and turned and left. But she may not have noticed that the moment she turned around, Qin Feng on the ring also turned his head and took a look. The fish is hooked. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly under the mask, revealing a smile. Then he began to paddle slowly on the ring. In this way, under Qin Feng's deliberate control, one contestant after another was defeated by him, and one after another stepped onto the stage. Until the 10th contestant was defeated by him, there was a brief silence in the waiting area below the ring. Although Qin Feng's acting skills were pretty good, even a fool could see something after seeing 10 people were defeated in a row. TSK, it seems like I came here for nothing today. I wasted the registration fee. Alas, there's nothing I can do. There are too many big guys. The contestants who had already seen that Qin Feng was no ordinary person also gave up the idea of going on stage. Alas, what a pity. Qin Feng on the ring sighed when he saw this, and then just when he turned to look at the referee, ready to remind him whether he could announce the result. Ha, what a big boss, he's just bullying others by relying on his advantage in qi and blood. Let me teach you a lesson today. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and then a man with a long knife in his hand and a hideous scar on his face came to the ring. As he spoke, the scar on the man's face moved like a centipede. Boy, I'm going to let you know today that there are rules everywhere. The scarred man's words made Qin Feng stunned, but he reacted soon. Oh, what are the rules? I'd like to see them first. He guessed that the scarred man must be someone sent from inside the fighting arena. As expected of a businessman, he really doesn't let himself lose money at all. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. In the audience who were about to leave took their seats again after seeing another person coming on stage, looking at the scarred man with anticipation. At this point, the audience has also seen that Qin Feng's combat power is extraordinary. They hope that the scarred man can be more powerful and preferably force out Qin Feng's true combat power. But it was obvious that they were overthinking it. This time, Qin Feng did not hold back. The moment he fought with the scarred man, he knocked him out with one punch. Anyone else continue? Chapter 38. Sorry, I refused the invitation. How is that possible? Old Zhang couldn't even block a punch? At the back of the waiting area, two people, after seeing the scarred man being defeated by Qin Feng with one punch, turned around and left without looking back. Like the scarred man, they were all invited to help in the fighting arena. Even though their fighting power is slightly stronger than Scarman, they still cannot defeat him with one punch. In this situation, they would only get beaten if they went forward, so it would be better for them to just give up and save some face. He is indeed a big shot who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. Who would dare to go on stage now? Gone. The audience around also stood up and left at this time. Seeing this, the referee on the other side also stepped forward to announce the result, and then took Qin Feng to collect the prize money. Qin Feng accepted the nearly 200,000 Great Xia coins without hesitation. After the funds arrived, Qin Feng left the fighting arena. Before leaving, he deliberately passed in front of the young woman. After confirming that Qin Feng had left the fighting arena, the young woman went to a secluded location, just like last time, took out her cell phone and made a call. The person has been found, and the location is. On the quiet street, Qin Feng walked as if nothing had happened, but soon, a strange color flashed in his eyes. It's her indeed. Qin Feng said this in his heart and turned his head to look behind him, only to see two figures, a man and a woman, appear in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the celestial god cult, right? Qin Feng looked at the two of them with a smile. It was discovered in advance, wasn't it? You lured us out here on purpose. Faced with Qin Feng's question, the elderly man was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. There's something wrong with this kid. Let's work together and end this quickly. Good. Although the woman next to her felt that the old man was making a big deal out of nothing, his status in the Tianqian sect was higher than hers. In addition, the old man's own fighting power was stronger than hers, so she did not dare to disobey the old man's orders. The two men, one in front and one behind, started attacking Qin Feng directly. Qin Feng was naturally not afraid of this at all. 2 minutes later. Sizzle. Sizzle. Qin Feng raised his arm and swung it to shake off the blood on the black knife, then put the black knife into the weapon ring. At this time, it can be seen that the old man and the woman have fallen in a pool of blood. There was an obvious dent in the old man's chest, with his white bones exposed. There was a hideous wound on the woman's neck, and red blood was flowing out. After dealing with the two people, Qin Feng took out his cell phone. Hey, security department, I want to report a case. Someone from the celestial god cult is trying to assassinate me. Yes, they are in the fighting arena. Hide first and try to run to where there are many people. The law enforcement team will be here soon. Good. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng didn't stop, but turned around and rushed towards the fighting arena. The appearance of the two old men was enough to prove that his guess was true. At the same time, in the fighting arena, those two guys, one is in the late second stage, and the other is in the middle second stage. They shouldn't fail again this time. The young woman murmured. But for some reason, she always felt something was wrong. I should find an opportunity to apply for a transfer to another city. If I stay here for too long, it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed. The young woman thought so in her heart. I'm going back first, please keep an eye on it for me. The young woman turned to a staff member beside her and said, without waiting for the other party to reply, she turned and left. You bitch, you're just hooking up with your supervisor, what's so cool about that? The staff member was muttering to himself, but his eyes were fixed on the young woman's seductive back without blinking, full of passion. The young woman here had just left the fighting arena when she ran into a handsome and tall young man. Handsome guy, are you happy to meet me? The young woman couldn't help but make a joke. No? Aren't we familiar with each other? Qin Feng opened his mouth and smiled. Oh, it seems very familiar. Netherworld Claw. The young woman who had a charming smile on her face the previous second suddenly jumped up, her body like a black cat, and pounced towards Qin Feng's location. Sea-level beast transformation ability, Shadow Cat. After activating her superpowers, her physique, flexibility, and reaction ability will be significantly improved. At this time, the young woman's originally fair skin turned dark, and the nails on her hands grew rapidly, forming two sharp claws. Xie! The sharp claws tore through the air and slashed towards Qin Feng. It's you, after all. Facing the young woman's attack, Qin Feng remained calm and his expression did not change at all. Lightning strike! While dodging the claw attack sideways, Qin Feng swung the black knife quickly. Ah! The next moment, a shrill scream rang out on the field, and the young woman's right hand, which had just been stretched out, was covered in blood and flesh, with all 5 fingers cut off. The young woman's cultivation was only at the early 2nd level, and she had no ability to resist Qin Feng. Qin Feng defeated her easily without even using his supernatural powers. However, Qin Feng did not kill her directly, but only temporarily made her unable to move. It's almost time to go home. Qin Feng glanced at the young woman who fainted due to excessive blood loss, then turned around and prepared to leave. Swish! Swish! But at this moment, several figures appeared and surrounded him. These people were all wearing the same black windbreaker and carrying standard long swords. They were members of the law enforcement team. Now that you're here, this man is a follower of the celestial god cult. He's been kept here specifically for you to take back and interrogate. Qin Feng was not surprised by the appearance of these people. After all, he had already reported the case before, so it would be abnormal if the law enforcement team did not come. Forehead. Hearing what Qin Feng said, Captain Lao Chen's expression was a little unnatural, but he still stepped forward and spoke. Not only her, we'll also ask you to go with us to the law enforcement department. Old Chen looked at Qin Feng with suspicion. Before coming here, they had already discovered the bodies of the 2 old men. He guessed that the 2 men were most likely killed by Qin Feng. To the security department? Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked around, sizing up the 5 members of the law enforcement team. Except for this person whose cultivation level cannot be sensed, it is likely to be at the 3rd level. As for the others, they are all at the late 2nd level. Sure. A strange light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and then he turned to look at Captain Chen. I'm sorry, I declined the invitation. Crack. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, dense blue arcs of electricity quickly surged out of Qin Feng's body. The electric arc wrapped around his legs, making a sharp roar. Swish. Immediately afterwards, his figure rushed towards the distance like a flash of lightning. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The game is over. Captain, us? Qin Feng's movements were so fast that before the members of the law enforcement team could even react, he had already rushed out. Looking at Qin Feng's back, Captain Lao Chen quickly gave orders. Stop him. Swish. Swish. The few people who received the order instantly flashed and chased after Qin Feng. Old Chen stood there, guarding the fainted young woman. Most of his team members were at the late 2nd stage, and they had an absolute advantage in numbers, so he thought there was no need for him to take action. Ahead. Xie. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang in Qin Feng's ears. He turned his head and saw an invisible wind blade like a crescent moon rushing out from the darkness, tearing through the air and rushing towards him. Thunder step. Lightning flashed on his body, and his legs moved quickly. Qin Feng's body turned quickly and avoided the attack of the wind blade. You can't escape. After seeing that Qin Feng dodged the wind blade he released, the man hiding in the dark no longer hid his figure. I never thought of running away, Qin Feng said in his heart. Then he raised his hand and a blue lightning surged out of his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! The blue lightning exuded a violent aura, and then it was seen like a lightning snake, rapidly striking towards the man just now. Wind shield! Seeing this, the man reacted extremely quickly mobilizing his supernatural power and condensing it into an invisible shield in front of his body. Boom! The next moment, the lightning snake slammed heavily on the shield. It was visible to the naked eye that the shield began to tremble violently the moment the two came into contact. Isn't it the late stage of the 1st stage? Even if it's a lightning-type attack, its attack power shouldn't be this strong, right? Looking at the several cracks that appeared on the shield, the man's face was full of shock. If this continued, he would not be able to stop Qin Feng at all. Fire Dragon Fist. But at this moment, a low roar was heard, and then a ball of red flame illuminated the dark night sky. The flames rolled rapidly. Sure enough, as long as you break your opponent's courage, you can also gain evolution points. On the other side, after confirming his guess, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Then he turned around again and looked at Zhao Jie and others behind him. It's your turn next. Call out. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard. In an instant, Qin Feng's heart was alarmed. Without any hesitation, he kicked the ground with his feet and retreated violently backwards. It can be seen that an energy arrow appeared where he was originally standing. Nana tried to control him. Zhao Jie, you attack and I support. A man holding a bow and arrow appeared. Awakened divine weapon. Qin Feng's expression gradually became solemn. Shall we, you have been eliminated. Just when Shall we was about to act with Zhao Jie, the archer spoke again. They just want to play with us, so we have to abide by the rules. His words also made others react, especially Shall we, who had just been held at knife point by Qin Feng. Tangled with thorns. Just as everyone was stunned, the petite girl named Nana had already taken action. She raised her hands wrapped in rich green light, and a strange energy surged out from her hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the lawn behind Qin Feng began to shake, and thorny brambles sprang out from the lawn and rushed towards Qin Feng. Wind-breaking arrow. At the same time, the archer also launched an attack. The longbow in his hand shone brightly, and then an energy arrow quickly condensed. Call out. The next moment, an energy arrow tore through the air and came at an extremely fast speed. The remaining Zhao Jie also came to Qin Feng at this time, his blood and energy boiling, and red flames surged out of his body from time to time, ready to wait for an opportunity to move. Facing the attacks of 3 people at the same time, even Qin Feng felt a little pressure at this time. Not daring to be careless, he took quick action, raising his hands in the shape of a pistol. Thunder gun. Crack. Crack. The next moment, the sound of exploding thunder was heard, and 2 fist-sized thunderballs quickly condensed. Boom! Boom! Then Qin Feng quickly moved his arms and released the thunderballs one after another. 2 thunderballs, one collided with the energy arrow in the air, and the other hit the vines behind him. Sizzle! Sizzle! He then used the thunder step again, and in a flash, he came directly in front of Zhao Jie. I'm waiting for you. Zhao Jie, who was well prepared for this, raised his arm, and red flames gushed out wildly, followed by a fire dragon fist. Boom! The crimson flames rolled over like a wave and rushed towards Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng was still rushing forward. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only collide head-on with the red flames. It worked! Zhao Jie was delighted when he noticed this scene, because he was very clear about the power of his punch. Not to mention that Qin Feng's cultivation is only at the first level, even an awakener at the same level as him may not be able to withstand it. Careful! But at this moment, the archer's anxious voice suddenly sounded, but it was obviously too late. A figure wrapped in blue lightning rushed out from the flames and came to Zhao Jie. How is this possible? Just when Zhao Jie felt unbelievable, Qin Feng had already put the black knife on his neck. Game over, everyone. Chapter 40 adds some physical fitness, a terrifying improvement. 2 hours later. Inside the law enforcement department. We've already investigated and found out that the woman is indeed a follower of the celestial god cult, and she even sent someone to assassinate him. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Law Enforcement Minister Zhou Yi turned to look at the young man in front of him and said with a smile. Although the matter has been investigated thoroughly, boy, I warn you to behave yourself and not try to provoke the law enforcement team. The young man was naturally Qin Feng. After he defeated the members of the law enforcement team, he took the initiative to come here with them and told them the information he had. Looking at Zhou Yi with a smile on his face, Qin Feng nodded heavily. He absolutely had no intention of provoking the law enforcement team. His idea was very simple, he just wanted to earn some evolution points. Okay, you can go home now. Zhou Yi waved his hand, indicating that Qin Feng could leave. Good. Qin Feng stood up and left. Minister, are you going to let him go so easily? Our team members are. That's enough. Before the man next to him could finish his words, Zhou Yi let out a low growl, and a fierce aura emanated from him. A small team of 4 late-stage second-level members attacked simultaneously, yet they were still defeated by a first-level awakener. You have no shame, but I still have some. Alright, this matter ends here. No one is allowed to reveal any information about Qin Feng. Anyone who violates this will be expelled immediately. The college entrance exam is approaching, and the members of the Tianqian cult are very active. You must keep a close eye on them. If anything unexpected happens, we'll both be finished. After scolding him, Joey just got up and left. To be able to attract the attention of both the city lord and Minister Yang, it seems that Lin Hai is about to produce a true genius. Joey couldn't help but smile as he thought this, but the smile disappeared instantly when he saw Lao Chen and the others outside the door. Go back and strengthen your training. I don't want to see a situation like today again. Hope Community. 700 evolution points is quite a lot. Qin Feng checked his earnings as soon as he got home. Improve your physique and combat skills first. As for your spirit, you can find an opportunity to improve it later. Qin Feng muttered to himself, then he moved his mind and started to add some. First, combat skills. Ding! Consuming 300 evolution points, the lightning spear has been upgraded to the minor success stage. After the prompt sound, Qin Feng's control over the lightning spear had reached a small level of success. Qin Feng added all of the remaining 400 evolution points to his physique without much thought. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a mysterious force appear in his body, and then his body felt like it was pierced by thousands of needles, and severe pain instantly overwhelmed him. Under the skin, the blue veins were jumping wildly like angry little snakes, as if they were about to break through the constraints of the skin, and a burning sensation like a raging fire came from the lungs. Fuck, so cruel. Before Qin Feng had time to think about it, another wave of even more fierce pain came. Muscles all over the body began to spasm, starting from the legs and spreading to the whole body. The muscle fibers were constantly torn and reorganized in pain, making a crackling sound. The bones made a crackling sound as if they were unwilling to give in, like a broken machine running at overload, and there was a sharp pain in the joints, as if countless broken bones were rubbing against each other. At this moment, Qin Feng felt his vision begin to blur and his consciousness gradually faded, but every time he was about to lose consciousness completely, a mysterious force appeared and woke him up. I don't know how long it took before the severe pain in my body began to gradually subside until it finally disappeared completely. Qin Feng also suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and he felt as if his body had endless strength. What does it smell like? But soon Qin Feng discovered a strange smell coming from his body. It was not until then that he noticed the black liquid on his skin. Without any hesitation, he quickly ran to the bathroom. After washing carefully, Qin Feng walked out of the bathroom with a refreshed look on his face. Compared with before, the muscle contours of his body have become clearer. Although he does not look as good as those muscular men, only Qin Feng himself knows how terrifying the power contained in his body is. If it wasn't already late at night, he would definitely find a place to test his physical strength. Although there is a combat power tester in the community, its level is only first level, given his current strength. Even without using combat skills or superpowers, he could still blow it up with one punch. Qin Feng is usually very protective of this kind of public property. With a thought, Qin Feng opened the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Late Stage 1. Qi and Blood, 310+. Spirit, 35+. Constitution, 55% Ordinary Body+. Evolution points, 0. After the improvement just now, the physical fitness progress has reached 55% Ordinary Body. Such a huge change has occurred with only a 40% improvement. Qin Feng is now looking forward to seeing what changes will happen to his physique when the progress of his mortal body reaches 100%. The next day. After Qin Feng got up and had breakfast downstairs, he went straight to school. After arriving at the class. Brother Feng, you are finally here. You don't know, but Old Li has been annoying me these past few days, chasing me around every day to find out about you. If you don't come today, I think he will report it to the police. After seeing Qin Feng, Li Fei first showed an expression of relief on his face, but then he began to complain to him. Tell me the truth, where have you been these days? As he was speaking, Li Fei suddenly changed the subject and asked in an interrogative tone. He went out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Qin Feng said truthfully. By the way, did you pay my registration fee for me? Yes, I have. Li Fei waved his hand. As for Qin Feng's words about going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, he didn't believe it at all and just thought he was bragging. Qin Feng's arrival did not attract much attention. After all, the college entrance examination was approaching, and everyone was focusing on improving their qi and blood and honing their combat skills. Not everyone is as free as Li Fei. Brother Phone, let me tell you some inside information. Jiangnan Province is planning to hold an elite training camp, bringing together all the talented people in the province for special training. And as long as you can join the training camp, you can be exempted from the college entrance examination and can directly join major martial arts colleges after graduation. I heard that our number 1 middle school also received 2 spots in the training camp. Li Fei whispered to Qin Feng. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He didn't expect that Li Fei had also learned the news. Just as Li Fei was talking non-stop, the head teacher, Old Li, walked into the classroom. Old Li noticed Qin Feng at a glance, gave him a look that wanted to kill him, and then walked up to the podium. Chapter 41, The Battle Begins, the Principal of 2nd Middle School Provokes. In the classroom. Ahem. Old Li, who was standing on the podium, coughed, cleared his throat and began to speak. Classmates, because the war between the myriad races and ferocious beasts and the human race is intensifying and tensions are building on the front lines, the Great Xia Nation has decided to hold a talent training camp starting with your class. In the training camp, there are abundant resources and powerful teachers. There are even masters who will serve as your mentors and teach you how to practice. And our number 1 middle school, as the best school in Linhai City, has been allocated 2 spots for the training camp this time. The school will hold a competition to determine who will receive these 2 spots. Fuck, elite training camp? Why all the fuss? This training camp is obviously for those geniuses. Yeah, our school only has 2 places. It looks like I have no hope. No, brother, what do you mean by that? I remember you were ranked hundreds of places away in school. You're talking as if you could have gotten 2 more spots. There's a grandmaster as our mentor, and our principal doesn't even seem to be at the 4th level yet. Zhao Chang and Luo Kai are really lucky. For a moment, the class was buzzing with discussion, and Lao Li did not stop them. He was also shocked when he first heard the news. Okay, everyone, follow me to the playground. After a while, Lao Li waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then led them to the playground. On the playground. By the time Qin Feng's class arrived, students from other classes had almost all arrived. Looking around, there were dense crowds of people. At this time, most of the students had already learned about the elite training camp, and without exception, they all set their sights on the front of the team. The students standing there are all students who have awakened B-level and C-level superpowers. Among them, the most attention fell on Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. The 2 people who were being watched by everyone had calm expressions and appeared very composed. Like Li Fei, the 2 of them had already known about the elite training camp before this. For both of them, getting a spot in the training camp is a must. Originally they were worried about Chuyu's existence, but early this morning, they learned that Chuyu had obtained a place through other means. This also made them both secretly relieved. So at this time, all the teachers and students in the school believed that their entry into the training camp was a foregone conclusion. Although there are a few other people in the school who have awakened B-level superpowers like them, they are still slightly inferior to them in terms of combat power. I was a step behind you in breaking through to the 1st level, but I want 1st place in this competition. Zhao Chang looked at Luo Kai beside him with a provocative look. The facts will prove everything. You won't be too embarrassed to lose to me. Luo Kai said calmly. Tisk, Chiyu didn't come, it's really a bargain for these 2 guys. Li Fei said in an indignant tone. That's right. Everyone knows that these 2 have already broken through to the 1st level. How can the likes of us hope to compete with them? If you ask me, it would be better to just announce the quota to them. The students around were talking about it. Qin Feng just turned around and glanced at Zhao Chang and Luo Kai without saying anything more. Just after all the students gathered, Principal Yang Zirong also came to the playground. After a passionate speech, he announced that the battle had officially begun. The first step is the lottery. After finishing his speech, the principal took a few steps back and stood on the podium, his eyes occasionally falling on a figure at the back of the team. It was Qin Feng. Because of Minister Yang's relationship, he now strongly suspected that Qin Feng was a genius. However, he had no evidence for this. After all, Minister Yang later just told him not to look for Qin Feng, and didn't say much else. Principal, the principal of number 2 middle school brought. At this moment, the dean walked up to Yang Zirong and whispered a few words. Fatty Shui, what is he doing here at this time? Yang Zirong frowned and then waved his hand. Tell him to get lost. I'm too busy to have time to waste on him. But he has already. The dean here was about to say something. Hey, let me see who is being told to get out. Yang Zirong, after all, we are both the headmasters of the same school and were once comrades in arms. This is how you treat me. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. Hearing the voice, Yang Zirong turned around and looked back, only to see a familiar face appear in his sight. Fatty Shui, what are you doing in our school? The person who came was the principal of Linhai No. 2 Middle School, Shui Jinshan. Although he was called fat, he was actually just a little fat. Facing the newcomer, Yang Zirong had an ugly expression on his face, and it was obvious that he did not welcome the other party. No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School are both high schools in Linhai, and they have always been in a competitive relationship with each other. There are rumors that No. 2 Middle School has long wanted to squeeze out No. 1 Middle School and become the boss. Why, I can't come to No. 1 Middle School for a stroll. As he spoke, Shui Jinshan's gaze fell on the students below, and finally stopped on Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. Then he turned his head and spoke to Yang Zirong with a hint of provocation. Old Yang, the quality of your students doesn't seem that great. I think it would be better to give the title of Linhai No. 1 Middle School to our No. 2 Middle School. Yang Zirong looked unhappy when he heard this and spoke immediately. The quality of students this year is indeed average, but they can still easily beat No. 2 Middle School. Shui Jinshan's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. He was waiting here. With a playful smile on his face, he said, "Really? Since you're so confident, old Yang, I happen to have brought 2 students with me today. How about letting the student who won first place in the competition come and compete with them?" "Hello, Principal Yang, my name is Lu Wu." A young man stepped forward and spoke with a smile on his face. Another student also looked confident. They are all the best students of No. 2 Middle School and have already obtained places in the elite training camp. They came here today to suppress No. 1 Middle School and let them know that No. 2 Middle School is the strongest high school in Linhai. Seeing Yang Zirong looking at his student, Shui Jinshan spoke again. "Old Yang, my 2 students are just average. One just broke through to the middle stage of the first level and mastered a C-level combat skill. As for the other one, he just broke through to the early stage of the first level. Just nod your head if you think it's okay. Of course, if you don't have much confidence, then forget it." As he spoke, Shui Jinshan always had a smile on his face. Chapter 42. Could he really be that Qin Feng? Damn it! At this moment, Yang Zirong just wanted to curse in his heart. He didn't expect that No. 2 Middle School would produce 2 such outstanding students. Although Zhao Chang and Luo Kai have also broken through to the first level, they are obviously not as good as these 2. It would be great if Chu Yu was here. Yang Zirong thought so in his heart. Chu Yu, who has awakened a level superpowers, is far superior to ordinary people in both cultivation talent and comprehension. He believed that even the student from No. 2 Middle School who had reached the middle stage of the first level was not as good as Chu Yu. But unfortunately, Chu Yu was taken away by his father for special training. Yang Zirong's face changed. He knew that if they agreed to Shui Jinshan, they would definitely lose, but if they didn't agree, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Thinking of this, Yang Zirong pretended to be indifferent. "Okay, but you should have a good mental state as a student. Don't let yourself get so frustrated when you lose that it'll be pointless. Don't worry, it's just a sparring match. Winning or losing doesn't matter." Seeing Yang Zirong's agreement, Shui Jinshan turned around and left. He planned to take this opportunity to take a good look around No. 1 Middle School. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. As for the battle, he was too lazy to even watch it. He had already investigated the level of the students in No. 1 Middle School. Only Chu Yu could make him pay attention to her. As for the others, they could never be a match for Lu Wu and the others. This old bastard hasn't changed at all after all these years. Yang Zirong gritted his teeth and said. Then he turned to look at the students below and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Well, although I don't want to admit it, the performance of No. 1 Middle School in recent years is indeed not as good as that of No. 2 Middle School. He knew in his heart that if Chu Yu had not appeared this year, their No. 1 Middle School would still be severely suppressed by No. 2 Middle School as in previous years. But at this moment, Yang Zirong seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze fell on the back of the team again. Hopefully there will be some surprises. Just as Yang Zirong made an agreement with No. 2 Middle School to compete, the students on the playground below had already finished drawing lots. Qin Feng also found his opponent based on his number plate, number 111. Zhang Quan, C-level superpower, late awakening. I heard he has mastered a C-level combat skill. Brother Feng, your luck seems to be a bit bad. Li Fei, who was standing by, had already helped Qin Feng investigate the opponent's information before he even went on stage. If you really can't bear it anymore, just admit defeat immediately and don't force yourself. Li Fei murmured softly. As he applied to a liberal arts university, he could not join the training camp and naturally did not need to participate in the competition. Please come to the stage, number 110 and number 111. A voice similar to a broadcast sounded. Qin Feng did not hesitate and stepped onto the stage. Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death and let you go down and rest as soon as possible. After seeing Qin Feng, Zheng Quan smiled. He recognized that Qin Feng was the one who awakened the dual F-level superpowers. Qin Feng did not respond to this, but stood quietly there waiting for the referee to announce the start of the competition. Soon, the referee signaled the start of the competition. Prepare. Zheng Quan on this side was just about to say some bold words to boost his morale, but the next moment, he felt a black screen before his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting down outside the ring. Zheng Quan was a little confused. What's going on? Isn't he an F-level superpower? Who the hell said F-level powers are the weakest? At the same time, after seeing Qin Feng send Zheng Quan off the stage with one move, the students around were shocked. No way, when did Brother Feng become so fierce? Li Fei looked incredulous. The homeroom teacher, old Li, was also a little bit unconvinced. Could it be that the Qin Feng that Minister Yang is looking for is really my student? Only 5 evolution points. Qin Feng walked off the stage with a look of disappointment on his face. Then in the following period, the battle was in full swing. Among them, the performances of Zhao Chang and Luo Kai were the most eye-catching. The opponents they encountered were basically dealt with by them in one move. In addition to them, there are 2 other students who have also awakened B-level superpowers, and their performances are also very eye-catching. The teachers looked at them and nodded secretly. In fact, these teachers already had an idea of the level of these students. After all, for the awakened, the level of supernatural power has already determined their future achievements. Therefore, the performance of these people was within their expectations. On the other side, Qin Feng was also constantly defeating his opponents. Without exception, with his current strength, none of these students could withstand a single blow from him. Almost all of them were knocked off the ring by Qin Feng as soon as the referee announced the start of the competition, leaving them looking confused. Instant kill, another instant kill? No, is this really Qin Feng? Qin Feng who awakened 2 F-level superpowers? As the battle continued, the attention Qin Feng received began to gradually increase. Looking at the handsome young man on the ring, they were all extremely shocked, especially Qin Feng's classmates. Their understanding of Qin Feng is still limited to his dual F-level abilities. The head teacher, Mr. Li, was shocked at first, but then a sense of pride rose in his heart. This is my student, the student taught by me, Li Chaofeng. Ha ha ha. The pride in his heart made Lao Li burst out laughing. No one cared about Lao Li's abnormality because most of the attention was on the ring at this time. Yang Zirong on the high platform also noticed Qin Feng at this time. Could he really be the person Minister Yang is looking for? At this moment, he had the same idea as Lao Li. I wonder if his cultivation has broken through to the first level? Yang Zirong thought so in his heart. Because the distance was far and Qin Feng did not unleash all his energy and blood, he could not sense Qin Feng's cultivation level. Even if his qi and blood haven't reached the first level, his combat power is almost catching up with Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. The opponents Qin Feng meets now are all in the middle and late stages of awakening. Zhao and Luo can kill players of this strength instantly. Time passed quickly and the battle gradually came to an end. Most of the students have been eliminated, and the only ones left are the top students. Ah, it's still these people. The gap in talent is indeed difficult to bridge. Ordinary students like us can only go so far. The students started to talk and complain. Number 111 Qin Feng, number 245 Chen Liang, come on stage and fight. Just then, the call sounded again. Chen Liang, is that the Chen Liang who awakened the B-level beast transformation, the iron-armed ape? Nonsense, there are several Chen Liangs in our school. Chapter 43 No, who is F and who is B? It seems that Qin Feng has reached the end of this. What do you mean it's over? He has 2 F-level abilities. It's already amazing that he can reach this point. Everyone was talking. Old Li looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of regret. He now regretted not noticing Qin Feng's changes earlier, otherwise he might have gone further. Although Qin Feng has shown strong fighting ability at present, Lao Li believes that he should not be a match for Chen Liang. Humph, you guys are short-sighted. How dare you look down on my brother Feng? Just wait, brother Feng will go up and knock Chen Liang down, and teach these people a lesson. Li Fei shouted with an unhappy look on his face. But he turned around and whispered to Qin Feng, don't force yourself. Just go up and throw a few punches, then admit defeat. It's not shameful. Okay, got it. Qin Feng didn't say much about this and walked directly onto the stage. A few random punches? It shouldn't be necessary. On the ring. Seeing Qin Feng coming on stage, Chen Liang also perked up. He raised his head and said with a haughty look on his face. Your performance just now was pretty good, but you were unlucky to meet me. How about this, to save your face, I can let you have 3 moves. Hearing this, Qin Feng shrugged and said calmly, I don't think it's necessary. What the hell? You're still giving up 3 moves. Do you think you're the best in the school? You're really addicted to showing off. Listening to the ridicule from the audience, Chen Liang didn't care and spoke casually. I don't dare to claim to be the best in the school, but compared to you, I am still much better. Upon hearing this, everyone on the stage seemed to be choked by invisible air and could not utter a sound. Oh, a bunch of trash, you dare to challenge me. After a cold laugh, Chen Liang waved at Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored him and looked directly at the referee. I don't understand. I'll show you how powerful B-level abilities are. Thinking this in his mind, Chen Liang was about to activate his supernatural power the moment the referee announced the start of the competition. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and when he focused his eyes and saw the black shadow clearly, he then realized that his body had appeared in mid-air, and then quickly fell off the ring. I lost? Chen Liang, lying face down on the ground, felt a little dizzy. He was an excellent student with B-level superpowers, but he was kicked off the ring by an opponent who had awakened F-level superpowers. No, who was F and who was B? In less than 5 seconds from start to finish, Chen Shan appeared under the ring. At this moment, everyone on the field was stunned and the scene fell into silence. Both students and teachers now have expressions of disbelief. Especially those students who had just been ridiculed by Chen Liang. Although they all said they supported Qin Feng, they also couldn't stand Chen Liang's style and knew in their hearts that Qin Feng could not win. But what no one expected was that Qin Feng really won. And it's still a one-shot kill as always. No, that's it. It seems that Chen Liang is no good. He can't even block a kick. At this moment, the people below the ring had the idea that they could do it too. No, that kick just now? Qin Feng's cultivation has reached the 1st level. At this moment, Lao Li suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and others around him were all stunned. A 1st level awakener? No, it's been less than a week since we awakened our powers, right? It would have been fine if Zhao Chang and Luo Kai, who were given special treatment by the principal, had broken through to the 1st level, but now even Qin Feng had broken through to the 1st level. Looking at Qin Feng on the ring, Li Fei suddenly felt that he knew too little about this best friend. 1st level, it really is 1st level. On the high platform, Yang Ziron looked excited, but he quickly came to his senses. He hasn't used any combat skills yet. Could it be that he hasn't mastered any combat skills? What if that's really the case? At this time, Yang Ziron was so excited that he had forgotten what Lao Li had reported to him. 1st level? There was a lot of movement on Qin Feng's side, and the news of his breakthrough to the 1st level had already reached the ears of Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. After a brief shock, they quickly calmed down. So what if they are at the 1st level? They have also reached this level, and they have B-level abilities, which increase their combat power far beyond what F-level abilities can compare to. So they are also full of confidence at this time. Soon, another round of competition was over. By now, there were only 6 students left on the field. Except for Qin Feng, everyone else's behavior was almost as expected. At this time, most of the attention on the field was focused on Qin Feng, the dark horse. The other 3 students except Zhao Chang and Luo Kai all had bitter smiles on their faces. Their cultivation has not yet broken through the 1st level, so they know very well that they will be eliminated in the next battle. And that is exactly what is happening. It was another round of competition. Whether it was intentional or coincidental, these 3 people were assigned to Qin Feng and the other 2 who had already broken through to the 1st level. There is no suspense at all, it's a one-shot kill. Whether it was Qin Feng or Zhao Luo, they all killed their opponents in one blow. Next, the battle officially entered a white-hot stage. At this moment, everyone on the playground focused their attention on the three young men in the front. Compared to Qin Feng, who showed up unexpectedly, most people are more optimistic about Zhao and Luo. After all, the two of them have always been ranked second and third in the school, and as for the first place, it is recognized as Chu Yu. As for Qin Feng, although his performance this time was also very outstanding, not many people were optimistic about him. Although they are both at the first level, Zhao Chang and Luo Kai have already cultivated the Thunderbolt to the minor success level, and its power is astonishing. As for Qin Feng, although he appears to be very powerful, it will be difficult for him to win this battle if he doesn't master a powerful combat technique. Next, number 111 Qin Feng will face number 2 Luo Kai. Just as everyone was talking, the call was made. After hearing the sound, Qin Feng walked onto the stage with an expressionless face. It's finally almost over. Qin Feng showed a look of relief on his face. He had originally wanted to use these students to test his current physical strength, but the result was very disappointing to him. Up to now, for the safety of those students, he has not used his full strength to attack. After all, with his current physical condition, even if he relied solely on his physical strength, a full strength attack would be enough to blow their bodies apart. Call. Luo Kai on this side took a deep breath after hearing his name and also walked onto the ring. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he still felt pressure when he really faced Qin Feng. Wait for you. But at this moment, a familiar voice came into his ears. Luo Kai turned around and saw that it was Zhao Chang who spoke. Good. Luo Kai nodded heavily, confidence returning to his face. Chapter 44 Chapter 44 The battle is over, the well-deserved first place. Luo Kai is going to fight Qin Feng. Li Fei still couldn't believe the scene in front of him. It was like a dream to him. His ordinary best friend had become a first-level awakener in the blink of an eye, and now he was the third strongest opponent in the school. See? That's my brother, my best brother. However, Li Fei quickly reacted and started to show off his relationship with Qin Feng to everyone with a proud look on his face. On the ring. At this time, Qin Feng and Luo Kai were like the center of attention, enjoying the gaze of everyone around them. Luo Kai adjusted his mentality and looked at Qin Feng solemnly. He was always calm and would not underestimate any opponent, let alone Qin Feng, who had also broken through to the first level. The competition begins. The referee came on stage and announced the start after both of them were ready. Strike with thunder. The moment the referee finished speaking, Luo Kai let out a low shout, then moved his legs quickly and came to Qin Feng. She. She. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and Luo Kai's legs were like two sharp axes, chopping towards Qin Feng fiercely. Luo Kai didn't hold back at all and went all out. With the referee watching, he doesn't have to worry about anything and just needs to give it his all. The furious thunder of the minor success realm. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and an alternative idea arose in his mind. Facing Luo Kai's attack, he made a surprising move. He just stood there motionless without any movement. It was as if he didn't see Luo Kai's attack. The referee, who had just walked off the ring, suddenly changed his expression and tensed up when he saw this. He was ready to rescue the opponent at any time. What's wrong with Qin Feng? Is he intimidated by Luo Kai's strength? That shouldn't be the case. Even if Luo Kai has mastered the Thunderbolt, Qin Feng has already broken through to the first level. Even if he is defeated, he shouldn't be afraid to fight back, right? Everyone around was confused by Qin Feng's actions. Boom! The next moment, Luo Kai's right leg, like a sharp axe, swept directly across Qin Feng's body. But the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. I saw a figure on the ring flying backwards, and that person was Luo Kai. How is this possible? A look of horror appeared on Luo Kai's face. He could hardly believe what he was seeing, but the severe pain in his right leg told him that this was reality. Just now, when he kicked Qin Feng's body, it felt like he had kicked a piece of 10,000-year-old black iron. Not to mention causing any harm to Qin Feng, he himself was blown away by the huge recoil force. Yang Zirong on the high platform suddenly stood up at this moment, his eyes full of shock. To withstand the furious thunder of the minor success realm with one's own body, one must have such a strong physique, a special physique. It must be a special physique. Yang Zirong looked excited. In his opinion, even the lowest level of special physique can be compared with a-level superpowers. Ha ha ha. God blesses number 1 middle school. That's it? Xin Feng didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. He was a little disappointed at this time. He had wanted to use Luo Kai to test his current physical strength, but the final result still disappointed him. The opponent couldn't shake his physique at all. Never mind. Xin Feng shook his head in disappointment. Then he took a step forward and kicked Luo Kai off the ring. With his strength, Luo Kai had no chance of resisting him. Under the ring. Luo Kai, who was sent off the ring, had a look of despair on his face. Xin Feng gave him the feeling of an insurmountable mountain, leaving him with no hope. His special physique only gives him an advantage in the early stages. Once our cultivation improves and we master more combat skills, it's possible for us to surpass him. But at this moment, Zhao Cheng's voice sounded in his ears. Although he said this, Zhao Cheng's expression was heavy at this moment. Now that Luo Kai has been defeated, it is his turn to compete with Xin Feng, and the result is obvious. His strength is not much different from Luo Kai's, so he can't be Xin Feng's opponent. And that is exactly what happened. Zhao Cheng soon came to power. This time, Xin Feng had no intention of wasting time. Before Zhao Cheng could even activate his special ability, he directly got close to him and punched him off the stage. Fuck. Xin Feng won first place in the whole school? I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai were both killed instantly by Xin Feng's single move? Looking at Xin Feng on the ring, everyone was extremely shocked. I originally thought he was just a dark horse, but unexpectedly he became a fierce dragon. My student became the best in the school. At this time, old Li felt dizzy, as if he had drunk 2 taels of wine. Li Fei and others on the side were so shocked that they were speechless. Hee, number 1 in the school, my brother, hee. Li Fei smiled foolishly. The defeated Zhao and Luo looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. I originally thought it was a competition between the two of us, but I didn't expect Xin Feng to show up halfway. Well. Looking at Xin Feng walking down the stage, they both sighed at the same time. As the number 1 student in the school, Xin Feng was the only one who attracted everyone's attention at this moment. At this point, the battle is almost over. Xin Feng is naturally the undisputed first, but the second and third places have not yet been decided. With the treatment of the school doctor, Luo Kai and Zhao Cheng recovered quickly. Then the two of them walked onto the ring again and began competing for the second place. The two men had similar cultivation levels, both in the early first stage, and their combat power was not much different. In the end, after fighting for dozens of moves, Zhao Cheng was still better and defeated Luo Kai. If it were before, after defeating Luo Kai, Zhao Cheng would wake up laughing in his dreams, but now he could not feel a trace of joy in his heart. By now, the battle was completely over. As usual, Yang Zirong appeared on stage again at this time and delivered an impassioned speech. Xin Feng and Zhao Cheng, who ranked first and second in the competition, successfully obtained places in the elite training camp. At Yang Zirong's invitation, Xin Feng and the other person came to the platform. After some greetings, Yang Zirong said solemnly, "You are the most outstanding students in my number 1 middle school. You can be said to be the top students in Linhai City. But don't be proud or complacent about it. You know, the elite training camp brings together talents from all over Jiangnan province. Some of them have already reached the middle or even late first stage." Hearing this, Xin Feng didn't feel anything. After all, he had also reached the late stage of the first level. But Zhao Cheng on the side couldn't sit still anymore and said in shock, "Late first stage, how is this possible? You have to know that he is only in the early stage of the first level, which is 2 small realms away. He has no hope of competing with such a monster." Zhao Cheng turned and looked at Xin Feng beside him. "I don't know if you can handle it." Chapter 45 Second Middle School Principal, is this impossible? On the platform. Unlike Zhao Cheng, who was shocked, Xin Feng gradually became excited after hearing that there would be many geniuses in the elite training camp. For him, the more geniuses there are in this training camp, the better, so that he can get more evolution points. Children of great families, geniuses from wealthy families, descendants of grandmasters, all of you come. The more Xin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. With his talent in the system, Xin Feng was only worried that those geniuses were not talented enough. After all, Linhai City is just a small city with limited resources. Take combat skills for example. Their number 1 middle school is the best high school in Linhai, and the highest level combat skill in the school is just a B-level boxing technique. In the entire Linhai City, there is not a single A-level combat skill. Even if there is, it is in the hands of a few people. For Qin Feng, if he wants to master more combat skills, he has to find a way from the elite training camp. Okay, that's all for now. You two should get ready. The training camp bus will arrive at the school on time at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. Having said that, Yang Zirong paused, turned to look at Qin Feng, and was about to say something. Lao Yang, is that enough? I have something else to do when I get back to school. Suddenly, a teasing voice was heard, and it was Shui Jinshan who spoke. He brought Lu Wu and the other man to the high platform. If it's over, let's start now. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Shui Jinshan's face. Just now, while the teachers and students of number 1 middle school were paying attention to the battle, he had almost finished touring the entire school. Obtained some information that he thought was useful. When he got closer, Shui Jinshan also noticed Qin Feng and Zhao Chang. Suddenly, he frowned. This was a little different from what he expected. His eyes swept over Qin Feng, and when he sensed that the fluctuation of qi and blood in his body was only at the early first stage, a smile appeared on his face again. Because Qin Feng did not use his own blood and energy at this time, even Shui Jinshan, who was at the 3rd level, could not sense his specific cultivation level. When Yang Zirong saw Shui Jinshan coming with 2 students, his face instantly darkened. However, when his eyes fell on Qin Feng, his face immediately relaxed. With Qin Feng here, some accidents are bound to happen today. In the blink of an eye, a smile similar to Shui Jinshan's appeared on his face. It's over. I'm already preparing to send someone to inform you. Shui Jinshan was amused when he heard this. He had never expected Yang Zirong to be so stubborn. Even at this point, he was still pretending. He believed that he had completely seen through the true nature of Qin Feng and Zhao Chang. They were just 2 people in the early stage of the 1st level and could never be a match for his student. Laugh, you won't be able to laugh anymore after a while. Shui Jinshan chuckled in his heart. At this time, Lu Wu and the other 2 behind him also glanced at Qin Feng and the others, with indifferent expressions on their faces. They believed that beating a student from number 1 middle school is just like beating a child, and there is no difficulty at all. Then Shui Jinshan turned his head and looked at the arena beside him. Alright, old Yang, I'll stop talking nonsense and let your number 1 come out and fight. I'll let Lu Wu fight here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wu stood up behind him and walked towards the ring with a confident look on his face. Yang Zirong on this side saw that the other party looked like he had him in his hands, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress his laughter, and nodded. Okay, let's get started. After saying that, he turned and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, there are 2 students from number 2 middle school here to study with us. You will be responsible for teaching them. Having said that, he paused and continued. By the way, it's just a teaching, don't be too harsh. Qin Feng naturally would not refuse this. After all, to him, the other party was just an evolution point delivered to his doorstep. Old man, you really are good at pretending. Seeing Yang Zirong's determined look, Shui Jinshan couldn't help but say in his heart. In front of all the teachers and students of number 1 middle school was defeated by number 2 middle school. Now I wonder how number 1 middle school can continue to claim to be the strongest high school in Linhai. At this time, Shui Jinshan was already imagining how number 2 middle school would replace number 1 middle school. At this time, Qin Feng had also arrived at the ring and stood opposite Lu Wu. Lu Wu from the 2nd middle school, B-level wind-type supernatural power, mid-1st stage. Lu Wu was the first to introduce himself. Qin Feng smiled helplessly at this and could only report his information. Qin Feng, a middle school student, has supernatural powers. When introducing the superpowers, Qin Feng hesitated slightly, but still spoke. Supernatural Thunder, Cultivation Level 1. If he said now that his ability was F level, it would be pure deception, but if he said it was S level, Qin Feng felt that no one would believe it. So he could only choose to say this. Everyone around number 1 middle school thought that Qin Feng just wanted to save face, so they naturally wouldn't expose him. Thunder element? Lu Wu on this side frowned, and his originally indifferent expression became serious. As one of the best thunder-type elements in the elemental system, if the level of supernatural power is comparable to his, it cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, he still has the advantage in his cultivation level, so Lu Wu is still full of confidence. However, this battle was related to the reputation of number 2 middle school after all, so to be on the safe side, he activated his supernatural powers before the competition officially started. Call. With his body as the center, an invisible wind attribute energy quickly emerged, emitting a fierce momentum. B-level wind ability, plus the cultivation level of the middle stage of the first level? Can Qin Feng still win this time? Following Lu Wu's actions, the students around him began to feel nervous. However, they may not have noticed the indifferent expressions of their principal and teachers. Although Lu Wu is strong, he can never be a match for Qin Feng. The teacher's vision is beyond the reach of students like them. Judging from the fact that Qin Feng was able to kill Zhao Chang and Luo Kai in one move, not to mention the mid-first stage, even the general late first stage would not necessarily be his opponent. On the ring. Wind Blade. The moment the referee announced the start of the competition, Lu Wu, who had already released his supernatural powers in advance, took action instantly. He raised his hands and waved them quickly. In an instant, a wind blade more than 1 meter long quickly condensed. Xie. The wind blade tore through the air and rushed towards Qin Feng's location. Good. Shui Jinshan on the high platform noticed this scene and nodded secretly. Lu Wu's move was very quick. On the contrary, Qin Feng seemed to have not reacted at this time and was still standing there. It's a sure win. Seeing the scene, Shui Jinshan directly announced the result in his mind that Lu Wu's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the first level. This move was his full strength attack, and even a late stage first order awakener would not dare to resist it. Is this impossible? But in the next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Chapter 46 Gravity Manipulation, Quadruple Gravity. Just use your body to bear it? Just when Shui Jinshan was saying in his heart that it was impossible, Yang Zirong, who was standing next to him, was also shocked. I've already told him that using his body to resist combat techniques is too dangerous. Sigh, this class of students is really not easy to lead. But he turned around and sighed to Shui Jinshan. Fuck you. At this moment, Shui Jinshan tried hard to suppress the urge to curse, but his eyes were still full of shock. The second-grade middle school student behind him also had an expression of disbelief on his face. As students of the same school, he and Lu Wu had fought more than once. Although he won every time, he did not dare to withstand the wind blade directly with his body. TSK, what the hell, the students from number 2 middle school are only at this level, they can't even break my brother Feng's body defense. That's right, you dare to challenge our number 1 middle school? Get out of here as soon as possible. Li Fei and others below started to mock. Shui Jinshan's face flushed when he heard this. Okay, what are you talking about? Yang Zirong also took the opportunity to speak at this time, and he looked very proud at this time. These young boys are so ignorant. Old Shui, please don't be angry. Too ignorant, I think it is too sensible. Shui Jinshan sneered in his heart and said nothing. Compared to the shock of others, Lu Wu on the ring was the one who felt the most deeply. Are you a monster? Looking at Qin Feng, who was blocking his fighting skills with his body, he couldn't help but speak. However, Qin Feng ignored him and just talked to himself. Although it was a bit forced, the wind blade didn't cause any substantial damage to me. At most, it just hurt a little. It seems I can't be so reckless next time. I'm talking to you? Seeing that he was being ignored, Lu Wu became angry and released another wind blade to attack Qin Feng. But this time Qin Feng did not give him another chance. He pushed off the ground with both feet and suddenly exerted force, his body rushing out at high speed like a cannonball. While the wind blade was still in the air, he had already arrived in front of Lu Wu and punched him. Qin Feng's speed was so fast that Lu Wu had no time to react in the blink of an eye. He could only barely raise his arms and cross them to block. Boom! But in the next moment, he felt a huge force on his arm, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. It was not until he reached the edge of the ring that Lu Wu managed to steady his body. But before he could make any move, a black shadow appeared in front of him, and then he felt his body flying up. Then he fell to the ground below the ring. I lost. The cold touch on his butt made Lu Wu look depressed. Old Yang, you are lucky. You have encountered a special physique. At this moment, Shui Jinshan did not hide his emotions. He said to Yang Zirong with envy. When his eyes fell on Qin Feng, they were full of admiration. Do you still want to fight? Then he turned to look at the young man behind him, and the latter gave him a positive answer. War. Well, you are worthy of being my number 2 middle school student. A smile appeared on Shui Jinshan's face. At this moment, Yang Zirong did not say anything sarcastic. After all, he and Shui Jinshan were both contributing to Daxia's education, and their competition was just to make Daxia and Linhai City stronger. Then the boy walked onto the ring. Mengyu from the second middle school, a level supernatural power, gravity manipulation, early stage of the first stage. The young man came on stage and introduced himself. It's him indeed. Yang Zirong said to himself that after Lu Wuxian appeared, he had guessed the identity of the young man. Among all the senior high school students in Linhai City this year, only 3 students have awakened a-level superpowers. Apart from Chuyu from their number 1 middle school and a student from another high school, the remaining person was Mengyu on the ring. Gravity manipulation? Your ability can control gravity? Xin Feng immediately became interested and spoke to Mengyu. Can. Mengyu nodded. It was clear to him that he could not be a match for Xin Feng, so there was no need to hide his abilities. Try it. Xin Feng's eyes lit up and he spoke immediately. Good. Without refusing, Mengyu released his supernatural power on the spot. At this moment, with his body as the center, the air within a radius of more than 10 meters around him began to tremble violently, and then the airflow rate became visibly slow. Xin Feng felt his body sink and a strong sense of pressure appeared on his shoulders. Almost twice as much. Although there are some effects on the body, they are not serious. Xin Feng simply moved his body around and gradually adapted to the situation. Mengyu was not surprised by this. It was just double the gravity. Not to mention Xin Feng, even other first-level awakeners could adapt quickly. He adjusted the gravity multiples calmly. Boom! This time, Xin Feng had a clear feeling, and a sense of heaviness came from every part of his body. However, this still did not make him unable to move, but only limited the speed of his body's movement. Even so, this ability is incredible enough. After all, Mengyu is only in the early first level now. Can you continue? Xin Feng spoke tentatively. At this time, Mengyu, whose forehead was already covered with sweat, was speechless. This guy thought he was a gravity training room. He shook his head helplessly. I see. Xin Feng was a little disappointed, but in his heart he was even more looking forward to the elite training camp. I heard that the training camp not only has a gravity training room for physical fitness, but also a body training room for honing body skills. Next, Xin Feng defeated Mengyu with an absolutely overwhelming advantage and harvested more than a dozen evolution points. Is this a true genius? After seeing that even Mengyu was defeated, Lu Wu's face was full of bitter smile, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before coming. The same was true for Mengyu, but compared to the former, a fighting spirit rose in his heart. Xin Feng, I will remember you. Just wait, one day I will surpass you. Xin Feng on this side walked down the stage after defeating Mengyu. Then he said hello to Yang Zirong and left. Looking at Xin Feng's departing back, everyone present was silent. They all knew that a real dragon was about to take off in number 1 middle school. It took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. Congratulations, old Yang. Number 1 middle school has produced such a monster. It seems that there is no hope for number 2 middle school to replace you this year. But don't get complacent, we still have a chance next year. Okay, we're always waiting for you to come and ask for advice. Both of them were stubborn people. They looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 47 City Lord's Generous Invention, Storage Ring, a level combat skill. S-level lightning ability. It seems that the strange phenomenon a few days ago was caused by him. Linhai City, inside the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Chuzhen murmured. Although the probability of awakening superpowers for the second time is very small, it does happen in Daxia, so he and Minister Yang did not delve into the changes in Xin Feng's superpower level. As an awakened person, everyone has his or her own secrets. If it were in previous years, with an S-level lightning ability, Jiangnan Province's top scholar would be a sure thing. But what about this year? It's probably not that easy to snatch the top spot from those little monsters. A thoughtful look flashed across Chuzhen's face. Thunder-type words? A gift from the City Lord? Inside the Awakener Alliance building. Looking at the exquisite wooden box handed to him by Director Wang, Xin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat confused about the situation. He had only seen the City Lord Chuzhen on TV, so it was very sudden that he gave him a gift in such an inexplicable way. Brother Qin, please don't be so polite. The City Lord has a big family and doesn't care about such a small thing. Just accept it. Oh well. Seeing that Wang Ping said this, Xin Feng stopped being pretentious. Just as he reached out to take the small wooden box from the other person's hand, Wang Ping whispered, "I heard that the city lord's daughter will also be attending the elite training camp this time. Do you think he wants you to help take care of her?" Hearing this, Qin Feng's mind immediately flashed with the figure of that person who exuded a cold aura. Shouldn't it be? Qin Feng felt a little uncertain. The daughter of the city lord Chuzhen is none other than the goddess of their number 1 middle school, Shuyu, who has awakened an A-level ice-type ability. In number 1 middle school, most people knew Chuyu's identity, and Qin Feng was no exception. Although he and Shuyu had been classmates for 3 consecutive years, they had never communicated with each other. After all, whether in terms of status or talent, the two were very different. Under normal circumstances, they will not have much social interaction in their lives. Forget it. If I really encounter it, I will help if I can. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. Then he greeted Director Wang and came to a training room. He came here to test his current physical strength. Qin Feng walked into the training room and went straight to a second-level combat power tester. Just by using the strength of his physical body, his combat power would not exceed the 3rd level. So Qin Feng felt that the second-order tester was enough. "Brother Qin, wait a minute, Brother Qin." But at this moment, Director Wang's anxious voice came from behind him. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng turned around and asked with some confusion. "Use that tester. We just bought it from Kyoto. It has precise values and can test your current combat power more accurately." "All right." Looking at the big words Level 3 Combat Power Tester marked on the tester that Director Wang was pointing at, Qin Feng smiled helplessly and did not expose him. Qin Feng was already very familiar with the steps of the combat power test, not to mention that this time he was only testing the combat power that could be exerted by relying solely on his body. So after a while, he completed the test. Combat power 4000. The result was not much different from what he had guessed, and was equivalent to an ordinary first-stage late awakener. After completing the combat power test, Qin Feng took another walk around the building. In the end, he replaced his D-grade alloy Tang sword with a C-grade alloy one, and the style was still the same black sword as before. The price of a C-grade alloy weapon reached 500,000 daxia coins. Qin Feng naturally couldn't afford so much money, but fortunately he could pay in installments. He only paid a down payment of 200,000 yuan. "Brother Qin, take care. If you need anything in the future, just come to me directly." At the entrance of the building, Director Wang sent Qin Feng out with a smile on his face. This scene instantly attracted the attention of people around. Fuck, who is that handsome guy? Why did Director Wang send him off personally? I remember that some time ago, the young master of the Luo family, the most powerful family in Linhai, came to the building to certify as a first-level awakener, but Director Wang didn't show up. It seems that this person's status is even higher than that of the Luo family. The Luo family is nothing. They only have some power in Linhai City. In my opinion, that person just now might be Minister Yang's illegitimate son. People around were talking and guessing Qin Feng's identity. Okay, let's go. Finally, under the urging of the staff, these talents gradually dispersed. A golden scale cannot be confined to a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. On the top floor of the building, Minister Yang, standing in front of the windowsill, looked down and muttered. On the other side, Qin Feng left the building and returned home directly. After returning home, he tidied up his things briefly and couldn't wait to open the exquisite wooden box given by the city lord. He was also very curious about what the other party would give him. Qin Feng guessed that it was most likely a combat skill, or something else that could be used in cultivation. Oh my god! The next moment, Qin Feng let out a cry of surprise. He didn't expect the city lord to be so generous. You can see that there are 2 things in the wooden box, one of which is a blue jade slip. Blue light flowed on the jade slip. Looking closely, it looked like tiny blue arcs of electricity flowing on it. The jade slip was actually a battle seal, and its level was definitely not low. Qin Feng estimated that it was at least a B-level combat skill. However, compared to the war seal, Qin Feng was more concerned about another thing. Next to the jade slip, there was a black ring. Storage ring. Qin Feng never expected that the city lord would actually give him a storage ring directly. You have to know that this thing is priceless even in a luxurious area like Kyoto, let alone a small city like Linhai City. It seems I owe you a big favor this time. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, but then he didn't think about it anymore. He knew very well that the reason why the city lord sent him such a generous gift was simply because he was impressed by his talent in cultivation and wanted to invest in and train him. Since the gift has been accepted, Qin Feng will not dwell on it too much. Then he stretched out a finger, mobilized the energy and blood in his body, and forced a drop of blood to fall onto the ring. He then developed a strange connection with the ring, just like the weapon ring before. Qin Feng mastered the use of the storage ring after a few simple attempts. He put his hand on the wooden box, and the next moment, the wooden box disappeared. Then he moved his mind and the wooden box appeared in his hand again. Let me see what level of combat skills this is. After becoming familiar with the use of the storage ring, Qin Feng focused his attention on the battle seal. He picked up the jade slip with one hand, held it in the palm of his hand, and then began to circulate the energy and blood in his body. A level combat skill, Thunder Swamp. Chapter 48 Arrival. The more geniuses there are, the more excited I am. The next day. Call. Qin Feng, who hadn't slept all night, let out a sigh of relief. As expected of an A-level combat skill, the difficulty of practicing it is really not something to be trifled with. He murmured to himself that although he had not slept all night, he did not feel tired at all. Instead, he looked excited. It can be seen that he is holding a jade slip in his hand at this time, which is the battle seal that records the A-level combat skills. But compared with before, the battle seal now glowed dimly, and there were several obvious cracks on it. This is because Qin Feng has used up all the times for practicing in the battle seal. A battle seal can be used 5 times. Most awakened people will proceed step by step, and will only use the next one after they have digested all the knowledge they have gained. But Qin Feng did not do so. He used up all 5 chances at once. With the system in place, he doesn't need to worry about the subsequent progress. 5 chances, plus the evolution points he gained in the battle yesterday, allowed him to directly reach the entry level of this A-level combat skill. Even a 7th level master probably wouldn't be able to master an A-level combat skill in just one night. It's almost time to go to school. With that, Qin Feng got up, packed up briefly, had breakfast downstairs, and then headed straight for school. After mastering the Thunder Swamp, his combat power increased significantly again. Qin Feng was confident that if he met Chen Shan now, he would be able to defeat him directly. However, this is also related to the fact that Chen Shan's ability is thunder-related and is suppressed by the Chaos Divine Thunder. If it were a 3rd-level awakener from another department, Qin Feng would not be sure either. When Qin Feng arrived at school, the principal and the class teacher, Lao Li, were already waiting at the school gate. Zhao Chang also stood behind the principal, but what surprised Qin Feng was that Luo Kai was also there. But then he learned the whole story from Lao Li. It turned out that the principal had secured another place for Luo Kai. Qin Feng didn't say much about this. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Once you arrive at the training camp, you will all be students from the same middle school. You must learn to unite and look after each other. As Yang Zirong continued to talk, time passed quickly. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, a bus appeared at the school gate on time. Then Qin Feng and the other 2 got on the bus and drove away quickly. After picking up Qin Feng and the other 2, the bus went to several other places and picked up several other students from Linhai City who had obtained places. These people were Lu Wu and Meng Yu from number 2 middle school, a young man from another high school, and the last one, Xu Yu. Xu Yu seemed to have just returned to Linhai City, and the bus picked her up when it was leaving the city. After picking up everyone, the bus headed straight out of the city. These people are the best students in Linhai City. When they gather together at this time, they also have a feeling of mutual appreciation. In addition, before they set off, several principals had instilled in them the idea that as people from Linhai City, they should unite as one. So several people quickly started talking in the bus. Qin Feng also learned about the young man's information at this time. He was Chen Mo, a man with an A-level beast transformation ability and a cultivation level of the middle 1st stage. The strongest one here should be Chu Yu, after all, she has reached the late stage of the 1st level. At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly spoke. Yes, Chu Yu's cultivation has reached the late 1st stage. Although she didn't say it herself, perhaps because she had just broken through, the fluctuations of qi and blood in her body were very strong, and several people present could sense it. Hearing this, Zhao Chang and Luo Kai looked at each other and said nothing. Meng Yu and the other 2 standing by lowered their heads in embarrassment. If we say that before, Chu Yu, whose cultivation had reached the late 1st stage and possessed a level ice ability, was undoubtedly the strongest among them. But now, they are not sure whether Qin Feng is stronger or Chu Yu is stronger. What are you doing? Looking at the strange expressions of these people, Chen Mo felt a little strange. At this time, Shu Yu, who had been silent since getting on the car, also had her eyes trembling slightly, and her gaze turned and fell on the handsome young man. Double F level abilities, interesting. The bus was driving fast and soon moved away from the town, as if heading towards the mountains. Is the training camp located in the wilderness? Through the car window, Xin Feng noticed the scene outside. If that's the case. Xin Feng felt a little excited in his heart, and his eyes became hot. If the training camp is really located in the wilderness, it means that they will encounter ferocious beasts, so that he can obtain more evolution points to improve his combat skills and physical fitness. After driving for nearly another hour, the bus stopped at the foot of a mountain. There is a large open space at the foot of the mountain, and every few meters there is a guard standing guard, keeping an eye on the surrounding situation. You can get off now. Just then, the driver spoke. Then the car door opened automatically, and Xin Feng and others got out of the car one after another. After getting off the bus, they noticed that several buses had arrived here before them. In this way, time passed slowly and more than half an hour passed. Buses arrived one after another, and soon a total of 28 buses arrived. Students got off the bus one by one. At this moment, all the geniuses from the 28 cities in Jiangnan province gathered here. The students looked at each other and divided into small groups based on the city. Each group is wary of each other, and all students know that after entering the training camp, they will be competitors. Even Xin Feng perked up at this time. He sensed several powerful qi and blood forces. The aura emanating from these people was even more powerful than Shu Yu, who was in the late first stage. Originally, he thought that Shu Yu, who had reached the late first stage, should be considered in the first echelon in the training camp. But now it seems that he underestimated others. According to a rough estimate, among these nearly 200 students, there are more than a dozen who have reached the late first stage. Those in the middle stage of the first stage can be seen everywhere. People like Zhao Chang and Luo Kai, who have just reached the early stage of the first level, are undoubtedly at the bottom of the list. It's worthy of being an elite training camp. It really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xin Feng's eyes were burning and he became more and more excited. For him, the more geniuses there are, the more evolution points there are. If the situation did not allow it, he would have wanted to take action directly and harvest a wave of evolution points first. But in the end he tried hard to suppress his inner thoughts. Why, a small place like Linhai City is actually worthy of participating in the elite training camp. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded on the field and reached the ears of Xin Feng and others. Chapter 49 Genius Girl, it's getting more and more interesting. Hearing the mocking voice in his ears, Xin Feng frowned and turned to look to the side, only to see a team of 6 people appear in his sight. The young man in the lead was the one who had just spoken. Faced with the young man's ridicule, Zhao Chang and his companions were very angry. They were all young people, hot-tempered and very proud. Under the gaze of so many people, the other party actually directly insulted their Linhai city. I can't stand it at all. Lu Wu and Meng Yu took a step forward and were about to retort. Boom! But at this moment, a powerful wave of energy and blood burst out from the young man. This energy and blood force is extremely powerful, having surpassed the general late first stage and is only one step away from the second stage. At the same time, the young man's companions also released their qi and blood power at the same time. At this moment, the powerful energy and blood seemed to become material, transforming into waves that bombarded towards the location where Xin Feng and the others were. Faced with this oppressive momentum, Lu Wu and Meng Yu, who were the first to bear the brunt of it, instantly felt a strong sense of oppression and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The young man's cultivation level was much higher than theirs, and the other party was composed of several people working together. It would be difficult for the two of them alone to withstand this powerful attack. That's enough, Li Yan. But at this moment, a light shout was heard, and then a graceful figure stepped forward and stood in front of Lu and Meng. It was Chu Yu. It can be seen that Chu Yu's blood is surging at this moment, a thick white mist is surrounding her, and her ice-type supernatural power is ready to be unleashed. Chu Yu's face was indifferent, and her eyes were like a bottomless ice pond, emitting endless coldness. Chu Yu's actions at this time gave people the impression that she was ready to take action at any time. Don't be a coward, huh? However, at this moment, Xin Feng was looking at the young men opposite him with anticipation. At this time, he was ready to harvest evolution points. As long as they took a step forward and intended to take action, he would take action directly. But in the end, Xin Feng still showed a hint of disappointment on his face. Snort! Shuyu, you and your useless companions better be careful in the upcoming assessment, otherwise you might be eliminated at any time. The young man in the lead, Li Yan, snorted coldly and threatened. But in the end he took a step back and gradually dissipated the energy and blood in his body. Although Li Yan is very confident in the combat effectiveness of his side, he is sure to be able to defeat Shuyu and the others. However, the camp entrance examination had not yet begun, and he was not sure whether he would be eliminated if he acted rashly now. In addition, there are geniuses from other cities around who are eyeing him covetously, so even if he has a grudge against Shuyu, now is not the time for him to take revenge. Alas, what a pity. Xin Feng sighed softly, his face full of regret. It seems I can only wait until the camp entrance examination begins before harvesting evolution points. He thought so in his heart. The camp entrance assessment is an assessment for everyone before entering the training camp, although the specific content of the assessment is not yet known. But Xin Feng judged based on the surrounding environment that the camp entrance examination should be related to the ferocious beast. I had some grudges with Li Yan during my training outside the city. Once the camp entrance examination begins, we will act separately, and I will lead them away first. Shuyu turned around and said to the few people. After she finished speaking, without waiting for anyone to respond, she turned around and stood aside. Get out of my way, miss. Just at this moment, a proud female voice sounded on the field, and several people turned to look. A girl with twin ponytails and wearing a black long skirt appeared on the field. The girl's tender face was full of pride. For some reason, no one approached her. Even her companions who got off the bus with her kept a certain distance from her. Where did this little girl come from? Have you even graduated from junior high school? Why is she so arrogant? Keep your voice down. This girl is the daughter of the Lord of Jiang City. She has been spoiled since she was a child and has a bad temper. She is also extremely powerful. The man who just spoke had a look of disdain on his face. No matter whose daughter she is, I don't believe that after coming to this training camp, her family can still. Swish. Before the man could finish his words, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a silver light flashed through the air and arrived in front of the man at lightning speed. It was not until then that everyone saw clearly that the silver light was actually a sharp silver flying knife. At the same time, a cold and emotionless childish voice sounded. What did you just say? Try saying that again? Snort. It's just a flying knife, who are you trying to scare? Being able to come to this training camp shows that the person has extraordinary talent and also has his own pride in his heart. Naturally, I won't be scared so easily. Phew. But in the next moment, a red bloodlight splashed, and the man's arm was instantly cut by the flying knife. I'll break your arm to teach you a lesson. If you do it again, I'll kill you. The man covered his arm, let out a cry of pain, looked at the girl with fear, and finally took a step back, not daring to speak again. Humph, you're smart. The girl snorted coldly, and the flying knife flew back to her side, wandering around her like a dragon. Psychic Master. Could she be the genius girl from Jiangcheng, Lin Xiaoqian, whose spiritual value reached the early second stage at the age of 16? No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he has the capital to be arrogant. A 16-year-old second-level spiritualist. Xin Feng was also shocked. The number of psychics was extremely small, even less than the number of awakened people with S-level abilities. Even the weakest psychic can fight against opponents of higher levels, and their invisible mental power is hard to defend against. Fuck, she's a psychic, so it looks like she's the one who's destined to be the leader of the training camp. That's not necessarily true. A simple-looking, slightly plump man smiled and shook his head. If in previous years, a spiritualist could indeed suppress the current generation, then this year the situation is indeed completely different. In addition to Lin Xiaoqian, the spiritual master, Nanchang has a genius with a special physique. I heard that he was born with supernatural powers since childhood. Even before he awakened his superpowers, he possessed combat power comparable to that of a first-level awakener. Compared to this genius girl, he is no less powerful. And Kuancheng, haven't you heard about the strange phenomenon that occurred in Kuancheng a week ago? There's a student with S-level abilities there. The man whispered. Xin Feng happened to hear these words because he was not far away from the other party. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 50 Camp Entry Assessment, Rules. Look, that man is Shi Kuan, the genius with a special physique in Nanchang. Accompanied by a cry of surprise, everyone on the field turned their heads to look at the tall figure. I saw that the man was nearly 2 meters tall, standing there like a towering mountain, with a tall and straight body. He stood out among the crowd like a crane among chickens, instantly attracting the attention of people around him. Shirkuan exuded a terrifying aura and walked slowly forward. Wherever he passed, people consciously made way for him. Big guy, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal my limelight? Facing Shirkuan, who suddenly appeared, Lin Xiaoqian spoke directly. Little girl, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Faced with Lin Xiaoqian's provocation, Shirkuan was not angry, but replied in a light tone. Lin Xiaoqian stared at him for a while, but ultimately did not make a move. Snort. You'd better pray that you don't run into me during the camp entrance assessment, otherwise. Lin Xiaoqian hummed a few words and uttered a few harsh words. Not long after that, after Shirkuan, another genius made his debut. This person's name is Joey Yang, and he is the student in Koan City who possesses S-level superpowers. For a moment, everyone's eyes on the field were focused on these three people. It seems that there are only 3 of us who are truly talented in the elite training camp. Joey Yang had an arrogant look on his face, and swept his contemptuous gaze across the entire audience. No one dared to look him in the eye wherever he passed. Although Shirkuan and Lin Xiaoqian did not answer after hearing this, the expressions on their faces said it all. I don't care about anything else, first place is mine anyway. Lin Xiaoqian still looked proud. Before coming, the students present were all top talents in their respective schools, but in front of these 3 people, they all became supporting roles. However, there are exceptions. Joey Yang, stop bragging. It's just an S-level ability. Are you sure you're the only one here who has it? Just at this moment, the fat man standing not far from Qin Feng suddenly spoke. It's you, Su Yuan. It just so happens that I haven't settled the matter of you cheating me out of my beast crystals last time. Let's settle it today. Joey Yang recognized the other person at a glance, and anger immediately appeared on his face. Before, I couldn't do anything to you because your bodyguards were protecting you. But now, I wonder who else can protect you. Joey Yang said in a bad tone. But perhaps because he had some concerns, he did not choose to take action now. Let me let you jump around for a while. What do you mean? Besides these few people, is there anyone else present who has awakened an S-level ability? And that fat guy just now, who is he? He even dared to provoke Joey Yang. People around were talking about this scene. Qin Feng also looked at the fat man with suspicion. He had a feeling that the fat man seemed to be talking about him. Just at this moment, 2 terrifying forces of qi and blood came from the distant sky. Everyone looked up and saw 2 instructors, a man and a woman in military uniforms, walking towards them. Terrifying energy and blood emanated from them, directly covering the entire area. Boom! Boom! Vigorous energy and blood surged out of the 2 men's bodies, as if transformed into tangible energy, bursting the air around them and making bursts of exploding sounds. Grandmaster! At this moment, all the students were shocked. As we all know, after reaching the 7th level, the awakened ones can break free from the control of gravity and walk in the air. Before this, they had only heard that there would be masters in the training camp, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they were still very shocked. But what followed was excitement. Having a master to teach them would undoubtedly help them improve their cultivation faster. With the intimidation of the powerful grandmaster, these talented students from all over the place instantly calmed down. Tang Yun and Yang Xian in the sky also looked at each other, nodded secretly, and then they both absorbed the terrifying energy and blood power into their bodies at the same time. Their bodies slowly descended and landed on a huge rock. Both of them were only at level 7, and had only recently mastered the skill of stepping into the air. Staying in the air for a long time would be extremely exhausting for them. Tang Yun, wearing a military uniform, has a face that is both strong and soft. Her high nose bridge is filled with a resolute expression, and her deep eyes exude a sharp look. Then she took a step forward and spoke. I'm the instructor of the Jiangnan training camp, Tang Yun. You can call me Instructor Tang. The person next to you is Yang Xian, Instructor Yang. Tang Yun paused at this point, and glanced sharply at the students below. You are all geniuses selected from the 28 cities of Jiangnan province. You should be aware that the purpose of this elite training camp is to make you talented people even better. But Tang Yun's expression gradually turned serious as she changed the subject. It's not that easy to actually join the training camp. You have to pass the assessment. Only after you pass the assessment can you truly join the training camp and enjoy its various resources. Below, all the students perked up at this moment and listened carefully to Tang Yun's speech. In fact, most students had heard about the elite training camp from their families or schools before coming here. Although the training camp has abundant resources, the competition is also extremely fierce. However, those who can come here are not ordinary people. At this moment, they are more excited and expectant. Looking at the group of students below whose eyes were full of fighting spirit, Tang Yun's eyes also flashed with anticipation. This group of people are the future of Daxia. She doesn't dare to expect that all of them can grow up, but as long as one or two of them can rise in the future, the holding of this elite training camp will not lose its meaning. Let's get started. She turned her head and glanced at Yang Xiandao. The other party also took action immediately. At Yang Xian's signal, the guards around him began to move. The guards gave everyone a smart bracelet. This bracelet is for you to record your points. The real training camp is in the Black Forest Mountains, 100 kilometers away from here. All you have to do is get there within 3 days. Of course, to enter the training camp you need to pay 200 points. Points can be earned by hunting ferocious beasts. First level, 1 point in the early stage, 2 points in the middle stage, 3 points in the late stage. Level 2, 5 points in the early stage, 10 in the middle stage, 15 in the late stage. Level 3, initial stage, 30. There are only 3 days in total. Once the time is up, anyone who doesn't make it to the training camp or doesn't have enough points will be eliminated. There's no limit on the number of people who have finished. Hearing this, everyone present looked serious. They had come here with so much trouble, and if they were eliminated like this, who would have the face to go back? But unlike others, Xinfeng looked excited at this moment. It's just killing a ferocious beast, so he is very happy to get rid of the harm to the people. Chapter 51, The competition is indeed cruel, but I like it. Oh, by the way, let me remind you that the closer you get to the Black Forest Mountains, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts there are. There are even quite a few third-level beasts. Tang Yun's words made most of the students' expressions change. This isn't fair. Some of us are only at the first level. If we encounter a third-level beast, wouldn't that mean we're doomed? Fair? Hearing this, Tang Yun sneered. She took a step forward, and a fierce aura emanated from her. I think some people may not have figured out the situation yet. Is there any fairness in this world? Some are born into a family of grandmasters, descendants of the War King, and are born with top-tier cultivation talents. Some even awaken special physiques and S-level abilities. Can you talk about fairness with them? Even you are here now, it's just luck. If you don't want to encounter high-level beasts, then be careful and do your best to kill them and rush to the training camp. Finally, I want to warn you. The elite training camp aims to cultivate geniuses who will be able to fight on the battlefields of the heavens and against all races in the future, helping our human race escape its predicament. Rather than those idiots who only talk about fairness. It's fair. When you enter the battlefield of the universe, you will know how cruel reality is. Tang Yun's words made everyone silent, and the person who spoke earlier also lowered his head with a look of shame. Oh, if you're scared, just get out of here. It is a shame for me to stand with such a person. Someone mocked. Yes, some people can't bear it psychologically. Now is the time to leave quickly and avoid wasting everyone's time. Everyone chatted with each other, and the tense atmosphere was eased a little. Instructor, if a stronger student wants to steal our points, is that against the rules? Just then, a student asked Tang Yun a question. What do you think? Tang Yun smiled and said nothing more. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes below suddenly lit up. However, those students who were at the early stage of the first level had bitter expressions on their faces, and most of them were already considering forming a team. The competition is indeed cruel, but I like it. Xinfeng was ecstatic at this moment. Before this, he was worried that if he frequently attacked other students during the camp entrance assessment, it might have a bad impact. But now that there is an unwritten rule of grabbing points, he has a legitimate reason. I'm just doing it for the points, I don't have any other thoughts. Xinfeng said this in his heart, his eyes falling on the students around him, as if he was looking at prey. Lin Xiaoxian, Shi Kun, and Joey Yang also had the same idea as him. Ha, interesting, you all should clean your necks and wait. I, Lin Xiaoxian, will take the first place. Shi Kun's eyes were also burning. They got some inside information that the points they earned in the camp entrance assessment can be directly exchanged for resources after they successfully join the training camp. So for them, the more points the better. Although there are no rules restricting you students from snatching points from each other, you must remember one thing: when snatching points, you cannot kill them. Violators will be expelled from the training camp immediately. And each time you can only snatch half of the opponent's points. Tang Yun's words brought some comfort to the students with weaker cultivation. Okay, stop talking nonsense. There's a map in the points bracelet that can help you find the location of the training camp. After 1 minute, anyone still standing will be eliminated. As soon as Tang Yun finished speaking, some students took action. I saw figures rushing out quickly and moving away from here. Those who act first will have a certain advantage, either by ambushing or hiding in the dark to hunt ferocious beasts. Those who act a step later have a high chance of becoming prey. Lin Xiaoqian and the other two, who were in the first echelon of combat power on the scene, also rushed out at the first moment. Should we take one out first? Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Qin Feng was wondering whether he should take action to harvest some evolution points first. But in the end he shook his head. Let's wait until they gain some points. That way, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then he turned around and said to Zhao Chang and the others, "Let's go too." Good. Swish. Swish. Figures left quickly one after another, and in less than half a minute, all the students had left. Who among the 3 of Shi Koan and the others got the most points? At this moment, Yang Xian spoke with interest. After hearing this, Tang Yun fell into deep thought. Lin Xiaoqian is a spiritualist, and her cultivation has reached the early 2nd stage. If we were to fight head-on, her combat power would be the strongest among the 3. But she is too arrogant and immature. Those beasts will not foolishly line up in a row for her to kill. So, her chances of getting first place in points are slim, but she should have no problem maintaining 2nd place. As for the first place, it should be Shi Koan. Having awakened his special physique, his direct combat power is stronger than Zhou Yang's, and he will also have a certain advantage in fighting against ferocious beasts. As for Zhou Yang, although his S-level supernatural power is equally powerful, he is only at the 2nd level now, so it is difficult for him to truly unleash the power of his supernatural power. Therefore, he should be able to get 3rd place in points. Hearing this, Yang Xian nodded. His opinion was not much different from this. 10 minutes later. What a pity. If Qin Feng could team up with us, we would have a better chance of passing the test. In a huge open space, Zhao Chang said with a look of regret. Alright, Qin Feng's combat power is too far behind ours. If we really team up, we will only become a burden to him. Luo Kai on the side spoke to comfort him. That's right, how come you're not satisfied even though I'm here to protect you? Lulu spoke with an arrogant look on his face. You kid, it's still unclear who is protecting whom. Zhao Chang, who had already become familiar with the other party, didn't care about what the other party said and immediately retorted. But at this moment he still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Now he and Luo Kai, Lulu, Mengyu, and Chen Mo have temporarily formed a team. He and Luo Kai are both at the early stage of the 1st level, and their combat power is the weakest in the team. The other side. Qin Feng appeared in a dense forest. He could see a small team not far in front of him. It was the team that had mocked their Linhai city before. Just as Chuyu said before, she acted alone when the assessment started. Although Chuyu's cultivation was at the late 1st stage, she had no chance of winning against a siege by a small team. Let's repay City Lord Chu for his kindness first. Looking at the figure in front of him who was being chased by the team, Qin Feng murmured. Chapter 52. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Brother Yen, she is the daughter of the Lord of Linhai City. Do we really want to do this? In the team in front of Qin Feng, a man with short hair spoke to Li Yan beside him. What happened to the city lord's daughter? We are geniuses who are about to enter the elite training camp. Are we still afraid of his revenge? Besides, her father is only the mayor of Linhai City. What does he have to do with us in Yang City? If you are afraid, you can leave the team and complete the camp entrance examination alone. Li Yan said with disdain. The man's face changed when he heard this. His cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 1st level. Although he was a little more cautious, he could still barely pass the camp entrance examination. But he knew Li Yan's character. If he turned around and left now, the other party would definitely find an opportunity to retaliate against him. That's right, I didn't expect you, Yang Ping, to be so timid. Brother Yen usually takes care of us so much, and even teamed up with us to complete the camp entrance examination. You are so heartless. At this moment, several other teammates on the side all made sarcastic remarks in order to curry favor with Li Yen. Seeing this, Yang Ping had no choice but to give in. He lowered his head to Li Yen. I'm sorry, Brother Yen, I said the wrong thing just now. It's okay. We're all from Yangchang, so we should all look after each other. I also hope that all of us can pass the camp entrance exam and bring honor to Yangchang. Li Yen patted Yang Ping's shoulder and said righteously. Bring glory to Yangchang. Bringing glory to Yangchang. Seeing this, the others immediately spoke up and agreed. Li Yen also smiled when he saw this. A bunch of trash. If it wasn't difficult for me to deal with Chuyu alone, I would never have brought you alone. After saying this in his heart, Li Yen turned his head and looked forward again. A beautiful figure appeared in his sight. It was Chuyu. You ignorant woman, you actually dared to reject me. I hope you won't beg for mercy later. A fierce light flashed across his face, and then Li Yen was about to lead everyone to speed up and chase forward. Roar! But at this moment, a beast roar sounded in the ears of several people. Turning around, they saw a ferocious beast nearly 2 meters tall appear in their sight. It was a ferocious beast resembling a cheetah, with a pitch-black body, exuding a violent aura, and 2 rows of sharp fangs exposed in its open mouth. Late first stage, Black Shadow Panther. Li Yen narrowed his eyes and observed the situation around him. After confirming that there was only this ferocious beast, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then he was seen moving quickly, his blood and energy churning, a ball of red flame gushing out of his body, and at the same time a long knife appeared in his hand. Flame slash! Li Yen, holding the long sword, suddenly exerted force, and red flames wrapped around the long sword. The next moment, a flaming blade light burst out from the long sword and slashed towards the black shadow leopard fiercely. Li Yan's chi and blood have reached the peak of the first level, and he is only 1 step away from the second level. His combat power is formidable. The black shadow leopard could only last less than 10 moves in his hands before he chopped it in the abdomen with a knife and it fell into a pool of blood with a bang. As expected of Brother Yen, he easily defeated a late-stage first-order Black Shadow Panther. This fighter must have reached the early-stage second order. Even compared to Shirkoan and the other 2, the difference is not much. Those 3 just have the advantage of their special physiques and ability levels. When Brother Yan's cultivation reaches the second level, he may not be worse than them. Listening to the praises of several people, Li Yen felt very pleased, but he pretended to be serious and gave instructions. Okay, let's get started. Don't let Chuyu get away. As he spoke, Li Yen raised his arm and pointed the score bracelet at the body of the Black Shadow Panther. Immediately, the number 10 in the bracelet turned into 13. The other people showed envious expressions on their faces, but after all, the ferocious beast was killed by Li Yen himself, so they couldn't say anything. What a shame! We came a step too late and lost 3 points. Just at this moment, a low murmur was heard from behind them. Li Yan's expression became gloomy after being disturbed repeatedly. He had just noticed that the distance between Chuyu and them was getting farther and farther. Chuyu's fighting ability was not weaker than his. If they delayed any further, it would be difficult for them to catch up with the other party. Li Yen turned his head to look behind him, and when he found that there was only 1 person coming and the blood and chi fluctuations were very weak, he immediately spoke. Yang Ping, you go and deal with him. The rest of you come with me to chase Chuyu. Yes, Brother Yen. Although he was reluctant, Yang Ping had no choice but to obey Li Yan's orders. Li Yen on this side didn't say much. He turned around and took a few people to chase in the direction Chuyu left. At this time, Li Yen could no longer see Chuyu, and he made a quick decision with anxiety in his heart. I'll chase after him first, you guys speed up and catch up. After saying this, without waiting for anyone to reply, he immediately burst out with energy and blood and quickly left the spot. The remaining few people looked at each other and had no choice but to follow. I didn't ask you to leave. But at this moment, a blue figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Yang Ping, what are you doing? One of them thought that Yang Ping did not stop the man as Li Yen ordered, but when he turned around and looked behind him, he was stunned on the spot. At this time, Yang Ping was half squatting on the ground with his hands covering his chest, and there was a hint of red at the corner of his mouth. Yang Ping was defeated? In an instant, several people looked shocked. Yang Ping's cultivation level is at the middle stage of the first level. Even Li Yan cannot defeat him in such a short time. What's more, they didn't hear any noise just now. Are you the one from Linhai City? At this moment, someone exclaimed and recognized the handsome boy in front of him. The young man was Qin Feng. Although his identity was recognized, Qin Feng didn't care. At this moment, his eyes swept over the points bracelets in the hands of several people. The expression on his face suddenly showed a little disappointment. Forget it, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat, it is better than nothing. He's alone. Let's go together and kill him. Just then, a man with bangs among the group shouted. He has the highest cultivation level in the team except for Li Yan, and has also reached the late first stage. His words also reminded a few people, and then they all began to burst out their blood and energy, activating their supernatural powers, preparing to besiege Qin Feng. It's time to finish. Go find some bigger mosquitoes. Qin Feng opened his mouth and murmured. Sizzle. Sizzle. Then the next moment, accompanied by a sound of dense electric current surge, Qin Feng's figure quickly shuttled in front of several people like a flash of lightning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent late first stage. Mid first stage. In less than a minute, as the system announcement sounded, several people, including Qi Luhai, fell to the ground. At the same time, a figure not far away noticed this scene, and without any hesitation, turned around and ran in one direction. Don't worry, you won't be left behind. Sizzle. Sizzle. The next moment, a blue shadow rushed towards the man. Chapter 53 Su Yuan, I am Minister Yang's nephew. How could such a powerful person exist in a small place like Linhai City? A figure quickly moved through a dense forest. It was Li Yan. He originally planned to chase Chuyu alone, but after finding that he could not find any trace of her, he had no choice but to return the same way. When he returned, he just witnessed Qin Feng defeating Qi Luhai and others. At this moment, he felt a sense of fear in his heart. If he had been there at that time, he might have been defeated and his points plundered like everyone else. I have to break through to the second level as soon as possible. Li Yan thought so in his heart. Although he is very powerful now, it would be difficult for him to escape if he were ambushed by a small team. Sizzle. Sizzle. Just as Li Yan was thinking this, suddenly a sound of electric current surged came from behind. He actually caught up with me. In an instant, Li Yan's face changed, and after a brief thought, he stopped. The opponent had lightning-related abilities and was much faster than him. He knew that it would be pointless to continue running away. What's more, there are ferocious beasts everywhere in this area, so he doesn't dare to escape at will. Li Yan stopped and turned to look behind him, with a gentle smile on his face. Friend, is there any misunderstanding between us? We can talk it out. Before Li Yan could finish his words, his pupils shrank instantly. He saw a thunderball as big as a basketball coming towards him at a high speed like a cannonball. We can definitely talk about it, but not now. Qin Feng stretched out his right hand and pointed it at Li Yan like a pistol. Crack! Crack! The next moment, violent blue lightning gathered at the fingertips, and in an instant another thunderball quickly condensed. Boom! The thunderball shattered the air and rushed towards Li Yan's location at a high speed. Flame slash! Li Yan, who had already witnessed Qin Feng's fighting ability, did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated his supernatural powers and released his fighting skills with a long sword in hand. The flaming blade shot out and hit one of the thunderballs. The red flames and blue lightning collided with each other, and the confrontation between fire and thunder immediately set off a violent impact. At the point where the two collided, the surrounding air began to fluctuate like water. But before Li Yan could breathe a sigh of relief, the second thunderball came crashing down. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, a figure quickly flew backwards. It was Li Yan. Friends, we. Boom! Boom! Li Yan on this side still wanted to fight for it, but what responded to him was still the thunderball emitting a violent aura. 1 minute later. Ha ha! Li Yan's chest was heaving up and down, and he was breathing heavily. He looked extremely miserable at this moment, with his clothes torn in many places and his right arm drooping. I'll give you the points, and I promise not to attack Chuyu during the camp entrance assessment. Li Yan gave in immediately. The opponent's combat power was terrifyingly strong. Just standing there and releasing thunderballs was enough to make him unable to withstand it. Seeing that the other party had surrendered, Qin Feng did not continue to attack. Just when the thunderball hit Li Yan's left arm, the system had already determined that he was defeated by itself and the evolution points had been earned. There is no point in continuing. For you. Seeing that Qin Feng did not take any action, Li Yan took off his points bracelet and threw it to him. Another mosquito. With the help of the other person's wristband, you can swipe your wristband and the points will be automatically transferred. Then Qin Feng threw the bracelet to him. Qin Feng did not say anything threatening, nor was he afraid of retaliation from the other party. Li Yan's fighting power was already similar to Chu Yu's, and now that his left arm was injured, his fighting power was somewhat impaired. Even if he still wanted to take revenge on Chu Yu, he had to think carefully about it. And another point is that it is only the first day and the entrance examination will last for 3 days. If he was really dishonest, Qin Feng wouldn't mind coming to him every day to reminisce about the past. After catching his points bracelet, Li Yan turned around and left without saying a word. But the moment he turned his head, his expression suddenly changed. Just wait, I will definitely get back what I lost today. Come out, the show is over. Shortly after Li Yan left, Qin Feng turned his head and looked in one direction. Ha, you finally found out. A laugh was heard, and then a fat figure walked out from behind a giant tree and revealed his figure. It's you. The person in front of him was the one who dared to argue with Joey Yang, who had awakened S-level superpowers, in public before the camp entrance assessment. Hello brother, my name is Su Yuan, and I'm a student from Jiangcheng. The fat man walked towards Qin Feng with a smile on his face. Tell me, what is your purpose? You have followed me all the way. Qin Feng looked at the other person with unfriendly eyes. From the very beginning, he noticed that this person had been following him secretly, but at that time his attention was on Li Yan and his group and he ignored him. Hey. The fat man scratched his head with an embarrassed smile on his face. Brother Qin, you may not know that Minister Yang of your Linhai city is my uncle. Before coming here, he greeted me and asked me to find you during the camp entrance examination so that we could team up and pass it together. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't believe a single word of it. If he is really Minister Yang's nephew, he should have greeted him before he came. If you continue to be so insincere, I'll leave. The fat man was stunned by this and simply stopped pretending and spoke immediately. Brother Qin, I want you to help me pass the camp entrance examination. As for the conditions, you can set whatever you want. Of course, I will find a way to get the points needed to join the camp. You just need to help me deal with Joey Yang. Joey Yang, you think too highly of me. He possesses S-level abilities, and his cultivation has reached the 2nd level. Qin Feng directly shook his head to refuse, and began to become alert. You have to know that in the entire Linhai city, there are no more than a handful of people who know his true combat power, but this fat guy, who is far away in Jiangcheng, can know something about it. This is definitely not normal. However, it is not ruled out that he really has some kind of close relationship with Minister Yang, and the other party told him his information. But even so, Qin Feng still couldn't dispel the doubts in his heart. Seeing that Qin Feng still didn't believe him, the fat man became a little anxious. If it weren't for Qin Feng's protection, he would definitely have been eliminated by Zhou Yang. I should have been more low-key earlier. The fat man thought so in his heart, but then he seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. I can tell you a message to show my sincerity. Chen Feng must have been killed by you. The Jiangcheng Chen family paid a lot of money to bribe many people to deal with you, just to eliminate you during the camp entrance examination. Chapter 54 Qin Feng, I'm worth a small goal. Linhai City, Qin Feng? It's not easy to defeat Li Yan, whose combat power has reached the early 2nd stage, so easily. In the control room. Tang Yun looked at the footage on the surveillance camera, a hint of surprise on her face. The picture shows the process of Qin Feng defeating Li Yan. Retrieve Qin Feng's information. Tang Yun immediately spoke to the staff beside her. Yes. The staff who received the order immediately retrieved Qin Feng's information. Qin Feng, cultivation level is at the early stage of the 1st level, supernatural power? Instructor Tang, I don't have enough authority. The staff member looked at on the screen, a hint of confusion flashing across his face, but he didn't think much of it. After all, he was just an ordinary staff member in the camp. It is normal for some students to conceal some information due to their special status or other reasons. Let me do it. Tang Yun on this side also didn't think much about it, and stretched out a finger and placed it on the fingerprint receiver. Ding! Fingerprint received successfully, Instructor Tang Yun, level 1 authority. As the announcement sounded, the interface on the screen began to refresh. Tang Yun watched quietly, waiting for Qin Feng's information to refresh. But the next moment, a look of shock appeared on her face. Qin Feng, cultivation level is at the early stage of the first level, supernatural power? Just like before, the ability level cannot be checked. How is this possible? Before Tang Yun could say anything, a staff member nearby exclaimed. Tang Yun has first level authority, which is a special authority second only to the chief instructor in the training camp. This information cannot even be accessed by those with first level authority. What exactly is Qin Feng's identity? Or what is the level of his supernatural power? Could it be S rank? Alright, information about Qin Feng is not allowed to be disclosed to anyone. At this moment, Tang Yun's voice rang out, and the staff who heard this immediately stopped their previous speculation. Yes, Instructor Tang. Interesting. I hope you can give me more surprises. Tang Yun looked at Qin Feng on the surveillance screen, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Linhai City, inside the city lord's mansion. The guys from the Celestial God cult have been getting more and more active recently, and the law enforcement team has arrested a few of them. Through interrogation, we learned that they seem to have been drawn here by the strange visions that occurred a few days ago. It seems they even sent a deacon to Linhai City for this purpose. Listening to the report from his subordinates, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of City Lord Chuzhen. Although Linhai City is only a small city, we cannot allow these traitors to run rampant. Notify the law enforcement team and have them step up their vigilance and closely monitor any changes in the city. Report any anomalies to me immediately. Yes. A secluded location in the city. We've received news that the target individual is no longer in Linhai City. Operations here are temporarily suspended. There's a new operation going on in Nanha Province. Go support them. Zhang Hao, who had just arrived in Linhai City, received a message from his superiors. Have you left Linhai City? Zhang Hao murmured something, and after hanging up the phone, he frowned and fell into deep thought. He was the deacon of the Celestial God cult. Oh, that bastard Lao He, did he really think I didn't know that Jiangnan Province held an elite training camp and all the geniuses gathered there? Zhang Hai sneered. In the Tianshan sect, there were also constant disputes among the various factions. The person who just informed him was a guardian who had been targeting him all the time. Now they are ignoring the geniuses in the training camp and sending him to Nanha Province, just to suppress him. I have now reached the late 7th stage, and am only one step away from the 8th stage. I cannot turn against him at this critical moment. Forget it, let the credit this time go to that loser. Thinking this in his mind, Zhang Hao flashed and disappeared on the spot. Not long after that, all the believers lurking in Linhai City received orders from their superiors. Lie in hiding for now, waiting for the college entrance examination. Chen Feng? Jiangnan Chen family? Hearing what the fat man said, Qin Feng showed a look of surprise on his face. Although he had guessed that Chen Feng's identity was not simple at that time, he did not expect that the power behind him could reach into this elite training camp. He looked at the fat man with complicated eyes. Not only did the other party know his information, but now he even knew the actions of the Chen family. This showed that the fat man's identity was extraordinary. Ahem, my father is the president of the Blue Ocean Trading Company in Jiangnan Province, Su Tian. In order to get closer to Qin Feng, the fat man took the risk and directly revealed his identity and background. Really? Qin Feng said in his heart. The influence of Blue Ocean Trading Company is spread throughout the entire human race, not only in Daxia, but also in other countries. Not only that, there are even rumors that Blue Ocean Trading Company's business has already expanded overseas. This is a fat sheep. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking whether to agree to this business. Although Zhou Yang, who has awakened S-level superpowers, is very powerful, Qin Feng is absolutely confident that he can deal with him. And according to his original idea, he didn't intend to let go of not only Zhou Yang, but also Lin Xiaoqian and Shikuan. After careful consideration, Qin Feng nodded and agreed. Your family runs a business, so you shouldn't be short of money, right? Qin Feng spoke to the fat man with a smile. Seeing Qin Feng give in, the fat man smiled and said generously. Of course, you can name any price you want. 1 or 2 million is no problem. Seeing the fat man being so generous, Qin Feng, who had originally planned to ask for several million Daxia coins, immediately changed his mind. The Daxia coin is just currency. It can still play a role in the early stages of martial arts, but as the cultivation level increases, the role of the Xia coin for the awakened will become smaller and smaller. Forget it. I'm not someone who needs money. I'll wait until I pass the camp entrance exam. Xin Feng waved his hand and turned to walk forward. Okay. The fat man naturally had no objection to this and followed Xin Feng happily. Brother Qin, let me tell you, although Chen Feng is a bad guy, his ability level is pretty good. Therefore, his father, the head of the Chen family, still values him. In order to prevent you from passing the camp entrance examination, he directly took out 100 million Daxia coins. From what I know, people from several cities have secretly contacted the Chen family. Tell me, which cities are there? Xin Feng said this without any expression on his face, but he was exclaiming in his heart. Nima, I'm worth a small goal. We have contacts in Jiangcheng, Kuanqing, and Nanchang. Xin Feng was slightly stunned by the fat man's words, and then he looked at him with suspicion. These three cities are exactly where Lin Xiaoqian, Shikuan, and Zhou Yang are located. He doesn't believe that such a coincidence would happen. Chapter 55 Zhou Yang, who has achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, finds the fat man. Fuck, brother, don't look at me like that. The Chen family is well aware of your strength. Among all those who came to participate in the elite training camp, only these three people can surpass you. Facing Qin Feng's suspicious look, the fat man waved his hands repeatedly. Ouch. As they were talking, a huge gray wolf with a mouth full of fangs suddenly appeared in front of them. Looking at the two people in front of it, the gray wolf's sharp teeth quickly secreted saliva, emitting a fishy smell. The gray wolf's body tensed and sank slightly, as if ready to launch an attack on Qin Feng and the others at any time. Boom! But before it could make any move, a violent explosion sounded in the air, and a thunderball the size of a basketball came crashing down. Boom! Finally, accompanied by an explosion, a corpse fell to the ground twitching. So fierce. After seeing that Qin Feng's fighting ability was so strong, the fat man's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said to Qin Feng beside him. Brother Feng, it's a waste of time to fight these first-level beasts with your fighting power. How about we go together and do something big? Qin Feng spoke directly without paying attention to the change in the fat man's address. Do you know the geographical distribution of ferocious beasts? At this time, Qin Feng had some vague guesses in his mind. Hey. And the fact was just as he expected. The fat man just smiled and then a paper map appeared in his hand. This is where those third-level ferocious beasts are. I spent a lot of money to get them from Shikuan. Shikuan? Qin Feng frowned. Is this map given to them by the training camp? The fat man nodded when he heard this. At this time, Qin Feng finally figured it out. When Tang Yin first announced that there were third-level ferocious beasts in this area, he also felt a little strange. After all, most students' combat power does not exceed the second level. If they really encounter a third-level beast, there is no doubt that they will die. Now it seems that these third-level ferocious beasts are prepared for Lin Xiaoqian and others. The reason why the fat man chose to recruit him was, on the one hand, to deal with Zhou Yang, and on the other hand, to divide up these third-level ferocious beasts. Qin Feng guessed that after killing these third-level ferocious beasts, there should be some unexpected gains. At the same time, deep in the dense forest. Bang! Accompanied by a violent bang, a huge figure fell heavily to the ground. It can be seen that this is a one-horned rhinoceros with a body length of more than 5 meters and a sharp horn on its head. A late-stage second-order ferocious beast, the one-horned rhinoceros. Then a tall figure came to the corpse of the unicorn rhino. It was Shikuan. Shikuan took out the points bracelet and scanned it at the unicorn rhino. The points instantly increased by 15, from the original 90 to 105. Points that seemed difficult for others to obtain seemed to be easily obtainable for Shikuan. If he continued to develop in this way, it would take less than half a day for him to reach the entry standard of 200 points. By then he just needs to rush to the camp and join the training camp directly. But obviously, he won't do that. Shikuan's ambition goes far beyond this. Joining the camp is a piece of cake for him. What he wants to compete for is the first place in points and those third-level ferocious beasts. It should be just ahead. Shikuan looked up and saw a cave entrance as high as 2 stories appear in his sight. The entrance to the cave is covered with green vines. Shikuan stepped forward and punched out. The explosive wind from his fist shattered the air and hit the green vines like an air cannon. Bang! With a loud bang, the green vines instantly turned into countless fragments and flew around. Without the vines blocking his way, Sher Khan walked into the cave. Roar! A minute later, a deafening roar of a beast was heard, and it seemed that even the entire cave trembled twice. Not long after, a slightly disheveled figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Sher Khan. At this moment, his face was flushed and his right arm was trembling slightly. It's really a bit too much to face a third-level beast now. Sher Khan muttered to himself, turned around and looked at the cave behind him. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the mad demon bear couldn't leave the cave, he would have to pay a price to escape from here. There are still 2 days left. Come back after you have improved your cultivation to the middle stage of the second stage. Sher Khan thought so in his heart. The combat power of the third-level ferocious beast is there, so he is not worried that it will be snatched away by others. Just wait, I'll come over and deal with you tomorrow. At another location, Lin Xiaoqian looked at the huge monster in front of her with a proud look on her face, and then she flashed away. Like Sher Khan, she also suffered a loss at the hands of a third-level ferocious beast. If I'm not mistaken, those two will definitely go straight for those third-level beasts, but third-level beasts are not that easy to deal with. In a hidden cave, Joey Yang muttered to himself. Unlike Sher Khan and the others, he did not go directly to find the third-level ferocious beast, but found a hidden place to hide and prepare to improve his cultivation first. At this time, his chi and blood had reached 580, which was only a step away from the middle stage of the second stage. He decided to improve his cultivation first and then go hunting the ferocious beast. Although he didn't know the specific combat power of those third-level beasts, Joey Yang was confident because of his S-level wind ability. As long as his cultivation level is raised to the middle stage of the second stage, he can at least be invincible, not to mention defeating all the third-stage beasts. Thinking of this, Joey Yang no longer hesitated and took out a pill-emitting red light. Blood-enhancing pills can increase the awakened person's chi and blood in a short period of time. The effect is better than ordinary energy liquids and there are no side effects. However, each person can only take this kind of pill once a year. If it weren't for this assessment, he would not choose to take it at this time. Originally, he planned to wait until his cultivation reached the late second stage and broke through to the third stage before taking it. Taking it in advance now is also to maximize the benefits. Without hesitation, Joey Yang raised his head and swallowed the blood-enhancing pill. The next moment, a powerful force of chi and blood burst out from his body. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions came from Joey Yang's body, and a violent aura emanated from him. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the boiling blood in his body gradually calmed down. Joey Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a captivating sharpness flashed from his eyes. Mid-stage, second stage. A look of joy appeared on Joey Yang's face. Brother Yang. Just then, a shout came from outside the cave. Come in. Joey Yang said in a deep voice. Da. Da. Following the sound of footsteps, a young man walked into the cave. Brother Yang, there is news that someone has found Su Yuan's whereabouts. We found that fat guy. Where? Upon hearing this, Joey Yang instantly became alert and spoke quickly. Although we found Su Yuan, that person said that he had a lightning-type awakened person next to him, and his strength seemed to be quite strong. The young man said with a frown. Just tell me where he is. Joey Yang simply waved his hand in response to this. He didn't care about the Thunder Awakener at all. Chapter 56 An unlucky team. No, how accurate is your map? How come we haven't even seen the shadow of a third-level ferocious beast? In a dense forest, Qin Feng looked at the fat man beside him with suspicion. Brother Feng, don't worry. Believe me, if we go a little further, we will definitely find a third-level ferocious beast. Seeing that Qin Feng began to doubt himself again, the fat man spoke directly with a serious face. He almost patted his chest to make the promise. Qin Feng showed a hint of helplessness on his face. It had been nearly half a day since he agreed to team up with Fatty, but he still hadn't found a third-level ferocious beast. He now seriously suspects that the map is a fake. Damn, that guy Sher Khan wouldn't really try to trick me, would he? At this moment, the fat man who was patting his chest couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. He was also worried that the information on the map was false. In this case, his hard-earned teammates are likely to abandon him. Swish. Swish. Just as the two were talking, several figures flashed out from the darkness and appeared around them, surrounding them. Are you going to rob us? The fat man was happy as he looked at the people who were getting closer to them. He was just worried about where to vent his anger. But just as he was about to take action, Sheen Feng on the side had already made a move. Sizzle! Sizzle! At this moment, Sheen Feng's whole body was covered by blue electric arcs, and his figure rushed forward like lightning. Hand over yours? The leader here was about to say something, but before he could finish his words, Sheen Feng's figure had already appeared in front of him. You! Strike with thunder! Without giving the other party a chance to react, Sheen Feng raised his right leg and swept it across. The right leg wrapped in blue electric arcs hit the man hard like a lightning axe. Bang! The man who was attacked flew backwards at a high speed as if he was hit by a speeding off-road vehicle. It didn't stop until it hit a big tree. Team leader? After witnessing this scene, the others were all stunned. You should know that the captain they are talking about is an awakened person whose cultivation has reached the late first stage, and he is the most powerful among them. But even so, they couldn't even withstand a kick from this man. A sense of fear began to spread in the hearts of several people. They knew that they had hit a wall. Run! Someone shouted, waking everyone up, and then the others turned around and fled without hesitation. But it was obvious that Sheen Feng would not give them a chance. For him, the evolution points that come to his doorstep should be taken away. Thunder step. Crack. Crack. Blue arcs of electricity gathered at his legs, and then Sheen Feng moved quickly, shuttling across the field like a flash of lightning. In less than a minute, all these people fell to the ground. Let us go, and you'll get all the points. One of them covered his chest and handed his points bracelet to Sheen Feng. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Sheen Feng naturally accepted everyone who came, but what disappointed him was that these people did not have many evolution points. There were 6 people in total, and they brought him 60 evolution points. Your business skills are not good enough. Sheen Feng muttered to himself. He originally thought he had encountered a group of fat sheep, but unexpectedly they were just a few little rabbits. The people who heard this lowered their heads in shame. They had just decided to plunder other people's points, but they didn't expect to hit a wall on the first order. Shaking his head, Sheen Feng waved to the fat man. Leave. Oh, okay. The fat man reacted and immediately caught up with Sheen Feng. Looking at Sheen Feng's back, a gleam of determination flashed in the fat man's eyes. At this moment, he was extremely sure that his decision was very wise. We must establish a good relationship with him now. The fat man said in his heart. Captain, should we continue? After Sheen Feng and the other 2 walked away, a team member spoke to the captain who was still rubbing his waist. The captain's face was in a state of confusion when he heard this, but then his expression turned stern and he spoke with gritted teeth. Damn it! I just don't believe it. Can I hit a wall every time? Cheer up and keep your eyes open. Following the captain's order, their team found an area to ambush again after a short rest. Soon, they found a suitable target again. Captain, there's only one person this time, but he's wearing a mask, so we can't tell his identity. He's wearing a mask, pretending to be mysterious, and then he's killed. At the captain's command, they all went out to surround the target as before. Interesting. The person wearing the mask was Zhou Yang. Although he was very unhappy with the fat man Su Yuan, he could not do it openly because of the other party's identity and background. With the mask on, even if the fat man recognizes his identity, as long as he refuses to admit it, the other party can't do anything to him. Looking at the people surrounding him, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. 1 minute later. Forgive me, I'll give you all the points, all of them. The captain had a foot on his back and kept begging for mercy. Zhou Yang sneered at this. Ha, save your energy. With your few points, do you think I will look down on you? The captain looked desperate when he heard this. Although there are rules that students cannot kill each other if they are knocked unconscious or seriously injured and lose the ability to move, the training camp will directly judge them as having failed the assessment. Going back to where you came from. Have you seen here? Over there. Zhou Yang murmured something, then turned to look at the captain who had already stood up. You'd better do your best. I'll come find you in a day. If I find out that your points don't meet the requirements, you know the consequences. Threatening words came out of his mouth. Although he was extremely reluctant, facing Zhou Yang's powerful fighting ability, he had no power to refuse and could only nod in agreement. Seeing this, Zhou Yang didn't say anything more and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Captain, do we really have to do as he said and continue to ambush here, snatch other people's points, and then hand them over to him? Isn't his behavior too vicious? Isn't this forcing us to work for him for free? That's right, Captain, we can't do this. Several team members spoke with indignation. However, the captain smiled bitterly and said, even if we escape now and luckily pass the assessment and successfully join the training camp. But do you think that person will let us go so easily? Given his ability, getting into training camp is almost a certainty. By then. The captain's words stunned the other team members. Yes, they are weak and have no choice at all. The other side. Xin Feng and the other man stood at a fork in the road, and the fat man was gesturing at something with the map in his hand. If you look closely, you will find that the fat man's face is even starting to sweat. It should be. Careful. Just as the fat man stretched out his hand to point to one of the roads, Xin Feng suddenly shouted. Then he stretched out his hand and quickly punched the fat man, while his body quickly retreated backwards. Xie! Xie! Just as the two of them left, two invisible wind blades tore through the air and appeared where they had originally stood. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Oh my goodness, these two are really monsters. Fuck. It must be that guy Joey Yang. Looking at the invisible wind blade less than 1 meter away from his body, the fat man shouted with lingering fear. Where are the people? Damn, what a villain, actually launching a sneak attack. The fat man looked around, searching for the other person. There. At this moment, Xin Feng raised his hand and pointed to a location, where there was a huge rock nearly 3 meters high. Sizzle! Sizzle! The next moment, dense blue arcs of electricity gathered at his fingertips. Call out. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, a thunderball the size of a basketball appeared in the air and rushed towards the location of the boulder. Boom! The next moment, the thunderball hit the boulder with a loud roar, and the violent thunder energy directly shattered the boulder, turning it into countless pieces of gravel that flew in all directions. At the same time, a masked figure rushed out from behind the boulder and appeared in the sight of Xin Feng and the others. It was Joey Yang who was chasing them. Mad, it's you. If you dare to attack me, Joey Yang, just wait. Once we leave the training camp, I'll have my bodyguards keep an eye on you every day. Although Joey Yang was wearing a mask, the fat man recognized him at a glance and started cursing at him. Damn fatty. Joey Yang had an ugly expression under the mask. He had been tricked by the fat man when he was hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness before. The other party sent 2 bodyguards to watch him for several days. Whenever he encountered a ferocious beast, the bodyguards would take action before him and kill the beast, causing him to gain nothing for several days. However, compared to the fat man, he was more concerned about Xin Feng, who was not far away. Even he had to take the power of the thunderball seriously. His eyes fell on the handsome young man in front of him, and Joey Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Get out of here now, and I'll forget about that blow, he said in a cold tone. Boom! But the next moment, he was responded by a thunderball emitting a violent aura. Court death. Seeing that Xin Feng was so ungrateful, Joey Yang's face suddenly darkened and his blood boiled. Splitting sky blade. He just waved his hand, and the air in front of him instantly fluctuated like the tide. In an instant, a wind blade like a crescent moon flashed out. Xie! The wind blade tore through the air and collided with the thunderball in mid-air. Sure it! The wind blade exuding a sharp aura cut the thunderball in half, turning it into 2 hemispheres that fell to both sides. It's worthy of being an S-level ability. After seeing that the thunderball he released was easily resolved by the opponent, Xin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and an excited expression appeared on his face. Ever since he awakened his superpowers, almost no one at the same level could withstand one of his attacks. Even Chen Feng, who possesses a level supernatural powers, is no match for him even though he is at a higher level than him. And now, when he meets Joey Yang, who also possesses S-level superpowers, his fighting spirit rises. Xin Feng took a step forward, and the next moment, a terrifying energy surged out of his body. Crackling! Crackling! The Chaos Divine Thunder was instantly activated, and blue lightning bolts lingered around his body like nimble lightning snakes. With a sharp gaze, Xin Feng looked up and stared at the opponent in front of him, a powerful aura emanating from him. S-level ability? How is this possible? Looking at the blue lightning surrounding Xin Feng, an expression of disbelief appeared under the mask. Joey Yang never imagined that in Jiangnan province, besides him, there were other people who awakened S-level superpowers, and they were thunder-related. But in the next moment, the shocked expression on his face was replaced by a hint of excitement. He had the same thoughts as Qin Feng. A strong fighting spirit burst out from him. Shay! Shay! There was a sound of air tearing, and invisible wind energy surrounded Zhou Yang's body. At this moment, his S-level supernatural power, the Gale Blade, was fully activated by him. An aura that was no weaker than Qin Feng's emanated from him. Boy, what a pair of monsters! The fat man's pupils trembled. Judging from the aura emitted by the two people, they were not even weaker than the average third-level awakeners. Then, without any hesitation, his blood and energy burst out, and he pushed off the ground with his feet to quickly distance himself from the two men. It's S rank indeed. Old Yang didn't lie to me. I'll settle the debt with him when I get back. The fat man thought so in his heart. He did learn from Minister Yang that Qin Feng possessed S-level superpowers. As for the identity of his nephew, he made it up in order to get closer to Qin Feng more quickly. Linhai City, inside the Awakening Alliance building. This is a rare opportunity. I hope your kid can seize it, Minister Yang's voice rang out. It's hard to defy fate. Whether Xiao Yuan can break free from his shackles in the future depends on his own luck. A middle-aged man standing opposite Minister Yang spoke slowly. Control room. It really is an S-level ability. Tang Yun looked at the blue lightning lingering around Qin Feng on the surveillance screen, and her eyes shone with a strange light. Instructor Tang, the chief instructor, notified us to come over. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Tang Yun. It was Yang Xian, who was also an instructor. This? Could it be an S-level lightning ability? As soon as he arrived here, Yang Xian's eyes were focused on Qin Feng in the surveillance screen. With his keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the lightning released by Qin Feng was definitely not an ordinary lightning ability. It seems we have a dark horse here too. A smile appeared on Yang Xian's face. As an instructor of the elite training camp, the more talented the students here are, the happier they are. After all, in the future, when people like Qin Feng grow up, they will become the pillars of the human race in resisting all other races. Whether it's a dark horse or not is still uncertain, but it should be considered a good whetstone. Tang Yun murmured. What does the chief instructor want from us? It's all because of that beast. The chief instructor has decided not to negotiate with him this time and will take direct action. A fierce light flashed across Tang Yun's face when she heard this. I've said it before, that beast isn't that easy to talk to. It's better for the three of us to join forces and just kill him and put an end to it. With that, Tang Yun walked out of the control room. Yang Xian on this side also hurried to catch up, speaking as he walked. After all, it's an 8th rank beast king. Besides, we in Daxia have an agreement with the ferocious beasts. Aside from the younger generation, other awakened ones cannot directly kill the beast king. Killing a beast king is a small matter, but if the ferocious beasts become enraged and gather all their strength to attack our great Xia, then it will be a big deal. Yang Xian said helplessly. Chapter 58. Your attitude makes me want to beat you up first. Chief Instructor. Tang Yun and the other person here quickly came to a middle-aged man and bowed slightly to him. Zhao Hong, the chief instructor of the Jiangnan Province Elite Training Camp, is an 8th rank grandmaster. You're here. Just keep an eye on the students. As for that beast, I'll go over and make him move. Zhao Hongzhong said with full energy. Yes. Yes. Tang Yun and Yang Xian nodded in unison. Then Zhao Hong pushed the ground with his feet and his body instantly shot into the air. 1 minute later, Zhao Hong's figure appeared in a high altitude. Below him, one could see a black jungle covering an area of 100 kilometers. The plants here seemed to be polluted, all black. Zhao Hong, who came here, fixed his eyes in one direction, and then the blood in his body surged and gathered in his throat. The next moment, Black Ape King, get out here! A resounding shout came out of his mouth. With Zhao Hong's body as the center, the air within a radius of 1 kilometer began to shake violently. The huge black trees below, which were hundreds of meters tall, were directly broken by the shock. Countless ferocious beasts trembled all over, as if they had encountered their natural enemies, and instinctive fear appeared on their faces. Zhao Hong, you are provoking me like this. Are you trying to destroy the agreement between my beast tribe and your great Xia? Just at this moment, a roar came from a black mountain several thousand meters high below. Immediately afterwards, a figure emitting black mist and holding a long black stick in his hand appeared in front of Zhao Hong. The 8th level beast king, the Black Ape King. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the stronger its intelligence, and after reaching the 8th level, some ferocious beasts can even transform into human form. Just like the Black Ape King at this moment, he now looks almost the same as a normal human being, except that he is a little more robust. Yang Hong, what do you want to do? I have already said that I will not leave the Black Forest. The Black Ape King said angrily. Xiao Hei, I feel like your attitude is a little bad right now, so I decided to give you a beating first. Zhao Hong said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura emanated from Zhao Hong, and then he waved his hand. Crash! Crash! A surging blue stream of water gushed out of his body, and then quickly condensed into a water dragon that was dozens of feet long. A terrifying aura emanated from the water dragon. Under Zhao Hong's control, the water dragon roared and rushed towards the location of the Black Ape King in front. In an instant, the Black Ape King's body was directly submerged by the water dragon. Roar! But in the next moment, a terrifying beast roar sounded, followed by a huge black shadow emerging from the water dragon's body. The next moment, a black ape that was 100 feet tall appeared on the scene, holding a black iron rod in its hand that was almost the same size as him. Zhao Hong, you are playing with fire. After a roar of anger, the Black Ape King swept the iron rod in his hand towards Zhao Hong in mid-air. Boom! The iron rod shattered the air, and a huge black shadow enveloped Zhao Hong's body. Oh! Playing with fire, I'm a freaking water type. Facing the attack of the Black Ape King, Zhao Hong was full of disdain. He was in the late 8th level, while the Black Ape King was only in the early 8th level. Zhao Hong stretched out a hand calmly, and the supernatural power in his body surged wildly. Crash! Crash! The sound of rolling water was heard, and in an instant, a solid water wall that was 100 feet wide appeared, resisting the attack of the iron rod. Water Dragon Chain. Then Zhao Hong waved his hands again, and in an instant, several water dragons hundreds of feet long condensed. Under his control, the water dragon swam around and quickly wrapped around the huge body of the Black Ape King. I'm giving you face, but you really think you have face? Looking at the bound Black Ape King below, Zhao Hong raised his right palm. At the same time, the water below also surged rapidly, condensing into a huge palm. Bang! The next moment, Zhao Hong slapped the Black Ape King's huge head with his palm. Roar! Zhao Hong, I want. Bang! Snap! Snap! What do you want, do you? Bang! Although he said this, Zhao Hong did not stop his hands and slapped the Black Ape King on the head more than 10 times in a row. I'm just borrowing your land for a while. It's not like I won't return it to you. I asked you to make room, and you still served it. Snap! Snap! Zhao Hong on this side became more and more angry as he spoke, and he kept raising his palms, one palm after another, and directly slapped the Black Ape King unconscious. The huge gap in combat power left him with no power to resist Zhao Hong. Seeing this, Zhao Hong felt that it was about time, so he withdrew his hands and put them behind his back. Xiao Hei, we can talk now. The Black Ape King looked grim and said through gritted teeth. Half a month, I can only give you half a month, otherwise I will report it directly to the Beast King and let. Bang! The Black Ape King here hadn't finished speaking when he was hit hard by another palm. You even reported it to the Beast King? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Just let him come. At this moment, Zhao Hong was like a street thug, swearing non-stop and his hands moving non-stop. After another dozen or so palm strikes, the Black Ape King was completely subdued. He is not as strong as his opponent, so there is nothing he can do even if he is angry. Get lost. I'll leave when I've had enough fun. With the last palm strike, Zhao Hong directly blew the huge body of the Black Ape King away. Zhao Hong, I will remember you. When the final battle comes, I will make you pay the price. In the end, the Black Ape King just gave Zhao Hong a murderous look, then turned into a black shadow and left. Okay, now that we've let him go, why don't you leave too? After the Black Ape King left, Zhao Hong looked up and shouted towards the sky. He saw a flash of golden light, followed by a majestic voice coming from there. Human, you have 1 month to complete this task. Once the time is up, this Blackwood forest must be returned to my tribe. Hearing this, Zhao Hong curled his lips in disdain, then ignored the other party and turned away. If it was your real body that came here, I might still be afraid, but you want to intimidate me with just a clone. Oh, Ape King, you should just focus on dealing with our King Luozhan. As he spoke, Zhao Hong's figure disappeared from here. 10,000 meters away. Damn, luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have been caught and beaten up by this guy. Zhao Hong thought with lingering fear. He then went straight back to training camp. The elite training camp was located in the center of the Blackwood Forest. The reason for driving away the Black Ape King was also because they were worried that he would secretly harm these students. In addition to the Black Ape King, all other ferocious beasts above level 4 in the Blackwood Forest were driven out and divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D by Zhao Hong using tough measures. This is to make it easier to train those students in a few days. Chapter 59 Qin Feng, I'll still be looking for you. 10 minutes ago. Just as Zhao Hong went to the depths of the Blackwood Forest to deal with the Black Ape King, Qin Feng was already fighting with Zhou Yang here. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions were heard one after another. Qin Feng's hands were shaped like pistols, blue lightning gathered at his fingertips, and basketball-sized lightning balls quickly condensed and rushed forward. The thunderball was condensed from the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder and exuded a terrifying aura. Even Zhou Yang could only use the Gale Blade to resist or dodge it, and did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be testing each other. When Qin Feng released the Thunderball, he also released Wind Blades to attack Qin Feng. Facing the attack of the Wind Blade, Qin Feng immediately used Thunder Steps to dodge them one by one. His ability attack method is more inclined towards long-range attack. While dodging the Wind Blade attack, he was also calmly analyzing Zhou Yang's weaknesses. He discovered that from the beginning of their fight until now, Zhou Yang had basically been attacking him from a distance. He tried to get closer to the other person, but as soon as the other person noticed him, he would distance himself from him again. In this case, the temptation should be over. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Spiral Blade. Under the mask, Zhou Yang looked solemn. He used all his strength to activate his supernatural power, and one wind blade after another flashed out from the air. Then, under his control, all the wind blades gathered together, just like the rapidly rotating propellers on an airplane. Wind pressure. At the same time, Zhou Yang quickly stretched out his hands and pressed them down suddenly. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind came down from the sky and pressed down heavily towards Qin Feng's position. Almost instantly, Qin Feng felt a strong sense of pressure on his back. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng used all his strength to activate the Chaos Divine Thunder. Crackling! Crackling! The sound of exploding thunder rang out on the field, and blue lightning lingered around Qin Feng, emitting a terrifying aura. Then a thick blue lightning shot out from his body and struck the rapidly spinning propeller. Boom! The collision of thunder and wind, 2S-level superpowers, instantly created a powerful impact. The air around them surged like a tide, raising a cloud of dust. Just at this moment, Zhou Yang's vision was temporarily blocked by smoke and dust, and Qin Feng's figure disappeared from his sight. Something's wrong. Zhou Yang said to himself. Without any hesitation, he activated his supernatural power instantly. Invisible wind energy instantly enveloped his entire body. He pushed off the ground with his feet and violently retreated backwards. The reaction is quite quick, though. At this moment, Qin Feng's figure suddenly came to a position less than 10 meters away from Zhou Yang. It's too late. Qin Feng let out a low shout, and then pressed his hands, which were wrapped in blue lightning, directly to the ground. Thunder Marsh. Crackling. Crackling. In an instant, the sound of thunder and lightning was endless. At this moment, blue lightning surged out of Qin Feng's body like a tide and spread rapidly towards the front. In a moment, a thunder swamp covering an area of 30 meters appeared on the field. Zhou Yang's figure just happened to be within the coverage of the thunder swamp. Not good. Zhou Yang's heart was filled with alarm and he immediately released all the energy in his body, trying to escape quickly. Swish! But at this moment, a thick blue lightning surged out from the ground beneath his feet and struck his body fiercely. In an instant, Zhou Yang felt his body go numb, and the powerful energy in his body became dull. Crack! Crack! At this moment, bolts of lightning burst out from the ground one after another, all of which struck his body hard. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yang's body was engulfed in lightning. Gulp! Wow, a level combat skills? The fat man who witnessed this scene hundreds of meters away swallowed unconsciously, his eyes full of shock. He had never seen anyone who could master a level combat skills at the first level, and judging by the power of this thunder swamp, he had at least achieved a small level of success. I hope I won't electrocute that guy to death. The fat man thought to himself with a complicated expression. Although he was very unhappy with Joey Yang, it would be very troublesome if the other party died at Qin Feng's hands. After all, before the camp entrance examination began, Tang Yin said that students should not kill each other. But soon, the fat man realized that his worries were unnecessary. In his sight, the thunder swamp emitting a terrifying aura began to dissipate rapidly, and finally a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It was Joey Yang. But at this moment he looked extremely miserable, his clothes were all charred black, and the mask on his face had turned into pieces. The originally flowing black hair now stood up, and a burnt smell emanated from there. I lost. Joey Yang spoke slowly, his face full of disappointment. Since awakening his superpowers, he has not encountered any rivals among the same level. He does not even take Shi Kuan and Lin Xiaoxian, who are equally talented, seriously. But he didn't expect that he would be defeated by an unknown student. Until now he didn't even know the other person's name. Hand over the points bracelet and map. At this moment, Qin Feng's voice sounded in his ears. Joey Yang's face was full of resentment. Hurry up, or I'll knock you out. The fat man's voice appeared, and he walked over with a smug look on his face. Brother Feng, you're awesome. You beat this guy. The fat man gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Qin Feng didn't care about this. Joey Yang, who possessed S-level superpowers, was indeed very powerful, far surpassing those awakened people he had met before. However, this guy is too arrogant and relies too much on his special abilities, so Qin Feng is still confident in dealing with him. If he hadn't taken the initiative to disperse the thunder swamp just now, this guy would have turned into a charred corpse by now. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you lose, you lose. Although he is very unwilling, Joey Yang is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. He took off his points bracelet, took out a map from his storage ring, and threw it to Qin Feng. Reaching out to take it, Qin Feng directly transferred the points and the bracelet to himself. Joey Yang did not concentrate on hunting the ferocious beasts, but now his points were only 200, but now there are only 100 left. Then Qin Feng handed the bracelet to the fat man. The other party understood immediately and swiped his bracelet again, and the points were reduced by half again. Joey Yang, who witnessed this scene, gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. It was okay for Qin Feng to deduct points, after all, his skills were not as good as others, but this fat man took the ready-made points, which made him hate him to the core. Keep working hard and earn points. I'll come back to you. After saying this, Qin Feng turned around and left. Damn it! Chapter 60 Chapter 63 Golden Grass, excited fatty. Joey Yang actually lost? Still in the situation of being ahead in realm? In the control room. Tang Yin returned here again and called up the battle footage of Qin Feng and the other person. Top-notch S-class abilities, first-class combat awareness. Genius, absolute genius. Tang Yin's eyes flashed with admiration when she looked at Qin Feng. Then she shifted her gaze to the defeated Joey Yang. S-level abilities are certainly powerful, but if you rely on them too much, they will only backfire. She also saw Joey Yang's weakness of over-reliance on supernatural powers. A thoughtful look flashed in Tang Yin's eyes as she was thinking about the next training for Joey Yang. Joey Yang, Lin Xiaoqian, Shi Kuan, and now there is another Qin Feng. These 4 people must be trained intensively. Shi Kuan looked honest, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning and actually try to trick me. The fat man holding 2 maps had a look of anger on his face. He spent several million dasha coins to buy the map from Shi Kuan, but he didn't expect that this guy would tamper with the map. Just wait. When I leave this training camp, I will definitely settle the score with him. The fat man kept mumbling. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He felt more and more that this fat man was unreliable. Half an hour later, the two came to a cave that was as high as 2 buildings. There was a pile of broken green vines at the entrance of the cave. Someone has been here. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Could it be that they have taken away the treasures inside? Seeing this, the fat man couldn't help but speak. Just as Qin Feng guessed, each 3rd-level beast was guarding some treasure, be it energy liquid, weapons, or combat skills. Qin Feng has no shortage of energy liquid, but combat skills and other resources are still useful to him. Besides, if he doesn't need the energy liquid, he can sell it for money or exchange it for resources with other people. I don't think so yet. Feeling the violent breath inside, Qin Feng murmured. Then he turned to look at the fat man. Do you want to go in with me? A hint of hesitation flashed across the fat man's eyes, and finally he shook his head. I won't go in. A third-level beast is not something I can contend with right now. As he spoke, the fat man changed the subject. But brother Fong, if the treasure inside is the 3-inch golden grass, can you sell it to me? You can set any conditions you want. As he spoke, a look of dejection flashed across the fat man's face. Good. Qin Feng didn't say much about this. He just waved his hand and walked into the cave. Roar! Not long after, the fat man heard a deafening roar of a beast, and then even the cave began to tremble. Crackling! Crackling! The sharp sound of thunder continued to ring out, and even though the fat man was standing outside the cave, he could feel a heart-pounding energy. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the energy gradually dissipated. Is this resolved? Or was it resolved? The fat man's expression kept changing, and he was guessing the battle situation in the cave. Although Qin Feng showed extremely powerful combat power in the battle with Joey Yang, the third-level ferocious beast also had terrifying combat power. Defeating Joey Yang does not mean that he can defeat a third-level beast. Fatty, come in and see if this is what you were talking about. Just at this moment, Qin Feng's voice suddenly came into his ears. We won. A look of joy suddenly appeared on the fat man's face, and then without hesitation, he moved quickly and walked into the cave. Hiss! The fat man who walked into the cave took a breath and was shocked by the shocking scene before him. I saw a huge figure over 5 meters tall falling to the ground. The huge body was covered with hideous wounds, especially the 2-meter-long penetrating wound on the chest, which made people shudder. Crack! Crack! The violent power of thunder had not yet completely dissipated, and crackling sounds could be heard from the corpse from time to time. Violent demonic bear. The fat man recognized the ferocious beast. Although its cultivation level was only at the early 3rd stage, its combat power was comparable to that of a mid-3rd stage due to its strong physique. Compared to the miserable state of the violent demon bear, Qin Feng looked much better at this moment. However, if you looked closely, you would find a hint of crimson at the corner of his mouth. After all, it was a 3rd-level ferocious beast with strong combat power. Even Qin Feng had to try his best to barely kill it. There! As Qin Feng spoke, he pointed behind the violent demon bear. After hearing Qin Feng's voice, the fat man came back to his senses and hurried forward a few steps. A bronze iron box appeared in his sight. The iron box had been opened and a dazzling golden light was reflected in his pupils. Lying in the box was a small golden grass. 3-inch golden grass, it really is it. The fat man looked so excited that his body was even trembling slightly. That look was like a pervert seeing a stunning beauty. Brother Feng, you. The fat man was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. This thing is useless to me. You use it first, and we can think of other things later. Although he didn't hear clearly what the fat man said, it was nothing more than some words of thanks, so Qin Feng just waved his hand. Then he stepped forward and put the body of the violent demon bear into the storage ring. In addition to the beast crystals, other parts of the ferocious beast also have certain value. Before, it was just inconvenient for him to carry it in the wilderness, but now that he has the storage ring, he naturally would not let it go, not to mention that this is the corpse of a 3rd-level ferocious beast. I need to rest for a while. You stay here and help me guard. Call me if there is anything unusual. As he spoke, Qin Feng's figure flashed quickly and rushed towards the depths of the cave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the fat man's sight. Okay. The fat man who had just obtained the treasure smiled and nodded in agreement immediately. Turning his head to look at the golden grass in the iron box, the fat man's eyes were burning. Then he reached out and took it out and placed it in the palm of his hand. On the other side, Qin Feng had also reached the depths of the cave. He reached out and touched his chest, and suddenly felt a sharp pain. Sure enough, my physique is still not strong enough. Qin Feng moved his mind and opened the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Fire F+. Level, Late Stage 1. Qi in Blood, 320+. Spirit, 35+. Constitution, 56% Ordinary Body+. Breathing Method, Thunder Spirit Breathing Method Perfect. Combat Skills, Thunder Step C Perfected, Thunder Spear B Perfected. Thunder Lance B Perfected, Thunder Swamp A Minor Success. Innate Magical Power, Infinite Devour Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to improve cultivation. Evolution Points, 500. After seeing that there were still 500 evolution points, Qin Feng set his sights on the physique column. Chapter 61 Physical Evolution, Demon King Body. 3-inch golden grass, this top-notch body refining medicinal material. If it weren't for the fact that there are so few awakened people in Daxia who can use it, I'm afraid this fat guy wouldn't get it for free this time. In the control room. Through the surveillance footage, Tang Yun and Yang Xian also witnessed with their own eyes the fat man putting the 3-inch golden grass into the storage ring. This thing was originally taken out for him, but I didn't expect him to get it so easily. Tang Yun showed a helpless look on her face. She had originally thought of using this thing to stimulate Su Yuan later, but now it seemed that she had to think of other ways. After her gaze stayed on the fat man for a few seconds, Tang Yun turned her head to look at another picture. There was a figure there. It was Qin Feng in the depths of the cave. Sure enough, the battle with the violent demon bear did leave him with some injuries. Tang Yun muttered to herself, then stopped paying attention to Qin Feng and started checking on the other students. It was almost evening, and some students had already started looking for a place to rest for the night. After all, in an unfamiliar environment, taking action at night often adds more variables. However, there are some brave men who plan to travel under the cover of darkness. Sure Cohen is ready to break through. At this moment, Yang Xian's voice rang out. Hearing this, Tang Yun followed his gaze and saw a tall figure coming to a secluded place. It was Sure Cohen. It can be seen that his body at this moment is like an inflated balloon, expanding rapidly. That calm face became somewhat hideous at this moment because of the severe pain, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead. As an awakener with a special physique, Sure Cohen needs to endure more pain than ordinary awakeners when breaking through the realm. A muffled groan came from Sure Cohen's mouth. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain coming from all parts of his body. I don't know how long it took before the severe pain began to gradually subside. Sure Cohen suddenly opened his eyes, and a captivating sharpness burst out from his dark eyes. After simply adapting to the changes in his body, Sure Cohen raised his right arm and then punched out suddenly. Bang! In an instant, the fist blew away the air, making a sharp explosion sound. Rest for a night, and then go fight that black bear tomorrow. Sure Cohen muttered. Control room. The special physique that Sure Cohen awakened is the Overlord body. This physique brings him an absolute increase in strength and a strong physique. Preliminary estimates suggest that his physical strength at the mid-second stage has probably already reached the level of a third-stage early-stage beast. There is an ancestor outside the domain who also possesses this physique. As long as nothing unexpected happens, this guy will definitely become a powerful war king in the future. Yang Xian muttered. Tang Yun nodded secretly to this. But for some reason, a figure wrapped in blue lightning suddenly flashed in Tang Yun's mind. If the two of them met, I wonder who would be more powerful. She thought so in her heart. Although Qin Feng defeated Joey Yang, who also possessed S-level superpowers, Sure Cohen was stronger than the former in terms of direct combat power. If Qin Feng fights Sure Cohen, the outcome is unpredictable. After looking at Sure Cohen, Tang Yun checked Lin Xiaoqian's movements again. This proud little girl has now easily broken through to the middle stage of the second stage. Her mental strength has become even stronger, and her combat power has also skyrocketed. If we talk purely about cultivation talent, Lin Xiaoqian's talent is definitely the strongest. After all, she is only 16 years old now, and she has awakened her spiritual ability on her own initiative. A genius like her is considered to be among the top 3 in the whole of Daxia. The only thing missing is her character. Tang Yun still had some headaches about this arrogant little girl. Deep in the cave. System, give me some physical fitness. Looking at the remaining 600 evolution points, Qin Feng chose to go all in this time and put all of them into his physique. In just a moment, Qin Feng felt a terrifying energy appear in his body. In an instant, his body began to tremble, and that powerful energy began to surge through his body, impacting his meridians like a tide. The skin began to glow faintly red, as if there was a flame burning inside the body. The blood in the body seemed to be evaporated, and an intense burning sensation appeared. Qin Feng, who had already had this experience once, gritted his teeth and persevered. The fat man at the entrance of the cave seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and looked inside the cave, but quickly looked away. Everyone has his own secrets, including himself. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng's trembling body gradually stabilized, and then a terrifying force burst out from his body, shaking away all the air around him and making a burst of sound. Ding! Congratulations on the host's physical evolution, obtaining the spirit-level Demon King body primary. At the same time, the system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Spiritual level Demon King body, I wonder what level of supernatural power it is equivalent to. Qin Feng murmured. He clenched his fists, feeling as if there was endless power in his body, and raised his hand to punch out. Bang! The explosive fist wind hit the rock wall nearby, instantly leaving a clear fist mark. The strength has increased several times. A look of joy appeared on Qin Feng's face. You should know that the hardness of the rocks inside the cave is not weaker than that of ordinary metals, and the wind from your fists alone can leave marks on them. It's hard to imagine what would happen if this punch hit someone. If he were to fight the violent black bear in his current state, Qin Feng felt that he could still compete with him even without using his supernatural powers. Strike while the iron is hot and find another level 3 beast to practice with. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate and walked towards the cave entrance. Go find the third level beast now? The fat man let out a cry of surprise. Looking at the handsome boy in front of him, the fat man just wanted to say, "Brother, are you a perpetual motion machine? So much energy." Although the awakened ones have strong physiques, under normal circumstances, even if they don't sleep for several days and nights, there will be no impact. But that was under normal circumstances. You have to know that Qin Feng fought several battles in a row today. First, they defeated Li Yan and his group, and then killed countless ferocious beasts along the way. Later, he fought with Zhou Yang, and without much rest, he hunted down a violent demon bear alone whose combat power was comparable to that of a mid-level third-order demon bear. Apart from anything else, even if it was Shi Koan who had a special physique, the fat man thought it would be impossible for him to recover as quickly as Qin Feng. Although he called him a pervert in his heart, the fat man still followed Qin Feng and left here. It's pitch black here, we can't let you take risks alone, brother Feng, right? Chapter 62 Fatty, did you steal my beast? Roar! In a dense forest, a huge figure covered in red flames raised its head and let out a tiger roar. Early stage of the third stage, Flame Tiger. Endless coldness emanated from the pair of beast eyes. The flame tiger stared at the young man in front of it who had destroyed its beautiful dream, and terrifying fire energy surged out of its body. The young man was Qin Feng, and the flame tiger was his first target. That's you. Qin Feng murmured softly, then flashed and rushed towards the location of the flame tiger with his bare hands. Facing Qin Feng's attack, the flame tiger looked disdainful. It had never seen any awakened person who dared to rush towards it like Qin Feng did without any weapons. The flame tiger slowly raised one of its paws, ready to flatten this ignorant human with one blow. At the same time, Qin Feng came in front of the flame tiger, raised his right arm, and punched forward fiercely. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a violent collision sound, Qin Feng's fist and the tiger's palm collided fiercely. In an instant, a terrifying impact force appeared, and with the place where the two touched as the center, the air around it began to fluctuate like a tide. The fiery tiger, which originally wanted to kill Qin Feng with one palm, was completely stunned. The severe pain coming from the tiger's paw made it a little unbelievable. The human in front of him, who was several times smaller than himself, actually blocked its attack with his body. Boom! Just when the flame tiger was stunned, Qin Feng seized the opportunity and punched out again. The exploding fist wind dispersed the air, and under the impact of this punch, the huge body of the flame tiger suddenly flew backwards, and only slowly stopped after more than 10 meters. Holy shit! This. The fat man not far away was stunned when he witnessed this scene, as if he was struck by lightning. He used his body to fight against the ferocious beast, and it was a third-level ferocious beast. The fat man suddenly raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. He was afraid that he was dazzled. However, the following scene made him even more unbelievable. At this time, Qin Feng had come to the front of the flame tiger again and was punching it one after another. The flame tiger, which was so majestic just now, was like a kitten at this moment and was directly suppressed by Qin Feng. Special physique? And it's definitely not an ordinary special physique. The fat man couldn't calm down for a long time. When his eyes fell on Qin Feng again, he cried out in his heart. Is this guy a genius? It's just a statement, okay? He has an S-level thunder ability and now has an additional special physique. If Qin Feng says one day that he is also a psychic, Fatty will choose to believe it. In the control room, Tang Yun and Yang Xian had both left the place at this time, and only one staff member was watching the surveillance footage. However, his attention was mostly focused on the first-level students, because these students were of average strength and could easily get into danger if they were not careful enough. As for people like Shi Koan, he didn't pay much attention to them. Qin Feng is now in the area of third-level ferocious beasts. The staff believes that no one should dare to challenge the third-level ferocious beasts now, so he directly ignores the surveillance of this area. This also meant that the fat man was the only one who saw the incredible scene before his eyes. 5 minutes later. Bang! With the ground shaking violently, the huge body of the flame tiger fell straight to the ground, with an expression of shock still on its face until its death. It can be seen that there are several obvious collapses on the huge body of the flame tiger, where flesh and blood are blurred. These are all caused by Qin Feng's punches. That was fucked to death. At this moment, the fat man suddenly felt that he could do it too. But he knew it was just his illusion. 5 minutes is a bit long. Qin Feng murmured. When the fat man who had just walked over heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Next, Qin Feng put the body of the flame tiger into the storage ring, and then found a bronze iron box nearby. After opening it, Qin Feng discovered that inside was a jade slip emitting a crimson glow, which was a war seal. B-level fire attribute combat skill, fiery collapse fist. A B-level combat skill, not bad, but it's a fire attribute. Feng, you can't use it, why don't you sell it to me? I can give you a high price. There was a line of small words next to the battle seal, which the fat man also saw. Faced with the fat man's kindness, Qin Feng refused without thinking. He will soon need to use the fire-attributed combat skills. Now he possesses a spirit-level demon body and can already fuse his second superpower, the S-level Red Lotus Karma Fire. Qin Feng already had a plan in mind. After the camp entrance examination was over, he would look for an opportunity to integrate his supernatural powers. As for now, let's go on. Qin Feng greeted the fat man, then turned and left. No way, you're coming again? The fat man had a bitter look on his face, but he still followed quickly. He was just worried that it was too dangerous for Qin Feng to act alone, and it had nothing to do with Joey Yang. Not long after Qin Feng and the others left, a petite figure appeared here. It was Lin Xiaoqian. After her cultivation level broke through, she did not choose to rest like Shirkuan, but instead prepared to hunt down the third-level ferocious beast overnight and snatch the treasure. Although Lin Xiaoqian is proud, she also understands the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. Who on earth dares to steal my prey? Looking at the fallen trees in front, the devastated scene around, and the empty iron box thrown aside, Lin Xiaoqian realized that someone had gotten there first. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate at all, her figure flashed quickly, and she ran towards the next area. She wants to get the first place in points, so how could she fall behind others? 10 minutes later. She came to a pond again, but then there was another roar. Who the hell is that? No matter who you are, if you dare to go against me, I will make you pay the price. Lin Xiaoqian's pretty face darkened, and she immediately set off again to rush to the next area. But then her anger grew stronger and stronger. It was robbed again, it was robbed again. Ah! Lin Xiaoqian's expression gradually became a little crazy, and then she quickened her pace without saying a word. I must catch you, I must. In Lin Xiaoqian's subconscious mind, these third-level ferocious beasts were prepared for her, and those treasures were also hers, but now, the ferocious beasts were killed and the treasures were all robbed. This gradually drove her crazy. Not long after, she arrived at another place, which was also a huge cave. There was a figure at the entrance of the cave. Lin Xiaoqian did not hesitate and hurried over. When she saw the figure clearly, she shouted angrily. Fatty, did you steal my treasure? Whoosh! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, 10 silver flying knives flew out at the same time. Chapter 63 Little girl, you lose. The fat man who was dozing off suddenly heard someone scolding him. Just when he looked up to see who was so bold. Whoosh! 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 Along with several sounds of breaking through the air, 10 silver flying knives rushed through the air and arrived in front of the fat man in the blink of an eye, surrounding him. It's that little girl. In an instant, the fat man lost all sleepiness, became tense, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Tell me, did you steal my treasure? Lin Xiaoqian walked over with a gloomy face, her tone cold and full of murderous intent. Little girl, you. The fat guy here wanted to say a few harsh words, but when he saw the flying knives surrounding him, he wisely shut his mouth. He was really scared at this moment. If this little girl accidentally lost control of her mental power, these flying knives would pierce her into a sieve. Big sister, do you think I can handle those third-level beasts? There is no way out. The fat guy, who is not as strong as others, can only choose to admit defeat. Snort! The fat man's words also made Lin Xiaoqian react, and she snorted coldly. Even if it's not you, you are an accomplice. Looking at the fat man in front of her, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes became more and more unfriendly. Click! Click! Just at this moment, footsteps were heard, and then a tall figure walked out of the cave. It was Qin Feng. Brother Feng, save me. Qin Feng's arrival was like a savior to the fat man, and he immediately shouted. Lin Xiaoqian? Looking at the arrogant girl in front of him, Qin Feng felt a little surprised. Take out all my treasures and I can spare your life, Lin Xiaoqian said immediately when she saw someone coming out. Qin Feng chuckled at this. Your treasure, why, is your name on this treasure? Raising her proud head, Lin Xiaoqian said in an extremely arrogant tone. Boy, stop talking nonsense and hand over the treasure, or I will let you see how powerful I am. Qin Feng curled his lips. Since I have taken the treasure, it is mine. You are not qualified to order me around. I don't know what's good for me. Lin Xiaoqian, who was already filled with anger, could no longer bear Qin Feng's attitude and took action directly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10 flying knives that were originally surrounding the fat man suddenly flew out and rushed towards Qin Feng. After I defeat you, I'll see if you're still so stubborn. Facing Lin Xiaoqian's attack, Qin Feng stretched out his right hand, and a black knife appeared in his hand in an instant. You may not be very old, but you have quite a temper. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Sizzle! Sizzle! As soon as the words fell, blue arcs of electricity surged out of Qin Feng's body, making a thunderous roar. Thunder step! As Qin Feng pushed the ground with his feet, his body began to flash quickly, dodging the attack of the flying knife like a flash of lightning. You still want to educate me? At this time, Lin Xiaoqian was completely enraged, and invisible mental power surged out of her mind like a tide. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, another 10 silver flying knives appeared around her, and then turned into silver rays and rushed towards Qin Feng. I'll see how long you can hold on. A total of 20 flying knives began to surround Qin Feng. Lin Xiaoqian stood there with a proud look on her face, and her invisible mental power began to dance at this moment. The 20 flying knives suddenly increased in speed and attacked various parts of Qin Feng's body frantically. My goodness, this girl may not look very old, but her methods are quite cruel. The fat man, who had escaped danger, immediately distanced himself from the two men. Looking at the rapidly flashing silver rays in the air, he couldn't help but start to worry about Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng's frontal combat power is strong enough, Lin Xiaoqian is a psychic after all. Her invisible mental power is hard to guard against and can be said to kill people invisibly. So at this time, the fat man couldn't be sure whether Qin Feng could withstand the opponent's attack. As expected of a psychic master who's said to be able to take on 10 enemies at once, if it weren't for my evolved physique and increased reflexes several times, facing her would be quite a challenge. While dodging the attack of the flying knives, Qin Feng thought in his heart. After fighting with several third-level ferocious beasts in succession, he has now adapted to the evolved body of the Demon King. The Demon King body not only improves his physical strength and power, but also doubles his combat awareness and physical reaction ability. At this moment, his whole body was covered by blue electric arcs, and he was like a flash of lightning, constantly flashing on the field. He had thought about covering his entire body with the thunder steps before, and now was the perfect time to give it a try. As time went by, Qin Feng's speed became faster and faster, and the pressure brought to him by the 20 flying knives began to gradually decrease. What's going on? Is Brother Feng using her to hone his fighting skills? The fat man seemed to have realized something and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Lin Xiaoqian, who heard this, immediately turned around and gave him a murderous look. You want to use me as a tool? What gives you the right? After a light shout, Lin Xiaoqian began to explode. Her mental strength was pushed to the extreme, and the speed of the flying knife instantly increased to a higher level. At the same time, she took out 5 throwing knives from the storage ring again and manipulated them to join the battlefield. In an instant, Qin Feng felt the pressure suddenly increase, but he was not surprised but happy. The faster the flying knife goes, the greater the pressure it puts on him, and the smoother his improvement of the thunder step will become. Seeing that 25 flying knives were unable to take down Qin Feng, a hint of anxiety appeared on Lin Xiaoqian's arrogant face. Since it's not enough, keep adding. A hint of madness appeared on her face. I just don't believe that I can't take you down like this. Whoosh! 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 Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard at the same time, and 5 more flying knives joined the battlefield. At this time, it can be seen that Qin Feng's body has been completely covered by silver light and trapped in the encirclement of flying knives. Almost. Thunderstep is only a C-rank combat skill after all. Being able to develop it to this point is already the limit. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxian had started to get serious, Qin Feng had no interest in continuing to play with her. In an instant, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly changed, and a terrifying sharpness burst out. Lightning strike! The next moment, the black knife in his hand was wrapped in blue lightning, and Qin Feng began to swing the black knife quickly. Shay! Shay! The black knife turned into a blue shadow, flashing dazzling light under the dark night sky. Ding! 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 A sharp sound of metal collision was heard, and all the silver flying knives were knocked away by the black knife. How is this possible? Lin Xiaoxian was in disbelief when she saw this scene. Swish! But in the next moment, she only felt a blue shadow flash before her eyes. Little girl, you lose. A heat appeared beside her ears. Chapter 64 Defeat, Kill All, Shi Kun comes to the door. Swish! The heat beside her ears made Lin Xiaoxian jump up instantly, and her body was instantly enveloped by a strange energy. Then she disappeared from the spot and appeared more than 10 meters away. Lin Xiaoxian's pupils trembled and her face was full of disbelief. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, she raised her hand slightly and instantly summoned dozens of flying knives around her body. The tip of the flying knife pointed outward and hovered around her body. At this time, Qin Feng's figure had disappeared in front of her again. Lin Xiaoxian forced herself to calm down and used her mental power to search for Qin Feng's location. There! Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up instantly, and at the same time, all the flying knives slammed towards one direction. You have a strong sense of observation. Seeing that he had been exposed, Qin Feng stopped and swung the black knife wildly again. Ding! Ding! Another burst of dense metal collision sounds was heard, and all the flying knives were intercepted head-on by Qin Feng. At this moment, even someone as proud as Lin Xiaoxian was completely stunned. If the previous time was just a coincidence, then this time Qin Feng really blocked all the flying knife attacks. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxian felt a fear she had never felt before. She even had the idea of leaving here as soon as possible. But it was obvious that Qin Feng would not give her this opportunity. After deflecting all the flying knives, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot again. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxian became alert. Little girl, you are so arrogant at such a young age, and you are so cruel. I have to teach you a lesson today. The sound in her ears made Lin Xiaoxian alert instantly, and just when she was about to use the same trick to escape. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and then Lin Xiaoxian felt a headache and felt a little dizzy. This guy actually dared to hit her on the head. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the one bullying others. The violent mental power exploded instantly, and she wanted to use her mental power to directly bounce Qin Feng away. Boom! However, Qin Feng's movements were even faster, and he hit him with another head bang. Give me! Boom! 2 consecutive head explosions gave Lin Xiaoxian a splitting headache. With Qin Feng's current physical strength, the intensity of this brain explosion is not something that ordinary people can withstand. And this was when he was holding back. If he had used all his strength, he could have even exploded Lin Xiaoxian's head. Little girl, it's better to be more restrained when you go out. As he spoke, Qin Feng's head exploded again. This time, Lin Xiaoxian's body shook. She took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. At this moment, her eyes were dull, and she looked a little confused and aggrieved. However, Qin Feng did not pay much attention to this. He had already held back because of his concern for the other party's age. At least compared to Zhou Yiyang, her results are much better. But at this moment, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and turned around and came to her. Points bracelet. Don't go too far. Lin Xiaoxian, who was slumped on the ground, gritted her teeth. Qin Feng didn't say anything after hearing this, but just stretched out his hand and made a gesture of snapping his head. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxian's face changed, and she finally handed over her points bracelet obediently. Compared with Zhou Yang, her points are much higher, a full 500. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't be polite about this and directly accepted half of it. Then he threw the bracelet to the fat man who was looking forward to it. There's one last third-level beast left. We must kill it before dawn. Qin Feng said this in his heart, and then left here with the fat man. Damn it, just wait. When I break through to the third level, I will make you pay the price. Lin Xiaoqian said viciously, then slowly stood up and left. According to the current situation, she has no hope of obtaining the third-level ferocious beast and those treasures. She can only hunt other ferocious beasts and accumulate points. So Lin Xiaoqian turned around and vented all her anger towards Qin Feng on those ferocious beasts. With her cultivation level of the middle stage of the second stage, her combat power is comparable to that of the third stage. In this area, no ferocious beast can stop her. Soon, Lin Xiaoqian's points began to soar at an extremely fast rate. At the same time, Qin Feng and the others had arrived at the habitat of the last third-level ferocious beast. This was also a ferocious beast with cultivation at the early third level. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Feng dealt with it. There were a total of 6 third-level ferocious beasts in the training camp, and all of them have been killed by Qin Feng one by one. This is the last bronze iron box. I wonder what's inside. Qin Feng murmured, and then he opened it directly. There was a red pill lying inside, which was the blood-enhancing pill. I'll sell it to you. The moment Qin Feng saw the blood-enhancing pill, he showed obvious disappointment, and then he threw it directly to the fat man. This kind of elixir that can increase qi in blood is of little use to him who has innate magical powers and a system. There are a total of 6 third-level ferocious beasts, which means there are 6 bronze iron boxes. In addition to the 3-inch golden grass and the B-level fire attribute combat skill at the beginning, Qin Feng also obtained 2 B-level combat skills, a bottle of special healing potion, and a B-level alloy weapon. The only things he could use were the B-level bodybuilding skills and the healing fluid. As for the rest, Qin Feng sold them all to the fat man. The fat man naturally accepted all offers. On the one hand, it was to get closer to Qin Feng, and on the other hand, the price Qin Feng offered was indeed lower than the market price. After dealing with this last third-level ferocious beast, Qin Feng decided to take a break for a while. Give those students some more time. Harvest a wave this afternoon so they can refresh again tomorrow, and then we can come back in another wave. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. He had tried this before. If he defeated the same opponent on the same day, he would only get evolution points for the first time. It will not be refreshed until the next day. Finally, I can rest. After hearing Qin Feng's suggestion to rest, the fat man immediately smiled, and then followed Qin Feng to rest directly in the habitat of this last third-level ferocious beast. The violent demon bear was actually killed. Who was it, Lin Xiaoqian or Zhou Yang? An hour later, a tall figure came here muttering to himself. The person who came was Shi Kuan. Looking at the messy scene around him, Shi Kuan's face changed slightly. Could it be that even the giant black spider here has been killed? Shi Kuan was a little bit unbelieving, but at this moment, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Shi Kuan, how dare you come here? Chapter 65, The Battle Between the Demon King Body and the Tyrant King Body. Are you, Su Yuan? Facing the fat man who was cursing, Shi Kuan frowned immediately. He had no idea what the other party was saying. Shut your mouth, or I will make you pay the price even if you are the young merchant. Although he didn't understand the situation, Shi Kuan would not let him scold him like this. Even though the fat man has a powerful background, he is not afraid at all. It is a fight between peers, and he doesn't believe that the other party can hire someone to deal with him. Shi Kuan's reaction also made the fat man frown, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Damn, I got tricked by that little girl Su Ku. When he bought the map, he did not contact Shi Kuan directly, but bought it through an intermediary. Thinking of this, the fat man suddenly showed an expression of being dumb and eating bitter herbs. You killed the third-level beast here? Shi Kuan looked at the fat man with suspicion, his eyes full of confusion. He had already sensed that the fat man's cultivation was at the early second level, and it was unrealistic for him to kill a third-level beast with such cultivation. It's not me. The fat man curled his lips. Just then, a figure appeared behind the fat man. Ha! The person who came stretched lazily. It was Qin Feng. Looking at Shi Kuan opposite him, Qin Feng was not surprised by his arrival. The reason why he chose to rest here was to wait for this guy to come to him on his own initiative. I wonder how his special physique compares to my Demon King physique. Qin Feng murmured, and a strong fighting spirit was released from him. Almost instantly, Shi Kuan sensed Qin Feng's fighting spirit, and he was naturally not afraid of it. He took a step forward, and the same terrifying aura surged out of his body. It's about to start again. Seeing this, the fat man was very tactful and quickly distanced himself from the two men. I don't know how long Shirkuan can hold on. He thought so in his heart. After witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying fighting power repeatedly, the fat man has firmly believed in his heart that Qin Feng is definitely the strongest student in Jiangnan province this year, without a doubt. It's not just Jiangnan province. Even in the entire Daxia, the fat man feels that no one can defeat Qin Feng at the same level. On the court, the two people who were confronting each other moved at the same moment. Shirkuan's tall and burly body, like a towering mountain, rushed straight towards Qin Feng's position. Qin Feng was naturally not afraid of this. The blood in his body was churning and his body was also rushing forward. Compared with the tall and burly Shirkuan, Qin Feng's size does not have an advantage, and he looks a head shorter than the other. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, two figures, one big and one small, collided with each other. The violent collision created a terrifying impact force, and the air around it fluctuated like a tide. After a brief contact, the two took a step back and kept their distance. How is this possible? Shirkuan was extremely shocked. He knew very well that Qin Feng did not use any supernatural power just now. Like him, he was fighting purely with his body. Do you also have a special physique? Shirkuan couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng did not answer this. Seeing this, Shirkuan stopped asking questions, but his expression became serious. The test just now was enough to prove that Qin Feng's physique was not weaker than his. But soon after that, Shirkuan started to get excited again. He had never met an awakened person with the same special physique as him, and now he could just let go and fight. War! Shirkuan shouted loudly, then his tall body suddenly rushed forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, and with a whistling sound, he rushed straight towards Qin Feng's face. Wherever the fist winged past, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a hissing sound. Qin Feng was not panicked by this. His terrifying combat awareness allowed him to predict the trajectory of this punch. While slightly sideways dodging Shirkuan's fist attack, his body suddenly dived down, and then his right leg swept towards Shirkuan's feet like a sharp axe. Shirkuan, who had noticed something, pushed out one foot, trying to block Qin Feng's attack. But it was obvious that he underestimated the power of this attack. Boom! In just a moment, Shirkuan felt a sharp pain in his calf and felt as if his bones were about to break. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. Instead of retreating, he took the opportunity to raise his arm and smashed it down at Qin Feng. A strange light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He supported himself on the ground with one hand and kicked his legs upwards in an instant. Boom! The collision of fists and feet produced another loud noise. Next, Qin Feng began to take the initiative to attack. Relying on his strong physique and top combat awareness, he gradually suppressed Shirkuan. Really? The fat man who was watching the fight not far away noticed this scene and showed an expression of "I knew this would happen" on his face. Pedal! 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 After another collision, Shirkuan's body swayed and he took several steps backwards. Chance! Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he rushed out quickly with his agile body. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shirkuan, who had not yet stood firm. Boom! Qin Feng swung a punch fiercely, the wind from his fist tore through the air, emitting a violent aura. Shirkuan saw this and did not hesitate at all. He immediately turned around and tried to dodge, but he was still a step too late and was hit on the left shoulder by Qin Feng's punch. In just a moment, his tall body flew straight backwards and stopped only when it hit a rock wall. It should be over now. The fat man muttered to himself when he saw this. No, the real battle is coming next. Just after the fat man finished speaking, Shirkuan, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. I admit that you are strong, but I am not weak either. After saying this, a terrifying aura surged out of his body, his muscles began to swell, and his skin became tougher. Then he rushed straight towards Qin Feng, this time even faster. Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from the other party, Qin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes also burning. He pushed off the ground with his feet and rushed towards Shirkuan. For a moment, the two men fought again. For a moment, fist shadows crossed each other on the field, and the sound of explosions was heard from time to time. As the battle between the two became more and more intense, the surrounding environment also became a mess under the impact of their powerful force. Deep pits appeared on the ground. Gradually, as the battle came to an end, Shirkuan felt a little exhausted, and a feeling of weakness enveloped his whole body. Qin Feng became more and more courageous as the battle went on, as if he was a perpetual motion machine, without any sign of fatigue. In the end, Qin Feng won the battle. In the control room. Two geniuses with special physiques? A staff member witnessed the fight between Qin Feng and Shirkuan, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. It seems that we will return with a full load this time. Chapter 66 A bunch of trash, come and fight if you don't agree. Hunted all the third-level beasts in one night? And he defeated Lin Shaoqian and Shirkuan in succession? In the control room, Yang Xian had an expression of disbelief on his face. He was already very shocked that Qin Feng could defeat Zhou Yang before, but what he didn't expect was that the other party actually gave him an even bigger surprise. No, we have to notify the chief instructor and ask him to come and take a look. As he spoke, Yang Xian picked up the landline phone beside him and dialed the chief instructor's number directly. Tang Yun, who was standing by, saw this but did not stop it. Qin Feng's fighting power has exceeded their imagination and can no longer be classified as an ordinary genius. This kind of evil student is not someone they can teach. 2 minutes later, Chief Instructor Zhao Hong came into the control room. After watching Qin Feng's battle footage, he also showed an excited expression on his face. Bang! Zhao Hong slammed his palm on the table. Ha, Lao Wang said last time that our Jiangnan province is not as good as their Xia province, and there are several other provinces. This time I want to see who is better. As he spoke, Zhao Hong picked up his phone and opened a communication group called Daxia Elite Training Camp. The people in the group are all chief instructors of elite training camps in various provinces of Daxia. Nanha Province Chief Instructor, the quality of Nanha Province's students is average. They can barely fight against a third-tier beast. There is also a short video below the information. In the video, a young man holding a spear is fighting with a ferocious beast that is as tall as a floor. The chief instructors in the group, with the lowest level of cultivation being an 8th-rank grandmaster, naturally saw at a glance that the person in the video was a 3rd-rank ferocious beast. The fact that he could fight against a 3rd-level ferocious beast was enough to show how extraordinary that young man was. Hadong Province Chief Instructor, how dare you send out this old money? It's just a 3rd-level beast. Let me show you what a true genius is. Someone in the group quickly jumped out. Then the same video was sent over, in which a student was fighting against a 3rd-level ferocious beast. Swish! Swish! As if not wanting to be overshadowed by these two people, the chief instructors of other provinces followed suit and sent in video clips with some pretentious remarks. Until the end, the chief instructor of Xia Province also released a video. The video shows a handsome young man holding a blood-stained sword. However, the most eye-catching thing is the huge creature under the boy's feet. It can be seen that it is a black lion with black scales all over its body and a single horn on its head. After this video was released, there was silence in the group. Xia Province Chief Instructor, this kid is just average. A late-stage 3rd-stage black-horned lion couldn't last more than 10 moves against him. After a moment of silence. Guanyuan Province Chief Instructor, truly, Mr. Wang is still superior. Dongxiang Province, as expected of Daxia's #1 province, it's teeming with talent. Then there was a burst of compliments. Guanyuan Province, by the way, where's old Yang? Didn't he go to Jiangnan Province? He still hasn't shown up yet. Could it be that he doesn't have many outstanding students? Nanha Province, everyone in Jiangnan Province knows that the quality of students in previous years has been average. I remember there was only one student who awakened an S-level ability last year. Maybe this year will be even worse. Even if there aren't any students with S-rank abilities, there must be one with a special physique, right? Seeing that Yang Hong had not spoken in the group for a long time, the other chief instructors couldn't help but make a few jokes. Seeing this, Yang Hong sneered and clicked send on the message he had already edited. Yang Hong from Jiangnan Province, a bunch of trash, how dare you compare yourself to the geniuses from Jiangnan Province? The other chief instructors were all stunned at this time. They didn't expect that Yang Hong would have a big bowel movement as soon as he opened his mouth. Just when they were about to fight back. Yang Hong from Jiangnan Province, come and fight me if you don't agree. Nanha Province, fuck, old Jiang, what kind of genius did you meet? Why are you so arrogant? Guanyuan Province, exactly, what a genius. Show it off so everyone can see it. Oh, now I'll show you. You wish for the best. Looking at the message on his phone, Yang Hong immediately turned the phone to silent mode and pressed the lock screen button. A plan had already emerged in his mind. In the communication group. This guy ran away? Old Yang is just a tough guy. He insisted on making a bet with me because of that, and that's why he lost this a great alloy weapon to me. Really? You're already so old, but you still like to pretend. After seeing that Yang Hong no longer replied to the message, the other chief instructors immediately started to attack and began to mock him crazily. The Black Forest Mountains should be ahead? Two figures came to a black jungle. They were Qin Feng and the other person. Brother Feng, if we enter the camp directly now, we will lose a lot of points. In the training camp, all resources can only be redeemed with points, so we should wait a little longer. Looking at the dark jungle ahead, he frowned, thinking that Qin Feng wanted to go straight into the camp. Qin Feng just rolled his eyes at him. Who said I'm going to join the camp now? If you don't want to enter the camp, then come here? A hint of thought flashed across the fat man's eyes, but he quickly reacted and his eyes lit up. Brother Feng, you want to stay here and rob other students of their points? This child is teachable. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, this is the only entrance to the Blackwood Forest. If you want to enter the camp, this is the only way. Anyone who guards here will have to pay a toll. The fat man murmured. The fat man didn't feel any guilt about stealing other people's points. Survival of the fittest. Even in the training camp, students are secretly supported in competing for points with each other. Only by competing with each other can we make faster progress. We've finally earned enough points. All we have to do now is find the location of the camp, and we'll have passed the camp entrance exam. Not long after, a team of 5 arrived here. Captain, are there 2 people there? One of the team members discovered Qin Feng and the other person, and instantly the entire team became alert. The team leader looked at Qin Feng and the other man in front of him with a cautious look. Then he took a few steps forward and spoke. Friends, we are from Qincheng. I wonder if you have found the location of the camp. The location of the camp. It's right behind here. The fat man pointed behind him, but then changed the subject. But if you want to go, you have to. Boom. Boom. Before the fat man could finish his words, Qin Feng on the side had already opened fire. Thunder gun. I saw basketball-sized lightning balls appear in the air and quickly blasted towards the few people. 10 seconds later. We admit defeat, and all the points are yours. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating and obtaining evolution points. Chapter 67 Qin Feng, it's good that you're here, it's good that you're here. All the 3rd level beasts are gone? Is it Lin Xiaoqian or Shi Kuan? No, their combat power is at most equal to mine. Even if they can kill 3rd level beasts, it is impossible for them to kill all of them in one night. In a huge cave, Zhou Yang's expression changed slightly as he looked at the mess inside and the empty iron box. Could it be him? A handsome figure appeared in Zhou Yang's mind. It was Qin Feng. Brother Yang, the Chen family sent someone to deliver a message. At this moment, a voice came into Zhou Yang's ears. Chen family. Humph. If it weren't for giving Master Yu face, who would care about them? Zhou Yang snorted coldly and then walked out of the cave. Brother Yang, we have found the approximate location of Qin Feng, and the Chen family said that Shi Kuan will join us in the action. Oh. Do they look down on me, Zhou Yang? Isn't it just a late-stage First-Order Lightning Awakener? Do you need Shi Kuan and me to work together? Zhou Yang said with disdain. Take me there. Brother Kuan, this is Mr. Yu's face after all, we should. At this time, Shi Kuan had just taken a bottle of healing potion and there were still several obvious scars on his body. These were all caused in the battle with Qin Feng just now. Shi Kuan frowned as he listened to the report from a young man in front of him. He didn't want to care about the conflict between the Chen family and Qin Feng, but he couldn't afford to offend the man named Zhu Shao. Okay, I got it. Shi Kuan finally nodded helplessly. How are you guys doing? Have you collected enough points? That's enough, Brother Kuan, but I don't know what's going on. Since last night, the number of ferocious beasts around here has been reduced by more than half. We haven't encountered a ferocious beast in over half an hour. The young man frowned. Are those 2 people? When Shi Kuan heard this, 2 figures flashed through his mind, and not long after, he also got up and left. Tell me quickly, where is the ferocious beast nearby? Big sister, you've cleared out all the ferocious beasts around here, and now there's not a single one left. A short-haired man looked at the petite figure in front of him with horror, his mouth trembling as he spoke. Standing in front of him was Lin Xiaoqian. At this time, she had almost eliminated all the ferocious beasts within a radius of dozens of kilometers, but even so, the anger in her heart still did not dissipate. I heard there are many ferocious beasts in the Blackwood Forest, which is near the camp. Why don't you go there and take a look? The short-haired man spoke tentatively. You better not lie to me, otherwise I won't let you go. Lin Xiaoqian snorted coldly, then turned and left, with several silver flying knives following behind her. Finally, we sent this lady away. The short-haired man had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect that his luck would be so bad. Not only did he meet Lin Xiaoqian, but he was also regarded as a coolie looking for ferocious beasts by the other party. It took most of the day to find it. But fortunately, my points barely meet the requirements for admission to the camp. After whispering something, the short-haired man quickly left. Delay will lead to changes. He was going to find the location of the camp and then go straight into the camp. On the other side, at the entrance to the Black Forest Mountains. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions were heard one after another, and basketball-sized lightning balls appeared in the air, rapidly bombarding a small team. Hand in, we hand in the points. Faced with the attack of the thunderballs, this team whose average combat strength was only at the middle stage of the first level was unable to resist at all and immediately chose to hand over their points. At this time, Qin Feng had also received the information about the evolution points received, and then stopped what he was doing. It can be seen that within a few hundred meters in front of Qin Feng, the ground there was in a mess, with deep pits of various sizes scattered there. These were all caused by thunderballs. It's really fierce. Looking at Qin Feng standing aside, the fat man couldn't help but say in his heart. This team was the fourth team they had encountered, and without exception, they were all intimidated by Qin Feng alone. Brother Feng, I don't want these points anymore. Looking at the points bracelet thrown by Qin Feng, the fat man spoke. It's not that he thinks he has too many points, but he feels a little embarrassed to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. The main reason is that the fat guy doesn't want so many students to be eliminated. There is still nearly a day and a half left before the end of the camp entrance examination. If Qin Feng only collects a wave of points by himself, these students can still collect enough points if they work harder. However, if he harvests another wave, the hope of these people successfully joining the training camp will be much smaller. Oh, okay. Qin Feng did not refuse the fat man's suggestion. In fact, he didn't value these points that much in his heart. He cared more about the evolution points. However, as his combat power increased, the evolution points these ordinary students brought him became fewer and fewer. The average person has less than 10 evolution points. Evolution points, 400. Including the third-level beasts killed last night, as well as defeating Lin Xiaoqian, Shikuan and others, the evolution points have reached 400. Those three people should have already rushed over here. Qin Feng murmured. After all, among all the students, the combat power of these three people is far ahead of others. Correspondingly, it can bring him more evolution points. Just at this time, another team arrived here, led by Joey Yang. Brother Yang, that person is Qin Feng. He seems to be intercepting other students and snatching points. His fighting power does not seem to be weak. Following the gaze of the person who was speaking, Joey Yang looked up, but after just one glance, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's him. Joey Yang was surprised. He never thought that the Qin Feng that the Chen family wanted to deal with was the person who defeated him not long ago. Damn, he's just an ordinary first-stage late awakener? At this moment, Joey Yang just wanted to curse. The man surnamed Zhou was here. The fat man noticed the group of people in front and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He might feel bad about snatching other people's points, but if it was Joey Yang's, that would be a different matter. Qin Feng looked up when he heard the voice. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile brightly. It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. Boom. After the voice fell, Qin Feng immediately raised his hand and released the lightning gun towards the other party. Bang! Bang! Several basketball-sized thunderballs suddenly blasted out and rushed towards the location where Joey Yang and others were. Chapter 68 Qin Feng, fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise this kid would have succeeded. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions sounded one after another, and several thunderballs fell to the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. The figures of Joey Yang and others appeared on the side. B-rank combat skills? Looking at the deep pit created by the thunderball, several people were shocked. They did not expect Qin Feng's fighting power to be so strong. What are you afraid of? Brother Yang is here. But at this moment, a voice sounded, and the person who spoke had a confident look on his face. No matter how strong this person is, he can't be a match for Brother Yang. After all, Brother Yang possesses S-level supernatural powers. After hearing this, the few people all looked towards Joey Yang. Hold! Facing the gazes of several people, Joey Yang's face looked ugly and he couldn't help but swear in his heart. At this point, he was in a difficult situation. If I take action, he won't be able to beat me. If I don't take action, I will lose face. Just when Joey Yang was feeling conflicted, a tall figure suddenly appeared in his sight. It was Shi Kuan. That person is Qin Feng? But at this moment, he was just like Joey Yang just now, with a shocked expression on his face. However, compared to Joey Yang who cares about face, Shi Kuan is more practical. Brother Kuan, Joey Yang is here too. I want to contact him. Let's go, I'm no match for him. Without waiting for his teammate to finish speaking, Shi Kuan said something and turned to leave. What? Brother Kuan, you are not his opponent? The man who had just spoken suddenly showed an expression of disbelief on his face. In his impression, Shi Kuan, who possessed a special physique, was extremely powerful and had never been defeated by opponents of the same level. Could it be that the injuries on Brother Kuan were caused by Qin Feng? No, why is he gone? Joey Yang thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but he was stunned when he noticed Shi Kuan turned around and left again. Could it be that even Shi Kuan? Joey Yang's expression changed slightly, and then he no longer cared about his face. Now is not the time to take action, go back first. Having said that, Joey Yang was about to turn around and leave. His teammates were immediately surprised, and after looking at each other, they all showed surprised expressions on their faces. As students from the same city, they can clearly understand Joey Yang's character. Normally, when faced with this kind of situation, he would take action directly, not to mention that this time it was young Master Yu who ordered it. You should know that young Master Yu comes from a family of war kings, and there is more than one war king in the family. The 7th level is called the Grand Master, the 8th level is the Grand Master, the 9th level is the War General, and above that is the War King. That level of power was beyond their imagination. Joey Yang's performance at this time, coupled with Shi Kuan who came here and turned around and left, made several people notice something unusual. However, they didn't think much about it. After all, they couldn't change Joey Yang's mind. I didn't agree to let you go. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Joey Yang's face suddenly changed when he heard the voice in front. Then he slowly turned around and saw a familiar figure appear in his sight. It was Qin Feng. In an instant, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. It's already delivered to my door, how could I let you get away? Qin Feng had a smile on his face, and then the next moment. Crack! Crack! A burst of dense thunder and lightning roared, and blue arcs of electricity surged out of Qin Feng's body, lingering around him, emitting a violent aura. Swish! Almost at the same time, Joey Yang, whose whole body was wrapped in an invisible gust of wind, rushed straight forward. You guys leave quickly. Joey Yang spoke in a low voice. It's not that Joey Yang is selfless, but he knows that Qin Feng's target is him. Even if he leaves now, the other party will chase him. Instead of doing this, it would be better for him to take the initiative to stop Qin Feng, so that he can win over the hearts of the people. In his opinion, although Qin Feng's fighting ability is stronger than his, if he uses all his strength, he can stop the opponent for a while. But imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. At the moment when the two figures touched, a black shadow flew backwards like a cannonball. It was Joey Yang. Brother Yang. When the other people saw this, they exclaimed in surprise and showed expressions of horror on their faces. Sizzle! Sizzle! But in the next moment, a blue shadow like lightning flashed in front of them. 10 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating and obtaining evolution points. Except for Joey Yang, everyone else present generously contributed evolution points. Impossible, when did his physique become so strong? Joey Yang was knocked flying and slowly stopped after hitting a huge rock. It can be seen that he was covering his right arm with a look of pain on his face. He felt like his arm was about to break. He only had a momentary contact with Qin Feng's body. What a pervert! Zhou Yang thought so in his heart. At this time, he no longer had the desire to compete with Qin Feng. The difference in their fighting power was too great, and continuing to fight would only be humiliating himself. He stretched out his still movable left hand, wanting to take off the points bracelet and hand it to Qin Feng. Thunder gun! Boom! But at this moment, a violent explosion sounded in the air. Zhou Yang looked up and saw a basketball-sized thunderball heading straight towards him. Zhou Yang was a little confused. He was clearly ready to take off the points bracelet and give it to Qin Feng. Boom! Just like that, after a violent explosion, Zhou Yang's body flew backwards again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise this kid would have succeeded. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he heard the system broadcast in his mind. Then he stepped forward and took off the other person's points bracelet, and directly took away half of the points. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. At this time, the fat man appeared from nowhere, his eyes locked on Zhou Yang's points bracelet. Qin Feng was naturally not stingy about this and directly threw the bracelet to him. After dealing with Zhou Yang and his group, Qin Feng did not stop. He disappeared from the spot again in a flash. He did not ignore Shi Kuan and the others. Although Shi Kuan's evolution points have not been refreshed yet, the people who follow him have never been defeated by him. 3 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the Kuroki Mountains again. Fuck, that great god is back again. It seems we can't escape it either. Several teams around had originally planned to sneak into the Black Forest Mountains while Qin Feng was away. But they didn't expect that before they could take any action, Qin Feng had already returned. Just as everyone was sighing, a petite figure came here. Finally here, little girl. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 69 2000 points, promotion to camp. 5 minutes later. A petite girl slumped on the ground, staring at Qin Feng in front of her with tearful eyes. What the hell, you can't cry. Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. He just wanted to have a friendly exchange with Lin Xiaoqian and gain some evolution points at the same time. But what he didn't expect was that the little girl was beaten to tears by him. Looking at Lin Xiaoqian slumped on the ground, he had no choice but to give up even though he had not earned any evolution points yet. Okay. I won't beat you anymore. Qin Feng waved his hand helplessly and turned to leave. It was not until Qin Feng left for a while that Lin Xiaoqian sat up from the ground with red eyes. She looked up at Qin Feng's departing back, and a strong sense of shame rose in her heart. She had never cried in front of strangers since she was a child, and this time she was really embarrassed. She lowered her head and glanced around secretly. When she found that no one else saw the scene, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng, right? I'll remember this grudge. But soon, she realized what was happening and felt a little scared again. From childhood to adulthood, among her peers, she has never met anyone as powerful as Qin Feng. Because she had been spoiled since childhood, she had followed her elders to Xia province more than once. She felt that even the geniuses in Xia province were not as good as Qin Feng. It was she herself who became a psychic master early on because of her outstanding mental power. The spiritual master has the title of being invincible at the same level. In Lin Xiaoqian's heart, she is like a girl of destiny. But what she didn't expect was that she would meet such a terrible person in this training camp. Even though his cultivation level was lower than hers, he crushed her in terms of combat power. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoqian looked depressed and turned away. This little girl has such a poor mind. In the control room, Yang Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, if the little girl could unleash all her fighting power, even if she couldn't defeat Qin Feng, at least she wouldn't lose so miserably. This is normal. The Lin family has never had a psychic master, so their training of Lin Xiaoqian is always a little lacking. However, this Qin Feng is really becoming more and more surprising. He possesses an S-rank lightning ability and a special physique that's not inferior to the overlords. This kind of talent would put him in the top tier in the entire daxia. Tang Yun spoke slowly. Hearing this, Yang Xian nodded heavily. I hope these little guys can give us more surprises. The entrance to the Black Forest Mountains. Qin Feng returned here with a helpless look on his face. The battle with Lin Xiaoqian just now was in vain. He got no evolution points or points. I should have scared her a little earlier. At least I could have gotten the evolution points first. Just at this moment, a small team appeared, but the moment they saw Qin Feng, they turned around and left without hesitation. But obviously, Qin Feng will not let them go. Boom! Boom! The lightning gun was raised, and the exploding lightning ball was blasted out like a cannonball. After a few shots, evolution points were earned and several people threw their point bracelets over. Qin Feng naturally would not be polite about this and accepted it all. This team was also unlucky. They originally wanted to sneak away while Qin Feng was away, but they didn't expect that the other party would come back at this time. For a moment, all the team members looked bitter. With the lesson learned from this team's previous experience, the teams hiding in secret also gave up the idea of breaking out. Forget it, this great god is too powerful, let us just go and hunt the beasts and earn points. At worst, I can wait until my points reach 400 and let him snatch it away once. Everyone left here dejectedly. 2 hours later. It seems that these people have heard the news and are afraid to come over for the time being. The fat man narrowed his eyes and turned to look around. There was no single figure within a radius of several hundred meters. Qin Feng nodded after hearing this, but he was not worried at all. Tomorrow is the last day of the camp entrance assessment. As long as they want to enter the camp and pass the assessment, this is the only way. He just needs to sit here and wait for the prey to come to him. Then the two of them continued to guard here. Near dusk, the fat man took out special barbecue tools and a complete set of ingredients from his storage ring. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng killed a first-stage late-stage black magic rabbit with a single shot, and the two began to enjoy a delicious meal of roasted rabbit meat. I have to admit that the fat man's cooking skills are really good. The meat is delicious and elastic, exuding a rich aroma, and the golden shell is sparkling, which makes people's appetite increase. After a hearty meal, the fat man built 2 military tents on the spot. In order to make it easier for them to observe the outside environment, the tents were even made of a special transparent material. It's a pity that my personal bodyguard didn't come with me. Otherwise, it would have been much better if she could give me a massage. The fat man muttered to himself. Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he finally walked into one of the tents without saying a word. Fuck, master, is this really that serious? Are you planning on not getting any rest all night? They really don't leave us any chance to survive. As the sky gradually darkened and night fell, some people prepared to take advantage of the cover of darkness to try to sneak past. However, after seeing the 2 tents, they instantly became disheartened. Let's go find the beast overnight. Looking for a ferocious beast, that has to be there, right? I don't know what's going on, but the number of ferocious beasts around here is getting smaller and smaller. I searched for over an hour before coming here, but didn't see a single one. No, we can't let this kid go on like this. In the control room, Tang Yin frowned as she looked at the 2 tents at the entrance of the Black Forest Mountains and Lin Xiaoqian, who was still frantically searching for the ferocious beast. Now, nearly half of the ferocious beasts in the assessment site have been killed by Lin Xiaoqian alone. If this continues, by the time the camp starts, nearly half of the students will not meet the admission criteria. This was not the desired outcome for the training camp. Forget it, let this kid enter the camp first. 1 minute later. Inside the tent, Qin Feng, who had his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure standing outside the tent looking at him. Instructor Tang? Qin Feng frowned and pretended to be surprised. Sure enough, it's here. That's about it. Give other students a chance. Tang Yun spoke. Instructor Tang, what do you mean? I shouldn't have violated the rules of the camp entrance examination. Hearing this, Tang Yun rolled her eyes at him and then spoke directly. Alright, 2,000 points in exchange for early admission to the camp. You are not allowed to steal points from other students. Good. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded without hesitation. Chapter 70 Entering the camp, breaking through the second stage. I was tricked by this kid. After seeing Qin Feng nod without hesitation, Tang Yun realized that the other party was waiting for her to come. Forget it, just consider it an investment for him. After shaking her head, Tang Yun disappeared in a flash. Psychic Master? Qin Feng was a little surprised. Just at that moment, he felt a terrifying mental power released from Tang Yun. In the face of that mental power, he felt like an ant that could be crushed at any time. This is the horror of a psychic. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He understood that Tang Yun was warning him, not wanting him to look down on spiritual masters just because he defeated Lin Xiaoqian. Or the next step is to start improving your spirits. Qin Feng thought so in his heart and lay back in the tent. He just arrived at the camp early, so there was no need to rush over. He would still have time to rush over tomorrow morning. Let's release another 500 ferocious beasts. Arriving at a secluded location, Yang Xian spoke to the two staff members in front of him. Yes. I had originally planned to give it to those students to hone their combat skills after the camp was over, but now it seems I'll have to use it sooner rather than later. As he spoke, Yang Xian walked to the side and dialed a number. In order to ensure the safety of the training camps, Daxia specially communicated with the beast tribe and set up signal towers near each training camp to ensure smooth communication. Therefore, as long as you are near the training camp, you can directly use your mobile phone to contact the city. Hello, Lao Chen, I'm. Yes. I might have to trouble you to send 2 more batches of ferocious beasts this time. Okay. When old Chen on the other end of the phone heard that another ferocious beast was going to be sent over, he was a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it. Isn't it just a low-level ferocious beast? There are plenty of them in the wilderness. Roar. Ouch. This night was not peaceful. In the second half of the night, roars of beasts were heard. In the past, if I heard the roar of an animal at night, I would feel a little nervous. But now. Here it comes, the ferocious beast is coming. Don't fight with me for it, that tusked boar is mine. One after another, the figures advanced forward instead of retreating, all of them rushing towards the ferocious beasts with excitement on their faces. It was as if what were before them were not ferocious beasts, but rare treasures. Finally got 400 points. A figure covered in red blood, his face full of excitement. There were several other team members around him, and they were in a similar situation. After a night of fighting, their points had almost reached 400. Without hesitation, these people moved quickly towards the entrance of the Black Forest Mountains. However, when they arrived there, they found that Qin Feng and the other 2 had already left. Has the great god left? Several people looked at each other, feeling a little relieved. Although their points had reached 400, who would think that they had too many points? Without hesitation, after confirming that Qin Feng and the others had really left, they flashed and quickly entered the Black Forest Mountains. Without Qin Feng's obstruction, all the students whose scores had reached the admission standards entered the Black Forest Mountains. The other side. 2 figures appeared in front of a huge camp. They were Qin Feng and the other person. After entering the Black Forest Mountains, the 2 found the location of the camp in a short time based on the map markings recorded on the points bracelet. It can be seen that there are 2 guards in military uniforms on guard at the entrance of the camp. After Qin Feng and his companion showed the points on their points bracelets to the guards, they went straight into the camp. Gather here before 6 p.m. Remember not to be late. The guard gave Qin Feng and the other 2 a warning. Good. The 2 nodded lightly. Most of the buildings in the camp are made of a special black metal, shining with metallic luster. Every few meters, there are well-equipped guards patrolling the surroundings. On the walls surrounding the camp, Qin Feng also saw a number of energy cannons. The energy cannon is a new weapon developed by scientific researchers in Daxia. As long as energy is input into it, it can fire powerful shells. The energy cannon is extremely powerful. With one shot, even a 3rd-level ferocious beast would be blown into pieces. There are more than 100 energy cannons, and just by placing them there, they are incredibly intimidating. Daxia attaches great importance to the elite training camp. The students who can come to the training camp are all talents from various cities and the future elites of Daxia. To prevent accidents, each training camp is equipped with hundreds of energy cannons. Qin Feng just took a quick glance and then looked away. The energy cannon is indeed powerful, but it is ultimately just an external object. Only your own strength is real. The 2 wandered around the camp for a while before arriving at the dormitory area. After agreeing to go to the camp entrance together before 6 p.m., they each received the key to their dormitory. Although they are called dormitories, each dormitory is actually a small villa with bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms on the 1st floor, and a spacious training room on the 2nd floor. Qin Feng went to the bathroom to wash up first, and then threw away the clothes that were stained with the blood of several 3rd-level ferocious beasts. With his current combat power, ordinary 2nd-level ferocious beasts would be killed by his cannon before they could even get close to him. After washing up and changing his clothes, Qin Feng walked out of the bathroom and came to the living room. Now that my physique has evolved, I can start improving my qi and blood. Qin Feng murmured. His current realm is only the late 1st stage, and he is indeed far behind Shirkuan and the other 2 who have reached the middle 2nd stage. Thinking of this, Qin Feng started to check his qi and blood values. Qi and blood, 338 plus. He has been improving his physical fitness and combat skills in recent days, so there has been no obvious improvement in his qi and blood. Evolution points, 600. Then Qin Feng checked the number of evolution points again, and without hesitation, he chose to go all in again. System, give me some energy and blood. The next moment, Qin Feng's body shook violently. The muscles all over his body bulged instantly, veins were exposed, and the clothes he had just changed were directly torn by his swollen body. The originally tall and straight body instantly turned into a muscular man. However, perhaps because Qin Feng's physique had evolved into a demon king's body, he did not feel much pain at this time. I just clearly felt that my own qi and blood power had increased significantly. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng's body returned to its original state, but his clothes had been torn into strips. He had no choice but to change into new clothes. Qi and blood, 398. Not even close. Qin Feng muttered to himself, and then took out 2 first-level beast crystals from the storage ring. The next moment, his innate magical power of infinite swallowing was activated, and a ray of black light instantly covered the beast crystal, and then 2 heat currents appeared in his body. Boom! In less than a minute, there was a loud explosion inside Qin Feng's body, and a powerful energy and blood emanated from him. Level 2. Chapter 71, Preparing to Fusion the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Boom! Boom! There was a knock on the door. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the voice, and the restless blood in his body instantly calmed down, making it impossible to tell the severity of his condition. Qin Feng glanced at the electronic clock on the wall and found that it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. In less than half a day, he had stabilized the realm he had just broken through. Go to the camp entrance ceremony first, and then come back to directly fuse the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Qin Feng said this in his heart, then stood up and opened the door. The fat man was standing at the door. Then the two of them rushed towards the camp entrance together. The entrance to the campsite. It can be seen that one figure after another enters the camp. The moment they enter the camp, everyone has an expression of relief on their face. The elite training camp is an opportunity for them to be reborn. As long as they can successfully enter the training camp, they will be able to distance themselves from ordinary students. Even if they are at the bottom of the camp, they will be able to beat ordinary students when they go out. On the contrary, those students whose scores do not meet the standards will be forced to leave and will be distanced from them from then on. However, nothing is absolute. Not everyone who enters the training camp can become a strong person, and leaving the training camp does not mean that they have lost the possibility of becoming a strong person. Not long after, Qin Feng and the others also arrived here. It's that great god. Sure enough, he came in a long time ago. As soon as Qin Feng appeared, he attracted the attention of everyone on the field, but those eyes were not particularly friendly. Qin Feng didn't care about this at all. If someone gave him evolution points, he wouldn't mind accepting them. Snort! Just wait, I will definitely surpass you. Lin Xiaoqian, who was standing in front of the crowd, snorted coldly, and when her eyes fell on Qin Feng, they were full of fighting spirit. The same was true for Shi Kun and Zhou Yang, who were not far away. They are all arrogant and proud people, and temporary success or failure cannot knock them down at all. Now they regard Qin Feng as their target to pursue. Qin Feng looked around and found that only more than 100 students had successfully entered the training camp, and nearly 1/3 of the students were eliminated. The competition is fierce. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. It was Chu Yu. Qin Feng was not surprised that she passed the test. After nodding slightly, he looked away. Just then, instructors Tang Yun and Yang Xian arrived here. First of all, congratulations on your successful entry into the training camp. Tang Yun spoke slowly, but then changed the subject. But entering training camp is just the first step, and I hope you won let up. The camp will hold a last-place elimination system every week, and students who fail to meet the standards in all indicators will be eliminated directly. Hearing this, the expressions on the students' faces suddenly became nervous. Especially those students who are only at the early stage of the first level of cultivation. If students really need to be eliminated, then there is no doubt that they must be selected from among them. Tang Yun noticed the changes in these students, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Now let me give you a brief introduction to the general situation in the camp. There are several important facilities in the camp. Gravity training room, body movement training room, combat skills hall, and combat power ranking list. I won't go into detail about the first two. One can help you hone your physique, and the other can improve your physical skills. The Combat Skills Hall can also be considered a shopping mall. It contains combat skills, energy fluids, healing potions, alloy weapons, and other resources you may need. You can redeem A-level combat skills at the highest level. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students' eyes lit up. They came here just for these resources. However, there are exceptions, such as the fat man next to Qin Feng. When he heard about the A-level combat skills, he didn't even raise his eyelids. But when Tang Yun's eyes fell on the fat man, the latter's expression suddenly changed. Life is really like a play, it all depends on acting. Qin Feng, who noticed this scene, said in his heart. Although there are many resources in the camp, none of them are free. Points are required for them. Even to eat, you need to pay points. Upon hearing this, the faces of the students changed slightly, and nearly half of them looked at Qin Feng intentionally or unintentionally. These people all had their points snatched away by Qin Feng. Among these people, Joey Yang had the ugliest expression. With his fighting power, it would not be a problem for him to reach 1,000 points. But after being robbed by Qin Feng twice in a row, he became a little nervous and his points are still less than 500. Facing everyone's gaze, Qin Feng naturally didn't care. Instructor, is there any way to quickly gain points? Just then, a student spoke up and expressed what everyone was thinking. Have. Tang Yun nodded. For your training, the camp has set up various standards. As long as you meet the standards, you will receive corresponding points as rewards. There are also weight-bearing vests in the warehouse over there, starting at 100 kilograms, and wearing one can earn you certain points. As she spoke, Tang Yun raised her hand and pointed to the warehouse beside her. The higher the weight you carry and the longer you hold it, the more points you get. The points bracelet will record the weight and time you wear it, and the points will be calculated at midnight every day. Okay, that's the general situation of the training camp. We will disband here and you can go back to the dormitory and have a good night's rest. Gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to compete for the battle ranking. After the voice fell, Tang Yun and Yang Xian turned around and left. After the two left, everyone talked a lot, and then turned around and walked towards the warehouse. Rest is not as important as points. In response to this, Qin Feng turned around and left. Integral? Are you kidding? He just needs some small things. But the weighted vest can improve your physical fitness. After the fusion of superpowers is complete, you can come and get one. Why did that person just leave? Could it be that he can't bear the pressure of the 100 kilograms weight vest? Someone noticed Qin Feng leaving. After hearing what he said, the people around him all looked at him with strange eyes. Even a 100 kilograms weight-bearing vest can't bear it, what a joke. Ordinary awakeners can easily lift 200 kilograms in the early stage of the first level, not to mention that these people are geniuses from various cities. 100 kilograms, who are you looking down on? That person seems to be Qin Feng? Zhao Cheng murmured that he was lucky and successfully passed the camp entrance assessment. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the weighted vest. At this moment, a familiar voice came into his ears, and it was Luo Kai who spoke. He also passed the test. Good. Hearing the shout, Zhao Cheng turned around and looked away, then walked towards the warehouse with Luo Kai. On the other side, Qin Feng had already returned to the dormitory. System, begin fusing the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Chapter 72 Shocking Vision, Fusion Success. Ding. The supernatural S-level Red Lotus Karma Fire begins to fuse. As Qin Feng gave the order, the next moment, the system broadcast sounded in his mind. The next moment, the air around Qin Feng's body began to fluctuate violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. Immediately afterwards, red flames gushed out from Qin Feng's body. The flames contained terrifying high temperatures, and crackling sounds continued to be heard in the air. Unlike ordinary flames, these flames have a strange deep red color, as if containing endless destructive power. The flames spread rapidly, enveloping Qin Feng's body in an instant. Qin Feng also felt a strong burning sensation at this time. Having had this experience once before, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Not long after, flowers of fire condensed around Qin Feng. These flames were like blooming red lotuses, with petals made of pure flames, emitting a dazzling red glow. Each red lotus exuded a powerful heat and oppressive feeling, as if it was the fire from hell. They swirled around Qin Feng, filling the entire training room with the breath of scorching flames. At the same time, a deep red cloud with a range of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared above the training camp. Crimson clouds covered the sky, turning the entire sky crimson. What's this? Notify the chief instructor immediately. A guard noticed something unusual and shouted immediately. Swish! 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 But at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the air one after another. They were Yan Hong, Tang Yun, and the other 2. The 3 of them looked up at the crimson clouds in the sky in shock. The camp is on level 1 alert. Activate the camp protection formation. Keep an eye on the students and don't let them run around. Yan Hong gave the order with a serious expression. Could this be the work of the Huayun clan? Yang Xian muttered to himself, his special ability is also fire-related, so he is more sensitive to the fire element than ordinary people. In the crimson clouds above his head, he sensed the terrifying fire energy. The Fire Cloud clan is a special creature among all the clans. They use clouds as a carrier and can control the terrifying power of elements. Probably not. Yang Hong shook his head. The Fire Cloud clan is far away from the domain, so it's almost impossible for them to sneak in easily. Moreover, this is the territory of that monkey, and it has always been at odds with the myriad clans. Even if they wanted to deal with us, they wouldn't let the Fire Cloud clan's creatures in. If it's not the Fire Cloud clan, could it be the Fire Feather Crow King? Yang Xian spoke again. The Fire Feather Crow King is the 8th level beast king closest to the Black Forest Mountains and can also manipulate the energy of the fire element. Awakening vision? Looking at the crimson clouds covering the sky, Tang Yin felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. She thought of the genius in Xia province who had awakened an S-level fire ability not long ago. When that person awakened his special powers, he also brought out a large crimson cloud, but the range was not that large, only a few hundred meters. This idea was so absurd that even Tang Yun herself couldn't believe it, so she didn't say it out loud. At this time, Joey Yang, who had just entered the warehouse and was about to choose a weighted vest, seemed to sense something. He looked up outside the warehouse, but after just one glance, he froze in place. Fuck, the sky. Fire clouds are covering the sun. Could it be that some terrifying and powerful being has arrived? More and more students noticed the crimson clouds covering the sky, and without exception, their faces were filled with shock. Everyone who was about to choose a weighted vest stopped what they were doing and stared at the crimson clouds without blinking. Awakening vision. Just when everyone was still wondering what the crimson cloud was, Joey Yang slowly uttered 4 words. When he first awakened his superpowers, he also experienced a strange vision, so he could tell at a glance that the crimson clouds were the strange vision. Who awakened superpowers in the training camp? The same question flashed through Tang Yun's mind. She has decided to check all the people with fire abilities in the camp when she returns. Under the gaze of everyone, the crimson clouds gradually began to change. Raging flames burst out from the clouds, and the deep red flames, like the fire from hell, kept rolling in the clouds. Seeing this scene, Yang Hong did not dare to be careless at all. The blood in his body was churning, and a terrifying force surged out of his body. Then he raised his hands. Crash! Crash! The next moment, countless blue streams gushed out from the ground and rushed into the air. In an instant, the blue water rolled and condensed into a water wall that was large enough to cover the entire training camp. Yan Hong and the other 2 rushed out of the water wall and faced the crimson clouds. If there is any accident, they will take action at the first time. Under the gaze of the 3 people, deep red flames in the clouds rolled rapidly and gradually condensed into huge red lotuses. Similar to the red lotus surrounding Qinfeng, both are composed of pure flames, but they are much larger in size. Each red lotus is 100 feet in size. In the void tens of thousands of meters away. Such a rich fire element, could it be that Fire Crow has made another breakthrough? No, it's where those humans are. A whisper came from the void. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled, and a dark space crack appeared. Then a man wearing black armor and holding a black spear walked out of the crack. I found you, Yuanba. In the dormitory. At this time, Qin Feng was about to lose consciousness. It can be seen that his whole body is now wrapped in crimson flames. The power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire has invaded his consciousness space. Qin Feng feels that his soul is burning. Just like when he merged with the Chaos Divine Thunder, the Red Lotus Karma Fire was also changing his physique, talent, and soul. Not long after, Qin Feng closed his eyes and completely lost consciousness. At this moment, the surrounding space began to fluctuate like the tide, and Qin Feng's body became illusory. Above the camp, those huge red lotuses began to emit a dazzling red glow, and then began to dissipate one by one. As the red lotus dissipated, the crimson clouds gradually faded away, until finally, the dark night sky descended again. Only then did everyone notice that night had fallen. Qin Feng's figure had completely disappeared, covered by a ball of crimson flames, and wisps of crimson flames surged out from the fluctuating space and gathered into Qin Feng's body. It was unknown how long it took before the space gradually stabilized and the ball of fire began to slowly dissipate. Qin Feng also suddenly opened his eyes at the last moment, and saw two strange red lotuses reflected in his pupils. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully fusing their abilities. Chapter 73 Surprise prepared by the camp. After the awakening vision disappeared, the students could not calm down for a long time. No matter whether it was the awakening vision or the arrival of a peerless strong man, they were beyond their reach. After adjusting their mindset, they once again focused their attention on the weighted vests. Mountains of weight-bearing vests piled high in the warehouse come into view. 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 400 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms, 5,000 kg. Weighted vests are placed in different areas according to different weights. Even 5,000 kilograms ones? Instructor, you think too highly of us. Even a level 3 awakener wouldn't necessarily be able to carry 5,000 kilograms. A group of students kept discussing. But at this moment, they all widened their eyes and saw a tall figure walking straight towards the 5,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest. That's impossible. Is he trying to challenge 5,000 kilograms? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Shirkoan reached out and grabbed a 5,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest, then exerted force with his arms and lifted it up directly. However, from his trembling arms, it can be seen that he is also struggling to pick up the weighted vest. What the hell? Have you picked it up? The faces of the people around were full of disbelief. As expected of a Tyrannosaurus rex known for its strength, this physique is comparable to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus rex. Joey Yang shook his head helplessly, then chose a 1,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest and put it on. His ability does not significantly increase his physical fitness, and 1,000 kilograms is almost his limit. On the other side, Lin Xiaoqian also only picked the 800 kilograms one. As we all know, physical fitness is the weak point of spiritualists. Humph, what's the point of having a strong physique? Compared to my mental strength, it's nothing but rubbish. Lin Xiaoqian said with disdain. People around her are no longer surprised by her arrogant character. It's still a bit of a stretch. Although my body can handle it, it will affect my other training. Shirkoan picked up the 5,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest and said something in his heart, then turned around and took out a 3,000 kilograms one and put it on. This weight-bearing vest is made of special materials and looks just like a normal piece of clothing when worn. Although Shirkoan wearing a 3,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest was shocking, another figure flashed through the fat man's mind at this time, and it was Qin Feng. He saw with his own eyes that Qin Feng defeated Shirkoan with an absolute overwhelming advantage in the physical confrontation. If Brother Feng comes, the starting weight should be 5,000 kilograms. The fat man said this in his heart, turned around and took out a 500 kilograms suit and put it on. Then he turned around and left. The fat man returned directly to the dormitory after leaving the warehouse, but unlike him, after choosing the weighted vests, the other students all walked towards the gravity training room and the body movement training room. The weekly elimination system that Tang Yun mentioned before still stimulated them, and they all had points in their hands now. So everyone can't wait to experience the facilities in the camp that assist in training. In the control room. As expected of a young man, he is full of energy. Looking at the students walking into the practice room one by one, Yang Xian said with a smile. For them, the last place elimination system is like a sword hanging over their heads, with no one knowing when it might fall. Under such circumstances, they must put all their energy into their training. Hearing this, Tang Yun and Yang Hong both nodded. By the way, have you prepared the surprise for them tonight? As if he had thought of something, Yang Hong spoke. The surprise is on the way and will arrive at the camp soon. Yang Xian answered. However, Chief Instructor, what level of opponents do you plan to assign to Lin Xiaoqian and the others? Their combat power has already reached the 3rd level. To be on the safe side, I transferred 4 soldiers whose cultivation is in the middle stage of the 3rd level. Yang Hong said lightly. Mid-stage 3rd stage, looks like there's going to be a good show tonight. Looking at the figures pouring into the training room, Yang Xian showed a malicious smile on his face. Practice now. The harder you practice now, the bigger the surprise I'll give you later. They put a lot of effort into this surprise, and Yang Xian is very much looking forward to it. But unlike him, Tang Yun was a little worried at this time. If the vision just now was really caused by him, then is the third stage mid-stage really enough? Before this, Tang Yun had checked out all the awakened people with fire abilities in the camp, even the staff members were not ignored. After eliminating them one by one, she finally targeted one of them. Qin Feng, F-level supernatural power, dual element thunder and fire. In the dormitory. This is the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Qin Feng raised his right hand, and a red lotus formed by deep red flames slowly flowed in his palm. On this red lotus, Qin Feng felt two completely different energies of purification and destruction at the same time. If he applies the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire to himself, it can help him expel impurities from his body. On the contrary, when it falls on the enemy, it will be an endless force of destruction. With a slight flip of his palm, the red lotus instantly dissipated. Qin Feng moved his mind and opened the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Lotus Karma Fire S+. Level, Early Stage 2. Qi and Blood, 450+. Spirit, 55+. Physique, Spiritual Demon King Body Primary 20%+. After successfully integrating the Red Lotus Karma Fire, his Qi, Blood, Spirit, and physical fitness were all improved. Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. Now he likes this feeling of becoming stronger more and more. Learn this combat skill first. Qin Feng muttered to himself, and then a jade slip flashing with red light appeared in his hand. It was the Fire Attribute B-level combat skill he had obtained from the Bronze Iron Box before, the Fiery Fist. This battle seal is complete and has a total of 5 uses. Without hesitation, Qin Feng started using it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the B-level combat skill Fiery Fist. Ding! Fiery Fist has reached minor success. Ding! Fiery Collapse Fist reaches its peak. In less than an hour, Qin Feng had used up all 5 chances and his mastery of the Fiery Fist had reached the highest level. Sure enough, after fusing with the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, my cultivation talent has been significantly improved once again. If it were before, the 5 chances of using the B-level battle seal would only allow him to reach the minor success level at most. This time, he broke through directly to the great success and was only one step away from perfection. First, go get a weighted vest, and then go to the gravity training room to strengthen your physique. Thinking this in his mind, Qin Feng set off immediately and soon arrived at the warehouse. At this time, the warehouse was empty. The heaviest weight vest is 9,000 kilograms. Qin Feng walked straight forward, stretched out his hand to grab a 9,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest, and then suddenly exerted force and lifted it up. Chapter 74 Who will hurt whom? It's still uncertain. It's a bit of a stretch. Although my body can bear the weight, it will affect the flexibility of various parts of my body. Qin Feng shook his head, then slowly put down the weighted vest. 9,000 kilograms is a weight of 9 tons. Among the second-level awakeners, he is probably the only one who can lift it. Even Shirkoan, who also possesses a special physique, cannot do this. After putting down the 9,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest, Qin Feng tried several other weights and finally found that the 6,000 kilograms weight was just right for him. This weight is just right. Qin Feng raised his arms and waved them twice, then briefly moved other parts of his body, and finally nodded with satisfaction. I don't know what weight Shirkoan shows. He also has a special physique, so his weight shouldn't be much different from mine. After all, his cultivation is at the middle stage of the second stage. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. But it was obvious that he underestimated the power of the Demon King's body. Buzz! At this moment, the points bracelet vibrated and began to count the time of wearing the weighted vest. Qin Feng didn't care about this. He was not short of points now. In the camp entrance assessment, including the points he had robbed from other students, he obtained a total of nearly 2,000 points, plus the 2,000 points given by Tang Yun. Now his points are close to 4,000, which is enough for him in the short term. After selecting the weighted vest, Qin Feng left the warehouse and headed directly to the gravity training room. At the same time, figures appeared at the entrance of the camp and stood there waiting. It can be seen that at the front of this team, there are 4 figures in military uniforms. These 4 people were specially transferred by Yang Hong to deal with Qin Feng and others. Isn't this Li Yuntian, the genius of our army? How come you were also dragged here to serve as a sparring partner for these students? Exactly. If I remember correctly, you're only a few years older than these students. If you were a few years younger, you'd probably be entering this elite training camp like them. Among the four, three middle-aged men teased one of the young men. Faced with the teasing of these people, the man named Li Yuntian showed a look of helplessness on his face. Born at the wrong time. Born at the wrong time. Good boy, I praise you a little, and you still serve it. Several people immediately laughed and scolded. Just then, Yang Hong and Tang Yin came over. In an instant, the noisy atmosphere came to an abrupt end, and everyone on the field stood up straight. Li Yuntian and the other three in front raised their hands and saluted in a standard military salute. The Grandmasters have made enormous contributions to the human race in Daxia, and are worthy of respect from everyone. Okay, the purpose of calling you here this time is to suppress those arrogant geniuses. First of all, let me emphasize that no one is allowed to hold back. Winners will receive rewards, and losers will go back to where they came from. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, but they didn't care in their hearts. You know, their cultivation is higher than those students, on average almost 2 small realms higher. It is not easy for a late-stage first-level person to fight against an early-stage first-level person. I've sent you the information. Everyone has their own goals. It's one-on-one. Don't make any mistakes. Just after Yang Hong finished speaking, 2 staff members came forward and distributed the students' information one by one. Soon, only Li Yuntian and a few others were left. You 4 are in charge of the strongest students among this group. Be careful not to get into any trouble. After hearing Yang Hong's words, the 4 of them were slightly stunned, but then they said it with a relaxed look. Master Chief Instructor, please stop joking. We are level 3 awakeners. Could it be that these guys who just recently awakened their abilities can still reach level 3 in combat power? What the hell, a mid-level second-level spiritualist? Special physique, overlord physique? There are also S-level wind awakeners? Several exclamations were heard in succession. Are they also strong? What about my opponent? Li Yuntian lowered his head and looked at the information in his hand. Late first stage, S-class lightning awakener? No, why are they all in the middle stage of the second stage, but I'm only in the late stage of the first stage? Li Yuntian said with some dissatisfaction. Although the cultivation base of several people is at the middle stage of the third level, his combat power is the strongest. Although the S-level ability is very powerful, his cultivation level is only in the middle stage of the third level, which is nearly 2 major realms away from the late stage of the first level. There is no challenge at all. Why, you don't want to? Yang Hong's gaze fell on Li Yuntian. Even facing the gaze of the Grandmaster, Li Yuntian did not retreat at this moment. He looked straight at the other party. Chief Instructor, a mid-level third order versus a late-level first order, I feel like this is a bit insulting. Li Yuntian, do you really think this guy is as simple as he appears? If so, I will transfer you here. Yang Hong said unhappily. Let me remind you, this guy has killed more than one rank 3 beast. Hearing this, the other 3 were all shocked. Killing a third-level beast in the late stage of the first level, where does this come from? So fierce? Li Yuntian was also a little shocked, but he still didn't care. It was just a third-level ferocious beast. He had killed them before, and he also knew that the third-level ferocious beasts in the camp entrance assessment were all in the early third level. He has even killed late-stage third-order ferocious beasts. Okay, that's it. Cheer up and don't flip over. After saying that, Yang Hong turned around and was about to leave. Li Yuntian became anxious upon seeing this, and stepped forward and spoke loudly. Chief Instructor, why don't you change my opponent to someone with a cultivation level of the second level? You kid, you don't know what's good for you, do you? Yang Hong frowned, waved his hand, and blew Li Yuntian away. Just fight me if I tell you to. If you're not satisfied, just go ahead and fight me. I'm just worried about hurting your precious student. Break it. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong was delighted. In his opinion, it is not certain who will hurt whom. He hoped that Li Yuntian would defeat Qin Feng so as to dampen Qin Feng's fighting spirit. Yang Hong was also very familiar with Li Yuntian, as he was his subordinate in the army. This time he was called over to deal with Qin Feng. After thinking about it, he decided to make it more difficult for Qin Feng. Boy, it's not that I look down on you, but even if you use all your strength, you may not be his opponent. You better be careful, don't be too embarrassed to see me when you lose. Lose. Li Yuntian had a look of disdain on his face. He didn't expect that he would be looked down upon in such a way, and he spoke immediately. Since you say so, I'll go ahead and hit you. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me. Yang Hong waved his hand indifferently and left. No, Yuntian, be careful. He's a grandmaster. It's only because Yang Hong has a good temper. If it were anyone else, they would have hung you up and beaten you up long ago. Li Yuntian didn't care about this. It was just a beating. It was a common thing in the army and it wouldn't scare him. Xin Feng, wait for me to teach you a lesson. Chapter 75, Gravity Training Room, the effect is remarkable. Gravity Training Room. The training room is divided into a number of secret rooms, and the gravity multiples of each independent room can be adjusted individually, so that targeted training can be provided for each student. Outside the training room was a large hall. A figure entered from the door and came into the hall. It was Qin Feng. Did you see Shirkuan just walk into the training room wearing a 3-ton weight-bearing vest and turning on double gravity? 6 tons, a full 6 tons of weight, placed on me, it would have crushed me. Don't even mention you. In terms of physique, even Lin Xiaoqian and Zhou Yang can't compare to you. Of course, a psychic with wind attribute abilities, how can they compete with Shirkuan, who possesses a special physique? As soon as he came in, Qin Feng heard several students discussing Shirkuan's battle record. No, he was wearing a 3-ton weight vest. Qin Feng frowned. It seems that the Demon King's body is not as simple as I thought. Qin Feng said this in his heart, then he turned his head and looked around at the training rooms. There were nearly 100 training rooms, most of which were empty. Qin Feng randomly picked one and walked in. Qin Feng. Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Qin Feng turned around and saw that the people coming were Zhao Chang and Luo Kai. After a simple greeting, Qin Feng spoke. Are you guys planning to go back? Yes, we don't have special physiques like Shirkuan, and we have reached our limit to be able to hold on until now. Zhao Chang said helplessly. All right. Qin Feng didn't say much about this, turned around and walked towards the training room. Fuck, it's been an hour and a half. Shirkuan is truly a pervert. He can wear a 3-ton weight vest and still endure double gravity for so long. I wonder how long Qin Feng can hold on. Zhao Chang said in his heart. Hey, what's going on? Why did someone choose triple gravity? Just at this moment, a cry of surprise was heard, and someone pointed at the training room that Qin Feng had just entered and said. There is a screen on the door of the training room, which displays the time of entry and the gravity multiples. At this time, a conspicuous 3 appears on the screen. No, was that person wearing a 100 kilograms weight vest? Really? Just to show off and waste points here, is it really that serious? Someone said with disdain. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Ignore him and go back to rest. In the practice room. It can be seen that Qin Feng's face turned red and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was already wearing a 6-ton weight-bearing vest, and under triple gravity, the weight was directly 18 tons. Even he felt a strong sense of oppression at this time. The mountain-like pressure from all around him fell on him, and even the blood circulation in his body slowed down. Qin Feng tried to raise his right arm, but in just a moment he felt a noticeable tearing sensation. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. Then he began to try to move other parts of his body, his arms, his legs. The tearing sensation gradually spread throughout his body. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that a warm current appeared in his body, and then Qin Feng felt that the pressure on his body seemed to have eased a little. Physique, spiritual level Demon King body primary 21% plus. Physical fitness progress has improved. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, Qin Feng realized more and more that the Demon King's body was not as simple as it seemed. Under the terrifying pressure, the Demon King's body did not retreat but advanced, and achieved a breakthrough in just over 10 minutes. Continue. Qin Feng, with an excited look on his face, began to try some running and jumping movements. Half an hour later. It must be 100 kilograms for sure. Seeing that Qin Feng could actually hold on for half an hour under triple gravity, the people outside the training room became more convinced of their previous opinion. Forget it. People who like to pretend like this will be eliminated soon. They are not worth our attention. After discussing for a while, these people withdrew their gaze and turned their attention back to Sher Kuan's training room. At this time, the time displayed above has reached 2 hours. Exclamations of emotion were heard from these people. In fact, these people have already completed their training and are staying here just to see how long Sher Kuan can hold on. Half an hour later, 2 figures walked out of 2 training rooms respectively. They were Lin Xiaoqian and Joey Yang. This barbarian dragon is still inside. After coming out, Joey Yang immediately turned his gaze to Sher Kuan's training room. When he saw that the other party had not come out yet, a look of shock appeared on his face. He had originally planned to go directly to the body movement training room, but he decided to stay here. He was also curious about how long the other party could hold on. Ha! I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going back to rest. Lin Xiaoqian laughed and left. Just like this, half an hour passed. Under the gaze of everyone, the door of the training room slowly opened, and a tall figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was Sher Kuan. It can be seen that Sher Kuan's skin was flushed, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was shaking violently. But what impressed everyone was that even so, Sher Kuan did not take off the weighted vest. He can carry 6 tons of weight and still hold on for 3 hours. He's truly abnormal. I can only say that it is worthy of being a special physique. Everyone was talking about it. Let's go play in the physical training room. At this moment, Joey Yang's voice reached Sher Kuan's ears. Good. Sher Kuan did not refuse this. He knew that the other party had lost face here and wanted to get it back in the physical training room. But he also wanted to see how fast Joey Yang was. After seeing the 2 people preparing to go to the body movement training room, the people around them also set off to follow them. Call. In the gravity training room, Qin Feng let out a light breath. At this moment, he looked similar to Sher Kuan just now, with his skin flushed and his body trembling. 18 tons of load, 2 hours, that's about it. Qin Feng murmured to himself that he had almost reached his limit. If he continued, it might backfire. After all, you can't become fat in one bite. After turning off the gravity, Qin Feng instantly felt his body relax, and the tense muscles all over his body began to relax. Even my Qi and HP increased by 2 points. It seems I made the right decision to come to this training camp. Qin Feng checked the system panel and found that his Qi, blood, and physical fitness had all improved, especially his physical fitness, which had increased by about 3% in 2 hours. Let's go to the body movement training room and try out the effects. Qin Feng stood up and left the gravity training room. He was full of expectations for the important facilities in the camp. Chapter 76 Horrible Talent, Exchange Combat Skills. Body Movement Training Room. This is a large open space with countless air bullet guns hanging by steel cables in the air. When Qin Feng arrived here, there were more than a dozen figures gathered there, watching one of them training. This physical training room is divided into different levels of difficulty, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 being the highest. I tried level 3 before, but I couldn't last more than 10 minutes. Those air bullets moved too fast, and they were coming from different directions, making them impossible to defend against. As he spoke, the student who spoke showed an expression of lingering fear on his face. Joey Yang was able to hold on for half an hour at level 6 difficulty. That's truly terrifying. Half an hour? Look at how relaxed he is right now. I feel like he can hold on for at least 2 more hours. Everyone was talking about it. As expected of an S-level wind ability, coupled with an entry-level A-level body movement technique, his speed is indeed far beyond that of an ordinary person. Sher Kuan muttered to himself, but his face was still full of confidence. Even if Joey Yang is faster than him, he is still confident that he can defeat him. A-level physical skills? At this time, Qin Feng also noticed Joey Yang showing off his skills in the training room, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Puff! Puff! In the training room. As the sounds of gas explosions rang out, gas bombs tore through the air and rushed towards us from different directions. Joey Yang was not afraid of this at all. There was always a smile on his face. He didn't even use his supernatural powers. He simply relied on his extraordinary reaction ability and erratic body movements to avoid the impact of all the air bombs. Phantom steps, A-level movement skills. Joey Yang had just started learning this technique. The reason why he chose a physical combat skill without attributes was because Joey Yang also realized his own weakness of over-reliance on supernatural powers. Level 6 isn't challenging enough for me, let's try level 7. Joey Yang murmured softly, then adjusted the difficulty directly. In an instant, the sounds of air explosions around disappeared, and the speed of the gas bombs became faster. Without the sound, Joey Yang could only rely on his eyes and his own perception to determine the location of the gas bomb, which was more than twice as difficult as before. Even Joey Yang felt the pressure at this time. He pushed the phantom step to its limit. As his feet pushed the ground, his body moved so quickly that it seemed to leave a trail of afterimages. At this moment, Qin Feng stared at him in the training room without blinking. As his eyes kept changing, the information about the phantom steps was also constantly engraved in his mind. Not long after. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the A-level combat skill, Phantom Step, with his extraordinary talent. The system announcement suddenly sounded in his mind. Phantom Steps Level A, not yet started, progress 50%. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. After fusing with the Red Lotus Karma Fire, his cultivation talent became even more terrifying, and now he can even control A-level combat skills independently. With his current talent, even without a system, it wouldn't take him long to get started successfully. Since I have learned an A-level body movement technique, although it is not of Thunder attribute, it is enough for the time being. Thinking this in his heart, Qin Feng turned around and left here, walking towards the combat skills hall. He now has nearly 4,000 points, and it would be a shame not to exchange them for resources. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the combat skills hall. Because today is the first day of the camp, there are basically no students coming here to exchange resources. When Qin Feng came here, he only saw a staff member taking a nap there. Click. Click. After hearing the sound of footsteps, the staff member woke up immediately. Thinking that it was the captain on patrol, he immediately stood up and perked up. However, when he saw that it was just a young man, a look of surprise appeared on his face. There's a list of resources in there. Everything that can be exchanged is in there. You can check it out yourself. The staff member pointed to the side, where there was an electronic screen with a diameter of half a meter. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and walked to the screen. The staff here sat down again, propping up their heads, looking like they had nothing to do. In his opinion, today was only the first day of the camp and the students would not have many points. Even for those students with the highest combat power, 1,000 points is the best they can get. As for the rest, the points will generally not exceed 500. Although he did not see Qin Feng's specific cultivation level, he did not take it to heart and just regarded him as an ordinary student. Qin Feng here clicked on the screen, and the screen refreshed instantly. D-level energy liquid, 20 points. C-level energy liquid, 50 points. D-level blood enhancing pill, 50 points. C-level blood enhancing pill, 100 points. The first page was basically filled with resources used to increase chi in blood. Qin Feng was not interested in this, so he reached out and switched the page to the combat skills interface. A level wind attribute combat skill, vacuum cannon, 2,000 points. A level wood attribute combat skill, wood dragon strangulation, points 2,000. A level thunder attribute combat skill, triple thunder blade, a decomposition combat skill of the S-level 9-fold thunder blade, 2,000 points. A level fire attribute combat skill, fire dragon dance, points 2,000. A level bodybuilding combat skills, diamond body, points 2,000. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance. This elite training camp was indeed wealthy and powerful. There were more than a dozen A-level combat skills, including rare bodybuilding combat skills. After looking at the combat skills, he browsed through other resources, and finally his eyes stopped on a pill called Ningxindan. This kind of elixir is similar to the blood-enhancing elixir, except that the latter can improve chi in blood, while the former is used to improve spirits. Thinking of the spirit, Lin Xiaoqian's figure appeared in his mind, although she was defeated by him twice in a row. But it is undeniable that the psychic's invisible attack methods are indeed hard to defend against. D-level concentration pill, 200 points. C-level concentration pill, 500 points. The same level of mind-concentrating pills are several times more expensive than blood-increasing pills. At this time, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. He had just checked and he now had over 3,900 points. You can exchange one A-level combat skill for one, and the rest for a C-level concentration pill. Qin Feng said to himself and quickly made a decision. He originally thought that nearly 4,000 points would be enough for him to use for a while, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. After confirming the exchange of A-level combat skills, Qin Feng was thinking about what attributes of combat skills to exchange for. Although he has now mastered an A-level thunder attribute combat skill, the Thunder Swamp is more inclined towards control and group attack, and its single-target killing power is not strong enough. Let's exchange for Thunder attribute combat skills first. Sheen Foam made a decision quickly. I want to exchange for an A-level Thunder attribute combat skill, a triple Thunderblade, and a C-level mind concentrating pill. Sheen Foam turned and spoke to the staff. Chapter 77 The good show is about to begin. Oh, you want to exchange for an A-level lightning attribute. The staff here talked to himself, but when he was halfway through his words, he was stunned. What did you want to exchange? He frowned and spoke to Sheen Foam. There was no way, Sheen Foam could only repeat it. I want to exchange for an A-level Thunder attribute combat skill, a triple Thunderblade, and a C-level mind concentrating pill. After confirming again that he had heard correctly, the staff member looked at Sheen Foam with suspicion. Boy, A-level combat skills require 2,000 points? The staff couldn't help but speak up and give a reminder. Sheen Foam did not say anything about this, but just raised his hand to show him the number on the points bracelet. 3,900. How is this possible? The staff were shocked. Today was the first day of the camp, which meant that all these points were earned by Sheen Foam during the camp entrance assessment. Awesome! The staff member couldn't help but praise him, and then without hesitation, he gave Sheen Foam the battle seal with the triple Thunder Sword engraved inside, as well as the C-level concentration pill. Boy, although the concentration pill can improve your mental strength, you can only take one within a year. You have to be careful. Also, this triple Thunderblade, although it is powerful, it is also a disassembled version of the S-level combat skill 9-fold Thunderblade. The difficulty of practicing is higher than that of ordinary A-level combat skills. If you really can't learn it, don't force it, you can try another one. Good. Sheen Foam nodded in response without saying anything more. At this time, the staff seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. The triple Thunderblade is a lightning-attributed sword technique. I suggest you exchange it for an alloy weapon. This way, you can better unleash the power of this combat technique. Hearing this, Sheen Foam was slightly stunned. Attribute alloy weapons are similar to attribute combat skills. Use attribute alloy weapons with the same attributes as your own supernatural power. It can save some of the energy consumed during combat, and also increase the power. The staff member continued. At this time, Sheen Foam also realized that he knew too little. My realm is still too low, and some things are beyond my reach. Sheen Foam said this in his heart, and became more determined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. You have a lightning attribute ability. Would you consider exchanging it for a lightning attribute alloy weapon? The staff member revealed a hint of envy when he spoke. The lightning ability has a strong attack power and is the rarest elemental ability. Attribute alloy weapons are more expensive than regular alloy weapons. A C-level attribute alloy weapon costs nearly 1,000 points. There are all kinds of weapons here, you can choose from them. As he spoke, the staff member stepped forward and switched the interface on the screen to weapon exchange. Sheen Fang's gaze fell on the screen again. D-grade alloy weapons, knife, sword, gun, style can be customized, takes 12 hours, 200 points. D-level alloy weapon, 500 points. C-grade alloy weapon, 500 points. C-grade attribute alloy, 1,000 points. Sheen Foam continued to look down, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. D-rank composite alloy weapon, 2,000 points 2 attributes. C-level composite, 5,000 points 2 attributes. In an instant, Sheen Fang's eyes lit up. The compound attribute weapon was exactly what he wanted. However, the high points cost made him feel discouraged. The lowest level, D, required 2,000 points. In the end, Sheen Foam had no choice but to give up. Seeing this, the staff didn't say anything else. After leaving the combat skills hall, Sheen Foam walked towards the dormitory. Go back and take the mind concentrating pill, then raise your spirits as quickly as possible. Sheen Foam thought so in his heart. Now he possesses Chaos Divine Thunder and Red Lotus Karma Fire, 2S level superpowers, plus the body of a Demon King. His combat power is so strong that it is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible at the same level. When he elevates his spirit and becomes a spiritualist, then he will be a true hexagonal warrior. Sheen Foam showed a hint of excitement on his face as he thought this. The psychic's method of killing people without them being seen is exciting just to think about. Soon, Sheen Foam returned to the dormitory and checked his mental panel. Spirit, 55 plus. First try to see how much energy a concentration pill can increase. Looking at the concentration pill in his hand, Qin Feng's eyes were burning, and then he no longer hesitated and raised his head to swallow the pill. As the pill entered his body, a cool feeling instantly flooded into Qin Feng's mind. The slightly tired spirit was instantly restored at this moment, and the brain was clearer than ever before. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that this condition slowly dissipated. The medicinal power of the concentrating spirit pill has been completely digested by Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't wait to open the system panel and check his spirit. Spirit, 75 plus? Spirit reached 75, an increase of 20 points from before. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with this. It's a pity that you can only take one pill a year. A trace of regret appeared on Qin Feng's face. In fact, what Qin Feng didn't know was that for awakened people other than spiritualists, the effect of improving their spirits would only be seen the first time they took the spirit concentration pill. Taking it later can only relieve fatigue and refresh the mind. After all, if one could always rely on the mind concentrating pill to improve their spirit, then the number of spiritualists would not be so small. The instructor seemed to have said that he would prepare ferocious beasts for us to hone our combat skills? I wonder if those ferocious beasts have arrived. Qin Feng murmured to himself. At this moment, he couldn't wait to hunt down the ferocious beasts and accumulate evolution points. But when he looked up and saw the dark night, he still endured it. It was almost midnight and we had to gather early tomorrow morning. Forget it, let's just devour the beast crystals to increase our energy and blood. He took out a dozen first-level beast crystals from the storage ring. Looking at these beast crystals, Qin Feng thought of when he was at the wilderness base. In order to avoid Chen Shan's pursuit and return to the city as soon as possible, he hid a lot of beast crystals in the wilderness. I'll go back and sell them all when I get a chance. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. Most of those beast crystals are first-level beast crystals, which are not of much help to him now. Just like now, the dozen or so beast crystals in his hand were all devoured by him in less than half an hour. The increased chi in blood is less than 100 points. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and could only take out some more beast crystals to swallow. At the same time, not far from the dormitory area, a group of figures gathered here, led by Li Yuntian and his 4 companions. Damn, these little guys are really energetic. They made us wait until now. But they've been doing both gravity training and body movement training. I think they're all exhausted now. This will make it easier for us to act. A group of people were talking. Let's get started. Following Yang Xian's order, figures rushed out one after another and quickly poured into the dormitory area. The show is about to begin. Chapter 78 Li Yuntian wants to slap himself twice. In the control room. Record which students can defeat their opponents. Tomorrow they will be awarded points. The amount of points will be determined based on the opponent's combat power. We have to give those arrogant guys a good spur. Yang Hong muttered. Yes. Tang Yun and a staff member beside them nodded. At this moment, Yang Xian, who was guarding near the dormitory area, spoke into the headset. Chief Instructor, do you really not need to keep an eye on this kid Li Yuntian? Just now he was clamoring to give Qin Feng a beating so severe that he couldn't even get out of bed. Hearing this, Yang Hong showed a wry smile on his face. Li Yuntian, this kid, has been disciplined in the military camp for so long, but his personality hasn't changed. Then he thought for a moment and was about to speak. I feel like he might not be Qin Feng's opponent. But at this moment, Tang Yun suddenly spoke. Oh. After seeing that Tang Yun didn't seem to be joking, Yang Hong paused and then said. Forget it, let them do whatever they want. At worst, I can give Qin Feng a bottle of B-level healing fluid. When Yang Xian on the other side heard this, he exclaimed in his heart, you are really willing to give up. A bottle of grade B healing fluid is worth over 1 million dasha coins, which is several times more expensive than energy fluid of the same grade. At the same time. Okay, you guys should just focus on dealing with your own opponents and leave me alone. Li Yuntian waved his hand, and then his figure disappeared in front of the 3 people who were traveling with him. This kid, really? Forget it. This kid is used to being beaten anyway. Besides, the chief instructor won't really bother with him. At most, he'll give him a beating. The 3 people who originally wanted to persuade Li Yuntian not to take any real ruthless action smiled helplessly, then dispersed and rushed towards their own targets. Soon, the group arrived in front of the dormitories, waiting for orders. Start. Yang Hong didn't let them wait too long and gave the order immediately. After receiving the order, everyone did not hesitate at all. They immediately concealed their presence and sneaked into the dormitory building, looking for their target. Boy, I'm here. Li Yuntian walked into the dormitory building where Qin Feng was, holding a long alloy stick and with a grim smile on his face. 1 minute later. Sneak attack, who are you? How dare you break into the training camp at night? Fuck, you wait for me to put on my clothes first? Oh, what an old trick. The instructors are such a fool. Brother, wait for me first. A student squatted in the bathroom with a few sheets of clean toilet paper in his hand. Fuck you have no moral principles. For a moment, all kinds of shouting disrupted the tranquility of the night, and the dormitory area instantly became a mess. Fortunately, these opponents are divided according to gender and combat power, otherwise, this scene would be even more exciting. After tonight, I guess these guys will be living in fear for the next month. Yang Hong in the control room couldn't help but laugh. Tang Yun, who was standing aside, seemed to have recalled some bad memories, and her face gradually darkened. Seeing this, Yang Hong immediately changed the subject. Do you think Lin Xiaoqian and the other two can defeat their opponents? Fuck, I almost forgot that when Xiao Tang first entered the military camp, he was teased by those idiots under my command. Hearing this, Tang Yun's expression eased a little. The three of them are probably at the early stage of the third level, so their chances of winning are not very high. But they are all top talents and cannot be judged by ordinary people. Even if they can't fight back, they won't lose miserably. Tang Yun spoke. It seems I have to take some time to visit my old comrades. She thought so in her heart. Dormitory area. Qin Feng, who was devouring the beast crystal to increase his energy and blood, suddenly opened his eyes. The sounds of kicking the door, screams, and curses rang out one by one in my ears. Could it be an attack by the celestial cult? Qin Feng became alert instantly, and with a flip of his hand, a great alloy weapon, a black knife, appeared in his hand. He bought this black knife in the Alliance building in Linhai City. Although it is not an alloy weapon, it can still add some combat power to him. No, it should be an assessment arranged in the camp. Qin Feng reacted quickly. This camp is guarded by an 8th level Grandmaster and 2 7th level Grandmasters. If the Heavenly God cult could sneak in, De Xiao would have been destroyed long ago. Bang! Just at this moment, the door of the room was kicked open. Qin Feng looked up and saw a figure holding a metal stick walking into the room. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Li Yuntian had a grim smile on his face and a fierce look in his eyes. Is it really the celestial god cult? Looking at Li Yuntian in front of him, Qin Feng began to doubt his previous judgment. Never mind, let's collect the evolution points first. Qin Feng's blood and energy surged as he thought this, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. No, this is the early stage of the second stage? Li Yuntian's face suddenly became excited when he noticed the energy and blood power erupting from Qin Feng. Shie. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a blue blade light tore through the air and appeared in front of him. Li Yuntian's heart tightened and he immediately dodged to the side. Such a fast speed, it seems that the chief instructor did not lie to me, this kid really has the combat power of the third level. He had thought the other party was fooling him. However, this kind of combat power alone is not enough. Kid, keep going. Let me see if you're worthy enough for me to use my full strength. Li Yuntian stood there and hooked his finger at Qin Feng with a proud look on his face. Oh. Is this being underestimated? Qin Feng put on a sneer on his face, then it's as you wish. Crackling. Crackling. As soon as the words fell, a sharp roar of thunder and lightning sounded, and an exploding blue arc of electricity burst out from Qin Feng's body. It spread out in all directions with his body as the center. Blue arcs of electricity lingered around him, as if a pet was welcoming its owner and cheering. Thunder Marsh. Qin Feng slowly uttered 2 words, then half knelt on the ground, pressing his hands on the floor. This is? In an instant, Li Yuntian had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, he felt that he was a little too arrogant. Crack. Crack. Thick blue lightning shot out from the ground. Walls, doors, with Qin Feng's body as the center, within a distance of 20 meters around, blue lightning shot out. Fuck, and a level combat skill at the Great Perfection Realm, and its area of effect. Li Yuntian suddenly wanted to raise his hand and slap himself twice, but it was too late to say anything now. At this moment, he can only burst out his energy and blood to break out. Earth Armor. A loud shout came from his mouth, and then ochre energy surged out of his body. After the light faded, a dark yellow armor appeared on his body. Chapter 79 Li Yuntian is completely suppressed. Crackling. Crackling. The roar of thunder was endless, and thick blue lightning shot out from the ground and quickly struck Li Yuntian. Bang! Bang! The earth armor that Li Yuntian had just formed had obvious cracks on it after being bombarded by lightning. Do you really think I'm made of paper? The shattering of the earth armor also caused Li Yuntian to explode. The blood and energy in his body surged wildly, and a violent aura emanated from him. Thick earth stick technique. A low shout came from his mouth, and he was seen holding the alloy stick in his hands, and with the strength of his arms, he suddenly swept towards the blue lightning around him. When the long stick is swung, it is like a mountain falling from the sky, giving people a sense of heaviness and stability. Boom! The collision of thunder and earth produced a violent tremor. Relying on the powerful energy and blood of the middle stage of the third level, Li Yuntian gradually resisted Lei Zhao's attack. The combat power of the late third stage? The instructors really think highly of me. Qin Feng's eyes flashed when he saw this, and a strong fighting spirit was released from his body. The stronger Li Yuntian became, the more excited he became. Boy, I admit that you are very strong, but unfortunately, you met me today. Li Yuntian, holding a long stick, was full of momentum. While resisting Lei Zhao's attack, he was also constantly moving towards Qin Feng's position. In his opinion, Qin Feng is a Thunder Awakener and has mastered such a wide range of combat skills, so he must not be good at close combat. As long as he can get close, he can easily defeat the opponent. At the same time, Yang Xian, who was near the dormitory area, also noticed the movement on their side. Li Yuntian even used the A-level combat skill Thick Earth Staff technique. No, I still have to go check out the situation. If something really happens, it will be troublesome. Thinking this in his heart, Yang Xian flashed and arrived at the rooftop. He turned his head and locked his eyes on Qin Feng's dormitory. Swish! But at this moment, a black shadow flew backwards quickly. After seeing the man's face clearly, Yang Xian was stunned for a moment. Li Yuntian? Crack! Crack! Before he could be shocked, he saw a lightning spear formed by blue lightning tearing through the air, appearing in mid-air, and rushing towards the place where Li Yuntian fell. Wow, Li Yuntian is suppressed. Yang Xian widened his eyes, extremely shocked, and could not believe what he was seeing. You should know that Li Yuntian is in the middle stage of the third level, and his health is at least 1400, which is more than 3 times that of Qin Feng. But even in this situation, the former was actually knocked away by the latter. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a violent tremor was heard in the 2-story building where Qin Feng lived. Then, under Yang Xian's incredulous gaze, the small building began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon turned into ruins. Sizzle! Sizzle! Then a figure wrapped in blue lightning walked out of the ruins. It was Qin Feng. Blue lightning surrounded his body, his eyes were like a square, and a terrifying aura emanated from Qin Feng's body. There! With his eyes trembling slightly, Qin Feng quickly found Li Yuntian's location. Without any hesitation, he activated the Thunder Step instantly and rushed out as fast as lightning. Come again. Li Yuntian on this side had an ugly look on his face. Just when he thought he had found Qin Feng's weakness, he foolishly went forward to fight him in close combat. The result is predictable. His physique as a mid-stage third-level cultivator is not as good as that of an early-stage second-level cultivator. Special physique, it must be a special physique. Li Yuntian thought to himself that he no longer wanted to fight with Qin Feng at this moment. In this situation, it would be fine if he fought, but it would be embarrassing if he couldn't win. It would be better to stop now and save face. Boy, wait. Boom! Just as Li Yuntian was about to speak to stop the fighting, a blue lightning bolt as thick as an adult man's arm fell from the sky and struck him hard. At the same time, a blue shadow came to him. It was Qin Feng. Strike with thunder. Qin Feng held the black knife in his hand and swung it forward fiercely. In an instant, the black knife wrapped in blue lightning turned into a lightning blade light, tearing through the air and sweeping forward. Li Yuntian, who did not dare to be careless, immediately burst out his energy and blood, pushing his supernatural powers to the extreme. Thick Earth Shield. The energy of the earth element gathered in mid-air, and then quickly condensed into an earth wall above his head. He himself held a metal stick in his hand to block the attack of the black knife. Clang! When the two collided with each other, a crisp metallic collision sound was heard. At this moment, Li Yuntian only felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the alloy stick seemed like it would slip out of his hand at any time. What a monster! He thought so in his heart. Snap! Just then, a cracking sound was heard from the shield above his head. Under the bombardment of the blue lightning, dense cracks appeared on the shield. Without any hesitation, Li Yuntian pushed the ground with his feet, exerted force suddenly, and quickly dodged backwards. Bang! Just as his body left, a bolt of blue lightning struck the place where he had just stood. Thunder gun! Boom! Boom! Facing Li Yuntian, who was retreating quickly, basketball-sized lightning balls condensed from Qin Feng's fingertips, and then blasted forward like cannonballs. Li Yuntian, who is in the middle stage of the third level, is almost powerless to fight back in his hands. Yang Xian, who had been paying attention to the situation here, was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Before this, he was even worried that Li Yuntian would beat Qin Feng to death. Now it seems that his worries were unnecessary. Bang! Bang! Li Yuntian kept swinging the long stick in his hand, knocking out the thunderballs one after another. At this moment, he felt very aggrieved. He could neither fight nor escape. Mad, let's fight. At worst, I can just go back to bed and stay there for half a month. Li Yuntian's face turned grim, and then his blood and energy burst out again, and he rushed forward quickly. Come. Qin Feng was naturally not afraid of this at all. After fighting with Li Yuntian, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The next two people let go completely and started a big battle. In the control room, Yang Xian's case should be almost over. It's time for us to step in. Yang Hong spoke calmly. Then he took Tang Yun and rushed towards the dormitory area. 1 minute later, just as the two arrived at the dormitory area and were about to enter, a figure flew past quickly and fainted in front of them. This is Li Yuntian? After seeing the man's face clearly, Yang Hong showed a strange expression on his face. At this time, Li Yuntian's body was covered in many black spots, and a burnt smell came from his black hair. Just at this moment, a figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared in front of Yang Hong and the others. Chapter 80. Everyone was knocked unconscious. It's Qin Feng. Yang Hong showed a wonderful expression on his face when he recognized the person in front of him. Chief Instructor, Instructor Tang. Qin Feng also noticed the two people who came. What a pity. Such a good sparring partner is hard to find. Qin Feng muttered to himself and left with a look of regret on his face. Just when he was chasing Li Yuntian, he discovered several figures who were attacking them, the students, just like the other party. For Qin Feng, these people are walking evolution points. How could he let them go? That kid, what was that expression just now? Still not satisfied? Not enough. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Yang Hong suddenly felt confused about the situation. But you kid, you can't stand being beaten. Yang Hong looked down at Li Yuntian, who had fainted on the ground, and said unhappily. This kid acted so arrogant at the beginning, but now he has ended up like this. Yang Hong seriously suspects that this guy has been slacking off in his training recently. But immediately afterwards, a serious look appeared on Yang Hong's face. Spread the word and block today's news. We must not let anyone know that Qin Feng defeated Li Yuntian. Yes. Tang Yun, who was standing by, obviously also realized this. If some people with ulterior motives knew that a senior high school student like Qin Feng could actually defeat a level 3 mid-stage awakener, then the situation would be serious. First and foremost, the Heavenly God cult will get rid of Qin Feng at all costs. They would never allow such a thing to happen. But how did this guy defeat Li Yuntian? Yang Hong muttered. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Li Yuntian lost. No matter what, since Qin Feng is here, I'm going to crush Lao Wang this time. Yang Hong thought so in his heart. Then he kicked Li Yuntian, who was blocking his way, more than 10 meters away, and then walked towards the dormitory area. Remember, what happened today cannot be spread outside. Yang Hong's voice sounded slowly. Li Yuntian, who was more than 10 meters away, reached out and rubbed his butt. Even if Yang Hong didn't tell him, he would never say a word about such an embarrassing thing. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pretended to faint in time, otherwise he would have been ridiculed by Yang Hong. Now's the time to get out of here. Thinking this in his heart, Li Yuntian quietly turned his head to look at the dormitory area, and noticed that Yang Hong and the others had gone far away. Without hesitation, he stood up and slipped away. Yang Hong and the other person here quickly arrived at the dormitory area. Just then, Yang Xian walked over quickly. What happened? How did Li Yuntian lose? Before Yang Xian came over, he immediately asked. This. Yang Xian was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Why don't we stop interfering with Qin Feng's training? I feel like he's quite well-rounded. We just need to invest resources in him. Yang Hong was slightly stunned when he heard this. You have to know that Yang Xian himself is also a 7th level master, so his eyesight can't be that bad. He paused, then spoke. Tomorrow's battle for the battle ranking will be modified. First, let the students test their battle strength and chi and health, and also demonstrate their combat skills one by one. I want to know exactly how far Qin Feng has progressed in all aspects. The same goes for Lin Xiaoqian and the other two. At the same time. Brother, which city are you from? How many? Boom. Before the man could finish his words, he was blown back by a lightning ball. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating and obtaining evolution points. Next. Qin Feng murmured something, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Soon he arrived at another dormitory, where a student was fighting with an attacker. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. He immediately stepped forward to join the battle and began to help the students deal with the attackers. The attacker's cultivation level was at the late first stage, and his combat power was far inferior to Qin Feng's. In less than 10 seconds, he was lying on the ground. Thank you, brother. I didn't know you. When the student standing by saw that the attacker who had suppressed him was dealt with by Qin Feng in just a few moves, an expression of admiration immediately appeared on his face. He took a step forward, wanting to thank Qin Feng properly. But in the next moment, a thunderball formed by blue lightning appeared in his sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating and gaining evolution points. At this time, a strange scene occurred in the dormitory area. A figure wrapped in blue lightning was seen shuttling between the dormitory buildings. It looked like he was rescuing someone, but the strange thing was that every time he entered a dormitory, there was no movement there. 10 minutes later. Yang Hong and the other two standing at the entrance of the dormitory area felt something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, at this time, the people they called over should have withdrawn, regardless of whether they defeated their opponents or not. I'll go check on the situation. Yang Xian opened his mouth and then disappeared from the spot in a flash. A minute later, he came back with a look of surprise on his face. What's going on inside? Yang Hong asked. They were all knocked unconscious, both the students and the people we invited over. Everyone fainted? Yang Hong was stunned when he heard this. You have to know that they are finding one-on-one opponents for these students. By chance, 2 people might faint at the same time. But the current situation is that everyone is dizzy? Could it be Qin Feng? At this moment, Tang Yun on the side couldn't help but murmur. Since the camp entrance assessment, she has always paid attention to Qin Feng and found that he really likes to compete with other students. Of course, it may also be related to points, but it is not ruled out that Qin Feng is the kind of martial arts fanatic who likes to find others to compete with. Forget it, let's wake them all up first. Yang Hong waved his hand. He didn't expect something like this to happen on the first day. He originally wanted to use those sneak attackers to stimulate these geniuses. Now it seems that they did not think it through carefully. At this time, the culprit who caused all this came to a new dormitory building. It was Qin Feng. The dormitory where he used to live had been turned into ruins during his battle with Li Yuntian. In just one day, the combat power of these 3 has increased significantly. They are truly geniuses. Qin Feng murmured. He had just found Lin Xiaoqian and the other 2 and knocked them out, but it took him some effort. Especially Joey Yang, who had mastered a level body skills, it took almost 2 minutes just to deal with him. I must improve my spirit as quickly as possible and strive to become a spiritualist as soon as possible. This will give me another way to defeat the enemy. And our combat skills must also be improved as quickly as possible. I heard that Instructor Yang seems to be a fire attribute awakener. Qin Feng thought about this in his mind and started to check what he had just gained. Evolution points, 700. A full 700 evolution points, a rich harvest. Looking at these evolution points, Qin Feng smiled. First, improve your spirit to the 1st level, and then improve your combat skills. Chapter 81 Breakthrough, Becoming a Spiritual Mind Master. System, add some spirit, raise it to 101. Ding. Consume 330 evolution points, spiritual progress 101. In an instant, as the system broadcast sounded, Xinfeng felt a cool feeling in his mind. This feeling was fascinating, and Xinfeng gradually became intoxicated by it. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt a strange energy in his mind. Xinfeng tried to mobilize this energy. He turned his head and his eyes fell on the black knife beside him. In an instant, a feeling he had never experienced before appeared in his mind. After that strange energy was emitted, it seemed to become an organ of his body. He only needed a thought to make it move. Xinfeng closed his eyes and began to sense the energy carefully. Not long after, he opened his eyes again. A ray of brilliant light flashed out. He once again set his eyes on the black knife, and then the invisible force instantly surged out and wrapped the black knife. Then the black knife began to slowly rise into the air, and even made some chopping and slashing movements in mid-air. It worked! A smile suddenly appeared on Xinfeng's face. He became a spiritualist, and this feeling was just like when he successfully integrated the Chaos Thunder, which made people feel very excited. Xinfeng, who mastered this energy for the first time, began to experiment. He began to control the black knife to perform various movements in the air. Then he multitasked, taking out another weapon from the storage ring and manipulating them to move in mid-air at the same time. Xinfeng was a little uncomfortable at first, but with his terrifying talent for cultivation, it only took him less than 10 minutes to be able to operate two weapons at the same time with ease. After experimenting for a while, Xinfeng stopped. After putting the two weapons back into the storage ring, Xinfeng opened the system panel to check the spirit. Spirit, 101. His spirit has reached 101. The level classification of psychics is the same as that of awakened ones, so now he is an early first-level psychic. Now, not only Instructor Yang, but Instructor Tang as well, needs to interact with her more. Xinfeng thought so in his heart. The night passed quickly. Most of the students had a very fulfilling night. After entering the camp, they first went to the gravity training room, and then to the body training room. I was already exhausted and was planning to go back to the dormitory to have a good night's rest, but I was attacked in the middle of the night. By the end, most of the students had not yet figured out the situation when they saw a ball of lightning coming and knocked them unconscious. At 6 o'clock in the morning, one student after another woke up, rubbing their heads. It's not that they don't want to continue sleeping, but the broadcast is already ringing in their ears. Everyone, gather at the camp square in 3 minutes. 50 points will be deducted for each latecomer. The shrill broadcast woke all the students up. They didn't even have time to recall what happened last night. They quickly got dressed and rushed to the camp square. The other side. Xinfeng, holding a light blue battle seal in his hand, opened his eyes. The battle seal records the A-level battle skill he exchanged in the battle skills hall yesterday, the Triple Thunder Blade. After a night of practice, he had used up all 5 practice opportunities in the battle seal. A-level combat skills, Triple Thunder Sword, entry 90%. The difficulty of practicing the Triple Thunderblade is indeed higher than that of ordinary A-level combat skills, if it was him before he merged with the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Without using evolution points to increase your skills, it is almost impossible to get started with the Triple Thunderblade in one night. Xinfeng glanced at the remaining hundreds of evolution points, then with an idea, he added them all to the Triple Thunderblade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming evolutionary points. Triple Thunderblade has reached minor success, progress 35%. It's time to gather. As the system broadcast sounded in his mind, Xinfeng stood up and quickly rushed towards the camp square. Good morning, Brother Feng. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory building, Xinfeng ran into the fat man head-on. Morning. Xinfeng nodded. The fat man turned his head and saw a ruin not far away. That was the dormitory where Xinfeng lived before. My goodness, was the commotion yesterday so big? A hint of shock flashed in the fat man's eyes. He also encountered an attacker yesterday, but the two men's fighting power was almost the same. In the end, he barely defeated the other party. After that, although he heard some noises, he didn't pay much attention to them. It seems I missed a good show. The fat man said this in his heart, and then the two of them rushed towards the square together. Soon, figures appeared in the square one after another. Although 3 minutes is a short time, it is enough for those awakened ones. In less than 3 minutes, all the students had gathered here. Then instructors Tang Yun and Yang Xian came over. But at this moment, Tang Yun discovered a strange scene. She saw that among the nearly 100 students on the field, nearly half of them were looking at Qin Feng. Resentment, unwillingness, anger, all kinds of eyes were directed at Qin Feng. Among them, Lin Xiaoqian and the other two were the last, especially the former, whose eyes were almost spewing flames. Just last night, she was about to defeat her opponent, but unexpectedly Qin Feng came to kill her halfway. Not only did he defeat her opponent, he even knocked her unconscious. Sure Cohen and the other person were in a similar situation. However, although they felt angry, they also felt a hint of panic. Qin Feng's combat power increased too rapidly. Before, he could only defeat them, but now he can knock them out without hurting them. This requires stronger combat power. It seems that he was the one who did what happened yesterday. Tang Yin glanced at Qin Feng with a half smile, then took a step forward and spoke. Okay, what happened yesterday was arranged by the training camp to make you more vigilant. Tang Yin paused here and then spoke again. Oh, by the way, during this month of training camp, we will conduct training like last night at any time. No way, you're coming again? The students looked miserable upon hearing this, but a few of them were eager to try. Among them were Lin Xiaoqian and 3 others. Humph. If you do that again, I will definitely finish you off before you get here. I won't give you another chance. Sure Cohen also said this in his heart. To understand the combat capability level of each of you. Before the battle for the battle power ranking begins, we need to assess your chi and blood, combat power, combat skills, and the development of your superpowers. These will all be fully tested. Chapter 82 the test begins, the 3 people regain their confidence. For all test items, students who rank high will receive points as rewards. When they heard there were points rewards, everyone's eyes lit up. But then they reacted and all their eyes fell on Qin Feng. Most of the students had witnessed Qin Feng's amazing fighting power at the entrance of the Black Forest Mountains, coupled with their experience last night. They knew that with Qin Feng around, they had no hope of getting first place. Not only Qin Feng, but also Lin Xiaoqian and the other 2, their combat power is also ahead of others. But there are only 4 of them, and these ordinary students can still compete for other places. For a moment, a strong smell of gunpowder spread among the students. Lin Xiaoqian and the other 2 also looked at each other. They knew they couldn't beat Qin Feng, but neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Zhou Yang crossed his arms over his chest and said with a proud look on his face. I won't compete with you for anything else, but the first place in chi and blood must be mine. Lin Xiaoqian was speechless after hearing this. Comparing your energy and blood with me, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Zhou Yang looked unhappy when he was retorted. Little girl, if I can't beat Qin Feng, how can I beat you? He thought so in his heart. Sure Cohen on the side did not say anything, but his confident eyes said it all. He would not submit to anyone except Qin Feng. Although the 3 people's attitude of ignoring everything is a bit annoying, their strength is there, and people are helpless. Special physique, S-level supernatural power, psychic master. If Qin Feng was not there, these 3 would undoubtedly be the best talents in the training camp. But now, the 3 of them can only compete for the second place. Then everyone followed Tang Yun to a large open space. This place was empty yesterday, but now there are several sophisticated instruments placed here. Chief Instructor Yang Hong also arrived here at this time. Chief Instructor. Tang Yun and the other students shouted respectfully, and the other students followed suit. Yang Hong did not say anything about this, but just nodded lightly, with an expression of indifference on his face. The Chief Instructor is indeed an 8th rank Grandmaster. This mentality alone is worth learning from. Yeah, I don't know when I can become a master-level expert. Envy, respect, awe, all kinds of eyes fell on Yang Hong for a moment. Yang Hong was very pleased with this and even straightened his back unconsciously. Then Yang Hong stood in front of the team and said in a deep voice. You are all geniuses from various cities in Jiangnan province. I won't waste any more time on this. Let's get straight to the battle test. The test rules are to attack with all your strength without using any combat skills or superpowers to test your physical fitness and combat power. Then, use combat skills and special abilities to test your strongest combat power. After the words fell, many students began to get ready, and excitement appeared on their faces. After all the tests are completed, the student with the highest overall score will be awarded an A-level combat skill. You can choose any type from the combat skill hall. He added this on a whim. There is only one purpose, which is to tell Qin Feng to use his full strength and not hide anything. As soon as he finished speaking, shock appeared on the faces of all the students. A level combat skills, the chief instructor is really generous. But what does this have to do with us? This is obviously prepared for the great god, okay? For a moment, Qin Feng once again became the focus of the audience. Everyone looked at him, but some also looked at Lin Xiaoxian and the other two. The cultivation of the three of them has all reached the middle stage of the second stage. Qin Feng's combat power is strong, but what Yang Hong just said was the overall performance. So Lin Xiaoxian and the other two are not without a chance. At this time, the three of them also realized this. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with a provocative look, and their eyes said it all. A level combat skills are also extremely attractive to them. I won't lose to you this time. A level combat skills must belong to this young lady. Lin Xiaoqian is full of confidence. Shi Koan and Zhou Yang standing by also looked confident. The reactions of the three were noticed by others, who looked envious. After all, that is an A-level combat skill, but unfortunately they are not qualified to compete at all. I wonder if I can talk to Instructor Tang about changing the reward to an A-level spiritual combat skill. Qin Feng murmured. When he checked the combat skills hall yesterday, he did not find any spiritual combat skills, so if he wanted to learn, he could only seek help from Tang Yun, who was also a spiritualist. In fact, even if Yang Hong did not use his A-level combat skills, Qin Feng had no intention of hiding his strength. He knew very well that in this elite training camp, the better the performance, the more resources he would receive. In this situation, only a person with a mental disorder would hide his strength. At this moment, he had already regarded the reward for the A-level combat skills as his own. Although he is not as strong as Shi Koan and Zhou Yang in terms of qi and blood, he has full confidence in other aspects. Let me see how talented the geniuses in Jiangnan province are. Yang Hong said this in his heart and then announced that the combat power test officially began. Wu Hui. Yang Xian took a step forward with a list in his hand and called out a name. Then, a man with short hair stepped forward from the crowd and came to the combat power tester. Call. As the first student to be tested for combat prowess, he was a little nervous due to the spotlight, but he quickly adjusted himself. After taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and punched out. The fist wind shook the air and quickly passed through the air. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the fist hit the center of the instrument. 2,500. A row of red numbers appeared on the screen. The short-haired man's cultivation level is in the middle stage of the first level. It's pretty good that he can exert such combat power based on his physical fitness alone. Then he used a combination of combat skills and supernatural powers to attack the combat power tester. The final combat power is 4,800. The short-haired man's performance was average, just okay. Next, Zhao Jun. Final combat power 5,600. The test proceeded quickly, and students came forward one by one to take the test. Chu Yu. Just then, Qin Feng heard a familiar name. He turned around and saw a beautiful figure standing in front of the tester. It was the school beauty Chu Yu. At this moment, her whole body was covered by a white mist, and the temperature around her began to drop rapidly with her body as the center. Ice spike. A delicate cry came from her mouth, and then diamond-shaped ice spikes condensed in front of her. The sharp ice spikes emitted an oppressive chill. A level combat skills, and at least reached the great perfection realm. A cry of surprise rang out on the field. Chapter 83 Testing Combat Power. Bang! Bang! Under Chuyu's control, ice spikes broke through the air, quickly streaked through the air, and heavily hit the bullseye of the tester. 8,000, 8,100, 8,120. The red numbers on the tester kept changing and finally stopped at 8,150. Her own ability level is only a level, and she has reached the late stage of the first stage, but she can cultivate an A-level combat skill to the great perfection realm. This little girl's comprehension is extraordinary. Tang Yun murmured, then turned to look at the staff member beside her, indicating that they should record this scene. If she had mastered a single combat skill, then this combat power value might be even higher. Yang Xian spoke. Yang Hong on the side also nodded secretly. For the awakened ones, although the level of supernatural powers determines the talent for cultivation, this is not absolute. Some people's awakened superpowers may not be of high level, but they may be outstanding in other aspects. Just like Chuyu, who has mastered A-level combat skills, her understanding is not much different from Zhou Yang, who has awakened S-level superpowers. Shu Yu's performance also attracted the attention of other students on the field. In the late first stage, she can exert a combat power of more than 8,000, which has surpassed most people. It's just average, far worse than mine. Lin Xiaoxian just took a look and looked away, not taking it to heart at all. His comprehension is good, but unfortunately his ability level is only A. Zhou Yang murmured softly, not caring too much. Have you mastered the A-level combat skills to the highest level? A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Judging from the level of comprehension alone, Shu Yu can even be compared to him before he merged with the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Zhou Yang. It's my turn. Hearing the voice, Zhou Yang took a few steps forward with confidence and came to the tester. Although frontal combat is not his strong point, he does not care. After all, the final result is a comprehensive one. He has full confidence in his physical speed and blood pressure. As long as he can take the lead in the speed test and the qi and blood test, it will be enough to make up for the lack of combat power. Zhou Yang took a deep breath in front of the tester, then raised his hand and punched forward. Boom! As the tester shook violently, a row of eye-catching red numbers appeared. 8,100. In an instant, all the students were stunned. Fuck, is this still a human? You have to know that this is the combat power he displayed without using any combat skills or supernatural powers. I remember he said that his frontal combat ability was not strong, and his strength was speed. 8,100. You call this weak? Don't underestimate his level of cultivation. He has already reached the middle stage of the second stage. Although it's shocking that he can display such combat power, it's not unacceptable. A group of students were talking about it, with envy evident in their tone. Compared to them, Lin Xiaoqian and Shirkuan acted very calmly. To them, a mere combat power of 8,100 is not worth mentioning. After a brief rest, Zhou Yang on the field began to activate his supernatural powers and use combat skills. Storm Blade. A loud roar came from his mouth, followed by an invisible energy emitting a sharp aura surging from his body. Shay! Shay! In an instant, as the sound of air tearing was heard, countless invisible wind blades emerged and all slammed towards the bullseye on the tester. 11,000, 11500. 12,000. The final number remained above 12,000. Hiss! Instantly, all the students present gasped. 12,000, under normal circumstances, this is the combat power that only a third-level awakener can produce. Zhou Yang is only in the middle stage of the second level now, but he can already achieve this. Combat power exceeds 10,000? As expected of a genius who has awakened an S-level ability, he already possesses combat power comparable to a third-level one at only the second level. Compared to the students' shock, Yang Hong and Tang Yun did not react much. Zhou Yang has S-level supernatural powers. It would be abnormal if he couldn't exert a combat power of more than 10,000 in the middle stage of the second level. Enjoying everyone's attention, Zhou Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and returned to the team with a smile on his face. That's it, and you still feel proud? Lin Xiaoqian said with disdain. Shirkuan also looked indifferent. Oh. Zhou Yang sneered at this. Front-on-front combat isn't my forte. Wait, speed testing is where I'll be. He thought so in his heart. Shirkuan. Shirkuan looked calm when he heard his name, and strode to the combat power tester. At this moment, everyone present turned their eyes to him. Xin Feng also looked at it with interest. The direct combat power of a special physique is even stronger than that of an ordinary S-level ability. Especially since Shirkuan's special physique is known for its strength. His cultivation has also reached the middle stage of the second stage. His combat power is definitely greater than Zhou Yang's. While everyone was talking, Shirkuan had already raised his right fist and slammed it towards the tester. Boom! The next moment, a violent roar sounded, and then an astonishing number appeared on the screen. 10,000. The combat power of a punch delivered purely by physical strength directly reached 10,000, which has reached the entry standard of a third-level awakener. Depend on. No, brother, you are so perverted, and you let others play with your chicken feathers? A casual punch of his can reach 5 figures, almost catching up with Zhou Yang who uses combat skills. Is this the terrifying aspect of having a special physique? At this moment, all the students widened their eyes and kept exclaiming in surprise. Yang Hong also nodded in praise. Good. Shirkuan's overlord body is ranked high even among special physiques. As long as nothing unexpected happens in the future, it is almost certain that he will become a powerful war king. Shirkoan smiled when he received the praise, then he took a step back, and a strong aura emanated from him. Everyone present looked at Shirkoan without blinking. They knew that Shirkoan was about to use his fighting skills. Those with special physiques are different from those awakened ones who mainly rely on superpowers. Their own superpowers are not too strong. In most cases, they rely on their own physiques to fight. Therefore, the combat skills of people with special physical conditions are also mainly based on physical condition. What Shirkoan was going to perform was an A-level boxing technique, which was performed purely with the physical body. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his attention was all focused on the tall figure. The last time he fought with Shirkoan, the opponent had used this boxing technique, but at that time his energy was mainly focused on fighting and he did not learn it. This time, he will not let go of this opportunity. Bawang Fist. A loud shout came from Shirkoan's mouth, and then his body rushed straight towards the tester like a cannonball. The right arm raised high began to swell, and finally the huge fist slammed into the center of the tester. On the screen, a terrifying number froze there. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Is the chief instructor crazy? 16,000. The moment they saw this number, all the students present were dumbfounded, and everyone had an expression of disbelief on their face. 16,000, the combat power of the middle stage of the third stage. You should know that Shirkoan is only in the middle stage of the second level now, but he has directly displayed a combat power that exceeds a major realm. The students' mouths opened wide, their eyes filled with fear. You have to know that they are geniuses in their respective cities, and they are 1 in 100 if they are placed outside. But now, in front of geniuses like Joey Yang and Shirkoan, they feel that they are so ordinary. If anyone calls me a genius again, I'll get angry with him. Okay, with your talent, as long as you practice hard, you will definitely shine in the future. Yang Hong had a smile on his face and praised generously. Thank you for the compliment, Chief Instructor. Shirkoan bowed slightly and then returned to the team. What a Tyrannosaurus! Seeing that his limelight was completely overshadowed, Joey Yang suddenly felt a little unhappy. It's your turn. After finishing the test, Shirkoan looked to the side, where was Lin Xiaoqian with a proud look on her face. At this time, only she and Qin Feng were left on the field. Lin Xiaoqian. Just at this moment, Yang Xian's voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiaoqian raised her head and walked towards the tester with a proud look on her face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the A-level bare-handed combat skill, Overlord Fist. Just at this moment, the system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Owankwane, 20% for beginners. Qin Feng smiled, then looked at Lin Xiaoqian expectantly. He's so generous, you shouldn't be stingy either. Qin Feng murmured in his heart. He was very envious of the spiritual combat skills. Even without the chief instructor's A-level combat skills, this is still worth it. Because the first place winner will get the A-level combat skill reward, plus the points reward for ranking high. No one will hold back, and this also gives Qin Feng an opportunity to learn. On the court. Lin Xiaoqian raised her hand and punched the bull's-eye of the tester. Boom! Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the screen. 6,000. That's it. Not to mention catching up with Shirkoan, you're even worse than Joey Yang. Nonsense, she's a psychic, it's normal for her physical strength to be a little lacking. Being able to hit 6,000 combat power is already pretty good. Not bad. It seems that the Lin family did not ignore her physique. Yang Hong spoke slowly. Tang Yun beside her also nodded. As a psychic herself, she knew very well that physical constitution was the only weakness of a psychic, and as the level of cultivation increased, this weakness would be magnified. Just like herself, the combat power she exerts with her pure physical body can only reach the level of a late 6th order awakener at most. Just at this moment, Lin Xiaoqian in front of the tester began to mobilize her mental power. Invisible mental power surged out of her mind and then condensed into a diamond-shaped cone in mid-air. Chi. The sharp cone spun at high speed, tearing the air apart. Then, under her control, the spike slammed towards the bull's-eye on the tester. Boom! After a loud bang, red numbers appeared. 14,000. It was quiet all around. Although his combat power value did not exceed Shirkoan's, it was still shocking enough. You have to know that Lin Xiaoqian is only 16 years old, 2 years younger than them. 2 years is enough time for this little girl to grow to a terrifying level. As expected of a spiritualist, a one-of-a-kind existence. I'm really envious. What's even more terrifying is that mental attacks are invisible and formless, making them impossible to defend against. Not even close. Qin Feng frowned slightly, a look of regret on his face. The spiritual combat skills that Lin Xiaoshan just displayed were more difficult than ordinary A-level combat skills. Just one time was not enough for him to comprehend. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry about this. There would be a battle for the combat power list later, and he still had a chance. After testing her combat power, Lin Xiaoshan returned to the team with a proud look on her face, and gave Zhou Yang a provocative look. The latter just sneered and didn't care. The last one is Qin Feng. It was at this moment that Yang Xian read out the name of the last person. In an instant, all eyes that were originally focused on Lin Xiaoshan turned to look at the handsome figure. Finally, it's the great god's turn. Lin Xiaoshan and the others are more terrifying than each other. I wonder if the great god can still suppress them. Although before this, Qin Feng had already demonstrated terrifying combat power. But what Shi Kuan and his companions just displayed was actual combat power data, which is more likely to shock people. However, among these people, only the fat man had a firm look in his eyes. He knew very well that compared with the previous few people, Qin Feng's combat power would be even stronger. Not only the students, but also Yang Hong and the other two focused their attention on Qin Feng at this moment. Most of the reasons for these temporary tests added today were prepared for him. Facing everyone's gaze, Qin Feng left the team and walked to the combat power tester. At this time, he was also very curious about how strong his combat power was. Call. Qin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his condition, bent slightly, rotated his waist, and suddenly punched out with his right fist. Boom! A deafening vibration sound was heard, and the tester began to shake violently. Everyone held their breath at this moment, their eyes fixed on the rapidly jumping red numbers on the screen. 5,000, 7,000, 9,000. 10,000. Over 10,000. Before everyone could be shocked, the numbers jumped again. 12,000. 13,000. Finally, a suffocating number appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the whole place was so silent that even the breathing could be heard clearly. A full minute later. 10,000, 13,000 combat power? And this is without using any combat skills. Am I dreaming? No, is this tester broken? 13,000 combat power, that's a level 3 combat power, right? That's a 5th level tester, capable of withstanding nearly 100,000 combat forces. How could it possibly break? Fuck. I thought Shi Kuan's fighting power was enough to sweep the entire camp, but it turns out there's a dark horse. This is a dark horse, come on, this is clearly a vacuum. No, have you ever thought about this? Shi Kuan, who has a special physique, can only hit 10,000 combat power without using combat skills, but he directly hit 13,000? What does this mean? This means Qin Feng also possesses. Looking at the red numbers on the screen, all the students felt a little unbelievable, and a bold guess arose in everyone's mind. He also has a special physique. Genius. No, it's a monster. An absolute monster. Yang Hong was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Is the chief instructor crazy? Looking at Yang Hong, who was laughing non-stop, everyone thought in their hearts. Chapter 85 Combat Power 20,000, Yang Hong begins to attract hatred. Go on. Yang Hong, who had been laughing wildly, immediately put his hands behind his back and adjusted his mood after he came to his senses. However, one could still see an irrepressible excitement in his eyes. S-level lightning ability, a special physique that surpasses the overlord body. The word genius is not enough to describe Qin Feng's terrifying talent in cultivation. If nothing unexpected happens, Qin Feng will definitely become the kind of person who breaks the status quo of the world when he grows up. Hey, Lao Wang, just clean the necks of your students and wait for me. Yang Hong thought secretly in his heart. Try the triple thunder blade at the minor success stage. At this moment, Qin Feng in front of the tester murmured softly, and then took out the black knife from the storage ring. The combat capability test does not prohibit the use of weapons, and several students have used various weapons before. Could it be that he has mastered a sword fighting technique? Shi Kuan frowned, a look of surprise on his face. When he was fighting with Qin Feng, the other party was simply using his physical strength to fight against him. Crackle! Crackle! As everyone watched, a burst of dense thunder and lightning erupted from Qin Feng, who was holding a black knife. Thick blue arcs of electricity surged out of his body and lingered around him, just like the people meeting their king, cheering and leaping for joy. The power of the chaos divine thunder was completely aroused by him, and a heart-pounding aura emanated from him. Qin Feng held the black knife tightly in both hands, his eyes cold. Under his manipulation, violent blue lightning wrapped around the blade, emitting a sharp thunderous roar. The next moment, Qin Feng held the knife in both hands and swung it forward quickly. Sure it! In an instant, a burst of lightning burst out from the black blade and slammed towards the tester. Is this the triple thunder blade? When did Qin Feng master this combat skill, and has he already reached the minor success level? A look of suspicion appeared on Yang Hong's face. Just at this moment, a hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Xian's face, and then he stopped talking. Qin Feng seemed to have gone to the combat skills hall yesterday. It's normal to go there. After all, this kid doesn't have many points. Yang Hong was saying something, but suddenly he reacted and said in shock. You mean, Qin Feng exchanged for the triple thunder blade at the battle skills hall yesterday, and then reached the minor success realm in one night? I checked the information, and he did exchange it for the triple thunder blade. Yang Xian smiled bitterly. His words instantly shocked Yang Hong, and his face was full of disbelief. In one night, he cultivated an A-level combat skill to the minor success level, and it was a triple thunder sword. This decomposed version of the S-level combat skill is even twice as difficult as the average A-level combat skill. At this moment, Yang Hong felt like his brain was short-circuited. Boom! Just then, a deafening vibration sound was heard. I saw that lightning blade light, like thunder, hit the center of the target on the tester. Crack! Crack! The exploding lightning energy spread in all directions, blasting the ground near the tester into a charred black. Then a number appeared on the screen that made everyone feel incredible. 20,000. No, brother, your chi and blood have reached the third level, right? 20,000 combat power is the standard for a late-stage third-order awakener, and you, a high school senior, beat me out. As a fellow high school senior, I feel insulted. All the students, even Lin Xiaoshan and the other two, looked as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, even the knowledgeable Yang Hong was so shocked that he was speechless. He mastered A-level combat skills overnight and reached the level of minor success. Now, with the cultivation base of the early second stage, he has achieved the combat power of the late third stage. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it no matter what he said. Have we invited a monster in? The corners of Yang Xian's mouth twitched. Even Tang Yun's pupils shrank, her face full of disbelief. If a psychic master is a genius that is rare in a million miles, then someone like Qin Feng is definitely a monster that cannot be found even in 100,000 miles. At this time, when Shikuan and the other two saw that Qin Feng had actually exerted a combat power of 20,000, a feeling of despair arose in their hearts. Before this, they just thought that Qin Feng was temporarily ahead of them, and as long as they practiced hard in the future, they would be able to catch up with him. But now, they feel there is not much hope. What the hell is this? Why not just declare Qin Feng number 1 on the battle strength list? He's already reached the late third stage of combat power. Even with all of us combined, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to defeat him on his own. A group of students were talking about it. After hearing these words, Yang Hong also began to think. Under this circumstance, there is definitely no need for a one-on-one fight. Even Lin Xiaoqian and the other two cannot withstand a few moves in front of Qin Feng. His original plan was to let Lin Xiaoqian and the other two fight Qin Feng 3 against 1. But now it seems that even if the three of them attack together, they have no chance of winning. If we want to compete, let all the students come together. He thought so in his heart, and then he asked Tang Yun and the other person to continue to host the next test, while he took out his mobile phone and walked aside. Yang Hong reached out and tapped a few times on his phone, opening the Elite Training Camp communication group. This time he directly at all the chief instructors. Yang Hong, hey you scumbags, clean your necks and wait. I will bring the genius from Jiangnan province with me soon. I will teach you a lesson and show you what a true genius is. Yang Hong began to attract hatred. It was only a dozen seconds. Buzz. 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 The phone began to vibrate violently, and the originally quiet communication group suddenly became lively. Nanha Province Chief Instructor, Yang Hong, who gave you the courage to be so arrogant and sweep us away? Nanha Province is waiting for you. Come if you have the guts. Guanyuan Province Chief Instructor. Ha, old Yang, don't you understand? I'm just talking nonsense. I wouldn't dare to actually come after you. Hadong Province Chief Instructor. Forget it. It's best for everyone to stay away from people who like to talk big. Xiao Province Chief Instructor. Xiao Yang, if you really want to bring your students to Xiao Province to experience it, I welcome you. But don't worry, I'll find a few ordinary students to act with you. Act with me? Haha, I don't want to act with you. Yang Hong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. Yang Hong, stop talking nonsense. And a rank combat skill, or other resources of the same rank. Do you want to at everyone? Come, Nanha Province welcomes you to offer your combat skills at any time. The chief instructors of other provinces also showed the same performance. There was no reason for them to refuse such a good thing that came to their doorstep. Chapter 86 Spiritual Combat Skills, Rosary Soul Charge. Inside the Xia Province Elite Training Camp. An old man with white hair was looking at the contents of his mobile phone with a smile on his face. He is none other than the chief instructor of Xia Province, Wang Shi. This Yang Hong, after all these years, his temper hasn't changed at all. It's just right that I'll teach him a lesson this time. As he said this, he directly tagged Yang Hong in the group. Wang Shi, Xiao Yang, come directly to Xia Province. I happen to have a genius here who has awakened an S-level water ability. I want to thank you on her behalf. As soon as these words were spoken, the chief instructors of other provinces immediately became unhappy. However, they did not choose to continue communicating in the group, but instead went to send private messages to Yang Hong one by one. Nanha Province Chief Instructor, Old Yang, why don't you come to our Nanha Province? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Compared with the Chief Instructor of Nanha Province, the Chief Instructor of Guanyuan Province is more direct. He just took a picture and sent it to Yang Hong. The picture showed a water blue spear. Nima, Zheng Chang, you're trying to piss me off, right? Well, it's as you wish. Let's go directly to Guanyuan Province tomorrow. Yang Hong, wash your neck and wait. After editing the message, he sent it directly to Zhang Chang, the chief instructor of Guanyuan Province. As for Nanha Province, just wait and see. There are so many people who want to challenge our Zhengnan Province, just line up and wait. After doing all this, Yang Hong put away his phone, then turned his attention back to the students' tests. It can be seen that the tests of Qi, blood and body skills have ended at this time. In terms of Qi and blood, Joey Yang achieved first place with a Qi and blood value of 650 points. As for the physical test, everyone originally thought that Joey Yang would also get first place. After all, he had already demonstrated an entry-level A-level physical test to everyone yesterday. But the truth was beyond everyone's expectations. Qin Feng also achieved first place in the physical skills test. Phantom steps, when did he learn this combat technique? Until now, Joey Yang still finds it hard to accept. If Qin Feng was only stronger than him in combat, he could barely accept it, but now his physical skills, which he was proud of, were crushed by the other party. And Qin Feng used the same A-level body movement and combat skills as him. Lin Xiaoqian and Shi Kuan standing by also had grim expressions on their faces. Qin Feng's terrifying talent made them feel a little suffocated. What a pervert! The three of them thought this in their hearts at the same time. Alright, the morning test is over. Disband where you are now. Gather at 1 p.m. to compete for the battle rankings. Yang Hong glanced at the time and then announced to everyone. Then he set his eyes on Qin Feng and spoke. Qin Feng, come with me to the office. Yes. Qin Feng nodded, then walked out of the team and followed Yang Hong. Looking at that tall and straight figure, the students had complicated expressions, including envy, jealousy, and unwillingness. All kinds of strange emotions rose in their hearts. Well, don't look at him. We can't compare to a monster like Qin Feng. We should use this time to eat, practice, improve our qi and blood, and hone our combat skills. One of them sighed. Then the group walked quickly towards the cafeteria. Lin Xiaoqian and the other two remained silent at this time. They thought that after joining the training camp, they would be able to leave everyone else behind and become the brightest star. But now he has become a foil for others. A strong sense of unwillingness arose in the hearts of the three people. Just wait, I will definitely catch up with you. This is just the beginning. I won't leave you behind too much. Qin Feng, there is an opportunity to communicate with geniuses from other provinces. Do you want to go? In the office, Yang Hong went straight to the point and explained his purpose to Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. If it were before, he would never miss such an opportunity to communicate with talents from other provinces. But now, there are ferocious beasts for him to kill in this training camp, so he has no shortage of evolution points. As for combat skills, apart from the A-level combat skills he has already mastered, he only lacks mental and fire-attributed combat skills. These two combat skills can also be acquired in this training camp. So at this time he was in a dilemma. Every time you defeat a genius from a province, you will receive an A-level combat skill or resources of the same level. Seeing Qin Feng's hesitation, Yang Hong's face suddenly showed a hint of anxiety. He has already filled up his hatred to the maximum, and if Qin Feng is unwilling, he will be in a difficult situation. I promise. Yang Hong has said this much. If he still doesn't agree, he will be offending the chief instructor. He can also gain evolution points by defeating the geniuses from other provinces. Hopefully those geniuses are genius enough. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. For him, the stronger the opponent, the more evolution points he gets. Qin Feng believed that compared to the ferocious beasts prepared in the training camp, those talented students could bring him more evolution points. And there are also rewards for A-level combat skills. Even if he doesn't need so many combat skills, they can still be exchanged for other resources. Good. Go to the combat skills hall and choose an A-level combat skill. Then, after the battle for the combat power rankings is over this afternoon, we'll set off directly. Leaving today? Qin Feng was a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it. After a slight hesitation, he spoke to Yang Hong. Chief Instructor, can you replace the A-level combat skills with spiritual combat skills? Yang Hong was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Qin Feng with suspicion. Spirit-based combat skills are not suitable for awakened ones. If the spirit level is not above 100, even the lowest level D-class spiritual combat skills cannot be successfully cultivated. Yang Hong spoke slowly, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and directly took out a jade slip that was shining with a bright white light from the storage ring. This is an A-rank spiritual combat skill I obtained by chance, called Rosary Soul Charge. There's no use for me keeping it, so I'll give it to you for free for research. Yang Hong thought that he was just curious about the spiritual combat skills and wanted to try them out, so he didn't think much about it. When he first became an awakener, he also tried to practice spiritual combat skills, but as expected, he failed. Don't waste time on this. With your talent, as long as you develop your physique and lightning ability, these two powers will be enough to make you invincible at the same level. After handing over the jade slip in his hand, Yang Hong said with a serious face, This. All right. Qin Feng could only nod reluctantly at this. He originally wanted to tell the other party that he was now a psychic, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, there is still a long time in the training camp, and the other party will know sooner or later. Chapter 87. Can we start right away? I'm in a hurry. In the office. After getting the jade slip, Qin Feng turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, Yang Hong spoke again. By the way, in the battle for the battle ranking this afternoon, I plan to have Lin Xiaochen and the other two go on stage together to deal with you. How is it? Are you feeling any pressure? Qin Feng showed a confident smile on his face. What do you think, Chief Instructor? Why don't you just get everyone to attack together and finish the battle quickly? I plan to take some time to hone my fighting skills in the ferocious beast chamber before we leave. Qin Feng said in a calm tone. If someone else said this, Yang Hong would definitely think that person was too arrogant. But when Qin Feng said it now, he felt it was so natural. Good. Yang Hong, who already had this idea in mind, immediately nodded and agreed. In the dormitory. He had just returned from the cafeteria and couldn't wait to take out the spiritual battle seal. Let us get started. Without hesitation, he held the war seal tightly in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to receive the information within the war seal. In an instant, information about the fighting skill of Rosary Soul Strengthening flooded into his mind like a tide. At this time, he was like a sponge, constantly absorbing information. Half an hour later, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It's worthy of being a spiritual combat skill. The difficulty of practicing it is even higher than that of the triple thunder sword. Qin Feng murmured softly. Then he looked up at the time on the wall and found that it was nearly an hour until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so he closed his eyes again. Camp Square. Lin Xiaoqian and the other two are really exaggerating. They went to the beast room right after dinner and haven't come out yet. It's been almost 2 hours. I heard they chose the B-level beast room, where the highest level beast is level 3. Fuck, the three of them are so strong and working so hard, they won't let us live. Several students discussed this. Then more and more students came here, and when the time reached 12:50, 3 figures slowly walked over. It was Sher Cohen and the other two. It can be seen that the 3 people at this time exude a bloody smell. This is because they had been killing ferocious beasts and their bodies were contaminated with the scent of ferocious beasts. Seeing the 3 people coming, the students consciously made way for them. This is the deterrence of strength. 5 minutes later, Yang Hong and Tang Yun also came here. Qin Feng hasn't come yet? Yang Hong looked around and frowned when he didn't see Qin Feng. You go find. Just when he was about to ask Yang Xian to find out where the person had gone. Sizzle. Sizzle. Suddenly, there was a sound of electric current surging. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw a blue shadow appearing not far away, driving towards them at a very fast speed. The blue shadow moved as fast as a flash of lightning and arrived here in the blink of an eye. The person who came was Qin Feng. Fortunately, we made it in time. Qin Feng murmured softly, then looked up at the chief instructor standing in front of him. Can we start right away? I'm in a hurry. Crack. Crack. As he spoke, the blue lightning that lingered around him moved like lightning snakes, wandering across his body and emitting a violent aura. Start right away, what do you mean? Aren't the rules of the scramble match based on the ring system? Are there new rules? When the students heard Qin Feng's words, they all felt a little confused. Good boy, this can't wait. Looking at the nearly 100 students below, the expression on Yang Hong's face suddenly became wonderful. Now I will announce the rules of the battle. It's very simple. All of you will come together to fight Qin Feng alone. What? We all beat him up? No, Chief Instructor, you are not kidding, right? Everyone looked at Yang Hong to confirm whether he had made a slip of the tongue. Get ready and make a quick decision. But at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly spoke in a flat tone, as if he was saying, have you eaten? But when the others heard this, they were furious. What are you doing? You're asking us to prepare? Even if you're a great god, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Fuck, you can't look down on others like this. There are nearly 100 of us. One punch from each of us can definitely knock him down. You're such a pretentious person. If I didn't know you, I'd think you were a master. In an instant, the field became lively. At this moment, all the students felt insulted. Qin Feng's indifferent attitude made it seem as if they were all powerless rookies. That's right, you, Qin Feng, are talented, powerful, and handsome, but you can't be so arrogant. Especially Lin Xiaoqian and the other two, they were so angry that they were speechless. The look he gave Qin Feng became increasingly unfriendly. He really seems to think he's invincible. Zhou Yang had a sneer on his face, and a fierce aura emanated from him. Sher Cohen and the other man didn't say anything, but the expressions on their faces said it all. Okay, you can start now. At this moment, Yang Hong spoke again. Upon hearing this, all the students rubbed their hands, their faces full of excitement. If it was a one-on-one situation against a genius like Qin Feng, they would have no chance of winning, but now, when they attacked together, the situation was different. Being able to beat up such a monster, even if it is more than one, will be enough for them to brag about for a while. Everyone come together and fuck him. Just at this moment, a loud shout was heard. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen people's blood and energy exploded in an instant, and their supernatural powers were frantically activated, preparing to release combat skills at Qin Feng's position. These people had their points snatched away by Qin Feng, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity for revenge. Fire Dragon Fist. Wind Blade. Earth Spikes. All of a sudden, energy attacks of various colors rushed towards Qin Feng and instantly enveloped his figure. Boom! The next moment, all the energy collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. The explosion produced a powerful impact force, and the originally calm air around it instantly became turbulent. Chief Instructor, isn't it a bit too much to let Qin Feng deal with all of them alone? Yang Xian said with a worried look on his face. 1 against 100, even if Qin Feng is very powerful, his chances of winning are slim. However, Yang Hong simply waved his hand in response. Read it carefully, there might be a surprise. On the field, at the moment the explosion occurred, Qin Feng's figure disappeared from the spot. Where are the people? Why is it gone? Was it blasted into pieces? Looking at the disappearing Qin Feng, the people who took action murmured. We can finally begin. But at this moment, a blue shadow rushed out from the side and went straight to the middle of the crowd. Thunder Marsh. Chapter 88. Lin Xiaoqian, was that mental power just now? Crackle! Crackle! A sharp roar of thunder and lightning sounded on the field. With Qin Feng's body as the center, the ground within a radius of 30 meters around him was covered by a deep blue energy. Then blue lightning shot out from the ground. Snap! Snap! The blue lightning that emerged from the ground was like a series of nimble lightning snakes, bombarding the students one by one. Ah! What's wrong with this lightning? Some who were slow to react were struck directly by lightning, and a strong sense of numbness instantly spread throughout their bodies. In the end, they couldn't even say a word and staggered to the ground. What a waste! Lin Xiaoqian said with disdain as she quickly dodged and moved away from the attack area of the Thunder Swamp. After she finished speaking, powerful mental power instantly surged out of her mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, silver flying knives emerged from her body, turning into silver rays that rushed towards Qin Feng's location. Wind pressure. At the same time, Zhou Yang also took action. At this moment, the air around his body was shaking and surging like the tide, and his supernatural power was pushed to the extreme by him. Then he stretched out his hands and pressed down. In an instant, an invisible gust of wind descended from the sky and pressed down heavily on Qin Feng. The students around Qin Feng who had managed to avoid the lightning attack were also affected. Before they could stand firm, they were knocked to the ground by the strong wind. Zhou Yang didn't care about these people with low combat power. With their combat power, even if Qin Feng stood there and let them fight, they would not be able to win. On the other side, a powerful aura burst out from Shikuan, and his already tall body expanded a little more. He fully unleashed the power of his overlord body. His body was tense, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex waiting for an opportunity to strike. Once he seizes the opportunity, he will immediately pounce on and tear his opponent to pieces. At the same time, facing the attacks of Lin Xiaoqian and others, Qin Feng was not nervous at all, but became more and more excited. Crack! Crack! Blue lightning traveled throughout his body, stimulating his body cells and greatly increasing his speed. As for the strong wind that came from the sky, Qin Feng simply ignored it. With his physique, Zhou Yang's strength alone could not shake him at all. Then his figure flashed on the court like a flash of lightning. Every time it appeared, a student would fall to the ground screaming, "Damn it, all you losers, get out of my way." Because Qin Feng kept running around in the crowd, Lin Xiaoqian's flying knife attack could not be launched at all, which made her little face turn red with anger. Boom! But at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly felt his body sink, and the speed of his body movement also slowed down. Gravity has changed. Qin Feng looked up and saw a familiar face appear in his sight. It was Meng Yu from Linhai No. 2 Middle School, whose special ability was to control gravity. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Meng Yu showed a bitter smile on his face. Although both of them came from Linhai City, they were now in different positions, and Meng Yu was helpless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment, a series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and Qin Feng instantly felt a chill coming over him. I saw ice spikes emitting white mist flashing through the air and rushing towards where he was. Campus Bell, you're really cruel. Qin Feng showed a bitter smile. But if that's the case, then I won't hold back. Qin Feng murmured something, then raised his hands and pointed them forward like pistols. Bang! Bang! The next moment, basketball-sized lightning balls quickly condensed, flew through the air at high speed, and collided with the ice spikes. At the same time, Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the weighted vest on his body, then pulled it off. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a deep pit appeared next to Qin Feng. This. A student standing at the edge of the deep pit had his teeth chattering and his body shaking violently. He couldn't imagine what would happen if that thing fell on him. Fuck! He was wearing a heavy-duty weighted vest, and he actually created a deep crater when he landed on the ground? Yam Hong and the other two who were watching the battle on the side also had their mouths twitching at this time. Yang Xian, who had the lowest cultivation among the three of them, was at the middle 7th level and could tell at a glance that Qin Feng was wearing a 6,000 kilograms weight-bearing vest. Did he wear this thing the whole time during the morning test? Yang Hong said with some uncertainty. Well, I think so. Yang Xian was also a little skeptical. Swish. Just as everyone was shocked, Qin Feng, who had taken off the weight, felt his body lighten instantly and rushed out at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the gravity that Meng Yu could change with his supernatural power was dispensable to him. Not good. At this moment, Meng Yu's heart trembled, and then without any hesitation, he pushed off the ground with his feet and quickly floated into the air. The supernatural power of gravity manipulation can not only change gravity, but also remove the gravity of the ground. You're looking for death. Looking at Meng Yu's body floating in the air, several instructors shook their heads. Boom! The next moment, a thunderball emitting a violent aura passed by at a high speed and arrived beside Meng Yu in an instant. At this time, his body was floating in the air, with no way to escape, and was eventually blasted backwards by the exploding thunderball. After dealing with Meng Yu, Qin Feng disappeared from the spot again in a flash. At this moment, he was like a real flash of lightning, making it impossible to sense his location. At this moment, Xu Yu, who was standing by the thunder swamp, seemed to sense something and frowned. The next moment, she felt a chill on her neck. You're eliminated. Then a burst of heat appeared beside her ear. In an instant, a blush appeared on Xu Yu's fair face. I found you. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and silver flying knives were seen tearing through the air and rushing towards Qin Feng behind her. At this moment, Lin Xiaoqian also pushed her mental strength to the extreme, and there were more than 30 flying knives densely packed. The flying knife was already moving almost as Qin Feng appeared, and was now less than 10 meters away from him. Even though he had amazing speed, it was impossible for him to completely avoid all the flying knife attacks. However, the next scene made Lin Xiaoqian's face show an expression of horror. Just when the flying knives were about to fall on Qin Feng, they suddenly stopped. Although it was only a moment, Qin Feng successfully escaped. Little girl, what are you doing? Zhou Yang's roar rang in her ears, but Lin Xiaoqian seemed not to hear it at this time. Was that mental power just now? Chapter 89 Overwhelming Victory. Crack! Crack! The sharp roar of thunder and lightning continued to sound on the field. Among the students, Qin Feng's figure seemed to be in an empty space. Every time a figure flashed, a student would fall. Gradually, as time went by, there were fewer and fewer people standing on the field. Was it just my illusion? Lin Xiaoqian murmured in confusion. Just now, she felt a powerful mental force surging from Qin Feng, blocking the flying knives. Tang Yun also had the same idea as her at this time. He's also a spiritualist. Tang Yun said in her heart with a look of shock. Her cultivation level far exceeds Lin Xiaoqian's, so her judgment of mental power is more accurate. She was very sure that the trajectory of those flying knives was indeed disturbed by a mental force just now, and that mental force was released by Qin Feng. Although she was already very sure in her heart, the matter was too unbelievable, so she decided to find Qin Feng privately before making a judgment. Half an hour later, only Lin Xiaoqian and 3 others were left on the field. The other students either fainted or lay on the ground in pain, and all of them had withdrawn from the battle. Evolution points, 400. For Qin Feng, these students had low combat power and did not bring him many evolution points, only 400 in total. But it's better than nothing. System, give me some more. Qin Feng moved his mind and directly added all his evolution points to the A-level spiritual combat skill he had just acquired. Ding! Consuming evolution points, the Rosary Soul has reached the minor success stage. In an instant, as if something had suddenly dawned on him, a mysterious feeling emerged in Qin Feng's mind. It's your turn next. After his combat skills improved, Qin Feng looked up at Lin Xiaoqian and the other 2. Compared with others, the combat power of these 3 people is several times stronger, and accordingly he obtains more evolution points. Finally, no one's getting in the way. Lin Xiaoqian said in a cold tone, and then a strong mental force surged out of her mind. Silver light flashed all around him, and more than a dozen silver flying knives appeared, floating in the air, making buzzing sounds. Qi! Qi! On the other side, Zhou Yang was surrounded by a strong wind. When he waved his hands, invisible wind blades like crescent moons tore through the air and rushed towards Qin Feng's position. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, silver rays appeared around Qin Feng, flying past him at a rapid speed and surrounding him. On the other side, Shi Koan, who was ready to attack, was also slowly approaching Qin Feng. The blood in his body was churning, and he was just waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Xiaoqian and the other two are indeed geniuses, and their combat awareness is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even though they had never fought together before, they quickly found their rhythm and the three of them began to attack Qin Feng together. The combined combat power of these three people even exceeds that of all other students. However, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. He flipped his hand and a black knife appeared instantly. Crack! Crack! The next moment, blue lightning wrapped around the black knife. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng's figure flashed and he rushed straight towards Lin Xiaoqian. Triple Thunder Blade! A low shout came from his mouth, and a burst of lightning burst out from the black knife. More than a dozen silver-throwing knives in front were instantly bounced away. Qin Feng also seized the opportunity and rushed out of the encirclement in a flash. Damn it, he slipped away again. Seeing that all the wind blades he released missed their target, Zhou Yang's face suddenly turned ugly. His physical speed is his strong point, but now he is completely suppressed by Qin Feng in this aspect. Qin Feng's figure flashed quickly and was about to come to Lin Xiaoqian, but at this moment, a tall figure blocked his way. It was Shi Kuan. Bawang Fist. Shi Kuan raised his right arm high and then rushed forward suddenly. Whoosh! The fist wind tore through the air, emitting a violent momentum. But in the next moment, Shi Kuan showed an expression of horror on his face, and saw Qin Feng opposite him also raising his arms high. Shi Kuan was very familiar with this move, as it was the starting posture of the Overlord Fist. Boom! The next moment, the two fists collided with a loud bang. The huge force created a terrifying impact, and the air around them fluctuated like a tide. Then a figure flew backwards at a high speed. It was Shi Kuan. At this moment, his right arm was in great pain, and it felt like the bones were about to break. However, compared to the severe pain in his arm, Shi Kuan was more concerned about the combat skills Qin Feng had just used. When did he master the Overlord Fist? Just at this moment, Yang Hong asked a question. With his keen eyesight, he naturally saw at a glance that the fighting skill Qin Feng had just used was exactly the same Overlord Fist as Shi Kuan's. However, the level of mastery is only at the entry level. The Overlord Fist is the Shi family's family martial art. It is a martial art created specifically for the Overlord body. It is difficult for ordinary people to master it. And they have never spread this fighting skill to outsiders. Yang Xian said with an incredible look on his face. He couldn't figure out how Qin Feng learned this fighting skill. Although Qin Feng's mastery of Overlord Fist has reached the entry level, his physical condition is stronger than Shi Kuan's. So the one who was knocked out was Shi Kuan. After solving the obstacle in front of him with one punch, Qin Feng flashed and arrived in front of Lin Xiaoqian in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he held the knife in both hands and was about to swing at her. Buzz! But at this moment, a powerful mental force surged out from Lin Xiaoqian's mind, and almost instantly, Qin Feng felt as if his body was fixed. Can mental power be used like this? Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, and the next moment, his mental power exploded and he broke free from the restraints. Sure it! The pitch-black blade landed on Lin Xiaoqian's neck. The cold metallic feeling made her look ugly and unwilling. And he noticed Qin Feng's recent burst of mental power again. At this moment, she was extremely sure that the handsome boy in front of her was already a mentalist. Although his mental strength is not as strong as his own, it is still shocking enough. How is this possible? She exclaimed in her heart. After Lin Xiaoqian was eliminated, the remaining two, Shi Kuan, were doomed to fail. Whether in terms of body speed or physical fitness, Qin Feng can suppress the two of them head-on. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yang and Shi Kuan also fell to the ground. I actually won? Yang Xian, who witnessed this scene, felt it was incredible. It was 1 against 100, and one of the more numerous sides had a psychic, a special physique, and an S-level awakened person. But even with such a lineup, the young man in front of him still won with an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 90 Tang Yun presents the spiritual breathing method. A level fire attribute combat skill, Flame Explosion. That's him. In the combat skills hall, Qin Feng murmured. After defeating Lin Xiaoqian and the other two, he came here to redeem his rewards. This time he chose a fire attribute combat skill. He is indeed a genius. Seeing that Qin Feng had received the A-level combat skill reward on the first day of the training camp, the staff secretly said in their hearts, with envy on their faces. Then he handed a battle seal with a red glow to Qin Feng. After taking the battle seal, Qin Feng turned around and left. In the afternoon, he would set off for Guanyuan province with Yan Hong. Before that, he planned to go to the beast room to hunt beasts and earn evolution points. No, isn't he a lightning awakener? How did he redeem his fire attribute combat skills? At this moment, the staff member in the combat skills hall looked at Qin Feng's departing back and let out a cry of surprise. Could it be that he has 2 superpowers? A bold guess arose in his mind. Instructor Tang? At this moment, Qin Feng, who had just walked out of the combat skills hall, saw a familiar figure standing there and looking at him with a smile. The person who came was Tang Yun. Sure enough, my becoming a psychic has been exposed, Qin Feng said in his heart when he saw the person coming. He knew that his continuous bursts of mental power in the previous battle would definitely be noticed by Tang Yun, who was also a psychic. Of course, he had no intention of hiding anything. How much mental strength have you reached? Tang Yun went straight to the point. Just barely made it to 102. Qin Feng said with a smile. Really? Even though she had witnessed the other party's mental strength that far exceeded that of ordinary people, she still felt a little unbelievable after receiving Qin Feng's personal answer. He has S-level lightning abilities, a top-notch special physique, and now he has become a psychic master. Looking at the handsome boy opposite, Tang Yun felt that he was like a favorite of God. Any of the 3 abilities above is enough to make you a powerful war king. The future is bright. Tang Yun said this in her heart, then took out a white jade slip from her storage ring and handed it to Qin Feng. This is a breathing method that can improve your mental strength. You should first understand it on your own. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can always ask me. Qin Feng did not refuse Tang Yun's gift, although he felt that he might not be able to use it. After receiving the jade slip, Qin Feng rushed to the ferocious beast room without stopping and began to hunt the ferocious beasts. He chose the highest level, Class A, which contained almost all 3rd-level beasts, but most of them were in the early 3rd stage, with only 1 or 2 in the middle 3rd stage. However, for Qin Feng now, he is not afraid of the late stage, let alone the middle stage of the 3rd stage. 2 hours later, Qin Feng, emitting a violent aura, walked out of the A-level beast room. He's out. The great god has come out from the A-level beast room. There are 3-level beasts in there, and he can actually hold on for 2 hours. That's really terrifying. Several students around noticed Qin Feng, who was covered in blood. They thought that Qin Feng had left the beast room because he was exhausted. No, isn't that the direction of the B-level beast room? At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. In the sight of several people, Qin Feng did not leave here, but turned and went to the B-level beast room. Under their shocked gazes, Qin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Is it possible? A bold guess arose in the minds of several people, and then they immediately came to the door of the A-level ferocious beast room. You can see that there is an electronic screen on the door, which displays the level of the beast room and the number of beasts. Inside the A-level beast room, the number of beasts is 0. Have you finished killing? Master, have you killed all the 3rd-level beasts in the A-level beast room? For a moment, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. That's impossible. There are 15 3rd-level beasts in there. I knew the great god was powerful, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. You're kidding. If you're not strong, you can defeat all of us. Guanyuan Province, Elite Training Camp. Have you heard? It seems that the chief instructor of Jiangnan Province is bringing his students to challenge our Guanyuan Province. The winner will obtain an A-level combat skill. Don't even think about it. Regardless of whether this is a rumor or not, even if it's true, with Liu and Wei Yan around, such a good thing won't happen to us. Yes, these 2 are ranked 1st and 2nd on the battle strength list. Isn't it just luck that they awakened an S-level ability, have better cultivation talent, and are stronger in combat? Why do they always get all the good things? Okay, stop being sour here. If you have time for that, you might as well go to the gravity training room and hone your physique. I heard that the instructor is going to take us out of the camp tomorrow. Chief Instructor's office. The 2 teenagers were looking at the chief instructor Zhang Chang opposite them with helpless expressions. Yang Hong is an 8th-rank grandmaster after all, so we should give him some face. So tomorrow's competition, you have to find a way to win, it's a bit difficult. Zhang Chang spoke slowly, emphasizing the word difficult. Chief Instructor, since he dares to challenge us, why should we give him face? We should just beat him up. One of the young men in black said with some confusion, his tone full of hostility. His name is Wei Yan. He is the second-ranked genius in the Guanyuan province training camp and has awakened an S-level fire ability. Maybe it has something to do with his special abilities. He also has a very hot temper. Zhang Chang was not angry when he heard this, but just shook his head. What if one of you unleashes all your fighting power right from the start and scares that guy away? Although Yang Hong is a water awakener, he has a fire master and a 7th level spiritual master under his command. Do you still want a level combat skills? If you do, then perform well for me tomorrow. As soon as he heard about the level combat skills, Wei Yan stopped talking. Okay, Li Yu stays here, you go back first. Zhang Chang waved his hand. Yes. Wei Yan walked out with his head down. Given Wei Yan's temper, he'll probably go all out against the students from Jiangnan province right from the start. So, I'll send you into battle tomorrow. I knew it. Li Yu smiled bitterly, but for the sake of his fighting skills he had no choice but to nod and agree. By the way, you should also pay attention to tomorrow's camp competition. I have a surprise prepared for you this time. Zhang Chang said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Yu showed a hint of anticipation on his face. Although his acting skills are not good, he is still very confident in his abilities. Isn't it just leaving the camp to hunt ferocious beasts? How difficult is that? Chapter 91 Qin Feng, fortunately, I'm not free. Inside the camp, the beast room. No more? Qin Feng looked at the door of the sea-level ferocious beast room, and the number of ferocious beasts on it was clearly displayed as 0. He had no choice but to turn around and leave. After noticing Qin Feng's departure, several students came forward to the door of the B-class beast room. B-level beast room, number of beasts, 0. Sure enough, all the ferocious beasts here were killed by him. The great god is really energetic. I would have collapsed long ago. TSK, you dare to compare yourself to the great god? Evolution points, 600. Qin Feng walked out of the ferocious beast room and checked his previous gains. The 2 ferocious beast rooms brought him 600 evolution points. If only there were enough ferocious beasts. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. But he also knew that this was impossible. The ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast room were captured alive by people sent from the training camp, which also took some effort. After all, capturing them alive requires transportation, which is far less convenient than killing them on the spot. I still have to go to the wilderness to gain experience. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. Although there were abundant resources in this training camp, evolution points were more important to him, who had already mastered several A-level combat skills. After I challenge the geniuses from other provinces, I'll ask the instructors to allow me to train in the wilderness. Qin Feng thought so in his mind and added all the 600 evolution points he had just obtained to the A-level combat skill he had just acquired, Flame Explosion. Ding! Consume evolution points, Flame Explosion A, breakthrough to the minor success realm. Half an hour later, a black feather fighter took off from the camp and turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. I've received news in advance that there are only 2 geniuses in Guanyuan Province's elite training camp who are worthy of your attention. One of them is an S-level fire-type awakener, and the other is a spiritualist like Lin Xiaoqian. Sitting on the fighter plane were Qin Feng and Yang Hong. At this time, Yang Hong was introducing the opponent's information to him. When Qin Feng heard that one of his opponents possessed an S-level fire ability, his eyes lit up instantly. At this time, he expected the other party to master an A-level combat skill. Compared with Thunder attribute combat skills, the Fire attribute combat skills he mastered were not comprehensive enough. However, this is also related to the fact that he has only been integrating the Red Lotus Karma Fire for a short time. But don't worry too much. The combat power of these 2 is at most on the same level as Shi Koan and Zhou Yiyang. They are completely incomparable to you. As he spoke, a smug smile appeared on Yang Hong's face. Just wait, Zhang Chang. I'm going to show you what a true genius is. The black feather fighter planes moved very quickly, and they arrived at their destination in just 2 hours. You're coming now? Looking at the black feather fighter above the camp, Zhang Chang frowned. He originally thought that Yang Hong would come early tomorrow morning. Forget it, let's just entertain this guy for one night, and then start the battle tomorrow morning. Once this guy uses his A-level combat skills, just let him get out. As Zhang Chang thought this, his blood and energy surged, and he appeared above the camp in a flash. Ah, long time no see, Lao Yang. A hearty laugh came out of Zhang Chang's mouth. You can see that he was smiling at this moment, as if he was welcoming an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. Don't be polite, let's go and have a drink first. In response to Zhang Chang's greeting, Yang Hong simply waved his hand. Then he put his hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. The next moment, he only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes. When his vision refocused, he found that they were already standing on the ground. Give him a temporary identity so he can use your facilities for training. Yang Hong pointed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had mentioned this request to him on the way, as he didn't want to waste an entire night of practice. Good. Zhang Chang naturally would not refuse such a small matter, so he turned around and said to the person next to him, Xiao Wang, go and handle it for him. Yes, Chief Instructor. The man named Xiao Wang nodded. He is also an instructor in the camp, and his cultivation level is that of a 7th level Grandmaster. Let's go, this time bring me all the fine wines you've collected. Zhang Chang on this side looked at Qin Feng frequently, trying to sense his realm. But at this moment, Yang Hong put his hand on his shoulder and pulled him away. Qi and blood are only at the early stage of the 2nd stage, it's stable. A hidden smile appeared on Zhang Chang's lips. Although Qin Feng did not release his Qi and blood, he was an 8th level Grandmaster. He directly sensed Qin Feng's cultivation level. Oh, laugh now, you'll have a chance to cry tomorrow, old man. Noticing the other person's raised mouth corners, Yang Hong sneered in his heart. This is the dormitory area. The buildings at the back are all empty. You can pick any one you like. As for the important facilities in the camp, you can use them directly with this card. Thank you, Instructor Wang. Qin Feng spoke slowly. You are welcome. Instructor Wang waved his hand and then turned and left. His cultivation is indeed only at the early 2nd stage. At this level, even if he is an S-level awakened one, he can't be a match for Wei Yan and Li Yu. After all, one of them is in the middle stage of the 2nd stage, and the other is in the late stage of the 2nd stage. Instructor Wang thought to himself after leaving. Let's go to the beast room first. After seeing Instructor Wang leave, Qin Feng took out a simple map that the other party had just given him, then turned around and walked straight in one direction. Not long after, he arrived at the beast room. Like the Jiangnan province training camp, the ferocious beast rooms here are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Qin Feng walked directly towards the A-level beast room without any hesitation. A level beast room, quantity 15. Luckily, I'm not free. Qin Feng showed excitement on his face, and then without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. Half an hour later, he walked out with a bloody black knife in his hand, then turned and walked into the B-level beast room. Because the students from Guangyuan province were all in the gravity training room and the body training room at this time, no one noticed Qin Feng's appearance. This also gave Qin Feng the opportunity to perform. For him, every ferocious beast in the ferocious beast room is a walking evolution point. Leave no one behind. Gravity training room. Wei Yan has been in there for 3 hours, what a pervert. He's clearly an awakened fire-type ability user, but his physique is terrifyingly strong, almost catching up to those with ordinary special physiques. With a 4-ton load, they activated double gravity, which is nearly 8 tons. It's really abnormal. A group of students gathered together and discussed something, and from time to time they looked towards a gravity training room. I remember Li Yu's record yesterday was carrying a 4-ton load and holding on to double gravity for 3 hours. It looks like that record is going to be broken today. Chapter 92 Damn, where did this temporary student come from? Li Yu is also a pervert. He is clearly a psychic, but his physique is also incredibly strong. I heard that he has cultivated an A-level horizontal refining combat technique and has even reached the great perfection stage. Combined with his invisible spiritual power, his combat power is formidable. Even if Wei Yan breaks his record, it will still be difficult to surpass him in combat power. I wonder if Guangyuan province can win the national top spot in the college entrance examination in January. It's hard to say. I heard that there are several monsters in Xia province. Although Li Yu and the other 2 are very strong, it's still unclear whether they can win against them. A group of people were discussing something intensely. Not long afterward, someone exclaimed, Wei Yan is coming out. Everyone looked and saw the door of the gravity room open, and then a sweaty figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was Wei Yan. You can see that at this moment his whole body is wrapped in a ball of dark red flames, and his skin is like steel, burning red. A burning sensation emanated from him. Almost there. Just one more time of red flame body will bring it to perfection. Just wait, Li Yu. I will definitely defeat you and become the strongest student in Guanyuan province. Wei Yan said this in his heart, then he dragged his tired body away. Ding! Student Wei Yan, carrying 4 tons, double gravity, for 3.5 hours, breaking the record, awarded 500 points. At this moment, a mechanical synthesized sound rang out in the hall of the gravity training room. It is somewhat different from the Jiangnan province training camp. The rules here can stimulate competition among students. The announcement just now was one of them. In the training here, as long as someone breaks the rules, it will be automatically announced. In addition, there is a huge electronic screen in the hall, which records the rankings of various trainings. It can be seen that after the notification sounded just now, the interface on the screen was refreshed. On the gravity ranking list, Li Yu's name was squeezed out and replaced by Wei Yan. Classmate, I admit that your fighting ability is very strong, and compared to me, you are only a step behind. Go back and keep up the good work. I believe that under the guidance of Instructor Yang, you will be able to make rapid progress. No, this is too fake. At this time, Li Yu was honing his acting skills in front of the mirror in the dormitory. It's tough to win both ways. Li Yu looked bitter. This is too difficult. Then he started practicing again, and gradually he began to get better and found the feeling. Evolution points, 800. Good. Xin Feng walked out of the beast room and couldn't help but smile when he saw the 800 evolution points he had just obtained. Then he thought about it and added all his evolution points to the spiritual combat skill, Rosary Soul Charge. Ding! Consuming 800 evolution points, the Rosary Soul breaks through to the Great Accomplishment realm. Listening to the system broadcast sounding in his mind, Xin Feng smiled. One of tomorrow's opponents is a spiritual master, and improving the Rosary Soul is also to prepare for emergencies. Xin Feng knew that his spiritual power was only at the early stage of the first level, and it was difficult for him to cause harm to the enemy who was also a spiritual master. But all he wanted was to be able to withstand the opponent's mental attack at a critical moment. Next, let's go to the gravity training room to hone our physical fitness. Thinking this in his mind, Xin Feng quickly came to the gravity training room. It was almost midnight and the place was deserted. And there are leaderboards. Xin Feng just took a glance and then looked away. The first on the list only carried a load of 4 tons, double gravity, and lasted for 3 hours. It was not worth his attention at all. Xin Feng randomly found a gravity training room and walked straight in. Just like last time, triple gravity is turned on. In an instant, gravity like a mountain pressed down heavily on his body. He was already wearing a 6-ton gravity vest, which weighed 18 tons under triple gravity. However, compared with last time, Xin Feng felt much less pressure. He tried to move his body, and the tearing sensation was not as strong as before. After thinking about it, Xin Feng decided to adjust the gravity to 4 times. He came to the gravity training room to stimulate his body and strengthen his physique. If the gravity is too weak to provide stimulation, then there is no point in coming here. The next moment, a gravity as heavy as a mountain fell on Xin Feng's body. His body was visibly shaking. That's right. Xin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. After his body was gradually used up, he began to try to move his body. In an instant, the familiar tearing feeling came over him, but Xin Feng did not stop. He knew very well that if he couldn't even endure this kind of pain, then even with the existence of the system, he would not be able to become a truly strong man. After an unknown amount of time, a warm current appeared in his body. A smile appeared on Xin Feng's face. He knew that at this moment, his physical condition had been strengthened again. Continue. 4 hours later, Xin Feng, soaked in sweat, walked out of the gravity training room. Although his body felt tired, his face was full of excitement. 4 hours of training significantly improved his physical condition. Constitution, Demon King body spiritual level progress 26%. Xin Feng then walked out of the gravity training room, but when he turned around and saw the body movement training room, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he walked straight in. Not long after, he came out with a smile on his face. Combat skill, Phantom Steps A, Great Mastery. The physical training room was very helpful for physical training. At level 8 difficulty, he persisted for an hour and achieved a breakthrough to the great perfection of Phantom Steps. Ding! Temporary student, 6 tons of weight, level 8 difficulty, 1 hour, breaking the record. Ding! Temporary student, 6 tons of weight, 4 times gravity, 4 hours, breaking the record. Shortly after Qin Feng left, the gravity rankings and body movement rankings in the hall were refreshed at the same time. Qin Feng returned to the dormitory area, found an empty dormitory, took a shower, changed his clothes and walked out. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Although he hadn't slept all night, he didn't feel tired at all. While there was still some time before dawn, Qin Feng took out several beast crystals from his storage ring and began to absorb the energy in them. Time flies. At 6 o'clock in the morning, students have already gotten up and started training. Several students came to the hall of the gravity training room. Just when they wanted to see if Liu had overtaken Wei Yan. Fuck, where did this temporary student come from? 6 tons of weight, triple gravity, and 4 hours? That's impossible. Chapter 93. You are the guest, I will let you make a move first. Temporary student? Could it be that one of the instructors or staff members used the gravity and body movement training room? In the hall, more and more students noticed the temporary student on the leaderboard. Carrying a 6-ton load, 4 times the gravity, for 4 hours. Under normal circumstances, even a third-level awakener cannot reach this level. A group of students discussed the matter and finally agreed that it was impossible for any student to have caused this. At the same time, have all the beasts in the beast room been cleared out? How is that possible? I just sent over a batch of ferocious beasts last night. Instructor Wang, who had just woken up in the morning, received a message from the staff in the camp, and his brows frowned instantly. Is it Liu? Or Wei Yan? Instructor Wang was secretly guessing in his heart, but since he couldn't find the reason, he could only notify people to send 2 more batches of ferocious beasts over. It's almost done. Let's finish this as soon as possible and rush to Nanha province. In the dormitory, Qin Feng murmured softly. Then he moved his mind, and the black light that was devouring the beast crystal instantly dissipated. Qi and blood, 501+. After more than an hour of practice, his qi and blood increased by almost 30 points, and his progress was rapid. Try to raise your cultivation to the 3rd level before the end of the training camp. This way you will have a better chance of passing the college entrance exam. Qin Feng murmured. The college entrance examination he mentioned is specifically for students in their elite training camp. Compared with the ordinary military college entrance examination, their college entrance examination is more difficult and the competition is more intense. He then left the dormitory and headed to the center of the camp. When he arrived there, he found that dozens of figures had gathered there. They were all talented students from Guanyuan province. Who is this person? I don't think I've seen it before. Could he be the genius from Jiangnan province who came to challenge us? Qin Feng's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Many eyes were scanning him, but Qin Feng remained calm, with no ripples in his heart. Now he just wants to finish the fight quickly and move on to the next stop. Liu and Wei Yan are here. Just at this moment, someone shouted and everyone turned to look. I saw 2 young men of similar age walking towards me, one in front and one behind. They were Liu and the other one. Qin Feng followed the crowd's gaze and saw 2 figures appear in his sight. The man in the lead noticed Qin Feng's gaze and turned to look at him. The next moment, a gentle smile appeared on Liu's face. You must be the brother from Jiangnan province, my name is Liu. Unexpectedly, Liu was the first to greet Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Although the other party's attitude was a bit abnormal, Qin Feng didn't care too much. Old Yan, don't worry. I've already made arrangements with my men. I'll definitely give you enough face this time and won't let you lose too badly. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Chang and Yang Hong also arrived here. At this time, Zhang Chang was whispering something to Yang Hong, and the latter had a wonderful expression on his face. Losing, there's no way our Jiangnan province will lose. Zhang Chang, I advise you to provide psychological counseling for your 2 precious students, otherwise they won't be able to bear the consequences if they lose. Yang Hong spoke seriously. Hearing this, Zhang Chang smiled helplessly and shook his head. Your mouth is still so hard. Liu's cultivation has reached the late 2nd stage, and he is also known as the invincible spiritual master of the same level. Even if the student brought by Yang Hong is an S-level awakened one with superpowers, Liu can still easily win since his cultivation is only at the early 2nd level. But what he was thinking at this moment was, when the gap in cultivation level was so obvious, how could Liu show that it was difficult to win? It's time to test your acting skills, Liu. Zhang Chang said in his heart. Zhang Chang, those two guys must be the strongest students in your Guanyuan province. It looks good, but it's just average compared to Qin Feng. After Yang Hong glanced at the two figures not far away, he spoke in a light tone. Generally? Compared to a late-stage second-level spiritualist and an early-stage second-level awakener, is the former just average? Zhang Chang was stunned when he heard this. He looked at his old comrade beside him with suspicion. Could this guy's brain have been damaged by the slap from that demonic Tiger King last time? Never mind, let's trick him into using the A-level combat skills first, and we can deal with the brain later. Then the two of them came to a high platform, and in front of the platform was a ring. Chief Instructor! Chief Instructor! Seeing the two chief instructors arrive, Qin Feng and others also came over. Since you already know each other, there's no need to introduce yourselves. Let's get started. Who do you want to send on first, or should we send both of them on at once? Yang Hong said in a calm tone. Fuck. Who is that guy? He's talking so arrogantly and wants Li Yu and the others to come together? Shoo, he's the chief instructor of Jiangnan province, an 8th rank grandmaster, so watch your words. Tisk, what's wrong with being a grandmaster? Can a grandmaster just act like this? There's no need. Before he could finish his words, his companion covered his mouth with his hand. Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. You can't afford to joke with the grandmaster. On the high platform, upon hearing this, the hot-tempered Wei Yan's face suddenly changed, and he raised his foot to take a step forward. There's no need for two of us. I can defeat him by myself. Chief Instructor Yang, you're joking. I know Brother Qin is very powerful, but if we attack together, wouldn't that be too much of a threat? Let me fight Brother Qin first. Wei Yan was about to say something when he was interrupted by Li Yu. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the ring. Casual. Yang Hong waved his hand casually. Then you can go up too. This is an exchange match after all. You don't have to take it too seriously. Just play your best. Good. Qin Feng didn't say much and turned to walk towards the ring. Nima, you are really good at pretending. Zhang Chang, who was standing by, twitched his lips when he heard this. For the sake of A-level combat skills, I will tolerate you for a while. Come, Brother Qin, you are the guest, I will let you make a move first. Li Yu on the ring always had a smile on his face, and he had already thought about how to perform next. First, he let Qin Feng make the move, and then he took the opportunity to show weakness. The two of them fought him for dozens of rounds, and finally he looked for the right opportunity to make a move, pretending to have won a narrow victory. Good. Although he felt that the other party's behavior was a little abnormal, Qin Feng did not pay too much attention to it. With his strength, this battle will be over quickly. The blood in his body surged, and a surge of hot energy surged out of him. The deep red flames, like the fire from hell, enveloped Qin Feng's body. S-level fire attributability, not bad. Zhang Chang on the high platform nodded secretly. Fuck. But at this moment, Yang Hong couldn't help but swear. Chapter 94, I'll use you to test the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Chang frowned. At this moment, he seriously suspected that there was really something wrong with Yang Hong's brain. It's just an S-level fire ability, and he is his own student. Zhang Chang doesn't believe that he doesn't even know that his student has an S-level ability. It's okay, it's okay. In response to Zhang Chang's question, Yang Hong immediately waved his hand, but the shock in his heart could not dissipate for a long time. S-level dual elements of thunder and fire, and also possesses top-notch special physique. At this moment, Yang Hong's heart was no longer able to be described as shocked. His eyes fell on the handsome figure on the ring, and Yang Hong's expression gradually became solemn. Qin Feng's talent for cultivation is unprecedented, and there is no one in the entire Daxia who can match him. When this child grows up, he will definitely be able to lead Daxia, lead the entire human race out of this predicament. In today's extraterritorial battlefield, powerful war kings are the main combat power resources. Just imagine, if Qin Feng's cultivation reached the level of War King, with his talent, wouldn't he be able to crush opponents of the same level directly? By then, he alone will be enough to change the war situation between humans and all other races. We must let him grow up safely. Yang Hong said in his heart. On the ring. As crimson flames gushed out of Qin Feng's body, the temperature around him began to rise rapidly. Then Qin Feng swung his fist with one hand, and in an instant, deep red flames quickly gathered to form a flaming fist shadow. Flame explosion. Boom. As the air vibrated, the flaming fist shadow rushed towards Liu opposite. In an instant, Liu felt a heat wave coming towards him, but he was not at all panicked. It's just an S-level fire ability. Wei Yan, who has the same ability, has been defeated by him. Facing the attack of the flaming fist shadow, Liu only symbolically released a wisp of mental power to resist it, and did not even move his body. This is being looked down upon. Qin Feng chuckled when he noticed the other party's actions, and then he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded. I saw the light above the flaming fist shadow suddenly increase, and then it exploded like a firework. The violent explosion created a powerful impact, and the air around it fluctuated like a tide. The ray of mental power released by Liu was swept away directly. In an instant, a burst of burning force hit him, and he was caught off guard and flew backwards. Fuck! I was careless. A look of shock appeared on Liu's face, and then mental power like a tide surged out of his mind, and finally he managed to stabilize his body at the edge of the ring. Vajra body. Then a powerful energy surged out of his body, expelling the intense burning sensation. This is a horizontal refining combat technique. Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the faint golden light emerging from Liu's body. Horizontal training combat skills can improve the physical fitness and make the awakened person's physique stronger. Liu, who was a psychic himself, mastered an A-level horizontal refining combat skill, which just made up for his weak physique. Your acting is pretty good. Seeing Liu's figure appear at the edge of the ring, Zhang Chang said in his heart, then turned around and said with a proud look on his face. How's it going? My student is pretty good, right? He has an A-level Vajra body and has already reached the great perfection stage. It's just so-so. Yang Hong said in a neutral tone. The Hanglian fighting skill is powerful and more difficult to practice than other fighting skills of the same level, but so what? Don't mention that Liu has mastered A-level horizontal refining combat skills. Even if it is S-level, it can't compare to the special physique. Yang Hong felt disdainful. Oh, I wonder how long you can hold on. This guy's combat power has definitely reached the early stage of the third level. It seems that we can't add too much water. Liu muttered at the edge of the ring. As expected, he hasn't reached the perfect state yet and can't unleash the full power of the flame explosion. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as his whole body was covered in crimson flames. The essence of the A-level combat skill, flame explosion, is to attack the enemy by detonating flames. If he was at the perfect state, that move would have been enough to knock the careless Liu off the stage. Let me use you to test the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. When he looked up, two deep red lotuses were reflected in Qin Feng's pupils. The next moment, the deep red flames surrounding him began to boil like boiling water. A heart-pounding feeling of heat emanated from him. This flame is unusual. Liu's eyes narrowed, and a serious look appeared on his face. Just at this moment, Qin Feng raised his arm and waved gently towards where he was. In an instant, crimson flames gushed out wildly, like a wave, rolling towards where Liu was. You can't just push through it. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the crimson flames, Liu's heart began to ring with alarm. Then, without any hesitation, he pushed off the ground with both feet and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, mental power like a tide surged out of his mind, turning into an invisible mental blade and rushing towards Qin Feng. A-level spiritual combat skills, divine weapon. You can transform your mental power into any form of weapon to attack the enemy. Mental attacks are invisible and traceless. Even Wei Yan, who has awakened S-level superpowers, cannot detect his unstoppable mental power when fighting against him. We need to hold back a bit later, otherwise if we end the fight now, it won't be enough to save face. Liu thought so in his heart, but the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. He actually noticed it. At this moment, Qin Feng waved one hand, and the deep red flame rolled rapidly, forming a wall of fire directly above his head. Heh, flames can't stop mental power. Although he was a little surprised as to why the other party had discovered the spiritual blade, Liu did not pay too much attention to it. So what if they are discovered? Can we stop it? At this moment, the spiritual blade hit the wall of fire. His observation skills are pretty good, but his judgment is lacking. Old Yang, I guess you haven't fought against a psychic before. Zhang Chang spoke slowly. Mental power has no substance and cannot be blocked unless some special combat skills are used. No, no. Yang Hong, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, just waved his hand. He was also very curious why Qin Feng used the firewall to resist the spiritual blade. Although Lin Xiaoqian and Li Yu are both psychics, they have different fighting styles. One is good at using mental power to control flying knives to attack, and the other is good at turning his mind into weapons. Just when Zhang Chang and others thought that the spiritual blade would go straight through the wall of fire. Ah! Suddenly, a scream was heard on the field. Chapter 95 The terrifying power of karma fire, burning mental power. Ah! Li Yu on the ring covered his head and screamed, his body shaking uncontrollably. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Li Yu's brain? The students below the arena were stunned by this scene. Isn't this a bit over the top? Wei Yan frowned slightly and said speechlessly. Swish! But at this moment, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash past his eyes. Then he saw Zhang Chang, who had been sitting in his seat just now, suddenly appeared on the stage. And Yang Hong also appeared beside Qin Feng. Burning spiritual power? Yang Hong murmured softly, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at the wisp of white smoke floating in the air. Although he was not a psychic, his 8th level cultivation allowed him to clearly sense that the spiritual blade released by Li Yu had been burned to ashes. Zhang Chang on the other side reached out and grabbed Li Yu's shoulder, then disappeared in a flash. Chief Instructor? Qin Feng frowned, somewhat confused about the situation. Just now he just wanted to test whether the Red Lotus Karma Fire could block mental attacks, but he didn't expect this scene to happen. For a psychic, mental strength is their foundation, especially before reaching the 5th level. Once their mental strength is damaged, it will cause great harm to themselves. Yang Hong said in a low voice. This? Qin Feng showed helplessness on his face. If he had known that this mental power was so fragile, he would not have used the Red Lotus Karma Fire to resist it. Your flame is extraordinary. It can actually burn spiritual power. In the future, when fighting against human spiritualists, unless you are a mortal enemy, do not use this power easily. Yang Hong said with a serious face. Good. Qin Feng also realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded immediately. Divine Mind Clan, your nemesis has appeared. Looking at the deep red flames that look like the fire of hell, Yang Hong said in his heart. The Xinyan clan is a clan that excels at mental power among all clans. Countless human geniuses have been plotted against by this clan and suffered unexpected misfortunes. Nearly 1/3 of the psychics of the entire human race are used to deal with this race. And now the appearance of Qin Feng gave Yang Hong hope of destroying the Xinyan clan. Swish! Just at this moment, Zhang Chang and the other man who had left returned here. It can be seen that Li Yu's condition is much better now, but his face is a little pale. I took in a great mind concentrating pill, and my damaged mental strength has been temporarily restored. Seeing Yang Hong looking at him inquiringly, Zhang Chang spoke with a complicated expression. Even if Li Yu loses this battle, Wei Yan will take over. Good. Yang Hong nodded, and then the three of them left the ring. The scene that took place on the stage left the students below feeling confused. However, the final result was a little hard for them to accept. Li Yu actually lost. No, what's this guy Li Yu doing? He's already lost before the game even started? Didn't you hear his scream just now? It should be that person's ability restrained the psychic master, so Li Yu lost. A group of students were talking about it. However, no one may have noticed that behind the crowd, a staff member had a strange light flash in his eyes. Qin Feng from Jiangnan province is truly a top talent. On the ring, Qin Feng's other opponent came on stage. Looking at the handsome young man opposite, Wei Yan was full of fighting spirit, and he also saw the reason why Li Yu was defeated. There aren't many abilities that counteract each other, but it's not absolute either. Obviously, Li Yu's luck was not very good as he met Qin Feng, who had the ability to burn mental power. Fire Dragon Fist. Wei Yan, full of fighting spirit, launched an offensive the moment the competition began. I saw red flames gushing out from his body, and then he suddenly swung a punch, and the red flames shot out. The flames rolled in the air and turned into a fire dragon that rushed towards Qin Feng at a high speed. B-rank combat skills? Qin Feng frowned, looks like I need to put some pressure on him. With a wave of his hand, the deep red flames surrounding his body suddenly burst out, as if the people were welcoming their king, cheering and leaping for joy. Boom! The crimson flames burst the air and slammed into the fire dragon like a wave. In just a moment, the crimson flames engulfed the fire dragon and burned it completely. How is that possible? Wei Yan showed a look of shock on his face. He saw clearly that Qin Feng didn't even use any combat skills just now. Is there a gap between S-level abilities? On the high platform, Liu, standing next to Zhang Chang, was watching the scene on the ring with a frown. S-level abilities are just a general term. Every S-level ability is different. For example, Wei Yan's Red Devil Flame is more inclined to temper the physique and has a strong attack power. And Qin Feng's fire ability. When he said this, Zhang Chan paused, then spoke with a complicated expression. His abilities have a higher level of power. On the ring, after seeing his attack being easily broken down by the opponent, Wei Yan put away his contempt. Just by relying on his supernatural powers, his opponent's combat power has reached the same level as his own. Attack him at close range. Wei Yan said this in his heart, and then the blood and energy in his body burst out, and red flames exploded under his feet. With the help of the impact force of the fire explosion, he rushed forward at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, his fists wrapped in crimson flames lashed out quickly. Qin Feng frowned at this, then quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the other party's arm before he could react. The next moment, Qin Feng suddenly exerted force while rotating his waist, directly swinging his body up and slamming it heavily to the ground. Boom! The huge force caused the ground to shake violently. If this is all you have, just admit defeat. Qin Feng said in a calm tone. If he didn't want to learn fighting skills from the other party, he would have eliminated him long ago. Oh my god! Wei Yan was directly suppressed? No, the genius of Jiangnan province is so fierce. The students below were all stunned when they saw Wei Yan being hit to the ground like a stick. If Liu was defeated before because of the restraint of his supernatural powers, then what is this scene now? Such a fast reaction speed and physical strength, being able to swing Wei Yan up in an instant, does this mean that Qin Feng's strength far exceeds his? Zhang Chang on the high platform was shocked. This old bastard did it on purpose. At this time, Zhang Chang also reacted. He turned around and looked at Yang Hong, who was trying to hold back his laughter, and suddenly anger rose in his heart. Bang! Just at this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, a figure quickly flew backwards from the ring. It was Wei Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the A-level combat skill, Fire Dragon Binding. At the same time, the system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Chapter 96 Nanha Province, Wilderness Special Training. S-level fire ability, strength comparable to a special physique, and top-notch combat awareness. Old Yang, it looks like your Jiangnan province is about to produce a monster. Seeing Wei Yan being kicked off the ring, Zhang Chang's eyes were complicated. I thought Yang Hong was here to deliver goods, but now it seems he is here to purchase goods. Although he was very angry, he was not the kind of person who couldn't afford to lose, so he spoke directly. Tell me, what do you want? But let me make it clear first, I don't have any A-level fire attribute combat skills. You know I'm earth attributed. A-level combat skills, that's what I need. Yang Hong looked disdainful, then changed the subject and spoke. Old Zhang, I remember you had an A-grade alloy weapon with combined lightning and fire properties? Hearing this, Zhang Chang's expression changed slightly and he was about to speak. I'll exchange it for an A-rank spiritual combat skill. Yang Hong's voice sounded again. Make a deal. Zhang Chang nodded immediately. He knew that he was not at a loss. Although dual attribute alloy weapons were much more valuable than ordinary A-level combat skills, A-level spiritual combat skills were also scarce. The price difference between the two is not too big. What's more, this time his side lost the competition, so even if Yang Hong didn't use his spiritual combat skills, he would have nothing to say. The two then chose to trade on the spot. Yang Hong took out an A-level combat skill called Mental Healing. Practice well, you still have a long way to go in the future. As he spoke, Yang Hong handed the battle seal in his hand to Liu, who was standing beside him. Thank you, Instructor Yang. Liu smiled and bowed deeply to Yang Hong. He didn't expect that he could still get fighting skills even if he lost. It was a pleasant surprise. Wei Yan, who fell off the ring, saw this scene with envy on his face, but unfortunately, he was not included. Afterwards, Qin Feng also received an A-level longsword with composite properties of thunder and fire. The blade is red and blue in color, emitting an oppressive cold light. Qin Feng naturally would not be polite about this and directly put the long sword into the storage ring. This time he gained a lot. Not only did he learn an A-level fire attribute combat skill from Wei Yan, but he also obtained a compound attribute weapon. It's a pity that I haven't learned the combat technique of transforming mental power into weapons. A hint of regret flashed across Qin Feng's eyes, and then he and Yang Hong left here on the Black Feather Fighter. In the training camp communication group. Yan Hong, at Nanha Province Zhao Kai, tell your students to be mentally prepared and wash their necks. We'll be there soon. Nanha Province Training Camp. Chief Instructor Zhao Kai frowned as he looked at the message on his phone. Come here, did Guanyuan Province lose? Zhao Kai, who was a little suspicious, did not reply to the message immediately, but opened Zhang Chang's chat box. Zhao Kai, what's going on, Lao Zhang? Didn't he go to your place? Why is he still so arrogant? Zhang Chang on the other side frowned when he saw the message. Damn, I can't be the only one to suffer. We have to do this together. Zhang Chang, don't mention it. My spiritualist here suffered a mental backlash while practicing combat skills. Not only did I lose an A-grade concentration pill, but Yang Hong also took advantage of me. If he goes to your place, you can help me vent my anger. After hearing this, Zhao Kai didn't think much about it and believed it directly. It is indeed easy for spiritualists to suffer from mental backlash during the early stages of their practice. Zhao Kai, okay, I'll help you dampen that old man's arrogance. After confirming that Yang Hong won Guanyuan Province just by luck, Zhao Kai immediately felt relieved and replied in the communication group. Zhao Kai, if you want to come, hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. We are about to arrange for students to undergo wilderness training. You'd better get here before then, otherwise you'll have to wait a few days. Wilderness training? Yang Hong frowned on the fighter plane. Buzz. Buzz. Just then, the phone vibrated again and Yang Hong looked down. Zhao Kai, how about letting your students join us in special training? This will not affect our special training. As for the results, they will be calculated directly based on the performance of the special training. Of course, if you feel you can't do it, you can wait until the special training is over and then have a ring match. What do you think? After showing the content to Qin Feng, Yang Hong spoke. I forgot to tell you that our special training location is in the 100 Beasts mountain range. We need to survive there for 3 days without any resources. And they need to hunt a large number of ferocious beasts. Those who fail to meet the standards will be eliminated directly. If your students don't dare, forget it. Finally, Zhao Kai added another sentence. I have no objection. Qin Feng, who was originally a little hesitant, nodded and agreed immediately after seeing the ferocious beast being killed. Just as I was feeling sleepy, someone brought me a pillow. Now he is worried that he does not have enough evolution points, so going to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts is the best option. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Yang Hong naturally had no objection and immediately replied in the group. Yang Hong, it's just hunting ferocious beasts, what's there to be afraid of? Wait, we'll be there soon. Take the time to get your students some psychological counseling to prepare for future problems. Zhao Kai, forget about the psychological counseling. Just prepare your combat skills. Chief Instructor. Chief Instructor. Just then, 3 students, 2 boys and 1 girl, came to Zhao Kai. The genius from Jiangnan Province is coming to challenge you. The format of the duel is temporarily set during this special training. Looking up at the 3 people, Zhao Kai spoke slowly. These 3 people are the top 3 geniuses in their Nanha province. When they heard someone was coming to challenge them, the 3 of them instantly brightened up. As the 3 best people in Nanha province, they can't find any rivals in this camp except each other. The 3 of them had already sparred several times, so the novelty had long since worn off. Now, hearing that a genius from another province was coming to challenge them, they instantly became interested. Whoever wins this challenge will be rewarded with an A-rank combat skill. Upon hearing this, the fighting spirit in their hearts was completely ignited. I, Sunan, want this A-level combat skill. TSK, don't forget, you just lost to me yesterday. Zhou Zhang said with disdain. Among the 3, only the girl did not speak, but a gleam of brilliance also flashed in her bright eyes. All right, go get ready. Once they arrive, we'll start special training right away. Remember, don't be careless. If the situation really goes wrong, the 3 of you can work together. Yes. The 3 nodded, but they didn't care about what Zhao Kai said at all. Geniuses are always full of pride. What's more, the 3 of them dislike each other, so it is unlikely that they will join forces. 2 hours later, a black feather fighter appeared above the camp. It's finally here. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. The power of pretending has not diminished at all. Go back to the camp first and come pick us up in 3 days. Yang Hong said something to the fighter pilot, and then pulled Qin Feng out of the fighter together. The next moment, 2 black shadows fell from the sky and appeared directly in the center of the camp. It's finally here. If you don't come soon, our special training will start right away. Zhao Ping's voice rang out. At the same time, the students who had gathered in the center of the camp cast curious glances at Yang Hong and the others. But most of them fell on Qin Feng. Is this the genius who came to challenge us? Sun An and Zhou Zhang gathered together and looked at Qin Feng carefully. This guy looks pretty good, on par with me, but I don't know how strong he is. Sun An pinched his chin and muttered. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. The strength must be good. After all, he was brought here by Chief Instructor Yang himself. If he was too weak, he would be embarrassed to show it to you. I heard that he defeated the genius from Guanyuan province. We'd better not be careless. Who cares? He's definitely no match for me. I'll reserve this a-level combat skill. As he spoke, a confident smile appeared on Sun An's face. Oh, let's just rely on our own abilities. A fiery glint flashed in Zhou Zhang's eyes. Although they all had good family backgrounds and no shortage of a-level combat skills, who would complain about having too many a-level combat skills? The other side. After a brief exchange of words with Yang Hong, Zhao Ping turned his gaze to Qin Feng standing aside. Your cultivation level is only at the early second stage? In an instant, he frowned, and then the same thought as Zheng Chang had before arose in his mind. A sure win. You should know that Sun An and the other two have all reached the late second stage of their cultivation. Although geniuses can fight above their level, the 3 of them are also geniuses. Among geniuses, it is almost impossible to defeat opponents across borders. To prevent you from cheating later, let's agree on the reward first. Yang Hong spoke. If Qin Feng wins, you will teach him an A-level fire attribute sword technique. This special training hasn't even started yet, and you're already thinking about the benefits. Zhao Ping said unhappily. Okay. Yang Hong's actions made it seem as if he had really won. Old Zhang, what do you think will happen if all 3 of my students win? If they all win, I'll give each of them an A-rank combat skill. Yang Hong was disdainful in his heart and spoke immediately. He had full confidence in Qin Feng's combat ability. Not to mention that the 3 of them were at the late second stage. Even if they were at the third stage, they would not be Qin Feng's opponents. Good. Yang Hong's generosity brought a smile to Zhao Ping's face. Then you should prepare in advance. It would be best if you have a fire attribute, an earth attribute, and a spear technique. Okay, alright. Stop talking nonsense and start the special training. Yang Hong waved his hand and urged. He didn't care what kind of combat skills the other party wanted. Anyway, Qin Feng would never lose. Good. After getting Yang Hong's promise, Zhao Ping said nothing more and turned to walk to the students who had already lined up. Qin Feng also stood at the back of the team. Now I will announce the rules of this wilderness training. For 3 days, you are not allowed to bring any other resources except your own weapons. During the special training, you are required to hunt at least 10 beasts corresponding to your level. Those who fail to meet the standard will be eliminated directly. As he spoke, Zhao Ping raised his arm and pointed to his wrist. Each of you has a points bracelet that records the number of ferocious beasts you killed, as well as their levels. The more ferocious beasts you kill, the more points you will redeem later. As he spoke, Zhao Ping signaled with his eyes to the 2 staff members beside him. Then they came over carrying 2 large boxes, inside which were metal balls. This metal ball is a protective amulet for you. When you encounter danger, you can crush it directly. Then an energy shield that can last for 1 minute will appear. The energy shield can withstand the attack of a 4th-level beast and is used to save your lives. But I still have to remind you that once the energy shield is activated, it means you are eliminated. It's really impressive that it can withstand the attack of a 4th-level beast. Qin Feng carefully looked at the metal ball in his hand, and then put it into the storage ring. Everyone, please hand in your storage rings temporarily, leaving only your weapon rings behind. As Zhao Ping finished speaking, students came forward one by one and handed over their belongings to the staff. Qin Feng also handed over the storage ring. The training camp is an official organization and it still has some credibility. Qin Feng believes that they will not steal his things. On the other side, Sun En and Zhou Zhang took advantage of this time to come to Zhao Ping and whispered something. Your cultivation is only at the early second stage. A look of disappointment appeared on Sun An's face. With this level of strength, you still dare to challenge us. You really don't know your place. Zhou Zhang standing by also showed disdain on his face. Early stage 2, even if he has S-level abilities, he's no match for us. What a waste of energy. As they spoke, the two looked at each other, both revealing a hint of helplessness. The ignorant are fearless, the ignorant are fearless. Yang Hong, who was not far away, noticed the actions of the two and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. After collecting all the students' personal belongings, the team started to move out. Their destination was a place called the Beast Mountains, more than 10 kilometers away from the training camp. Xin Feng also followed the crowd and left the training camp. Come on, La Yang, let's go to my office for tea and talk about the combat skills you're preparing. Oh. Hearing this, Yang Hong sneered. You'd better prepare a psychiatrist. I'm worried that those geniuses won't be able to withstand the shock. It's already this late, why are you still pretending to be nice to me? My students have all reached the late second stage of cultivation. Hearing this, Yang Hong's expression remained calm, without any change. Really? After all these years, your ability to act cool hasn't diminished at all. Okay, time for tea. Yang Hong, who didn't want to communicate with him anymore, just waved his hand. Now he just needed to wait for 3 days, and then after he got the combat skills, he could go directly to the next stop. Now he has a general understanding of Qin Feng's combat power, and he can easily deal with Sun En and the other three. Let's go and have some tea. The two of them quickly arrived at the office. Just at this moment, Zhao Ping seemed to have thought of something and spoke in a low voice. There's something I still need to tell you. Seeing the other party like this, Yang Hong also became serious. In addition to those ferocious beasts, this wilderness training also includes. In an instant, Yang Hong's face changed drastically and he cursed. Zhao Ping, you fucking. Chapter 98 Beast Mountain Range. Don't panic, I prepared metal balls for them. They can withstand the attacks of 4th level beasts. Besides, we are here with you too. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Yang Hong was still a little uneasy. This is a gathering of geniuses from the entire Nanha province. If something unexpected really happens, how will you explain it to Daxia? Zhao Ping smiled slightly at this. Don't make a big deal out of it. These geniuses are so arrogant. I'm only doing this to put a damper on their pride. Besides, they will come into contact with those things sooner or later. It's just a little earlier now. Nah. They're only sophomores, and they only go on similar missions in their junior year. But you're arranging this for them before they even graduate from their junior year. And the 100 Beasts mountain range is at least 100 kilometers in area. Even a grandmaster like you can't possibly take care of it. Yang Hong paused at this point, as if he had reacted. Good fellow, you have taken me into your calculations. No. Hearing this, Zhao Ping immediately waved his hand. You just happened to arrive. Even if you hadn't come, I would have contacted the 2 nearby city lords and asked them to help look after it. As he spoke, Zhao Ping changed the subject. If you're really worried, call that kid back. We can start the ring battle after our special training is over. Hearing this, Yang Hong couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Forget it, there's no point for me to worry here. With your temperament, since you dare to do this, you must be very sure in your heart. I'd better just sit here and drink my tea. Don't worry, those guys are all deep in the mountains, and there aren't many of them. It's just that the 8th level Beast King is a bit troublesome, I have to keep an eye on him. Puff. Yang Hong spat out his tea before he even finished it. The other side. Xin Feng and his group have arrived at a dense mountain range. The 100 Beasts mountain range is a huge mountain range covering an area of more than 100 miles. It is densely populated with ferocious beasts and is full of dangers everywhere. Although the Jiangnan province training camp was also built in a mountain range, Yang Hong and his team had carried out a large-scale cleansing of the ferocious beasts in that mountain range at that time. Even the Beast King was driven out, so the danger level there was not high. But the 100 Beasts mountain range in front of us is different. In order to let the students experience the real wilderness, Zhao Ping did not clear the mountain range. He just greeted the Beast King inside and asked him to control all the ferocious beasts of level 4 and above, and to avoid them even if they encountered students. Deep in the mountains. A huge figure, 100 feet tall, was lying on the ground, and a terrifying aura was released from him. The master of the mountain of beasts, the demon Lion King. Damn Zhao Ping, not only did they occupy my territory, but now they even want me to cooperate with their training. If the Lion King hadn't warned us to cooperate, I would have made you pay the price. The demon Lion King let out a roar. And that bunch of bastards are also here to cause some trouble. Well, let you kill each other. When the final war comes, it will be the time for my beast race to rise. Entrance to the mountains. Roar. Roar. Even before entering the mountains, the loud roars of beasts had already reached the ears of every student. However, those who can come here are all geniuses, and they will naturally not be scared by the roars of these beasts. Okay, you can go in now. Remember, if you encounter a ferocious beast that you can't resist, crush the metal ball immediately. A middle-aged man said to a group of students. Huang Mingho, one of the instructors in Nanha province, also has the cultivation level of a 7th level grandmaster. I understand, Instructor Huang. Sunan and others at the front of the team waved their hands, looking indifferent, and then walked directly into the mountains. Seeing this, the other students followed suit. The mountain range covers a vast area, and the more than 100 students were quickly divided into small teams after entering. There were also some students who were more confident in their own abilities and chose to act alone. As everyone dispersed, Jin Feng at the back of the team also revealed his figure. Since he didn't know anyone here, he naturally wouldn't choose to form a team. After finding a direction, Jin Feng also flashed over. 5 minutes later. There really are ferocious beasts everywhere. Looking up and forward, Jin Feng murmured softly. It can be seen that right in front of him, a large group of ferocious beasts exuding a murderous aura appeared. These ferocious beasts opened their mouths wide, saliva constantly secreted from their mouths, emitting a fishy smell. You have to know that this is only the outermost area of the mountain range, but even so, these ferocious beasts are at least first-level beasts. There were even 2 second-level ferocious beasts behind the group of ferocious beasts. Looks like I've come to the right place. Facing the siege of a group of ferocious beasts, Jin Feng did not show a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he became more and more excited. To him, these ferocious beasts are walking evolution points. Roar! Just at this moment, the second-level violent demon bear behind the group of ferocious beasts let out a low growl. The other ferocious beasts seemed to have received an order, and all of them bared their teeth and pounced towards Jin Feng. Come! Jin Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance, the blood in his body surged, and the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire was about to surge out crazily. Bang! But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and then Jin Feng saw a mud bomb the size of a basketball rushing out from behind at a high speed, and slammed heavily into the group of ferocious beasts in front. The mud bomb was extremely powerful, and the huge impact force instantly blew away the ferocious beasts in front. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and several mud bombs fell from the sky and landed among the group of ferocious beasts. More than a dozen ferocious beasts were dealt with in the blink of an eye. Then a figure passed by Jin Feng. It was Sunan. You're welcome. Sunan moved quickly and left with a smile. Interesting. Jin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Why don't we kill him here and collect some interest first? He thought so in his heart, but then shook his head. Forget it. After all, there are ferocious beasts everywhere here. If something unexpected happens after I defeat them, it will be bad. At this moment, the second-level violent demon bear came in front of Jin Feng, raised its huge bear paw and smashed it down fiercely. Shie! But in the next moment, a black light flashed by, and the bear paw flew out directly. Shie! Chi! Then, after several sounds of air tearing were heard, the huge body of the violent demon bear was directly torn into pieces, turning into pieces of meat and falling to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a second-level beast and gaining evolution points. It's a pity that I didn't bring that a level-long sword. Jin Feng let out a sound of regret, then held the black knife in his hand, moved quickly, and killed the remaining second-level beast with one knife. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. You are far from playing with me. How is it? Have you tested his combat power? In the mountains, 2 figures gathered together. They were Sunan and Zhou Zhang. Don't worry, that guy's fighting ability is average. He just encountered a group of first-level ferocious beasts and was stunned for a long time. Sunan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Zhou Zheng smiled helplessly. It seems that my opponents are still you and Lu Ying. Lu Ying is the only girl among the top 3 students in Nanha province. After hearing Lu Ying's name, even Sun An's face showed a solemn expression. Just wait, the first place will definitely be mine this time. A fighting spirit flashed in Sun An's eyes. Then the two of them went their separate ways. After confirming that Qin Feng posed no threat to them, they now became competitors and naturally would not act together. The other side. In a dense jungle, a figure was running at high speed. This figure did not hide his aura. Powerful energy and blood surged out of his body. The ferocious beasts around him were attracted by the energy and blood, and they all chased after him with roars. For ferocious beasts, the energy and blood of the awakened are a great tonic. Swallowing the energy and blood into their bodies will greatly increase their cultivation. 10 minutes later. The figure slowly stopped. It was Qin Feng. Almost. Looking at the densely packed and huge figures behind him, Qin Feng murmured. There were nearly 30 ferocious beasts, 5 of which were second level. Flame explosion. Qin Feng was not polite. As the blood and energy in his body surged, deep red flames gushed out wildly. He raised his right arm and waved it gently, and the deep red flames suddenly rolled out like a wave, directly submerging the ferocious beasts in the front row. Then Qin Feng pushed off the ground with his feet and quickly retreated backwards. Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion sounded, and deep red flames exploded like fireworks. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and beast crystals scattered on the ground. With just one move, all the ferocious beasts were blown into pieces. The level of the ferocious beasts outside is still too low. Qin Feng frowned slightly. With his current combat power, dealing with these first and second level ferocious beasts is no different from chopping melons and vegetables. We can't waste time here, let's go straight to the depths of the mountains. Thinking this in his heart, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. With blue arcs of electricity wrapped around his body, he flashed and rushed towards the depths of the mountains. Time passed quickly, and 4 hours had passed since the students entered the mountains. The sun sets, dusk falls, and the dark night begins to slowly descend. Qin Feng appeared in a dense forest, and he looked around vigilantly. We have penetrated nearly 10 kilometers into the mountains. He looked down at the electronic map on the point's bracelet. It can be seen that at this moment he was covered in blood and exuded a violent aura. He killed his way here. As night falls, the ferocious beasts in the mountains begin to become active. Generally speaking, when the awakened ones hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness, they will return to the wilderness base or find a secluded place to rest after nightfall. There are too many variables at night, so Qin Feng also plans to find a place to rest. Clear the nearby ferocious beasts, and then find a place to rest for the night. Qin Feng began to patrol the surroundings. By this time, the sun had completely disappeared, the night enveloped the earth, and the surrounding environment became silent in an instant. The sudden silence made Qin Feng a little uncomfortable. Ouch! Just then, a deafening wolf howl sounded. Qin Feng's eardrums swelled, his body tensed, and he suddenly exerted force with his legs and dodged to the side at high speed. Just as he dodged, a huge monster appeared where he had just stood. The sharp claws tore through the air, making a whirring sound. Call! Qin Feng let out a light breath. The sharp claw was almost about to fall on him. Looking up, what came into view was a giant wolf that was over 4 meters tall. A faint blue light flickered on the giant wolf's body, and strands of electric arcs surged out from its body. Thundertooth Wolf, late 3rd stage. A sharp light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This Thundertooth Wolf was the strongest fighting force he had encountered so far. Even the feeling Li Yuntian gave him back then was not as strong as this Thundertooth Wolf. It seems I have entered its territory by mistake. Qin Feng said this in his heart, and his fighting spirit rose. Crackle! Crackle! Just at this moment, a burst of intensive thunder and lightning roared, and the Thundertooth Wolf opened its mouth wide, and terrifying thunder energy gushed out of its mouth. Finally, it condensed into a huge thunderball and rushed towards Qin Feng. Ha, you're still far from being able to play thunder with me. Qin Feng showed a sneer on his face. The next moment, the Chaos Divine Thunder was instantly activated, and terrifying lightning surged out of his body and gathered on the black knife in his hand. Then Qin Feng moved his feet quickly, and used the phantom steps in an instant. His figure was like a ghost, easily dodging the attack of the thunderball. At the same time, his figure came in front of the Thunder-Tooth Wolf in an instant. Ouch! Seeing that this human dared to approach him, the Thundertooth Wolf roared angrily and then raised his sharp claws to stab him fiercely. Triple Thunder Blade! But at this moment, Qin Feng let out a low cry, and then swung the black knife in his hand quickly. A terrifying energy gathered on the black knife, like thunder, and the lightning blade burst out and collided with the sharp claws of the Thundertooth Wolf. Phew! In an instant, red blood light splashed out, and the sharp claws of the Thundertooth Wolf were instantly torn apart by the lightning blade light, and then the remaining force of the blade light hit its huge body. Crack! Crack! The terrifying thunder attribute energy instantly attached to the Thundertooth Wolf, wreaking havoc wildly. Fear appeared on the face of the Thundertooth Wolf. Without any hesitation, it directly exploded the energy in its body, and thunder and lightning surged out, trying to withstand the attack of the lightning blade. Qin Feng, who noticed this scene, smiled. The power of the Chaos Divine Thunder is superior to that of ordinary lightning. The thunder attribute energy in the Thundertooth Wolf's body not only cannot cause any harm to it, but will instead become nourishment for the Chaos Divine Thunder. Crackling! Crackling! Under the supply of thunder energy in the Thundertooth Wolf's body, the lightning blade light became brighter and finally tore a huge hole in its body. It's over! Bang! Not long after, the huge body of the Thundertooth Wolf fell heavily to the ground. After dealing with the Thundertooth Wolf, Qin Feng found a cave nearby and prepared to rest in it for a night. But not long after he entered, a conversation came into his ears. Damn, I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They have to hold a sacrificial ceremony here. Don't they know that the Nanha province training camp is nearby? There are a grandmaster and 2 grandmasters in that training camp. If they discover our presence, crushing us would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Chapter 100 Tianqian Cultists, Tianqian Transformation. What's going on? Is there another force in this 100 Beasts mountain range? Hearing the conspiracy sounds outside the cave, Qin Feng frowned, then looked at the unlit firewood in his hand, immediately threw it aside, then flashed and hid behind a huge rock. Click! Click! Then there was the sound of footsteps. Stop complaining. This time, the superiors have said that as long as we can successfully complete this mission, each of us will be rewarded with a drop of the blood of all races. A group of 3 walked into the cave. After hearing this, Qin Feng had already guessed their identities. They are actually from the Celestial God cult? Qin Feng was a little surprised. You should know that the 100 Beasts mountain range is a special training ground specially selected by the training camp for students. If the people from the Heavenly God cult were really lying in ambush here, then coming here would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Never mind, let's first see what their purpose is, and then make plans. He said this in his heart, and the energy and blood in his body were restrained, and his breathing became weak. Of all the blood essences of the myriad races, the only ones that can be distributed to us are those of the lower yellow rank. All the benefits have been taken away by the people above. A short man kept complaining. Having essence and blood is good enough, do you really want essence and blood of the Xian level? Beside him, a man in a black robe spoke. In the Celestial God sect, the essence blood of all races is a holy medicine that can allow them to be reborn and break the limitations of their own talents. Essence and blood are also divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each level is further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Someone is here. Suddenly, the man who had been silent exclaimed. Hearing this, the other 2 also became alert. Come out. The man's gaze fell on a huge rock, and he let out a low roar. Then he raised the blood-red longsword in his hand, and with the blood and energy in his body churning, he swung it forward violently. Sure it! In an instant, a blood-red blade light burst out from the long sword, tearing through the air, and the long sword heavily slashed on the boulder. Boom! After a loud bang, the huge rock was instantly torn into pieces by the blade light, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Swish! At the same time, a figure flashed out from behind the boulder and appeared in front of the 3 people. It was Qin Feng. Qi and blood are released, a 3rd-level awakener. Qin Feng's eyes were cold and sharp as knives. The followers of the Celestial God cult are completely devoid of conscience, and Qin Feng will show no mercy when dealing with them. He's so young, could he be a genius in the training camp? After seeing Qin Feng's young and handsome face, the 3 of them suddenly changed their expressions. Kid, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Where is your instructor? One of them spoke to Qin Feng tentatively. Right behind you. Hearing this, the man immediately turned around and looked back, but the next moment, he knew he had been fooled. Boy, what are you doing? Flame explosion. Just as he was about to threaten Qin Feng, a strong feeling of heat suddenly appeared. The temperature began to rise rapidly, and the originally cool cave became like a furnace in an instant, emitting extremely high temperatures. Deep red flames surged out of Qin Feng's body like a tide, and the Red Lotus Karma fire was madly stimulated by it. The flames like waves rolled towards the location of the three people. Kill him. Seeing this, the man in black robe shouted angrily, then raised his hand and swung forward with a knife. A blood-red blade light flashed and slashed fiercely at the deep red flames. He wanted to cut the flames with one blow. TSK. TSK. But in the next moment, he was stunned. The moment the blood-red blade light touched the deep red flame, it was directly burned to ashes and turned into a wisp of gray smoke and dissipated. No, there's something strange about this flame. The man in black robe immediately noticed something was wrong and wanted to retreat quickly, but it was obviously too late. After swallowing the blood-red blade light, the deep red flame rushed straight towards him and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Then, like a surging wave, it submerged his body. Ah! The next moment, a shrill scream was heard, and the man in black robe was covered in crimson flames. Under the ravages of the terrifying high temperature, the black robe was instantly burned, revealing its original appearance. This is? Looking at the monster in front of him with silver fish scales all over his body and a fish head on his head, Qin Feng was suddenly shocked. God transformation. At this moment, two low shouts were heard from the side, and the blood of the remaining two people began to churn, and then a stream of energy emitting an evil aura surged out of their bodies. Then their bodies underwent tremendous changes, from normal human bodies to monsters like fishmen. Human genius, killing you is enough for each of us to exchange for a drop of blood essence. A hoarse voice echoed in the cave. Oh, really? But before that, you should check on your companion. He doesn't seem to be in good condition. Qin Feng sneered. Hearing this, the other two immediately turned to look at the fishman. They saw that the crimson flames had spread all over his body and his aura began to rapidly decline. Save me. There's something strange about this flame. The two men were shocked, but did not care about the man's life or death. They surrounded Qin Feng on the left and right. He. This scene did not surprise Qin Feng. The Tianqian cult is an evil organization that does all kinds of evil. The believers inside are suspicious of each other and there is no friendship at all. Let's finish it as soon as possible so we can rest for a while before daybreak. Qin Feng said this in his heart, and then deep red flames rose from his body and turned into two thick fire pythons, rushing towards the location of the two people. He had already seen that the power of the Red Lotus Karma fire had some kind of restraint on these followers of the celestial god religion. 1 minute later. Sacrificial ritual, summoning the souls of all races? Qin Feng frowned. What's the cultivation level of the leader of your team? He asked the man in front of him who he had held a black knife against his neck. Apart from him, the remaining two had turned into charred corpses. A thick black smoke was coming out of the corpses, emitting a fishy smell. The leader of the team has a cultivation level of 4. The man was about to say something when he suddenly started spitting blood. Qin Feng quickly took a step back. His eyes fell on the man's feet, where he saw a pattern made of blood. A bloody, brutal, and evil aura emanated from the pattern. At the moment the pattern appeared, the man's body turned into a pool of blood like plastic encountering fire, and merged into the blood-colored pattern. After absorbing all the blood-red pattern glowed brighter, and finally a blood shadow appeared in front of Qin Feng. Humans are truly the most fickle animals. They signed a blood-soul contract and yet dared to betray it. How pathetic. What do you think, young man? As he spoke, Shui Ying suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. There seemed to be blood and fire dancing in his empty eyes. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Sacrifice Ceremony, the Deacon Hiding in the Dark. A special race among all the races? Looking at the strange blood shadow in front of him, Qin Feng's face did not show any panic. He could sense that blood shadow's cultivation was only at the early 3rd level, and did not pose much of a threat to him. Young man, you have great talent. If you choose to join the 10,000 races, I can spare your life. What are the benefits of joining the 10,000 races? Qin Feng asked with interest. Join my 10,000 races and you will gain the blood essence of all races, break through limitations, and control supreme magical powers. The essence of all races, will it become a monster like them? Xin Feng said with disdain on his face, "Do you think that with my talent, I need to rely on external things like the essence and blood of all races?" Xin Feng's words also made Shui Ying fall into deep thought. After a brief silence, the hoarse voice sounded again, "They only absorbed the essence and blood of the inferior races. If you wish, I can reward you with a drop of my blood. My blood clan is one of the 10 great clans. If you perform well in the future, I can even help you reshape your bloodline and make you a member of my blood clan." "Oh. Are you done?" Xin Feng said calmly, "After you finish speaking, I will give you a ride." After the words fell, 2 red lotuses were reflected in Xin Feng's pupils. The next moment, the temperature around him began to rise rapidly, and deep red flames gushed out of his body frantically. "This is?" At the moment the crimson flame appeared, Blood Shadow's figure trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Boom! In the next moment, the crimson flames hit the Blood Shadow directly like a rolling wave. The terrifying flames directly engulfed it. TSK. TSK. Wisps of blood smoke drifted out from the flames until they completely dissipated. He. The flames of hell have finally appeared in the world. Accompanied by an evil roar, the Blood Shadow was finally completely burned to ashes by the crimson flames and turned into nothingness. The Red Lotus Karma Fire has its own purifying power and is naturally the nemesis of these evil spirits. Not to mention that this Blood Shadow's cultivation was only at the early 3rd level. Even if it was at the late stage, Xin Feng felt that the Red Lotus Karma Fire could suppress it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a vampire creature and gaining 200 evolution points. Just at this moment, the system broadcast sounded in Xin Feng's mind. There are actually 200 evolution points? Xin Feng was a little surprised. You know, when he killed those 2 people just now, his evolution points were only 100, and their cultivation levels were the same. Could it be that killing creatures from all races will give you a bonus in evolution points? Xin Feng's eyes lit up, and he yearned for the outside world even more. Then he turned his eyes to the 2 corpses, and after a slight hesitation, he burned them directly. If the strongest cultist in the 100 Beasts mountain range is only at level 4, then the training camp should be aware of their existence. Is it prepared for us? Xin Feng thought secretly in his heart. It seems that tomorrow we have to focus on these celestial god followers. With this thought in mind, he opened the system panel. Superpower, Chaos Thunder S+, Red Lotus Karma Fire S+. Level, Early Stage 2. Chi and Blood, 511+. Spirit, 108+. Physique, Spiritual Level Demon King Body Primary 28%+. Combat Skills, Thunder Swamp a Perfect, Phantom Steps a Great Mastery, Triple Thunder Blade a Minor Mastery. Innate Magical Power, Infinite Devour Level 1, can devour energy of any attribute to improve cultivation. Evolution Points, 1300. Most of the evolution points he had obtained recently were used to improve his combat skills, so there was no obvious improvement in his blood, spirit, and physical fitness. In terms of combat skills, the A-level Thunder Swamp that he first mastered has reached perfection, and the remaining A-level combat skills have all been entry-level and have achieved minor success. Since the Red Lotus Karma Fire has already restrained those believers, let's improve our fire-attributed combat skills for the time being. System, add some Flame Explosion. Ding! Consume 700 evolution points, and upgrade Flame Explosion to Mastery. Xin Feng used all of the remaining 800 evolution points on the Fire Dragon Binding, and a level fire-attributed combat skill he learned from Wei Yan, which barely allowed it to reach a small level of success. After his combat skills improved, Xin Feng's own combat power increased again. If he burst out with all his strength, Xin Feng estimated that his combat power could barely reach the early 4th level. We still need to accumulate evolution points as quickly as possible. After raising the level of our combat skills, we can start improving our spirit. Xin Feng muttered to himself, then took out a beast crystal that was shining with a faint blue light from his pocket. It was the beast crystal of the Thundertooth wolf that he had killed before. It would be nice if Fatty was here, and we could have a barbecue. Thinking this in his mind, he decided to go back and take some time to learn some barbecue techniques from Fatty. On the other side, deep in the mountains, in a hidden cave. Sir, Li San and the other 2 have lost contact. A figure knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully to the person in front of him. I've received news that the talented students from the training camp have entered the mountains for special training. Li San and the others should have encountered those students. Special training? Should we suspend the sacrificial ceremony then? No, why pause? They are all the most outstanding talents in Nanha province. If we can defeat them, we will gain a huge amount of contribution points. At that time, we can even exchange them for Earth-level blood essence. As he spoke, a crazy expression appeared on the man's face. A student from the training camp? Isn't there a Grand Master and 2 Grand Masters guarding this training camp? If we take action against those students, they will definitely not sit still and wait for death? The man kneeling on the ground showed a look of fear on his face. Ignorance, I have already reported our actions to the Protector, and he has sent a deacon to assist us. You just need to deal with those students and don't worry about anything else. The butler is coming. After hearing that reinforcements were coming, the man gradually relaxed. Alright, the sacrificial ceremony still requires more offerings, so hurry up and get started. Yes, sir. The man disappeared in a flash. After seeing that person leave, Su-hai took out a sound transmission talisman and carefully transmitted a voice message. Sir Deacon, the students from the training camp have already entered the mountains. When can you get here? 10 minutes later. Buzz. The sound transmission note vibrated, and Su-hai quickly put it to his ear. I have arrived in Nanha province. Operations will continue as usual. I will take action at the critical moment. Su-hai's face immediately showed a hint of joy when he received a satisfactory reply. Just wait. After the operation is completed and I obtain the Earth-level blood essence, it won't be long before I can become a deacon. A hidden location outside the 100 Beasts mountain range. A bunch of ignorant minions, only at the 4th level of cultivation, dare to take the risk of doing such a thing. They are simply seeking death. Zhang Hao, who rushed over from Linhai City, sneered. He is the deacon Su-hai mentioned. How could he not know that killing these elite training camp students could earn him a huge amount of contribution points? But you have to know that this is where the geniuses of an entire province gather. Since Dasha dares to let them train in the wilderness, how could they not be adequately prepared? There is no doubt that this operation will fail. Snort. Zhang Hao had a look of disdain on his face. He had already made up his mind to hide in the dark and observe. If there was any abnormal situation, he would withdraw immediately. My current cultivation level is about to break through to the 8th level, and I will never take risks because of such a thing. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 3 people were ambushed. No words all night. In the early morning, the sun rises from the east, and the dazzling golden light shines on the earth. Are you sure you don't want to go over now? Training camp, in the chief instructor's office. Yang Hong frowned slightly and spoke slowly, a hint of worry in his tone. After all, there are believers of the celestial god religion in the 100 Beasts mountain range, and there is also an 8th level beast king. If anything happens to those students, both he and Zhao Ping will be blamed. Why are you in such a hurry? The 100 Beasts mountain range is right next to the training camp. It's such a short distance away. If something really happens, you and I can get there in an instant. As for that beast king, I've already warned him, don't worry, that beast won't dare to act recklessly. Compared to the anxious Yang Hong, Zhao Ping still looked calm at this time. Buzz. Buzz. But at this moment, his cell phone on the desk vibrated twice. When Zhao Ping picked up the phone and looked at it, a serious look appeared on his face. Those beasts are starting to show their faces. Hearing this, Yang Hong's expression changed slightly. I hope everything goes well. In the mountains. Roar. Roar. Loud roars of beasts rose up from the scene, and huge beasts gathered together, roaring and chasing the blue shadow in front. The leading beasts exuded a violent aura. They were all 3rd level beasts, and the rest were at least 2nd level. With such a large battle, even a 3rd level awakener would have to temporarily avoid the attack. But at this time, the blue shadow in front was moving slowly as if it was strolling in the garden, and it was playing with the group of ferocious beasts behind it like pets. After another half an hour, Qin Feng slowly stopped. Seeing that nearly 100 ferocious beasts had gathered behind him, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Next, it's hunting time. Crackle! Crackle! The piercing roar of thunder and lightning rang out, and thick blue arcs of electricity surged out of Qin Feng's body, and the power of the chaos divine thunder was instantly stimulated. Blue lightning lingered around him, as if the people were welcoming their king, cheering and rejoicing. Thunder Spear. Qin Feng raised his right arm, and in an instant, with thunder and lightning rolling, more than a dozen lightning spears quickly condensed in the air. Tear. Tear. The lightning spears emitting a violent aura were like long spears thrown out, tearing through the air and slamming towards the herd of beasts in front. Boom! Boom! Under the violent bombardment of the lightning spears, the ferocious beasts were overturned and fell heavily to the ground. Swish! At the same time, a figure as fast as lightning rushed out at high speed and rushed directly into the herd of beasts. It was Qin Feng. At this moment, his whole body was surrounded by lightning. Holding a black knife in his hand, he rushed into the beast herd like a ghost and started a one-sided fight. In less than half an hour, all the ferocious beasts, including those third-level beasts, fell to the ground, and a strong smell of blood spread in the area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the beast and gaining evolution points. Bite! In the center of the beast herd, Qin Feng, whose body was covered in blood, smiled after hearing the system broadcast sounds in his mind. What a pity! I didn't bring my storage ring. I wasted so many beast crystals. Qin Feng looked at the corpses of ferocious beasts scattered all over the ground, a trace of regret showing on his face. After taking out the beast crystals of several third-level ferocious beasts, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. Keep going deeper. At the same time, at another location deep in the mountains. Roar! A resounding tiger roar sounded, and a 5-meter-tall, knife-armed tiger as big as a heavy truck stood on the field, exuding a violent aura. And opposite it was a petite figure. Lu Ying, one of the 3 best students in Nanha province. Facing the armed knife tiger that was several times taller than herself, there was no panic in Lu Ying's eyes, and her fair face was full of determination. In her hand was a silver spear, with silver light flowing on the spear and a sharp aura emanating from it. S-level divine weapon ability, silver feathered divine spear. Roar! At this moment, the armed blade tiger raised its head and let out an angry roar, and then its momentum increased and it suddenly rushed forward. Lu Ying looked extremely small in front of that huge truck-like body. However, Lu Ying was not at all flustered. She held the silver spear tightly in her hand and went straight forward. Yulong! Lu Ying's feet moved quickly, and her whole body was like a nimble dragon. While dodging the attack of the tiger's sharp claws, she came directly in front of it. The next moment, the silver light on the spear increased sharply. Cloud-breaking spear! The spear thrust out, and the air exploded wherever it passed, as if to tear the sky apart, and it pierced directly into the body of the armed knife tiger. Phew! In an instant, red blood splashed, and the armed knife tiger, in pain, suddenly went crazy and began to launch a fierce attack on Lu Ying. In response, Lu Ying once again used her dragon-like body movements to perfectly avoid every attack. 5 minutes later. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the huge body of the armed blade tiger fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. It can be seen that countless deep pits appeared on the huge body of the armed knife tiger, and blood with a fishy smell was flowing out from there. This is a mid-stage third-order ferocious beast with powerful combat power. Call! After defeating the armed knife tiger, Lu Ying let out a sigh of relief, and her tense body gradually relaxed. Her cultivation level is only at the late 2nd stage, but she is already able to kill a ferocious beast at the mid-3rd stage, which is tantamount to the name of a genius. We have to speed up. I don't want to fall behind those two. Lu Ying murmured softly, then took out the beast crystal and was about to leave with her spear in hand. Call out. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Lu Ying's face changed instantly, and without any hesitation, she quickly dodged to the side. A sharp blade appeared where she had been standing, with green liquid dripping from the blade. Little sister, you react quite quickly. A rough voice sounded on the field, and then a 5-man team appeared on the field. Who are you? Lu Ying frowned, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. We are here to give you an opportunity. As he spoke, a cruel smile appeared on the face of the leading man. At the same time, Sunan and Zhou Zhang, who were on their way, were also stopped by a group of people. Being alert, they immediately noticed something was wrong and fled without hesitation. But those people will certainly not let the cooked duck fly away. The two sides engaged in a fierce collision. Chapter 103, The Celestial Cult's Ambush and the Genius's Response. Dragon Step. A light shout was heard from a dense forest, and a figure that looked somewhat fragile was seen running wildly in the forest. That flexible body is like a swimming dragon, extremely agile. Little girl, you can't escape. If you surrender now, you won't suffer much later. There came a threat from the burly man behind him. Lu Ying naturally ignored this. Unless she was stupid, she would not believe what the big man said. The big man's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the third level. If it was a one-on-one fight, Luing would not be afraid of him, but the cultivation of the few people who followed him had also reached the early stage of the third level. Faced with such a lineup, even she had to temporarily stay out of the spotlight. Relying on his own mastery of a high-level body movement and combat skill, Luing gradually distanced himself from these people. However, compared to her, Sun En and Zhou Zhang were not so lucky. At this time, the two men were already fighting with the believers of the Tianqian religion. Earth-shaking punch. A loud shout came from Sun An's mouth, and he suddenly punched a believer in front of him. A khaki light shone above the arm. Boom! The fist landed heavily on the cultist, and the huge force instantly knocked him away, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Shie! But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a silver light tore through the air and rushed towards Sun An's right side. Sun An's expression changed slightly, and then without any hesitation, his blood and energy burst out, and his supernatural power surged out like a tide. Boom! As the ground shook, a wall of earth quickly rose from the ground, blocking his side. Boom! But in the next moment, the silver light hit the earth wall, and the earth wall shattered instantly, turning into countless mud blocks that splashed in all directions. Sun En also took the opportunity to hide aside. Ha ha! You can see that his chest is heaving up and down and he is breathing heavily. After dealing with attacks from multiple people in succession, most of his supernatural power has been consumed. If he continues, he will be dragged to death by these people sooner or later. His cultivation level is only at the late second stage, but his combat power is close to the late third stage. He is indeed one of the most outstanding talents in Nanha province. Among the group of people, the leading man had a look of madness on his face. If I sacrifice a genius like you, I will surely be able to summon a stronger soul of all races. Come on together, this kid won't last long. With his order, several other believers launched another round of attack on Sun En. The other side. Zhou Zhang was also in crisis at this time. Like Sun En, facing the siege of several believers at the same time, he could only barely hold on by continuously bursting out his supernatural power. However, if he continues like this, he will inevitably be defeated once his own supernatural power is exhausted. The situation gradually became anxious. The leader will definitely avenge us. You talk too much nonsense. Xin Feng looked at the strange figure in front of him with a cold expression, his eyes full of murderous intent. Its body was covered with black scales, its face was ferocious, and its hands had turned into a pair of black claws. Xin Feng couldn't understand why someone would choose to transform himself into this state, neither human nor ghost, for the sake of power. He shook his head slightly, then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the man. Swish! The black knife in his hand, covered with blue electric light, was instantly slashed out, turning into a lightning blade and falling on the man's neck. Phew! In an instant, the sharp blade cut a big hole, and dark red blood spurted out. After only letting out a cry of pain, the man fell to the ground, holding his neck. It can be seen that there are 4 corpses around Xin Feng. These are the believers of the Tianqian sect who came to attack him, and now they have been easily killed by him. It's a pity that this person didn't sign the so-called blood soul contract, otherwise he could have earned more evolution points. Xin Feng murmured. It seems that the celestial god cult has also noticed our arrival and has begun to take the initiative to attack. But if all the believers have a third-level combat power, the other students may be in danger. Based on this situation, the instructors should be nearby. No matter what, just kill them if you meet them. Who are you and what do you want to do? A team of 3 was ambushed by members of the celestial cult. Faced with the believers whose lowest level of cultivation was at the early third stage, their team had no power to fight back at all. As soon as the two sides came into contact, one person was seriously injured. Oh, you naive boys, today is the day you die. Looking at the 3 people in front of them who were like lambs to be slaughtered, several believers had murderous glares in their eyes. They are extremely jealous of this genius who has awakened high-level superpowers, and it is precisely jealousy that has brought them to this point. Several believers walked towards the 3 people with grim smiles on their faces. Quick, crush the metal ball. Among the 3 students, the short-haired boy who was in the lead immediately shouted loudly, and then crushed the metal ball in his hand without hesitation. The other 2 immediately made the same move. In an instant, a transparent energy shield enveloped the bodies of several people. Those bigwigs in the training camp are really generous. They even equipped you with life-saving equipment. Occultist's eyes were cold, and then he suddenly threw a punch forward. The powerful energy and blood surged out wildly, and finally condensed into a blood-red fist shadow. The blood-red fist shadow shattered the air and slammed heavily onto one of the energy shields. I want to see how long this thing can last. Several other believers also used all their strength to attack the energy shield. What should we do? This light shield won't last long. Are we all going to die here today? One of the girls had misty eyes and a look of fear on her face. The other two were in a similar situation. This was their first time to face the followers of the celestial god cult, and the fear in their hearts began to magnify infinitely. The same scene happened to several other student teams. Before this, these talented students were all arrogant and conceited. Everyone thought that they were the chosen ones. Even though they were suppressed by Lu Ying and the other two in the training camp, their arrogance was not diminished at all. Most students thought that the three of them were just lucky and had awakened S-level superpowers. But they never realized in their hearts that their appearance in the training camp was also due to luck. Faced with the crisis, the metal balls were crushed one by the students. However, some students had fierce expressions on their faces, with their blood surging wildly, ready to fight to the death with those believers. That's enough. If we continue, we'll go too far. Instructor Huang Mingho, who was hiding in the dark, had a serious expression on his face, and immediately gave the order to act using the special communicator in his hand. Chapter 104 Classmate, do you need help? Swish. Swish. As Huang Mingho's orders were given, figures in military uniforms appeared in the mountains and began to rescue the students. Damn, there's an ambush? Hurry and report to the leader, instruct him to interrupt the sacrificial ceremony and evacuate immediately. The guards in military uniforms were all 4th-level awakeners. Those 3rd-level believers had no power to fight back against them and were directly suppressed. At the same time, 2 figures arrived in the sky above the 100 Beasts mountain range. They were Yang Hong and Zhao Ping. At this point, Zhao Ping was also worried that he might accidentally get into trouble. Saved. We don't have to die. The rescued students all showed their relief at surviving the disaster on their faces. However, the guards' next words made their mood plummet. Congratulations, you're eliminated. Yes, most of the students just now crushed the metal ball and lost the qualification for special training. But, what we encountered just now were followers of the celestial god cult, not ferocious beasts. One student spoke with an unconvinced look on his face, trying to defend himself. The guards ignored them and just looked at them as if they were idiots. The silent guard attacks the hearts of all students. Yes, ferocious beasts are enemies, but aren't the followers of the celestial god religion also enemies? Let's go and see how those little guys are doing. In the sky, after seeing that the situation was under control, Zhao Ping called out and went deep into the mountains with Yang Hong. However, before leaving, Yang Hong turned his head and looked in a direction outside the mountains. Strange, was it just my illusion? He said this in his heart, but at this moment he was concerned about the safety of Qin Feng and others, so he didn't think much about it and turned around and followed Zhao Ping. 2 great masters, Dam Lihai was almost killed by him. Outside the mountains. At this moment, Zhang Hao was still frightened. Just now, Zhao Ping and the other man almost flew over his head. If he had not reacted quickly, concealed his breath in time, and hid in a cave, he might have been discovered by them by now. Not to mention that he has not yet broken through to the 8th level. Even if he did, facing 2 grandmasters at the same time, he would only be courting death. After realizing that Yang Hong and the other man were getting farther and farther away from him, Zhang Hao left without any hesitation. There is no doubt that this action had already been noticed by the training camp in advance. The reason why Li Hai and others were kept was just to give these students a chance to hone their skills. At the same time, deep in the mountains, Li Hai still had a crazy look on his face. In front of him, you could see a blood-red altar. The altar is built with a special red wood, and it looks extremely creepy from a distance. In the center of the altar, there is a blood-red pit with a diameter of 5 meters. The deep pit was filled with thick blood, emitting a stench that was unbearable for ordinary people. Next to the deep pit, there were several believers throwing the corpses of ferocious beasts into the pit. As soon as the corpse enters the deep pit, it will be submerged in thick blood and eventually become part of the pit. Sir, we've lost contact with several teams. Have the instructors at the training camp started taking action? At this moment, a believer hurried over and reported to Li Hai. Li Hai's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and then he waved his hand coldly. Okay, I understand. Tell the others not to panic. The deacon is nearby. He will take action when the time is right. After saying that, he turned around and walked to the side alone, took out the voice stone, and began to communicate with Zhang Hao. Master Deacon, are you here yet? The training camp seems to have discovered our actions. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the sacrificial ceremony, do you think it's time to take action? Deacon. 10 minutes later. Li Hai, who had not received a reply for a long time, looked increasingly unhappy. Damn it! Damn it! After several angry curses, Li Hai's face gradually became crazy. Even if you don't come, I will still carry out this sacrificial ceremony as normal. Once I successfully summon the souls of all races, everyone here will die. Everyone, hurry up and capture all the living creatures in the mountains and sacrifice them to Lord Blood God. Explosive flame blade. A loud shout came from Zhou Zhang's mouth. At this time, he was holding a long sword wrapped in red flames in his hand, and then he swung it forward suddenly. In an instant, a flaming blade a meter long burst out from the long sword. Boom! The flaming blade emitted a terrifyingly high temperature, shattering the air before heavily slamming into a figure in front. Ah! In an instant, a scream was heard, and the flaming blade directly tore his body apart, and a strong smell of burning spread around. Then the man fell to the ground with a look of pain on his face. It can be seen that the 5 people who originally surrounded Zhou Zhang have become 3, and he seized the opportunity to eliminate 2 of the believers. However, he had almost reached his limit at this time. His body was trembling and his aura dropped sharply. How's it going, old Yang? My student is pretty good, isn't he? He was surrounded by 5 third-level believers and was able to successfully kill 2 of them. High in the sky, Zhao Ping spoke to Yang Hong beside him with a smug look on his face. It's just so. Yang Hong curled his lips in disdain at this. In his opinion, if Qin Feng encountered these 5 believers, not to mention being able to suppress them easily, at least he would not be in such a mess like Zhou Zhang. The only thing you have left is your tough mouth. Zhao Ping shook his head helplessly. Roar! Just at this moment, a deafening roar of beasts came from the depths of the mountains. It's that beast. Zhao Ping's face darkened, and then he spoke. I'll leave this to you, old Yang. I'm going to go talk to that beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ping disappeared from the spot in a flash. You're panicking now. You should have just chased that beast out like I did earlier. Yang Hong muttered. Then he lowered his head and focused his attention downwards. It can be seen that Zhou Zhang has been forced into a desperate situation at this time. His blood and supernatural power have been overdrawn and he has almost reached his limit. If it weren't for those cultists who wanted to capture him alive, Zhou Zhang would have been beheaded long ago. Almost. Just when Yang Hong was about to rescue him, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Now that this kid is here, it seems I don't have to do anything. Classmate, do you need help? Below, several believers were preparing to launch the final round of attack on Zhou Zhang. Suddenly, a strange voice came into their ears. The 3 of them looked over when they heard the sound, and saw a handsome figure standing there smiling at them. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Sun wants to cry. Ding Wu, go and kill him. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, the believer with the highest cultivation level let out a low growl. Yes. A believer immediately turned around, holding a sharp spear, and rushed towards Qin Feng. Brother, be careful, he is a 3rd-level awakener. Zhou Zhang immediately spoke up to remind him. You'd better take care of yourself first. Blood drinking slash. As he spoke, the cultist who was in the middle stage of the 3rd stage raised the long sword in his hand and slashed it fiercely at the position where Zhou Zhang was. In an instant, a blood-red blade light burst out from the long sword, tearing through the air and rushing straight towards Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang's face changed instantly. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised the long sword in his hand. Red flames surged out of his body and covered the silver blade. Explosive flame slash. The next moment, the long sword chopped down fiercely, and the flaming sword light shot out and collided with the blood-red sword light. Boom! The 2 energies collided with each other, making a violent roar. At this time, Zhou Zhang was almost exhausted, and the power of the flaming sword was far less than before. In the end, he was defeated by the blood-red sword. However, at this time Zhou Zhang had already moved his body and avoided the attack of the blood-red blade. Ha ha! He had already reached his limit, and after forcibly using the explosive flame blade, he felt a strong sense of dizziness and staggered, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. Knock him out. A believer stepped forward, raised his arm and was about to punch Zhou Zhang. Bang! But at this moment, a figure suddenly passed by him and flew backwards at a high speed. He looked closely and saw that it was the believer named Ding Wu. At this moment, he was covering his chest and half squatting on the ground. The next moment, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, the remaining two believers looked solemn. The next moment. God transformation. Two loud shouts rang out at the same time, and then the bodies of the two believers swelled up, and the skin on their bodies was covered with dark yellow stones. In the blink of an eye, their bodies turned into 3-meter-tall monsters. This is? Zhou Zhang was shocked when he saw this scene. He could sense that in this state, the combat power of the two men had increased significantly. While feeling relieved in his heart, a look of worry appeared on his face. Brother, why don't you go first? He looked at Qin Feng with a wry smile. But the next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, Qin Feng kicked the ground with his feet and rushed straight towards one of the believers like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bawang fist. Qin Feng raised his right arm high, rotated his waist and exerted force suddenly, and his right fist, carrying a terrifying impact force, suddenly blasted out like a cannonball. Boom! The exploding fist blew away the air and hit the disciple with the highest level of cultivation hard. In an instant, the dark yellow stones on his body were shattered, and his 3-meter-tall body flew backwards at a high speed like a kite with a broken string. This. Zhou Zhang, who witnessed this scene, opened his mouth wide and couldn't even speak clearly. Run! Seeing this, the remaining believer turned around and ran away without hesitation. Fire Dragon Bind! But at this moment, a low shout was heard. Then he felt a terrifying heat rising from under his feet. The next moment, a fire dragon formed by crimson flames emerged from the ground and wrapped around his body. In just a moment, the stone on the surface of his body, which was comparable to sea-grade alloy, began to turn black at a speed visible to the naked eye under the burning of the fire dragon. In less than 10 seconds, the stone turned into a ball of black ash and scattered on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing and gaining evolution points. Bite! 2 consecutive system broadcasts sounded, and the cultist who had just been knocked out by Qin Feng's punch had now fallen to the ground, lifeless and turned into a corpse. It took less than 2 minutes from the time Qin Feng arrived here, and all 3 cultists were dealt with. Fuck Sunan, is this what you mean? Someone who wouldn't dare to move in the face of a group of first-level ferocious beasts? Zhou was roaring in his heart. The few people who had forced him into a desperate situation were easily dealt with by Qin Feng with just a few moves. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, Zhou Zhang also knew that the opponent's combat power was far beyond his. It seems there's no hope for A-level combat skills. Boy, there's more over there. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's ears. It's the chief instructor. Qin Feng immediately looked up and saw a figure floating high in the sky. Sure enough, even if I didn't come, nothing would happen to this guy. Qin Feng said this in his heart, and then he flashed and rushed towards the direction Yang Hong pointed. Hey, brother, wait for me. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang on the side immediately followed, but he was already close to his limit at this time and his speed could not keep up with Qin Feng at all. After a while, he couldn't even see Qin Feng's back. Finally knocked this guy out. He's a genius with S-level abilities. This should satisfy the leader's requirements. Alright, delay will only lead to trouble. We should take this kid over as soon as possible. The team leader has been waiting for us. Several believers were talking among themselves, and then one of them carried the unconscious Sunan and rushed towards the depths of the mountains. What the hell, what's going on? Why hasn't the instructor taken action yet? Did I miscalculate? Sunan, who was pretending to be unconscious, couldn't help but say in his heart. Fuck, if that's the case, I might as well have fought hard just now. Snort! Still pretending to be unconscious, you cunning boy, I'll scare you into remembering it. Yang Hong snorted coldly in the sky. With his cultivation as an 8th-level grandmaster, Sunan's little movements could naturally not be hidden from his eyes. That's why he didn't rescue her just now. But this is also based on the premise that those believers want to capture him alive. Just at this moment, Qin Feng's figure appeared behind these people. Are you planning to sacrifice him? Looking at Sun En, who was carried on his shoulders, Xin Feng had a vague guess in his mind. He did not choose to rescue them immediately, but instead hid his presence and followed behind a few people. Following them, we can find the lair of this group of Tianqian followers, which is also the place where the sacrifice ceremony is held. Xin Feng decided to go straight to the source and wipe out their lair. At this moment, he had no worries. Yang Hong was watching them from high in the sky. Even if they really encountered any danger, he would take action at the first moment. Just do it. Xin Feng's face showed excitement. The lowest level of cultivation among these believers was at the early third level, which could bring him a lot of evolution points. However, compared to the excited Xin Feng, Sun En, who was pretending to faint, felt like crying. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 The third level believer who was like a chicken in Xin Feng's hands. Half an hour later, several believers brought the fainted Sun En and stopped in front of a huge cave. The cave was 2 stories high, and a strong fishy smell wafted out of the cave. Damn it! If I wait any longer, I'll be sacrificed by them. The strong smell of blood made Sun En sober up instantly. He knew that if he continued, he might really be in trouble. Without any hesitation, the chi and blood in his body surged and was about to explode. Bang! But at this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. It's over. After the last 2 words popped into his mind, he completely lost consciousness. Snort! Naive boy, do you really think we can't tell he's pretending to be unconscious? A believer put away his fist and said with disdain. With this kind of intelligence, how can you possibly possess an S-rank ability? As he said this, he waved his hand and said hello. Let's go and sacrifice this kid. The sacrificial ceremony should be almost done. Then several people were about to take Sun En into the cave. But at this moment, a blue shadow flashed out. Crack! Crack! The appearance of the blue shadow was accompanied by a sharp roar of thunder. Swish! The sound of thunder and lightning breaking through the air rang out. A lightning spear tore through the air and landed on one of the cultists. In an instant, the sharp lightning spear pierced through his body, and red blood splattered out. All this happened in a flash, and it was not until the believer fell to the ground with a look of pain on his face that the other believers reacted. Fire Dragon Bind! The next moment, as a low shout was heard, a believer lowered his head and looked down at his feet. In an instant, a ball of crimson flame emitting terrifyingly high temperature burst out from the ground beneath his feet. Before he could make any move, the crimson flames transformed into a fire dragon that wrapped around his body. Ah! The terrifying high temperature emanating from the fire dragon burned his body, causing him to raise his head and let out a scream. Who is it? Come out! In just a blink of an eye, the 2 believers fell to the ground and lost their fighting ability. The remaining 3 people became nervous instantly, their blood boiling, and they were about to launch the heavenly god transformation. Swish! Just at this moment, a figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared and rushed towards them like a flash of lightning. In a flash, the figure rushed in front of the few people, and the black knife in his hand, which was wrapped in blue lightning, turned into a lightning blade and slashed forward. Triple Thunder Blade! As if carrying the power of thunder, the lightning blade tore through the air and slashed directly towards one of the believers. In a hurry, the cultist hurriedly picked up the weapon in his hand and crossed it across his chest, trying to use it to block the attack of the lightning blade. But at the moment the 2 came into contact, he felt a terrifying force descending. The next moment, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying roar of thunder and lightning sounded, and a blue lightning bolt as thick as an adult man's thigh fell from the sky. Thunder and lightning roared and struck the believer who had just carried Sun En. Crackle! Crackle! At this moment, the sound of thunder and lightning was endless. The believer twitched all over and finally collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Xin Feng stretched out his left hand, lightning gathered at his fingertips, and sent out another thunderball. The thunderball came crashing down and exploded like a bomb. With a loud bang, the believer's head exploded like a watermelon. Bang! The violent explosion created a powerful impact force, and Sun En's body on the ground was affected. He was thrown several meters away and finally fell heavily to the ground. The severe pain from his body gradually brought Sun En back to consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, and after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, he froze in place. You're awake. In his sight, Xin Feng easily stabbed a black knife surrounded by lightning into the chest of the cultist who was in the middle stage of the third level. Then she turned and smiled at him. I must be dreaming. Sunan murmured. Hiss. But the next moment, the sharp pain in his back told him that this was reality. No, buddy, are you in the early second stage? How come a cultist in the middle stage of the third stage is like a chicken in your hands? What's going on outside? Can you guys go check it out? Just at this moment, a loud shout came from the cave, followed by several figures walking out. Luo Lu? And Wu Er. As soon as they came out, they noticed the relatively intact bodies on the ground. You two killed them? A middle-aged man exuding a fierce aura looked up and fixed his gaze on Qin Feng and the other man. One is in the early second stage, and the other is in the late second stage? The genius of the training camp. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp light flashed. God transformation. The next moment, a violent blood-red energy surged out of his body and enveloped his entire body. He had blood-red claws, ferocious facial features, and a single blood-red horn on his head. He had completely lost his human form and turned into a monster. A middle-class race, the Bloodhorn clan. Use all your strength to quickly eliminate these two and complete the sacrificial ritual. A hoarse voice came out of his mouth, and then he pushed off the ground with his feet, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. The speed was extremely fast, like a blood shadow. God transformation. The dozen or so figures following behind him also raised their heads and roared angrily. Violent aura surged out of their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, they all turned into monsters. Go quickly? Sunan's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene. Just 5 believers had forced him into a desperate situation. Even if Qin Feng's combat power was stronger than his, he could not be a match for these monsters in front of him. Especially the red monster leading the group. Before he performed the heavenly god transformation, his cultivation had already reached the late third stage. According to preliminary estimates, the current combat power has even reached the 4th level. Even Young Hong, who was high in the sky, had a serious expression on his face, with the blood surging in his body, and he was ready to take action at any time. However, unlike them, Qin Feng became more and more excited at this time. Looking at the blood-red figure rushing towards him, he did not feel a trace of fear in his heart, but a strong desire to fight. Flame explosion. Boom. With a low roar, a deep red flame emitting a terrifying aura gushed out from Qin Feng's body. The deep red flames were like the fire from hell, emitting a heart-pounding aura. The next moment, Qin Feng swung his hand. The deep red flames rose up instantly and rolled forward like a wave. Facing the impact of the flames, the blood-red figure suddenly swung its claws forward, trying to tear the flames apart. But the next moment, a trace of pain appeared on his face. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. You can't even handle this little scene. Ah! A scream came from the mouth of the blood-red figure. With a ferocious look on his face, he suddenly retracted his hands and retreated several steps. Laugh! A wisp of red mist floated out from his hands. What kind of flame is this? A hoarse voice came out from the blood-red figure's mouth. Qin Feng didn't give him much time to react. He waved his arms and deep red flames suddenly rose up, rushing forward like a wave. Spread out and surround him. The blood-red figure shouted loudly, then dodged the attack of the crimson flames and attacked Qin Feng from the other side. Ah! Although he dodged it, several believers were not so lucky. 2 of them were enveloped by crimson flames and immediately raised their heads and screamed. Swish! At this moment, a red shadow appeared beside Qin Feng. It was the blood-red shadow just now. Die! Blood Demon Claw! At this moment, his face was ferocious, and his 2 bloody claws grabbed Qin Feng fiercely. Boom! But in the next moment, a figure flew backwards at a high speed. It was the blood-red figure. You can see that he is in pain and there is an obvious collapse in his chest. Qin Feng retracted his fist calmly. Fuck! Sunan was shocked. The blood-red figure's cultivation had reached the late third stage, which was more than 1 level higher than Qin Feng's early second stage. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed this incredible scene. Explode for me! At this moment, Qin Feng let out a low roar, then kicked the ground with both feet and retreated backwards at a rapid speed. Boom! The next moment, all the crimson flames in front exploded like fireworks. The violent explosion caused a terrifying impact, and countless pieces of debris fell in the cave. The believers who were enveloped in crimson flames were instantly torn apart by the explosion, their bodies shattered into pieces, and they were deader than dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing and gaining evolution points. For a moment, several system broadcasts sounded in Qin Feng's mind. System, add all evolution points to the A-rank combat skill, Fire Dragon Binding. Qin Feng moved his mind and gave an order to the system. Ding! Consuming evolution points, the combat skill Fire Dragon Binding has reached perfection. In an instant, a mysterious knowledge appeared in Qin Feng's mind. At this moment, he felt as if he had practiced the Fire Dragon Binding combat skill for several years and was extremely proficient in it. The blood and chi in his body surged, and the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire was instantly activated. Boom! Boom! In a flash, 3 fire dragons sprang out from the ground at the same time and rushed towards the 3 believers at high speed. On the other side, the blood-red figure with the highest cultivation level slowly stabilized his body. Is this the genius of the human race? The combat power is really terrifying. At this moment, he was already shocked by Qin Feng's terrifying fighting power. For a moment, he just stood there in a daze, not daring to act rashly. Even he, who was in the late 3rd stage, was shocked, not to mention the other believers who were only in the early 3rd stage. Fear was revealed on everyone's face. Pervert, what a pervert! After seeing this scene, Sunan couldn't calm down for a long time. He thought about how he had faced 5 believers just now and had no power to fight back at all. But now Qin Feng was alone against more than a dozen believers. This kid has become stronger again. Yang Hong muttered in the sky. 1 minute later. All the believers on the field fell to the ground. A burning smell was emanating from the field. Several charred corpses lay on the ground, emitting a cloud of black smoke. Just at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky not far away. It was Zhao Ping. Damn, that beast is such a jerk. Why is he yelling for no reason? He has to be kicked a few times before he behaves. As he spoke, Zhao Ping had already come to Yang Hong's side. At this time, he had also noticed Qin Feng and the other person on the ground, as well as the corpses of those Tianqian religious believers. However, after sensing an evil aura in the cave, he frowned. Old Yang, since you've already taken action, why leave any of them alive? Just kill all of these bastards. Hearing this, Yang Hong shook his head. I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything? Zhao Ping frowned even more tightly. Could it be that Sunan broke through to the 3rd level and killed these believers? That's not right. His realm is still in the late 2nd stage? Stop it, old Yang. Could it be that these people were all killed by your students? Congratulations, you guessed it right. Yang Hong said in a calm tone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The lowest level of cultivation among these disciples is at the early 3rd stage. Your student is only at the early 2nd stage. It is impossible for him to achieve this. Zhao Ping spoke with an extremely firm tone. What's going on outside? At this moment, inside the cave. Li Hai's expression changed slightly when he noticed the fighting outside the cave. At this time, the sacrificial ceremony has come to an end. As long as some energy is injected into the deep pit, the souls of all races can be successfully summoned. Li Hao, take a few people to check the situation outside. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloated, extremely fat man stood up and walked out of the cave with several believers. Seeing Li Hao leave, Li Hai's expression eased a little. The other party's cultivation had reached the late 3rd level half a year ago, and he also mastered an A-level combat skill. Among all the believers present, he is the most powerful one except for him. Someone else coming. Zhao Ping on this side wanted to refute Yang Hong, but after sensing the breath of Li Hao and others, his face changed, the blood in his body began to boil, and he was about to take action directly. Etc. But at this moment, Yang Hong spoke up to stop him. What are you waiting for? Old Yang, are you going to let Qin Feng deal with that guy? His cultivation is at the late 3rd stage. If he were to perform the heavenly god transformation, his combat power could even reach the early 4th stage. Qin Feng can't be. Boom! Zhao Ping wanted to say something else, but the next moment he was stunned. Li Hao fell heavily to the ground, with several obvious fist marks on his body. Special physique? Zhao Ping was extremely shocked. He had just seen with his own eyes that Qin Feng knocked Li Hao away with just one punch. Next, with an expression of disbelief on his face, Qin Feng's figure below flashed quickly, and after more than 10 seconds. The few people brought by Li Hao all lost their lives and fell to the ground, becoming corpses. This. Even though Zhao Ping was an 8th-rank grandmaster and had even been to the battlefield outside the domain more than once, the scene before him still shocked him speechless. Calm down. Calm down. You can't even handle this little scene. Old Zhao, your personality isn't calm enough yet. You need more practice. At the same time, Li Hai in the cave seemed to realize that something was wrong. He moved his gaze from the blood-red pit and set it on the believers around the pit. Chapter 108 Blood Clan Pride, Blood Slaughter. Sir, has the butler not arrived yet? News has arrived that the instructors from the training camp have already rushed to the mountains. Yes, sir, the sacrificial ceremony has not yet been completed. If the deacon does not come, we alone will not be able to stop the instructors in the training camp. Inside the cave, after all the bodies were thrown into the deep pit, anxious looks appeared on the faces of the believers. It's almost there, the butler will be there soon. Li Hai muttered to himself, but before he could finish his words, his figure began to move quickly, and he came in front of a believer like lightning. Bang! Then he punched the cultist directly into the bloody pit. Ah! In an instant, a scream was heard. After falling into the deep pit, the believer was submerged in blood and became silent in an instant. When the other believers saw this scene, their faces changed. Run! Then someone shouted, and all the believers flashed and rushed out of the cave. However, they are only in the early stage of the 3rd level. How can their speed compare to Li Hai, who was in the early stage of the 4th level? Bang! 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 After just over 10 seconds, nearly 20 believers present were pushed into the bloody pit by Li Hai. Suddenly, the blood in the deep pit rolled and began to boil like boiling water. Boom! The next moment, a blood-red beam of light with a diameter of nearly 10 meters gushed out from the deep pit. The beam of light contained terrifying energy, directly penetrated the mountain and appeared in the sky. This is? At the same time, Qin Feng appeared in the cave. He frowned slightly as he looked at the blood-red beam of light in front of him. He felt an extremely evil energy in it. The genius of the human race. Today is your end. Li Hai also noticed Qin Feng's arrival, but he did not take action immediately. Instead, he looked at him with a sneer on his face. Swish! Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Qin Feng. It was Yang Hong. The sacrificial ceremony has been completed, prepare to evacuate here. Yang Hong spoke calmly. To him, the sacrificial ceremony before him only sacrificed some low-level ferocious beasts, and at most could summon a 4th-level soul of all races. Beings of that level can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. Chief instructor, among the same level, who is stronger, the myriad races or our human race? Yang Hong was slightly stunned when he heard this, but then he noticed the fanatical fighting spirit in Qin Feng's eyes. Boy, do you want to fight with the soul of all races? I want to try it. Qin Feng nodded. Hearing this, a hint of thought flashed in Yang Hong's eyes. Oh, ignorant humans, the power of the myriad races is beyond your comprehension. I summoned a master from the Blood God clan. No one can defeat the Blood God clan at the same level. Li Hai's frantic voice rang out. Noisy! Yang Hong frowned and raised his hand to crush Li Hai to death. But at this moment, this guy suddenly made an amazing move. He jumped high and jumped directly into the blood-red light column. He. Let me be the carrier of Lord Blood God and welcome his arrival. After a burst of wild laughter, his vitality completely disappeared. At the same time, under the gaze of Qin Feng and the others, the blood-colored light column began to converge and eventually turned into a blood cocoon 3 meters high. Looking at the blood cocoon in front of him, Yang Hong showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Although the sacrificial ceremony has been completed, with his strength, he can still crush the blood cocoon with one hand. At the same time, what is Lao Yang doing? Seeing that Yang Hong and Qin Feng had not come out yet, and the evil aura in the cave had not dissipated, Zhao Ping frowned, then flashed into the cave. Blood cocoon, is it the soul of the vampires that is summoned? He murmured softly and then turned to look at Qin Feng. He had already guessed Qin Feng's thoughts. Boy, the blood race is one of the 10 great races among all races. This clan is extremely skilled in manipulating blood and possesses formidable combat power. Even ordinary members of the clan can battle against those of the same rank who possess S-level awakened abilities. You have to think carefully about it. Qin Feng nodded heavily at this, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Just now, he had learned the essence of this sacrificial ceremony from Yang Hong. The so-called sacrificial ceremony is to summon one of the myriad races, and then they will possess a carrier. No matter what realm the summoned myriad races are at, after being summoned, their cultivation realm will not exceed that of the carrier itself. Lehai's cultivation level was only at the early 4th level just now, so the blood clan creatures that would come out later would have a cultivation level at most equal to his, or possibly even lower. Okay, then let me see your true fighting power. Zhao Ping also showed a hint of anticipation on his face. With him and Yang Hong around, even if Qin Feng is really defeated, there will be no accidents. This is a good opportunity to let other students see the creatures of all races. Thinking this in his mind, Zhao Ping took out the communicator and spoke. Bring all the students deep into the mountains. If you do this, aren't you afraid that your students will be hurt and unable to recover? Hearing this, Zhao Ping simply waved his hand. If jade is not polished, it will not become a useful tool. Although these guys have good talent for cultivation, they also need to be polished. If you can't even handle this kind of blow, then there's no point in training you. As the two were talking, the blood cocoon began to shake violently, and then broke apart like an eggshell. Then a young man appeared in front of the three. The young man looked young and had a flamboyant red hair. Shui Tu, it's actually him? Yang Hong and the other man were slightly stunned, and then a serious look appeared on their faces. Shui Tu is the most outstanding young generation among the blood clan. According to the age of their blood clan, this guy has the combat power of the War King level just after he became an adult. His talent is terrifying, and even among the geniuses of all races, he ranks among the top. Or maybe just forget it and kick him to death. As he spoke, Zhao Ping took a step forward and was about to take action. But he was stopped by Yang Hong. Let him try. It's not too late to take action if he doesn't succeed. No, this is Shui Tuesday. In the outer battlefield, looking at the entire human race, there are no more than 24 people of the same level who can fight with him. But now Qin Feng is more than one realm behind him. Do you think he can beat him? Zhao Ping glared. Of course I can fight. Even if I can't win, I can still gain some experience. At this moment, Yang Hong, who had always been stubborn, also became unconfident. Just at this moment, Shui Tu slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of blood-red eyes were reflected in his pupils, emitting a strange red glow. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 Qin Feng, you are not bad either. 2 8th level players. Unfortunately, this carrier is too weak, so it can only keep me at the late 3rd stage. What a pity, this trip is in vain. Shui Tu muttered to himself. Those red eyes stayed on Yang Hong and the other person, while Qin Feng, who was standing beside them, was simply ignored by him. Then let him try. In the end, Zhao Ping was persuaded, and the three of them turned around and walked out of the cave. You didn't even try to wipe out my consciousness? Are you planning to use me as a training ground for those human geniuses? A hint of thought flashed across Shui Tu's face, and then he walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Zhou Zhang and Lu Ying also arrived here at this time. Compared with Zhou Zhang and the others, Lu Ying's situation was much better. She was also ambushed by cultists, but she initially broke through the encirclement with her agility and later successfully killed several people. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on Shui Tu, who walked out of the cave. This is the vampire creature the chief instructor mentioned. It looks similar to us humans. Sun An asked curiously. This is just their transformation. The true form of the vampires is just a drop of blood. Zhou Zhang on the side began to explain. As expected of a descendant of the Zhan Wang family, you know a lot. Sun An gave him a thumbs up. Zhou An smiled bitterly at this. Their Zhou family had produced a war king, but that was 100 years ago, and the war king had died in a battlefield outside the domain. Alright, all of you, cheer up. That guy is a pure-blooded vampire creature. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Zhao Ping spoke up to remind him. At the same time, nearby guards brought other students over. For a moment, hundreds of eyes fell on Shui Tu at the same time. Oh, ignorant human. Seeing this, Shui Tu showed a sneer on his face. He looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on Sun An and the other two. Among the younger generation present, only these three have reached the late 2nd stage of cultivation. Of course, he didn't take it seriously. Even if these human geniuses can fight above their level, he can do the same. Ha! Let's get started quickly. After the fight, I have to go back to practice in seclusion. Shui Tu yawned, looking listless. Who wants to fight this vampire creature? I sense a terrifying energy within him. His cultivation must be at least at the 3rd level, right? He's a 3rd level vampire creature. Only Sunan and the other 2 can barely fight him. A group of students were talking about it. In their minds, only Sunan and the other 2 could barely fight against Xuetu. But in the next moment, a figure rushed out quickly and appeared in front of Xuetu like lightning. It's him, the genius from Jiangnan province. Didn't they say his cultivation level is only at the early 2nd stage? How can we let him challenge vampires? Are vampires' combat power lower than beasts of the same level? After seeing that it was Qin Feng who was going to fight Xuetu, everyone showed an expression of surprise on their faces. Early stage 2? Are you trying to humiliate this king? Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, Xuetu's face was full of disdain. Qin Feng had no expression on his face. As the blood and qi in his body surged, the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire was instantly activated. Deep red flames surged out of Qin Feng's body and surrounded him. As the flames rolled, a terrifying high temperature was emitted. Fire Dragon Bind. Qin Feng waved his hand, and in an instant, a burst of scorching heat surged out from under Xuetu's feet, and then a fire dragon formed by deep red flames sprang out from the ground. The fire dragon swayed its body and coiled around Xuetu. Is this flame unusual? At this moment, a murmur sounded from the side, and it was Xuetu who spoke. The figure entangled by the fire dragon turned into a ball of blood and disappeared. Interesting. After easily dodging the fire dragon's attack, Xuetu smiled. Looking at Qin Feng opposite him, he suddenly became energetic. Then he raised his hand and waved gently. The next moment, blood-red sharp blades gathered in mid-air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under his control, the blood-red blade tore through the air and rushed towards Qin Feng's location. Boom! Facing the attack of the blood blade, Qin Feng waved his hands, and the deep red flames rolled rapidly, and a wall of fire quickly condensed and blocked in front of him. Bang! Bang! The blood blade bombarded the wall of fire, making a series of violent collision sounds. Buzz! Just at this moment, a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was Xuetu. At this moment, he clenched his fists and punched forward suddenly. Qin Feng was not afraid of this at all, and raised his hand to meet the attack with a punch. Boom! The 2 fists collided, making a loud noise. With the 2 people's bodies as the center, an invisible airwave suddenly appeared and spread out in all directions. The terrifying impact force blew away all the scattered debris on the ground. No, he's blocking it? The students around were shocked. Most of them could not withstand either the bloody blade or the punch from Blood Massacre. At this moment, they also realized how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. The fighting power of the Blood Clan was not only stronger than that of the ferocious beasts, but even more than twice as strong. Sunan and the other 2 looked bitter, especially Luing. After all, the first 2 had witnessed Qin Feng's terrifying fighting power, but this was the first time for her. Yang Hong and the other 2 were also shocked. In fact, just when Xuetu released the bloody blade, they both had already made plans to take action. But unexpectedly, his attack was easily blocked by Qin Feng. On the court. Human, you're pretty good. Looking at the black-haired boy in front of him who easily blocked his punch, Xuetu felt a little surprised. I never thought that your human race could produce a young genius like you. You're not bad either. Qin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He has already deeply experienced the benefits of killing creatures of all races. The Xuetu in front of him has a higher cultivation level and stronger combat power, so he has obtained more evolution points. Oh! A mere 2nd-level awakener dares to judge me. Xuetu chuckled, and then his expression changed instantly. I originally thought I was unlucky this time, being summoned to meet 2 grandmasters, but I didn't expect to meet you, a genius of the human race. If I can kill you in the cradle, it will be considered as eliminating a great enemy for my race in advance. As soon as the words fell, Xuetu's body shook. A blood-red energy emitting a terrifying aura surged out of his body, and his aura surged. Get back! Xuetu shouted loudly, and his body tensed up as he instantly exerted force, trying to knock Qin Feng away. Bawang Fist. Qin Feng naturally would not back down. His muscles bulged all over his body, and he used the power of the Demon King's body to the extreme. Chapter 110, a hearty battle, leaving Qin Feng feeling unsatisfied. Boom! As Qin Feng and the other man began to explode, the the two powerful auras collided with each other. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of gas explosions continued to ring out, and at this moment, the air around them rolled like a tide. Swish! Swish! The next moment, the two of them took a step back at the same time as if they had agreed, but then they collided again. Boom! Boom! Violent collision sounds were heard one after another, and every time the two collided, there would be a violent vibration. The powerful impact force spread around, and tall trees and boulders several meters high were all affected and collapsed. My goodness, is this Qin Feng still human? His physique is so terrifying? And that Shui too, isn't it said that the blood clan's bodies are not strong? Sun En and his companions were completely stunned. The two of them caused such a commotion just by fighting with their physical strength. I can't imagine how much their fighting power would be enhanced if they used their supernatural powers. The vampires aren't physically strong. It depends on who you're competing with. Their so-called physique is not strong, it is only compared with the other 9 races among the 10 major races. If we take them individually, the physical constitution of the vampire race can be compared to the special physical constitution of our human race. Zhao Ping's serious voice reached the ears of several people. His words also made the expressions on Sun En and the other two's faces become solemn. It was not until then that they understood what kind of monsters their ancestors had faced outside the domain. Even races that are not good at physical fitness can be compared with those with special physiques. It is conceivable how terrifying the physiques of those races that are good at physical fitness are. As the 3 most outstanding people in Nanha province, they all have good family backgrounds. They have shown excellent talents since childhood and have almost reached where they are today amidst constant flattery and cheers. But the scene before them now tells them that there is an unbridgeable gap between them and true genius. Qin Feng's own cultivation level was only at the early 2nd level, lower than theirs, but his combat power far exceeded that of the 3 of them. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could not be Qin Feng's opponent. On the court. As time went on, the battle between Qin Feng and Shui Tu became more and more intense. In terms of physique, Qin Feng, who possesses the body of a demon king, becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on and begins to gradually gain the upper hand. The attack was vigorous and fierce, and his fists kept hitting out like 2 cannonballs, forcing Shui Tu to retreat continuously. What's your physique? At this time, Shui Tu was becoming more and more frightened as the fight went on. Looking at all the races, there are no more than 10 types of physiques that can suppress their blood clan with pure physical strength. But Qin Feng in front of him had achieved this even though his cultivation was lower than his. It can be seen that tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his body at this time, and his flesh was about to collapse. Sure enough, this body is still too weak. It can't compare to my blood god body at all. Shui Tu's expression changed slightly. He knew that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise when this body collapsed, his consciousness would return to his original body. Blood shadow line. After the 2 sides collided again, Shui Tu seized the opportunity, blood-red mist surged out of his body, and then his body turned into a blood shadow and retreated violently backwards. Want to run? Qin Feng, who noticed the other party's actions, reacted immediately. He was extremely excited at this moment. Ever since he awakened his superpowers and his physique evolved into that of a demon king, he had never enjoyed himself as much as today. Before this, whether he was fighting with Lin Shaoqian and the other 2, or Li Yu and Wei Yan from Guanyuan province, he did not let go and fight with all his strength. He was worried that if he unleashed his full strength, he would kill the person. But after meeting Shui Tu today, I experienced a thrilling battle. How could he let Shui Tu go just like that when he was still unsatisfied? Crack! Crack! A roar of thunder and lightning rose on the scene, and blue arcs of electricity surged out of Qin Feng's body. Blue lightning lingered around him, as if the people were cheering and welcoming the arrival of their king. S-level lightning ability? Thunder and fire, double S-level abilities? At this moment, Zhao Ping suddenly widened his eyes full of disbelief. Before this, he had only seen Qin Feng use fire-based abilities. He turned to look at Yang Hong beside him, with undisguised jealousy in his eyes. Yang Hong, noticing the other person's gaze, raised his head proudly. Swish! On the field, stimulated by thunder and lightning, all the cells in Qin Feng's body began to become active, and his speed increased dramatically in an instant. His figure was like a flash of lightning, chasing straight towards Shui Tuesday. In just a blink of an eye, he was in front of Shui Tuesday. Then he raised his right arm high and punched out fiercely. Bawang fist. Boom! In an instant, the exploding fist wind shattered the air and made a loud bang. The punch landed heavily on Shui-Tu, and the huge force directly knocked him away. "It's time to end it," Qin Feng murmured. At this moment, he actually felt a little regretful. It was rare to find an opponent who could satisfy him so well. "Human, I admit that your body is very strong. Even if we look at all the races in the world, the only one who can suppress you with physical strength among the same level is probably the barbarian god clan. But you should know that my blood race is good at more than just the physical body." After he finished speaking, a terrifying evil force surged out of Shui-Tu's body. Innate magical power, the wrath of the blood god. A loud shout came from his mouth, followed by a strong bloody light that enveloped his body and then quickly spread around. The blood light spread very quickly, covering Qin Feng's body in the blink of an eye. Then the next moment, Qin Feng's body trembled violently and he stopped on the spot. At the same time, Yang Hong and Zhao Ping's expressions gradually became solemn after seeing Qin Feng's body enveloped in red light. The vampires have the talent to manipulate blood, especially direct descendants like Shui-Tu who have pure bloodlines. When he was still a general, he was besieged by a war king and 10 other warriors of his level during a battle. However, he relied on this innate magical power to successfully defeat his opponent. Zhao Ping muttered to himself. "You know, no matter whether it is an awakened one or a strong man of all races, as the level of cultivation increases, the gap between each level will become larger and larger, and it will become more difficult to fight across levels." The fact that Shui-Tu was able to kill the war king at the level of a general is enough to show how terrifying his talent is. The innate supernatural power is even superior to the power of supernatural powers, and only S-level supernatural powers can barely compete with it. As for Qin Feng, who possesses dual S-level abilities and a special physique, Zhao Ping believes that if he were at the same level as Shui-Tu, he would definitely be able to compete with him or even suppress him. But now, one of them is in the early second stage, and the other is in the late third stage, and the gap in their realms is too great. So at this moment he felt that Qin Feng was about to lose. Yang Hong, who was standing aside, had his blood boiling in his body, and his supernatural power was about to burst out. He was ready to take action at any time. Boom! But in the next moment, a ball of crimson flame appeared in their sight. Chapter 111 Qin Feng, this vampire's combat power is just average. This is? Yang Hong and the other man showed a look of shock on their faces. In their sight, a ball of deep red flame appeared, as if it came from the fire of hell. The deep red flame emitted a terrifyingly high temperature, directly swallowing up the bloodlight and melting it into a wisp of blood smoke. How is this possible? An expression of disbelief appeared on Shui-Tu's face. You must know that the bloodlight is his innate magical power. Under normal circumstances, as long as his body is covered by the bloodlight, the blood in his body will be at his disposal. In that situation, he could stop the blood flow in his opponent's body or even draw it out of the body with just a thought. The power of Qi in blood is the source of the power of the awakened one. Even the power of supernatural powers must resonate with the Qi in blood. If the Qi in blood are not strong enough, even an S-level ability will find it difficult to unleash too much combat power. The power of Qi in blood is closely related to the blood in the body of the awakened person. Once the blood is controlled, the awakened person will be like a lamb, at the mercy of others. Except for those whose cultivation is far superior to his and those with terrifying talents, Shui-Tu's innate magical powers have never failed. It's because of this flame. Shui-Tu's gaze fell on the crimson flame, and a heart-pounding feeling emanated from the flame. The bloodlight he released was burned to ashes the moment it touched the flame. This scene reminded Shui-Tu of the blood-red blades he had released earlier. Those blades were also easily blocked by the crimson flames. This flame has a great restraint on the abilities of my vampires. Shui-Tu murmured softly, and a strong murderous intent rose in his heart. We must get rid of this person, otherwise when he grows up, he will definitely become a great enemy of our blood clan. Let's fight. If we can't kill him this time, it will be hard to get such an opportunity in the future. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Shui-Tu, and the blood glow all over his body surged, as if he had turned into a substantial sea of blood, filled with a bloody and brutal aura. Is this guy crazy? With such an explosive force, his body will collapse soon. Yang Hong said with a serious expression. He even wanted to take direct action to suppress Shui-Tu, but when his eyes fell on the handsome figure, he decided to observe for a while. Boom! With his blood and energy surging, Shui-Tu kicked the ground with his feet and suddenly exerted force, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. After his own innate magical powers were easily restrained by the opponent, Shuetu knew that the abilities of the Blood Clan would hardly cause any substantial harm to Qin Feng. There was no other way, he could only choose to use his physical body to fight again. Come! Seeing this, Qin Feng became excited again. The power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire began to converge and finally all entered his body. Then he raised his fist and rushed towards Shuetu. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion sounded again, and Qin Feng fought with it again. The power of the Demon King's body itself is stronger than Shuetu's current body, and his mentality has become extremely unstable. Under such circumstances, Shuetu began to lose step by step, cracks began to appear on various parts of his body, and red blood flowed out from there. Shuetu's aura began to weaken. Can't you hold on any longer? Isn't this as tough as you might imagine? Qin Feng showed a disappointed expression on his face. Damn it! Seeing that he was being looked down upon, the expression on Shuetu's face gradually became ferocious. If this body wasn't so weak, I could crush you to death with just one finger. Shuetu shouted. Qin Feng just spoke lightly about this. Then come and crush me, you piece of trash. After he finished speaking, he raised his right arm high and then suddenly threw a punch forward. Bawang fist. With a loud bang, Shuetu's body flew backwards again. This time, Qin Feng did not give him a chance to breathe. With a flip of his hand, a black knife instantly appeared in his hand. The next moment, blue electric arcs surged out of Qin Feng's body, and he rushed towards Shuetu like lightning, then swung a knife fiercely. Triple Thunder Blade. Crackle! Crackle! Violent blue lightning gathered on the black knife, emitting terrifying power. Like thunder, the black knife slashed at high speed, and the exploding lightning blade light burst out. He chopped down hard on Shuetu. Sure it! In an instant, the already broken body was torn apart by the lightning blade, leaving a hideous wound. Rumble! The violent blue lightning raged on Shuetu's body. Just wait, I will find you. Finally, after an unwilling roar, Shuetu's consciousness quickly dissipated. Li Hai's body had turned into a broken corpse, with lightning flashing on it and a burnt smell emanating from it. I won, I actually won. Zhao Ping looked stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. He was in the early stage of the second stage, but he defeated Shuetu, who was in the late stage of the third stage. If anyone dared to say this in the past, they would probably think that person was crazy. But now he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Not bad, I can only say that you are worthy of being my student, Yang Hong. Just at this moment, Yang Hong's voice came to my ears, and I could see that he looked indifferent at this moment. It was as if Qin Feng had just defeated an ordinary awakener. Your sister is right. Looking at the whole of Daxia. No, even in the entire human race, there are no more than a handful of people who can achieve what Qin Feng has achieved. Zhao Ping roared in his heart. This vampire's combat power is just average. Their physique is slightly stronger than that of the average awakener, but their innate magical powers are a bit weak. It might have something to do with his impure bloodline. A true vampire shouldn't be that weak. Qin Feng murmured. Although Qin Feng spoke in a low voice, the two of them were grandmasters. For a moment, the two people's mouths twitched when they heard this. Empress blood? So weak? Although Qin Feng's words sounded a bit Versailles, they didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Yang Hong and the other man looked at each other, and finally slowly adjusted their mood and walked up to Qin Feng. He's just an ordinary member of the Blood Clan. There are many people stronger than him among all the clans. You still need to work harder. In order to prevent Qin Feng from becoming arrogant, Yang Hong began to speak against his conscience. Just as I thought, this Shuetu is not strong. After hearing Yang Hong's words, Qin Feng nodded and quickly adjusted his state. Although Shuetu's combat ability was not outstanding, his innate magical powers still attracted him. You know, he himself also possesses a natural supernatural power. I wonder if I can learn the innate magical powers of all races. Qin Feng thought so in his heart. At the same time, the starry sky outside the territory, within the blood god star. A red-haired young man sat cross-legged in his secret room. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. Only children make choices, I want them all. Puff. Shuetu, who had just opened his eyes, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his evil face full of disbelief. I was actually defeated by a human whose cultivation level was more than one realm lower than mine. Shuetu spoke, his tone full of shock. What on earth is that crimson flame? It even easily broke my innate magical power. A ball of crimson flame appeared in Xuetu's mind, and a hint of fear flashed in his blood-red eyes. Blood slaughter. Just at this moment, a majestic voice sounded in his ears, and then a tall figure appeared in Xuetu's sight. The clan leader has ordered you to go. The man was about to say something, but when his eyes fell on the blood at the corner of Xuetu's mouth, he was stunned. He knew that Xuetu had just been summoned. Did you encounter a high-level awakened human? The man said in a shocked tone. Xuetu just shook his head, didn't say anything more, and got up and left. Soon, Xuetu's figure arrived in front of a hall filled with blood mist. Blood Ancestor Hall. Many ancestors of the Blood Clan live in this hall. Generally speaking, these ancestors will only be alarmed if something happens that can shake the foundation of the Blood Clan. Xuetu wants to see the ancestor. Xuetu knelt on his knees and shouted loudly. Rumble! Rumble! The next moment, blood mist rolled, and waves of terrifying momentum came from the hall. Then the blood mist dissipated, and a staircase paved with blood appeared. Seeing this, Xuetu stood up and walked up the stairs. Xuetu, are you injured? No, you were seriously injured when you were summoned? Did you encounter the strongest of the human race? A majestic voice rang out in the hall. No, ancestor, I am. Then Xuetu confessed everything that had happened to him this time. When he finished speaking, the hall fell into deathly silence. Deep red flames, the karmic fire from hell. That's the nemesis of my blood clan. Kill him. We must nip him in the bud before he grows up. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed in the hall. Blood shadow. Swish. After the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xuetu. This is a figure wrapped in blood-red mist and emitting a bloody smell. Xuetu, please step back. I will handle this matter. A majestic voice sounded. Yes, ancestor. Xuetu bowed slightly, turned around and left the hall. Among the Blood Clan, the ancestor's status is above everything else. Even if he is a powerful war king, he dare not disobey. Moreover, the infiltration work against the human race on Blue Star was also led by these ancestors, which was why he did not go directly to the Patriarch. The Patriarch of the Blood Clan focused his attention on the battlefield outside the domain. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. He was able to defeat the Blood Slaughterer at the late 3rd stage and the early 2nd stage, and he also possesses the ability to restrain my blood race's innate magical powers. This child must be eliminated. Inside the hall, Xueying also learned about what Xuetu had just experienced. Alright, go contact that person from Daxia and have him deal with this person as soon as possible. Also, notify the Celestial God cult and have them provide all possible assistance. A majestic voice sounded. Yes. Blood Shadow nodded respectfully. By the way, is there any news about that thing? Not yet. Blood Shadow shook his head. Ever since that thing appeared in the world 10 years ago, we have deployed countless spies in the 3 countries of Blue Star, Daqin, Daming, and Daxia. I've been searching for this thing, but I haven't found anything yet. Also, we recently received news that the leaders of the human race seem to have noticed our actions. Oh. The human race is a weak race. Don't worry about them. Keep searching. The existence of such an item is simply beyond the control of the human race. Even if they were to obtain it, they would be completely unable to use it. We can get in touch with those beast kings. Their power can still be utilized on Blue Star. Yes. Xueying bowed and left the hall. Within Daxia, a small courtyard with a simple architecture, filled with an indescribable artistic conception. Are you assigning me a mission at this time because you're worried that I won't be exposed quickly enough? Forget it, for the sake of the Blood Soul Jade, I'll help you this time. Mountain Range of Beasts. After Qin Feng dealt with Xuetu, this special training ended here. There is no doubt that Qin Feng is the well-deserved number 1. Sunan, Luing, and Zhou Zhang, as the 3 best people in Nanha province, the 3 of them combined are not enough for him to defeat alone. Then the group began to return to the training camp. Inside the camp, in a spacious training room. I am also an awakened fire type ability user, and I am good at swordsmanship. I have 2 A-level fire attribute swordsmanship techniques. One is the red flame mad blade, and the other is the round shield blade slash. Think about it, which one do you want to learn? Zhao Ping stood with his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. As Qin Feng won the first place in the special training, he also wanted to fulfill his promise and teach Qin Feng an A-level fire attribute sword technique. A thought flashed across Qin Feng's face, and then he spoke. "Excuse me, Chief Instructor, what are the characteristics of these two combat techniques?" Zhao Ping nodded secretly. Some people rely on their good talent in cultivation and practice combat skills without any consideration. As long as it is a powerful combat skill, they will practice it. But in the end, he found that the fighting skill was not suitable for him, and he wasted a lot of time because of his own blindness. The Scarlet Flame Mad Saber is designed for killing and destruction, similar to the Triple Thunder Saber you wield. If a third-level Awakener can master it to perfection, they can even wield it to the fourth level. Zhao Ping paused when he said this. Fighting against opponents of higher levels did not seem to be attractive to Qin Feng. Even if this guy doesn't practice any combat skills, he can still fight against opponents of higher levels simply by relying on his terrifying S-level thunder and fire abilities and his special physique. Ahem. Zhao Ping coughed twice and continued speaking. The circular shield blade slash can be used for both offense and defense. It's a two-way combat technique. As for offense, you've already mastered the Triple Thunder Blade, so I suggest you choose this combat technique. Sunan and the other two who were standing by were filled with envy when they saw this scene. If they want to obtain A-level combat skills in the training camp, they have to accumulate points to redeem them. But Qin Feng can not only study for free, but also choose the one that suits him. In response to Zhao Ping's suggestion, Qin Feng nodded and then spoke slowly. Chief Instructor, could you please demonstrate these two combat techniques on the spot? I want to compare them. This kid is really cunning. When Yang Hong heard this, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He knew very well how terrifying Qin Feng's talent for cultivation was. As long as Zhao Ping practiced a few times in front of him, perhaps he would be able to master both combat skills. Only children make choices. I want both the red flame blade and the round shield blade slash. Qin Feng said in his heart. Chapter 113 Qin Feng is the real failure and success. In the training room, Zhao Ping held a long metal knife in his hand, his blood surged in his body, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Watch carefully. Qin Feng looked focused, staring at Zhao Ping without blinking. Zhou Zhang also has the same moves as him. He also has S-level fire ability and uses a knife as a weapon, so he can also learn this fighting skill. The next moment, Zhao Ping's aura on the field suddenly changed, and a red flame emitting a violent aura surged out from his palm and attached to the long sword. Zhao Ping began to practice the red flame mad blade. Because it was a rehearsal, his movements were very slow, and Qin Feng could see every move. Although Zhao Ping's movements were not fast, Qin Feng felt a terrifying power condensed but not released from them, and every time he drew his sword, it was extremely exquisite. Not only does he have the ultimate control over fire energy, but he also has a well-balanced sword technique. Boom! Boom! The red flame blade whistled in all directions, showing its extraordinary power. As the practice continued, the power emitted by the red flame sword became more terrifying. With one slash, it seemed to tear the space apart. Qin Feng stared at Zhao Ping's every move intently. In the end, he closed his eyes and began to rehearse in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the A-level fire attribute combat skill, Scarlet Flame Blade. Not long after, the system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. In an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Zhao Ping stopped moving, and then he began to practice the circular shield and sword slash. Just like he said just now, this fighting skill combines offense and defense. The long sword in his hand swung quickly and turned into a round shield to block in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for realizing this independently. Not long after, Qin Feng successfully learned this fighting skill. Well, have you decided which combat technique to choose? After the drill, Zhao Ping stepped forward and spoke. I choose the Scarlet Flame Mad Blade. For Qin Feng now, he has already mastered both combat skills, so it doesn't matter which one he chooses. Good. Although Qin Feng did not follow his advice and chose the circular shield sword slash, Zhao Ping did not say much and directly handed him the battle seal of the red flame mad sword. Everyone has their own choices, and Qin Feng is not his student yet. He has no right and will not interfere. This kid has probably learned everything. Yang Hong on the side couldn't help but say in his heart. Are you sure you want to fight Qin Feng? Zhao Ping frowned slightly and looked at Sunan and the other two. Just now, the three of them proposed to have a one-on-one duel with Qin Feng. There is no doubt that they had no chance of winning, but in the end Zhao Ping chose to respect the opinions of several people. Then he mentioned this matter to Qin Feng and asked for his opinion. I have no objection. Qin Feng naturally would not refuse this. The challenge from Sun An and others was an evolution point delivered to him. Then the two sides started fighting. Under Qin Feng's deliberate control, he gave these people some face and did not eliminate them directly right away. The first to come on stage was Sun An. He knew very well that he was no match for Qin Feng, so he immediately unleashed all his strength. He was worried that if he didn't unleash his strength now, he would not have the chance to unleash it later. But even so, he was easily suppressed by Qin Feng and fell off the ring after less than a minute. Zhou Zhang is in a similar situation. His combat power is almost the same as Sun An's. Divine Weapon System ability. When Lu Ying stepped onto the stage, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his dark eyes fell on the silver feather spear in her hand. The divine weapon-related abilities are even rarer than the thunder-related abilities, and Qin Feng became interested in them for a moment. After fighting with Lu Ying for dozens of moves, he finally defeated her. It's over. Sun An and the other three were defeated by that genius from Jiangnan province. It seems that this time the national champion has nothing to do with our Nanha province. Look at what you said. Even if this person isn't there, there are still those people from Xia province. Their combat power is also extremely strong. I just don't know if they can defeat this person. A group of students below the arena were discussing the matter, while Qin Feng and Yang Hong had already boarded the Black Feather Fighter and headed to the next stop. The border of Nanha province is hundreds of kilometers away from the Baisho Mountains. Zhang Hao's figure appeared here. You blatantly disobeyed my orders and abandoned the operation without authorization. Are you seeking death, Zhang Hao? Oh. Looking at the message sent by his boss, Protector He, on the communicator, Zhang Hao sneered. Now he knew who was behind the actions of the Beast Mountain Range. He Xiangdong, you old thing actually dared to plot against me. A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes. He felt that the action against the 100 Beasts Mountain Range was ridiculous. They asked a leader who was only at the early 4th level of cultivation to perform a sacrificial ceremony to deal with the students in the training camp. Everyone knows how much Daxia values talented students. Every training camp is equipped with 1 Grandmaster and 2 Grandmasters. To deal with such a lineup, even if a guardian came, it might not be of any use, not to mention that he was just a deacon and his cultivation level was only at the 7th level. At this moment, Zhang Hao was extremely grateful that he did not show up in the operation in the 100 Beasts Mountain Range, otherwise, his life and death would be in danger. At this moment, he also realized that this absurd action was most likely prepared for him. Hide first. When your cultivation reaches the 8th level, go and kill that old fellow He Xiangdong. Zhang Hao, thinking this in his heart, disappeared from the spot in a flash. Jiangnan Province Training Camp. What's wrong, little girl? Is this all you can do? Even with that, you still want to surpass Qin Feng? Oh, how disappointing. A 16-year-old spiritual master, just a little girl with a bad temper. All kinds of taunts came out of Tang Yun's mouth. As she spoke, waves of mental power surged out of her body like waves, pressing down fiercely on the figure in front of her. It can be seen that the person standing in front of her is Lin Xiaoxian, but she looks a little embarrassed at this moment. Her body was shaking, her clothes were covered in dust, and even her originally fair little face was stained with mud. Faced with the pressure of Tang Yun's mental power, she had no ability to resist at all and would be crushed if she was not careful. But even so, she gritted her teeth and persevered, especially when she heard the name Qin Feng. Her body, which was already close to the limit, even generated strength again. Interesting, Qin Feng is the cause of both failure and success. Tang Yun's eyes flashed with brilliance. She had finally found a way to train this little girl. On the other side, Shi Koan and Joey Yang were also undergoing special training. A similar scene is that they all have a belief in their hearts, which is to improve their strength and defeat Qin Feng. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 Why do little girls nowadays have such bad tempers? 10 days later. Old Shui, we're leaving. We'll come visit your Dongshan province again when we have time. Yang Hong waved at a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. Well. Shuefu responded with a forced smile, but then he turned around and cursed in a low voice. Damn it, you're still here. You've already cheated me out of 10 A-grade concentration pills this time. If you come again, I'll be a dog. On the Black Feather Fighter. Qin Feng turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window and said with regret. Unfortunately, there's only one stop left. During these 10 days, he and Yang Hong went to 5 training camps in total. During this period, he obtained a lot of resources. In terms of combat skills, he was not lacking for the time being, so the next few training camps were replaced with other resources. He obtained no less than 20 A-level concentration pills that can enhance mental strength, and also obtained a lot of other resources. As for the mind concentrating pill, Qin Feng discovered later that he could directly use his innate magical power to swallow infinitely to absorb the energy in the mind concentrating pill. This would increase his mental strength more than taking it directly. During these 10 days, his qi and blood increased again, reaching 680, and his cultivation successfully advanced to the middle stage of the second stage. In addition, there has been obvious progress in spirit and combat skills. The spirit has reached 300, reaching the late first stage. The 2 fighting skills learned from Zhao Ping, the Red Flame Mad Blade and the Round Shield Blade Slash, have also reached the Great Perfection level. Other A-level combat skills have basically reached perfection. In addition, he has also mastered a new A-level lightning attribute body combat skill called Thunder Flash. This fighting skill is considered an advanced version of the Thunder Step. When fully activated, the body can be as fast as lightning and can reach 100 meters in an instant. According to preliminary estimates, Qin Feng felt that if he burst out with all his strength, his combat power should be able to reach the early 4th level. Even if he fought desperately, he could fight in the middle 4th level. At this time, Yang Hong took out his mobile phone again, edited a message, and sent it to the training camp communication group. Yan Hong, at Wang Shi, Old Wang, get ready to receive the Emperor. Oh, and prepare that a rank spiritual combat skill you treasured. Soon, several messages popped up in the communication group, but compared to before, they were not as frequent. There are several other training camps that Qin Feng and his team have not visited yet. The chief instructors there are clamoring in the group to let them go there. However, the chief instructors of training camps like Guanyuan Province and Nanha Province that had been challenged by Qin Feng seem to have disappeared at this time and were offline in the group. Seeing this scene, Yang Hong showed a smug smile on his face. These old guys are convinced now, one by one. The main point is to beat them all without making a sound. Moreover, these chief instructors all have their own little thoughts, just like Zhang Chang back then. When the chief instructors of other training camps asked about the results, they gave all kinds of excuses, either it was an accidental injury, or Yang Hong was too despicable and cheated. Anyway, let us not talk about Qin Feng's true combat ability. Not only that, they also continued to encourage other chief instructors to continue provoking. Everyone was thinking, it's a loss, we must all eat together. Wang Shi, Xiaoyang, I didn't expect you to actually come. Although there is a little guy in my camp who went to the wilderness to train alone, the other few people are enough to defeat your Jiangnan province. Come quickly, old man, I'm waiting for you. Chief instructor, fuck. He's going to the wilderness to train now. His combat power must at least reach the late 3rd stage. I'm afraid only Master Wang could train such a monster. Yes, my strongest student has only reached the middle stage of the 3rd rank. We can't compare at all. Wilderness training. Yang Hong murmured something, then turned to look at Qin Feng. Just a day ago, Qin Feng also mentioned to him that he wanted to go to the wilderness for training, but he refused. The wilderness is extremely dangerous, especially since Qin Feng has appeared in multiple training camps. His information is likely to have been exposed to those lunatics of the Heavenly God sect. Under such circumstances, even if Qin Feng was very powerful, he would not dare to let him go through the training alone. However, now some students in Xia province have actually taken this step, and Yang Hong is now in a dilemma. With mixed feelings, the two of them quickly arrived at the Xia province training camp. Like other provinces, the training camp in Xia province was also built in the wilderness. Old Wang. Yang Hong and Qin Feng jumped out of the fighter plane and came to the center of the camp. Xiaoyang, you're here. A strong old man with white hair appeared in front of them. Although the old man looks old, he is in good spirits. He walks with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, and his vigor and vitality are no less than that of a young man. This is your student. He doesn't look very good. Wang Shi turned his head and looked at Qin Feng. With his cultivation level, he naturally sensed Qin Feng's cultivation level of the middle stage of the 2nd stage. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, I haven't met many people who can fight me all the way. Faced with provocation, Yang Hong naturally would not give in and immediately retorted. Ha, your temper is really the same as it was back then. Come on, I'll show you around first and broaden your horizons. What's so interesting here? Hurry up and call your talented students over and prepare your fighting skills. Although he said this, Yang Hong still followed Wang Shi around the camp. Xin Feng also followed the two of them and began to look around. Soon, he discovered something unusual. Compared with other provinces, students here did not pay much attention to his and Yang Hong's arrival. Obviously very confident in himself. At this moment, they were in the center of the camp, surrounded by several students practicing combat skills and improving their physiques. One of the girls with twin ponytails attracted Qin Feng's attention. The girl is an awakened water-type supernatural being, and she is currently practicing combat skills. As the girl moved, a powerful water attribute energy surged out of her body. Crash! In an instant, a stream of light blue water burst out from the ground and eventually condensed into a water dragon several meters long. Hold head high. The water dragon raised its head and let out a dragon roar, then its body moved and flew directly into the air. S-level supernatural power, a level perfect combat skills, and early third-level cultivation. Xin Feng said in his heart. As he fought his way here, the strongest student he met was only at the late second stage, and the only one who had reached the third stage was the girl in front of him. As expected of Xia province. Then he was about to turn around and look away, but at this moment a delicate cry was heard. Have you seen enough? After the words fell, the water dragon in the air suddenly turned around and rushed straight towards where Qin Feng was. Forehead. Looking at the water dragon rushing towards him and the angry girl in his sight, Qin Feng was speechless. Why are little girls nowadays so bad-tempered? Chapter 115. Chapter 115. It turns out that only strange things can give birth to strange things. This little girl. You really don't know the rules. The movement of the water dragon also attracted Wang Shi's attention. His expression suddenly became serious and he pretended to be angry. But he had no intention of stopping it. Old man. Seeing this, Yang Hong cursed in his heart, but a smile appeared on his face. After all, they are young and still not stable enough. Wang Shi frowned when he saw that Yang Hong did not try to stop him. The girl who took action was named Lan Xian. She was one of the top 3 students in Xia province. She was very talented and her cultivation had reached the early 3rd level. Her combat power was close to the 4th level. The water dragon in the air is an A-level combat skill called Water Dragon Dance, and Lan Xian has mastered it to perfection. Even the awakened ones in the late 3rd stage don't dare to take it head-on. Wang Shi secretly mobilized the qi and blood in his body and prepared for the rescue. Although he and Yang Hong were mocking and ridiculing each other on the surface, if Qin Feng was really injured because of this and the news got out, wouldn't someone say that the students taught by him, Wang Shi, were very rude? At this time, Qin Feng was looking at the water dragon in the air, his blood and energy were churning in his body, and the red lotus fire was about to burst out. Wooden barrier. But at this moment, a low shout was heard on the field. Boom! Then Qin Feng felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble violently, and then a row of thick wooden pillars sprang out from the ground, forming a wooden wall blocking the water dragon. Boom! The next moment, the water dragon slammed into the wooden wall, making a loud crashing sound. Ma, are you looking for death? Seeing that his water dragon was blocked by the wooden pillar, Lan Xian immediately turned around and transferred his anger to a figure. He was a young man with long black hair. Don't be angry, Xiao Xian. They just came all the way here to ask for advice. We can't be too rude, right? Facing the girl's anger, the boy said with a gentle smile on his face. Then he turned to look at Qin Feng, only to see that the row of thick wooden pillars had quickly fallen to the ground. Hello, classmate. My name is Ma Sen and her name is Lan Xian. Just like Liu, courtesy first, then force. Looking at the young man in front of him with a gentle smile, Qin Feng felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Qin Feng. Others had already introduced themselves, so Qin Feng could only say his own name. Hey, Mr. Qin, this time Mason blocked the attack for you, but you won't be so lucky next time. At this moment, Lan Xian spoke provocatively. You can try. Qin Feng looked at the other person with a faint smile on his face. You. Qin Feng's nonchalant attitude instantly angered her. A light blue energy suddenly surged out of his body, and he was about to launch an attack on Qin Feng again. Don't be angry, Xiao Xian. Even if you want to fight, you have to wait until we're on the ring. Seeing this, Mason quickly came to Lan Xian and tried to stop her. Ma, get out of here, or I'll beat you up too. Small. Crash. Before Mason could say something, a blue water dragon quickly emerged from the ground and turned into a water chain that wrapped around him. In response, a ball of green light suddenly emerged from Mason's body, and then a branch emerged from the ground and collided with the water chain. Ma, I've tolerated you for a long time, and today I have to give you a good beating. Lan Xian was filled with anger, and immediately launched a fierce attack on Mason. Xiao Xian, don't be angry, I just... While Mason was fending off the opponent's attack, he kept shouting Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian. Forehead. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Is this Mason a love-brained person? These two guys, they're at it again. Mason is the same. That little girl is ordinary. What on earth is so attractive to him? He hangs around her every day and always likes to get beaten up for no reason. With his talent, if he can concentrate on training, his combat power may not be worse than that guy. Well, there's always a way out. Besides, isn't it the same with the little girl? She awakened an S-level water ability on her own and has already broken through to the 3rd level at the age of 17. The other students around seemed to be accustomed to the scene before them. They all stood up and kept a certain distance from Lan Xian and the others. Old Wang, how come you raised two weirdos? Yang Hong, who witnessed this scene, naturally would not miss this opportunity and immediately made sarcastic remarks. With a personality and mentality like that, if he were to go to the battlefield in the future, he wouldn't even know how he died. Alas, it seems that your teaching level is lagging behind, Old Wang. Why don't you send them to me? I guarantee that within a week, I can cure them completely. Oh, that boy is Marshal Ma's youngest son, and that girl is Lan Bing's daughter. If you think you can educate them well, just take them away. Wang Shi said in a calm tone. Fuck, it's actually the offspring of those two weirdos. Sure enough, only weird things can give birth to weird things. After hearing the names of Marshal Ma and Lan Bing, Yang Hong's face suddenly changed and he spoke. These two people were in the same class as him, but their personalities and ways of doing things are hard to describe. However, their cultivation talents are top-notch. Both of them have S-level abilities and broke through to the level of War King very early on. Now they are constantly fighting against all kinds of races in the battlefield outside the domain. Forget it, for the sake of our former classmates, I will discipline him for you. Yang Hong muttered. Qin Feng, subdue them. Yang Hong turned around and spoke. After hearing this, Wang Shi, who was standing by, froze in place. No, Xiao Yang and the others have both reached the 3rd level of cultivation. Lan Xian has awakened her own special ability and possesses a special water elemental body. Not to mention Mason, who was born with a wood spirit body, coupled with S-level wood-related abilities. Not only is his vitality strong, but his combat power is also extremely terrifying. You want Qin Feng to subdue both of them at the same time now? Wang Shi looked at Yang Hong with a strange look. I remember you were slapped on the head by the Black Demon Tiger last time. Could it be? Is there any reward for defeating them? Before Wang Shi finished speaking, Qin Feng's voice rang out. No, could brain problems be hereditary? Wang Shi was extremely speechless, and then he looked at Qin Feng. Boy, didn't you hear what I just said? They are both 3rd level awakeners. I heard it. Qin Feng nodded. I heard it, and then what? Are there any combat skill rewards? Seeing that Qin Feng was like a fool and only cared about the reward, Wang Shi took a deep breath. He has decided to transfer a psychologist from the military region to treat this teacher and student pair. As for now, there's a reward. If you can defeat both of them at the same time, you can choose any A-level combat technique you want. Chapter 116, Xiaoxian Falls, Xiaoma Goes Berserk. Water Wolf Bite. Accompanied by a delicate cry, a torrent of blue water burst out from the ground. Crash! Crash! As the water rolled, it transformed into several ferocious-looking water wolves that rushed towards where Mason was, biting him. Xiaoxian, stop making trouble. I just don't want you to lose your manners in front of outsiders. Mason spoke something while summoning branches to resist the attack of the water wolf. Ma, I don't care. Either get out of my way or I'll beat you up. Lan Xian's attack did not stop. As soon as she raised her hand, more than a dozen water wolves quickly gathered together and surrounded Mason. Mason's expression turned serious in response to this. Both of them are at the early 3rd level of cultivation. Given Lan Xian's violent temper, if he really caught the chance and beat her up, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Tangled with thorns. Mason's body was flashing with green light, and a strong breath of life emanated from him. Puff! Puff! The next moment, thorns covered with barbs emerged from the ground and rushed towards the water wolves like flexible snakes. Crackle! Crackle! At this moment, a burst of thunder and lightning suddenly sounded, followed by a blue figure like lightning rushing over and instantly appeared in front of Mason. The blue shadow was Qin Feng. At this moment, his whole body was surrounded by blue lightning, and the sharp sound of jumping arcs came from him. Classmate, you! Mason's face suddenly changed. He didn't think that Qin Feng in this state came to chat with him. Without any hesitation, under his control, several thorns swayed their bodies and lashed towards Qin Feng like long whips. The other side. When Lan Xian saw Qin Feng appear between them, her face suddenly lit up with joy, and she immediately controlled the water wolf to bite him. The two people who were originally at loggerheads, at this moment, all turned their spearheads towards Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. His eyes were like squares, and a blue electric light flashed across them. Thunder flash. The next moment. Sure it. Qin Feng's figure instantly turned into a blue lightning and disappeared on the spot. Where did you go? Lan Xian frowned slightly and looked around, trying to find Qin Feng's trace. Xiaoxian, be careful. But at this moment, Mason suddenly shouted loudly. Sizzle! Sizzle! Just as he finished speaking, Lan Xian felt a surge of electricity coming from behind her. Water blade slash. Without any hesitation, Lan Xian responded immediately. She raised her right arm and swung it back violently. In an instant, a stream of water burst out from her right arm. But in the next moment, Lan Xian was stunned and her body froze in place. Crack! Crack! Blue arcs of electricity surged across her body, and Lan Xian felt a strong sense of numbness rising throughout her body. Water-guided mine. Qin Feng only released a part of the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder onto her, but unexpectedly it produced an unexpected effect. Lan Xian, who possesses a water spirit body, has a physique different from that of ordinary people. Her physique has the characteristics of water. The tension and fluidity of water were originally her advantages, but now they have become her weaknesses. The terrifying destructive power of the Chaos Divine Thunder became even more powerful after being spread by water. Successfully solved 1. Qin Feng murmured softly, then kicked Lan Xian more than 10 meters away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating and obtaining evolution points. Soon, the system announcement sounded. Xiaoxian. Boom! But at this moment, the ground shook violently, and then a thick branch emerged from the ground. The thick branches were like a dragon with bared fangs and claws, circling its body and sweeping towards Qin Feng. Facing the attack of the thick branches, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. He flipped his right hand and a black knife instantly appeared in his hand. Then he pushed off the ground with his feet and rushed towards the thick branch head-on. Shay! Shay! Sure it! Immediately afterwards, flashes of lightning appeared, and then the thick branches suddenly broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. You are a pretty good student. You can burst out such combat power in the middle stage of the second stage. Even among students with S-level abilities, he is considered to be among the best. Wangshi said in a calm tone. Even when he saw Lan Xian being eliminated with his own eyes, the expression on his face didn't change much. This little girl's fighting ability is average. However, Yan Hong would not miss such a good opportunity and immediately made a sarcastic remark. Water-based abilities are inherently suppressed by lightning-based abilities. Furthermore, that little girl was arrogant and underestimated her opponent, so this result isn't surprising. Wangshi's expression remained calm, but he then changed the subject and spoke. You are very clear about the power of the water spirit body. If this little girl can take it seriously, even if the lightning element restrains the water element, she will not lose so easily. Hearing this, Yang Hong curled his lips in disdain. You should wait until she is killed by the myriad races on the battlefield outside the domain before you say this. You brat. Hearing this, Wangshi smiled helplessly. In fact, he was also very clear about Lan Xian's weaknesses, but he just hadn't found a suitable opportunity to teach her a lesson. Although Lan Xian is easy to deal with, if Mason gets serious, his combat power is terrifying. You should prepare some healing potions for your students. Wangshi slowly said. You can also call the psychiatrist to come over. The two people were at loggerheads, neither willing to give in. Although Qin Feng burst out with amazing fighting power and eliminated Lan Xian at lightning speed. But the remaining masons are not so easy to deal with. There is a saying among them. When Xiaoxian fell down, Xiaoma got furious. Now that Xiaoxian is out, I have no intention of arguing about right and wrong. The only option left is to fight. Mason said seriously. Forehead. Do you think this is a movie, brother Xiaoma? Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Rumble. Rumble. Just then, the ground began to shake violently. I saw terrifying wood attribute energy surging out of his body. In a flash, the branches that were chopped into several pieces by Qin Feng were covered with a rich green light. Then these branches began to grow wildly. After just a few seconds, they grew into thick branches several meters long. The branches were like dancing dragons, attacking Qin Feng with bared fangs and claws. Fuck, such a big scene. It seems Xiaoma is really angry this time. Every time something happens to that little girl, Xiaoma will explode. If that guy hadn't intervened last time, I'm afraid only the instructors could have suppressed him. This genius from Jiangnan province was able to eliminate the little girl, which shows that he is quite powerful. What? It's just that little girl was too careless. A group of students were talking about this. At this time, they all stopped practicing and focused their attention on the battle between the two. Chapter 117 Qin Feng, fuck, so good at pretending. The wood spirit's body is indeed a special elemental body. With the blessing of its physique, the power of its supernatural powers far exceeds that of ordinary S-level supernatural powers. Looking at the thick branches surrounding him, Qin Feng said to himself. The combat power that Mason unleashed at this moment was comparable to that of a 4th-level awakener. However, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he became more and more excited. For him, the stronger the opponent, the more evolution points he will get. Crack! Crack! Holding the black knife, terrifying lightning power erupted from his body, and violent blue arcs of electricity spread in all directions like a tide. Qin Feng's figure flashed, like a bolt of lightning, and rushed towards where Mason was. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Qin Feng moved, those thick branches suddenly stood up and chased after his figure. Bang! 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 The thick branches kept hitting Qin Feng violently, but he managed to dodge them all with his terrifying reaction ability. Mason narrowed his eyes slightly when he noticed this scene. The next moment, he raised his hand and let out a low growl. Wooden bondage, wooden prison. Boom! Boom! The next moment, the ground began to shake violently, and then 4 rows of thick wooden pillars quickly emerged from the ground, forming 4 tall wooden walls. Qin Feng's figure was trapped in this tall wooden wall. Rumble! Then, under Mason's control, the 4 tall wooden walls began to close quickly, soon forming a prison. Strangled by thorns. After the wooden prison was formed, Mason clasped his hands together again, and instantly, powerful wood attribute energy surged out of his body again. Inside the wooden prison, thick thorns broke out of the ground, like long snakes, rolling and wrapping around Qin Feng. Thunder Marsh! Qin Feng did not sit still and wait for death. With a flash of lightning on his body, he slapped the ground under his feet with his palm. The next moment, with his body as the center, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters around him was covered with a blue light. Snap! 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 Then, blue lightning shot out from the ground and struck the surrounding wooden thorns fiercely. Qin Feng flashed and came to a wooden wall with a black knife in his hand. Triple Thunder Blade! Sure it! The black knife in his hand was wrapped in lightning, emitting a terrifying power, and then he swung it out. Sizzle! Sizzle! As thunder and lightning surged, a lightning blade burst out from the black knife, tearing through the air and heavily hitting the wooden wall. Boom! There was a loud bang, and in an instant, a huge crack appeared on the wooden wall. But in the next moment, Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw that in his sight, the broken wooden wall was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wood attribute ability already has a terrifying self-healing ability, and Mason also has a wood spirit body. The two are combined with each other. The wood attributed combat skills he released were much stronger than those of ordinary people. Interesting. Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and then he swung his sword again like lightning. The exploding lightning blade instantly tore the gap in the wooden wall. Then he flashed and broke out. Seeing that Qin Feng could actually break through his wooden prison, Mason showed a hint of surprise on his face. You know, not long ago, he used this wooden prison to trap and kill a 4th-level ferocious beast. It didn't even trap him. Wang Shi's face also showed a hint of shock. He stared at the figure wrapped in lightning with wide eyes. Xiao Yang, you're a pretty good student. To be able to develop your abilities to this level, your future achievements will definitely be great. You're a pretty good student. He managed to turn the support-oriented wood type into an offensive type. Interesting. Looking at the thick branches on the field, a gleam of light flashed in Yang Hong's eyes. He was not worried that Qin Feng would lose to the other party, but Ma Sen's fighting ability was indeed not weak. Even if Lin Xiaoshan and the other two were to fight him at the same level, they would lose more than they win. As for Qin Feng, he is guaranteed to win. Bang! Bang! Explosions sounded one after another, and lightning balls the size of basketballs condensed from Qin Feng's fingertips. Then, like cannonballs, they blasted towards Mason, who was standing on a thick branch in front. The thunderball broke through the air, drawing curves in the air. Ma Kuan raised his hand and waved it. In an instant, several thick branches suddenly rose up and began to move wildly, blocking the way in front of him. Boom! Boom! Thunderballs hit it one after another, making a loud noise. At this moment, Mason, who had noticed something, turned his head suddenly, and a pair of dark eyes flashing with blue arcs were reflected in his pupils. It can be seen that Qin Feng was less than 10 meters away from him at this time, and he could even feel the violent power of thunder and lightning from the other party. However, Mason didn't care about this at all. He just moved his mind, and the thick branches under his feet dragged his body rapidly backwards. Classmate, if this is all you are capable of, then I think the battle is over. After distancing himself from Qin Feng again, Mason spoke with a faint smile on his face. Fuck, you're so good at pretending. Qin Feng smiled when he heard this. At this moment, he noticed that the little girl beside him was glaring at him. Although Lan Xian really wanted to join the battle and beat Qin Feng up, she also knew that she had been eliminated. Just now, when her whole body was paralyzed and she lost the ability to move, if Qin Feng was a real enemy, she would be dead now. Mr. Ma, since you helped me beat him up, I'll forgive you. Lan Xian murmured softly. As expected, love can change a person beyond all recognition. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, then looked up at Ma Sen, who was dozens of meters away. The same words go to you. The next moment, the blue arcs of electricity surrounding him scattered in an instant. Well. Are you ready to admit defeat? Xiao Yang, your students are more aware of reality than you. But there's no shame in losing to Mason. Wang Shi said with a smile on his face. He looked as if it was a great honor for Qin Feng to lose to his student. Old one, I'm afraid your eyesight is blurry. Give up? Do you think I, Yang Hong, can teach such a student? So what is he doing? Yang Hong's rhetorical question stunned him. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. In his sight, Qin Feng's body was already covered by a ball of deep red flame. The crimson flames emitted extremely high temperatures. Even though he was hundreds of meters away, he could clearly feel the temperature around him rising rapidly. Dual S-level abilities of thunder and fire. Wang Shi widened his eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. Fuck, Xiao Yang, you found a treasure. A cry of surprise came out of his mouth. Fire Dragon Bind. A low shout came from Qin Feng's mouth, and the next moment, a fire dragon several meters long sprang out from the ground and coiled directly towards Mason. Chapter 118 Chapter 118 What Yi Tianming, even if he comes, he will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. No, that person just used a lightning ability, why did it become a fire ability now? And judging by the power of this ability, its level is not low either. Holy crap, a genius with 2 superpowers. The students looked at Qin Feng, whose body was covered in crimson flames, with expressions of shock on their faces. Although dual superpowers are rare, they do exist. It's just that most people who possess dual superpowers do not have superpower levels that are very high. If you are lucky, one of your abilities may have a higher level. If you are unlucky, both abilities may have a very low level. And someone like Qin Feng, who is an awakener with both S-level superpowers, is unprecedented. On the court. Faced with the fire dragon that suddenly emerged from the ground, a look of surprise flashed across Mason's face, but he reacted immediately. He just waved one hand, and several thick branches surged quickly, surrounding his body. Boom! The next moment, the fire dragon and the thick branches collided with each other, making a loud noise. Fire overcomes wood, not to mention that the Red Lotus Karma fire is not an ordinary flame. The moment the fire dragon touched the thick branches, wisps of crimson flames covered the branches. Snap! Snap! The thick branches began to break in the middle under the burning of the crimson flames. Mason's face changed instantly when he noticed this scene. Without hesitation, he mobilized the supernatural power in his body and rushed towards the thick branches. I saw a strong green light gushing out from his body. With the replenishment of supernatural power, the broken thick branches recovered and even began to grow wildly. It seemed as if it wanted to disperse the crimson flames. Red flame mad blade. But at this moment, Qin Feng's figure came here. He was holding a black knife, jumped high, and then swung the knife downwards. In an instant, crimson flames gathered onto the black knife in his hand like a tide. Boom! A flaming blade several feet long burst out. The blade emitted a terrifying aura, and wherever it passed, the air made bursts of explosions. The next moment, the blade light slammed heavily on the thick branch, and the moment the two came into contact, the latter collapsed like a landslide. Snap! Snap! Countless branches were torn apart by the blade's light, turning into pieces of redwood chips that flew in all directions. Some of them turned into ashes before they even fell to the ground under the burning flames. Even though Mason was frantically mobilizing the supernatural power in his body to speed up the recovery of the thick branches, he was still unable to withstand the ravages of the red blade. In the end, all the branches blocking his way were broken, and the blade light slashed fiercely on his body. At this moment, a layer of green light appeared on the surface of Mason's body. The blade light slammed heavily onto the light shield, and the huge impact force caused his body to fly backwards uncontrollably. It was not until he had walked more than 10 meters that he slowly stabilized his body. I lost. Mason's face was full of dejection. He had not expected that in Daxia, apart from that person, there would be someone who could defeat him despite having a lower cultivation level than him. The green light shield surrounding him began to shrink rapidly at this time, and finally turned into a ring on his hand. My goodness, defensive weapons are not disposable. A hint of envy flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating and obtaining evolution points. As the system announcement sounded in my mind, the outcome of this battle was decided. Fuck, did I see that right? Mason lost? You must be mistaken. Didn't you see that the green ring on his hand was automatically triggered? It will only be triggered when faced with mortal danger. The same thing happened the last time he fought Yi Tianming. Can this man's fighting power be compared to that pervert Yi Tianming? A group of students were talking about it. Wang Shi's eyes were also filled with shock. This boy's talent is not inferior to Yi Tianming. Cut. What Yi Tianming? Even if he comes, he will be rubbed to the ground. Yang Hong curled his lips with a look of disdain. He felt that Wang Shi's words were simply to save face for himself. Hurry up, Lao Wang, take out that book of spiritual combat skills. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can just ask a few more people to fight Qin Feng. Hearing this, Wang Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Yi Tianming was the student in his camp who went to the wilderness alone to gain experience. In his absence, Mason and Lan Xian are the most powerful students here. Neither of them was a match for Qin Feng, and anyone else who went up would just be asking for a fight. Well. Wang Shi nodded helplessly. It was not until then that he understood why Yang Hong dared to speak like that in the communication group. It turns out that I met an unparalleled genius. And Zhang Chang and the others, I was wondering why they haven't been active in the group lately. Now it seems that you have swept them all. I felt unhappy and wanted to let others experience it as well. Wang Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. You guys, after all these years, you're still so narrow-minded. Hey, what kind of teacher is what kind of student he teaches? In response to this, Yang Hong smiled slightly when he heard this. Wang Shi used to be an instructor in the military. Yang Hong, Zhang Chang and others had served under him and could be considered half-students. You are even better than your teacher. Wang Shi laughed. Well, you, as a student, have dual powers of lightning and fire, so why do you need a spiritual combat skill? Wang Shi suddenly asked. Yang Hong was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. He couldn't say that his student was also a psychic. He only found out about Qin Feng being a psychic master 2 days ago. At that time, Qin Feng wanted to exchange the resources for the spirit concentration pill, but he disagreed. There was nothing he could do, so the latter told him that he was already a spiritualist. He was also extremely shocked at that time. He has the dual S-level superpowers of thunder and fire, a top-notch special physique, and now he has become a psychic master. He no longer dared to imagine how terrifying Qin Feng would be when he grew up. He knew that Daxia was about to produce a true hexagonal warrior. When Qin Feng fully grows up, he can even change the current world pattern with his own strength. Looking at Wangshi in front of him, he finally did not reveal the fact that Qin Feng was a psychic master. "We have a little girl there, ask for it for her." "All right." Wangshi didn't think much about it and directly gave him the A-level spiritual combat skill called Washending. After receiving the battle seal, Yang Hong and the other man did not stay for too long and directly left here on the Black Feather Fighter. At this point, the communication war initiated by Yang Hong has come to an end. "Tian Ming, your opponent has appeared." Chapter 119 Jiangchang Wilderness Base. On the Black Feather Fighter. "Have you really thought it through?" Yang Hong looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression, and saw that under his gaze, the young man nodded heavily. "Well, I've made up my mind, Chief Instructor. With my current strength, there's no point in staying in the training camp. Only by going out into the wilderness can I improve faster," Qin Feng said with a serious face. "All right." At this point, Yang Hong knew that there was no point in saying anything more. Even if he is the chief instructor, he cannot interfere with the freedom of every student. "I've been away from the training camp for a while, so I can't accompany you on the next wilderness training." "Okay, Chief Instructor, don't worry, I will definitely protect my own safety," Qin Feng spoke. Originally, he was planning to go to the wilderness to train alone. If Yang Hong, the 8th level Grandmaster, had been following him. Although you feel safe, the meaning of the experience is lost. What's more, Qin Feng himself has some secrets that cannot be revealed in front of outsiders. Therefore, going to the wilderness alone to train is his best choice now. There's a wilderness base outside Jiangchang, hundreds of kilometers away from the camp. You can use that as a starting point and slowly move deeper into the wilderness. Yang Hong opened an electronic screen on the fighter plane, which was displaying an electronic map. Qin Feng's gaze fell on where Yang Hong pointed, and then he nodded. Half an hour later, a handsome figure appeared at the gate of Jiangchang. It was Qin Feng. In order not to attract attention, Yang Hong dropped him off nearby and left directly on a Black Feather fighter jet. In Daxia, once the identity information of the awakened is entered into the system, it can be checked anywhere in the country. Therefore, in Jiangcheng, Qin Feng can enter and leave freely based on his identity information. After leaving the city, Qin Feng picked a direction based on his memory and set off. At the same time, on the Black Feather fighter, Yang Hong picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello?" A strong male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Huang Kai, I'm Yang Hong." "Grandmaster Yang, why is it you?" When the person on the other side heard the name Yang Hong, he instantly became excited and his tone became excited. "I have a student who might come to your wilderness base, if that's convenient." Convenient. Just make sure he doesn't suffer any unfair treatment, and don't interfere with other matters." "Yes." The conversation between the two ended quickly, and then Yang Hong no longer hesitated and rushed towards the camp in the Black Feather fighter. He took Qin Feng outside for almost half a month. At this time, he was looking forward to the changes in Lin Xiaoqian and others. "I hope you can give me some surprises, or don't leave Qin Feng behind too much," he said to himself. A wilderness base outside Jiangchang. In a building in the center of the base, Huang Kai on the top floor hung up the phone with a look of surprise. "Some time ago I heard that Senior Yang was appointed as the chief instructor of the elite training camp. If that's the case, then the student who just arrived must be the genius of the training camp. But Senior Yang, since you want me to help look after it, why don't you tell me your name?" Huang Kai murmured with a frown on his face. "But since it's Senior Yang who has entrusted me with this, I still have to do it with all my heart." Thinking this in his heart, he immediately walked out of the building. Base entrance. Qin Feng's figure came here. Compared with the wilderness base in Linhai City, this base is more magnificent and covers a larger area. The guards at the entrance of the base alone have reached the early 3rd level of cultivation. Qin Feng was not surprised by this. As the capital of Jiangnan province, Jiangcheng faced far more pressure from ferocious beasts than a small city like Linhai City. Qin Feng, who came here, lined up silently and entered the base. The awakened ones here all exude a murderous aura, and the air is filled with a faint smell of blood as people come and go. Moreover, most of the people here hold their weapons in their hands, ready to take action at any time. After entering the base, what comes into view is a bustling street. There are all kinds of vendors on both sides of the street, constantly hawking their wares. A 4th level fire attribute beast crystal can be embedded into a weapon to increase its fire attribute. The price is very favorable, only 300,000 great xia coins. Everyone, take a look, take a look. I have pure 4th level ferocious beast essence blood here. Not 998, only 888. Little brother, is this your first time visiting our Jiancheng wilderness base? Just as Qin Feng was looking around to see if there was anything he could use, a voice sounded in his ears, and then a thin figure came in front of him. Qin Feng looked up and saw an old man with a thin figure and wrinkles on his face. Qin Feng nodded lightly. Looking at the old man in front of him, Qin Feng felt a little alert. This scene reminded him of Chen Lin, whom he had met before at the wilderness base in Linhai City. Little brother, since this is your first time here, you may not be familiar with this place. I can be your guide and give you a detailed introduction to the forces and various facilities within this base. Oh, is there a fee? Qin Feng said in a calm tone. The old man was slightly stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to be so direct. But then he waved his hand. We are all old and have nothing to do at home, so we come here to kill time. If you're happy and willing to pay us some compensation, that would be even better. If you're not willing, we won't force you. Is that so? Qin Feng said in his heart, then shook his head. I won't bother you, old man. I can just wander around here by myself. This was not Qin Feng's first time at the wilderness base, so he naturally didn't need an introduction. What's more, he won't stay here for long. He plans to just wander around here and then go directly to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. Okay, then I won't bother you, little brother. Faced with Qin Feng's rejection, the old man didn't say much and turned around to leave. Why don't young people nowadays know how to respect the elderly and love the young? The world is really going downhill. Come, Laoli, be my guide and I'll give you 10,000 daxia coins. Just at this moment, a burst of mocking voices came from all around, and then several big men holding sharp weapons walked out of the crowd and came to Qin Feng. Little brother, please leave immediately. These people are not easy to deal with. The old man reminded Qin Feng in a low voice, then immediately turned around and gave a flattering smile to the men. My lords, I was mistaken. This little brother is not here for the first time. Let's find another target. As he spoke, he waved the hand behind his back at Qin Feng, signaling him to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 120 Wilderness Base, 4 5th Level Awakeners. 4 Head. This world is really going downhill. It's true that you can find such deals everywhere. Looking at the ferocious-looking men in front of him, Qin Feng showed a look of helplessness on his face. From the moment the old man appeared, he noticed something unusual. Maybe this old man didn't have a bad heart, but was just coerced by these big men, but it didn't matter to Qin Feng. Old man, get out of here. You spent most of your time finding this one target, and yet you still can't bring yourself to take action. You're truly more of a hindrance than a helper. A big man with a hideous scar on his face stepped forward, pushed the old man aside, and then looked at Qin Feng with a fierce look in his eyes. Boy, I won't waste any more time talking to you. I'll give you 100,000 great xia coins each and let you go. Qin Feng looked up at the big man in front of him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Apart from the old man, there were 5 people on the opposite side. Each of them was holding a sharp weapon and exuded a fierce aura. You asked for 500,000 great xia coins right away. You have such a big appetite. Qin Feng sneered. Boy, if you don't pay me, don't even think about leaving here safely today. Is there anyone who cares about killing people here? Faced with the threat from the big man, Qin Feng didn't care at all. He turned around and asked the old man who was pushed aside. The old man was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then said with a worried look on his face. Little brother, although there are rules prohibiting killing in the base, the old man paused here, and then spoke as if to remind him. But if it's just some minor conflict, the base management won't pay any attention to it. Oh. As long as no one is killed, that's fine, right? The old man nodded, pretending to understand. It seems like you guys are pretty lucky. Qin Feng turned his head and focused his attention on the big men in front of him. When the man closest to Qin Feng heard this, a fierce light flashed on his face. He stopped talking nonsense, gripped the machete in his hand tightly, and prepared to take action. Swish! But at this time, someone was faster than him. He only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then his body flew backwards. How dare you take action? The others were stunned for a moment as they looked at their companions flying backwards. In this base, they are used to bullying others and have done things like today countless times, but they have never seen anyone as tough as the young man in front of them. Boy, you are looking for death. The other people immediately showed fierce expressions on their faces. Qin Feng's actions completely angered them. Boom! Boom! The blood and energy in the bodies of several people exploded, and they raised the weapons in their hands and launched a fierce attack on Qin Feng. You guys, hey, little brothers, be careful. The old man on the side saw this scene and stepped back while giving a reminder. This young man is in trouble. Really? Young people are too impulsive. It's just Daxia currency. If they had used it to ward off disaster, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Everyone around, whether they were setting up stalls or passing by, shook their heads, lamenting that Qin Feng should have given in. But in the next moment, they all widened their eyes. Bang! 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 In their eyes, the young man who was about to be taught a lesson was kicking all the big men away one by one. Special physique? The onlookers were shocked. They clearly saw that Qin Feng did not have any supernatural power when he attacked. Those big men were all third-level awakeners, and the one with the highest cultivation level had even reached the middle stage of the third level. But even in this situation, he was easily kicked away by Qin Feng. This is a true genius. Everyone was shocked. Roll. Don't let me see you guys in the base anymore. I'll beat you up every time I see you. After knocking all of them away, Qin Feng shouted loudly. The sound was mixed with the power of qi and blood, and it exploded in everyone's ears like rolling thunder. At this moment, everyone's eyes looking at Qin Feng changed. If before, everyone looked down on Qin Feng because of his age, now, that contempt has been replaced by solemnity. At this time, those big men also clearly realized Qin Feng's terrifying fighting power. Without hesitation, they supported each other and left here quickly. Only the old man had a complicated look in his eyes. When his gaze fell on Qin Feng, he seemed to want to say something but hesitated. But in the end, he seemed to have made up his mind, stepped forward and spoke. Little brother, you'd better leave quickly. These people are from the Blood Bear gang. Now that they have suffered a loss at your hands, they will definitely send people to retaliate against you when they come back. Seeing that Qin Feng's expression did not change after hearing this, the old man added another sentence. Including the base manager, there are a total of 4 5th-level awakeners in this base, and the leader of the Blood Bear gang is one of them. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. His current cultivation level is only the middle stage of the 2nd level, which is 3 major realms away from the 5th level. Even if he unleashes all his strength, he will not be able to compete with the enemy in the short term. But this doesn't mean that he is afraid of that person. Even if he can't beat him, can't he run away? With the perfect level combat skill Thunder Flash, Qin Feng is confident that he can escape unscathed even if facing a 5th-level awakener. Old man, why don't you introduce me to these 5th-level awakeners in the base? Qin Feng spoke with interest. A hint of hesitation flashed across the old man's face when he heard this, but when a banknote with a face value of 10,000 Daxia coins appeared in Qin Feng's hand, his wrinkled old face suddenly broke into a bright smile. Reaching out to take the banknote, he spoke directly. Little brother, you asked the right person. I've been in this base for over a decade, and there's nothing I don't know about, big or small. Before introducing these people, let me first tell you about the forces within this base. Inside this base, in addition to the official forces representing Daxia, there are 3 other forces that are no weaker than them. The Blood Bear gang is one of them, and the other 2 are the Green Fire gang and the Battle Axe gang. And these 4 5th-level awakeners are the ones who control these 4 forces. The base manager's name is Huang Kai. His cultivation and combat power are the highest in the base, having reached the middle stage of the 5th rank. As for the other 3, their cultivation is only at the early 5th level. They are. Perhaps it was the 10,000 Daxia coins that made the old man open up. At this moment, he talked incessantly and even told everyone clearly which gang leader had several mistresses. Okay, old man, I understand. In the end, it was Qin Feng who interrupted him. Chapter 121, The Demonic Valley of Fierce Beasts. No matter how stupid Qin Feng was, he could still notice the strange looks from the people around him. He looked at the old man in front of him with a smile and spoke slowly. Old man, I wonder what position you hold in the Blood Bear gang. Xin Feng's words made the old man stun for a moment, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. You finally figured it out, little brother. As he spoke, the old man took a step back and bowed slightly to Xin Feng. Old man Li is here to apologize to you for what happened just now. The information I just said can be regarded as compensation to you. Xin Feng sneered when he heard this, then waved his hand. I'd like to advise the old man to refrain from such activities in the future. After all, not everyone has a good temper like me. After saying that, Xin Feng said no more and turned around and left. What a pity. If we could befriend such a young genius, the Blood Bear gang would have an extra support to rely on in Jiangcheng in the future. Looking at Xin Feng's back, a trace of regret flashed across the old man's face, and then he had no choice but to give up. Pass the order down and warn all members of the gang that they are not allowed to cause trouble to that person again in the base. After he finished speaking, he immediately added another sentence. It's the same outside the base. Yes, Deputy Gang Leader. A fourth-level awakener who just likes to do such shameful things. I don't know what kind of quirk he has. Xin Feng on the other side shook his head helplessly. He had long seen through the old man's cultivation level, and the reason he didn't expose him in person was that he was just curious about what they were trying to do. Hey, don't miss it if you pass by. It's the best barbecue in Jiangcheng. The secret barbecue ingredients are excellent in taste and full of fragrance. It is definitely the best choice for your wilderness picnic. As he walked, Xin Feng heard a special hawking sound. Others are selling energy liquid, weapons, pills, but here they are selling barbecue ingredients. Speaking of barbecue, Xin Feng also thought of the fat man Su Yuan. I should have gone back to the training camp and brought that guy with me. Xin Feng muttered to himself, then walked to the stall and bought some barbecue ingredients and a set of barbecue tools. This time he will stay in the wilderness for more than half a month. Although the awakened ones are powerful in combat, their body structure is not much different from that of normal humans. In fact, in order to improve their qi and blood, they need to consume more energy than normal people. Although some researchers have developed energy liquid that can serve as food, that colorless and tasteless thing cannot compare to barbecue. After leaving the barbecue stall, Xin Feng walked around the base again, bought some healing potions, and then left the base and headed into the wilderness. Shortly after he left, the base manager, Huang Kai, suddenly issued an order. All new faces entering the base, geniuses between the ages of 18 and 20, must meet him in person. Huang Kai wanted to find Xin Feng in this way. But it was obvious that the result would disappoint him. Could it be that the person Huang Kai is looking for is that little brother? To the east of the base, at the headquarters of the Blood Bear gang, Old Man Li muttered. What do you think, uncle? If we can establish a relationship with young Master Yu through the Chen family this time, then it will be just around the corner for us to gain a foothold in Jiangcheng. I saw a man around 30 years old speaking with an anxious look on his face. Li Liang, the leader of the Blood Bear gang, is a genius who broke through to the 5th level at the age of 30. And he is Old Man Li's nephew. The Chen family has fallen on hard times. The only reason they have a say in Jiangcheng is because they rely on the protection of the Yu family. As for getting in touch with Master Yu, Xiaoliang, you have to know that there is no free lunch in the world. I know, but... Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's wait a little longer. Before Li Liang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Old Man Li. Your most important task now is to cultivate yourself. Only when you become strong can you do what you want. Outside the base. The Fierce Beast Demon Valley, let's choose this place. Xin Feng held a map in his hand and murmured. The map shows the approximate distribution of ferocious beasts around the base. Xin Feng took a quick look and finally chose a place called Demonic Valley of Ferocious Beasts. The highest ferocious beasts here were only level 5, which was just right for him now. After finding the right direction, Xin Feng moved his mind, and lightning flashed on his body. Then his figure disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. 2 hours later, Xin Feng came to a huge valley. Standing here, Xin Feng only felt a desolate atmosphere coming towards him. What comes into view is the vast canyon, the winding mountain road, and the thick fog that exudes a cold and gloomy atmosphere. The vegetation in the valley grows abnormally, and giant trees nearly 1,000 meters high can be seen everywhere. Xin Feng's expression began to tense. This was completely different from before, whether it was the Black Forest Mountains during the camp entrance assessment or the 100 Beasts Mountains during the special training in Nanha Province. There were people from the training camp protecting him there, but at this moment there was no one behind him but himself. As for Linhai City, it is just a small city. The danger level outside the city cannot be compared with that here. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xin Feng walked directly into the valley. Not long after, Xin Feng's eyes focused, and then he saw a huge monster appear in his sight. A violent breath hit me in the face. He stretched out his right hand, and a long sword flashing with red and blue light appeared in Xin Feng's hand. It was the A-grade alloy weapon with composite properties of thunder and fire. Xin Feng, holding a long sword, exuded a fierce aura. His eyes were like torches, staring at the huge monster in front of him. It was a late third-stage black-horned giant rhinoceros. The next moment, Xin Feng swung his sword forward fiercely. The sharp blade tore through the air and hit the black-horned giant rhinoceros heavily. Phew! The sharp blade directly tore open the thick scales on the surface of its body, and dark red blood spurted out from there. With one slash of the knife, the black-horned rhinoceros instantly realized the horror of the young man in front of him. Without hesitation, he turned around and was about to escape into the distance. Xin Feng naturally would not let it leave. Crack! Crack! Lightning flashed on his body, and azure lightning attached to the long sword, and then he swung it violently. Sure it! Lightning blade light burst out from the blade and slashed fiercely on the huge body of the black-horned rhinoceros. The exploding lightning instantly tore its body apart, and a few seconds later, accompanied by a loud bang, its huge body fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing and gaining evolution points. Xin Feng stepped forward and put the body of the black-horned giant rhinoceros into the storage ring, then he flashed and rushed forward again. At the same time, in the Jiangnan province training camp. Chief Instructor, where is Xin Feng? I want to challenge him. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Chen Family's Actions. What? He didn't come back and stayed in the training camp in Xia province? Oh shit, could it be that the chief instructor of Xia province saw that the master was so talented and poached him? That shouldn't be the case. Our Jiangnan province isn't much worse than Xia province. Besides, with the great talent, training there won't be any difference. Looking at the students talking below, Yang Hong's face remained calm. Although in this training camp, whether it is the staff, instructors, or these students, they have all undergone background checks by official forces, theoretically it is impossible for human beings to defect. But Yang Hong knew that this was just a theory. People's hearts were unpredictable, and who could guarantee that there were no people with ulterior motives? In order to ensure Xin Feng's safety, he did not reveal his whereabouts, but only said that he stayed in the Xia province training camp. Snort! Fortunately, he didn't come back, otherwise I would have let him see how powerful I am. Lin Xiaoqian muttered to herself. Shi Kuan and Zhou Yang standing by also had a look of regret on their faces. During the time when Xin Feng was away, the three of them practiced desperately. There has been huge progress. Their cultivation has reached the early third level, and their combat skills have also made new breakthroughs. It seems that you haven't slacked off during my absence. Yang Hong glanced at the people below with a stern gaze, and then spoke again. But this little progress isn't enough. In Xia province, the average cultivation level of students there has already reached the middle stage of the second stage. You're still far behind. As he spoke, he turned to look at Tang Yun and the other person standing beside him. Announcement: wilderness training will begin tomorrow. Everyone needs to kill at least 10 ferocious beasts of their own level. Those who fail to meet the requirement will be expelled from the training camp. Yang Hong's words also made the faces of the students change. Some people are eager to try and ready to show their talents, while others are worried, afraid that they will not meet the requirements. However, those who can come here are the best among their peers. It is just a matter of killing ferocious beasts of the same level as themselves, which most people can do. Then Yang Hong said a few more encouraging words, and after leaving Lin Xiaoqian and the other two alone, he let the team disband. Come, let me check your progress in cultivation. Xin Feng stayed in Xia province? Zhangcheng, Chen family. The head of the family, Chen Bao, murmured softly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Master, didn't we just receive a message from province Xia saying that Yan Hong has already left with Xin Feng? What is this now? A hint of doubt flashed across the face of the butler Chen Bao. In response, Chen Bao just waved his hand. Alright, Uncle Chen, please step back and don't get involved in this matter. Yes, Patriarch. Uncle Chen bowed and walked out. Shen Yi. As Chen Bao finished speaking, a black shadow flashed out from the darkness and knelt on one knee on the ground. Owner. There's news that someone saw a black feather fighter plane parked near Jiangqing today. Go to the wilderness base outside the city and investigate to see if there's any news about Qin Feng. Yes. The black shadow who received the order flashed by and disappeared in the room. If you dare to kill my son, Chen Bao, I will kill you. A hint of coldness flashed in Chen Bao's eyes. Master, the young lady is back. Well, Shiro is back, let her come to see me. Father, Master Yu's patience is limited. He said he hopes you can. Okay, I understand. I will inform your aunt to come home tomorrow. As for the rest, let Master Yu decide for himself. Night falls. Inside the wilderness base. Alas, I've been looking for the whole day, but I still haven't seen the person Senior Yang mentioned. Forget it, I'll continue looking tomorrow. As he spoke, a look of helplessness appeared on Huang Kai's face. Naturally, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest on what Yang Hong had instructed him to do, so he basically spent the whole day looking for Qin Feng. However, the real owner was already hunting ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Valley, so it was naturally impossible for him to find him. Lord Huang Kai. Just as Huang Kai was about to return to his residence to rest, a strange voice came from behind him. Who are you? As he turned around, a figure in a black robe appeared in Huang Kai's sight. The head of the family, Chen Bao, asked me to say hello to you. The man in black robe spoke. Someone from the Chun family. Huang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strange light flashed across them. I don't have any friendship with your family's head. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out of here. Huang Kai said directly. He was already very dissatisfied with the Chun family's style of doing things, so naturally he would not be in a good mood towards them. The master wants you to help find someone within the base. If you succeed, you will be handsomely rewarded. I refuse. Huang Kai refused without thinking and turned around. Get lost. If you follow me, I will kill you as a member of the Tianqin cult. Huang Kai said domineeringly. As the official base manager of Daxia, he was not afraid of the Chun family that had lost its master. Besides, who doesn't know a few masters? A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the rejected man in black robe, and then he turned and left. At the same time, Bosley, our family leader really hopes to establish a cooperative relationship with you, but he may need your help now. Hearing the words of the black-robed man in front of him, a complicated look flashed across the face of Li Liang, the leader of the Blood Bear gang. If it were according to his own wishes, he would be very willing to cooperate with the Chen family. Although the Chen family has declined, they have relied on young Master Yu for support. As long as young Master Yu does not fall, no one in Jiangqing dares to touch the Chen family. According to his own idea, he would first establish a relationship with the Chen family, and then find an opportunity to contact Yu Shao. But what Old Man Li said today also made him alert. Please go back and tell Master Chen that I will keep an eye on the young talents coming to the base recently. The news will be notified to you as soon as possible. In the end, Li Liang decided to delay it. After all, if they refused, it would be almost equivalent to breaking off relations with the Chen family, which would be detrimental to the development of their Blood Bear gang. Good. After receiving Li Liang's reply, the man did not stay for long and turned around and left. Half an hour later, the leader of the Qinghua gang, Chang Yan, looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a smile. Last time, your family had promised to help me get rid of that fellow Li Liang, but it's been almost half a year now, and there's still no progress. How dare you come to me now? Boss Chang, you're kidding. Li Liang's cultivation has already reached the late 5th stage. Killing him won't be that easy. But this time is different. If you can help find that person, our family head will personally help your Qinghua gang swallow up the other 2 gangs. He. In response, Chang Yan sneered. He didn't believe it at all. However, in order to avoid breaking up with the Chen family, he still spoke. Tell me, what do you Chen family want me to do this time? The same scene also appeared in the Tomahawk gang. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 Found You. Are you sure it's him? Inside the base. A man in black robe pointed at a photo and asked the man in front of him. Yes, sir. The man was so nervous that he stuttered a little, but he couldn't stop nodding. Then the man in black robe took the photo and looked at another person beside him. The man immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Sir, the man in the photo is the one who clashed with the Bloodbear gang during the day. We were only a dozen meters away from him at the time, so there's no way we're mistaken. The man said with a look of horror. Okay, I got it. Then sir, can we? Puff. Before the man could finish his words, a red bloodlight appeared at his neck, and the next moment, he fell to the ground, holding his neck. Visible to the naked eye, blood was flowing out of the neck like water. You are, actually. Puff. The other person fell down holding his neck the next moment before he could finish his words. These two people were merchants in the base, and their cultivation was only at the second level. They had no power to fight back against the man in black robe. After easily killing the two men, the man in black robe skillfully cleared the battlefield, and then quickly left the base under the cover of night. It's really him. Call all the 4th-rank secret guards of the family and have them go outside the city to intercept and kill Qin Feng. Also notify the third brother and the others outside the city and have them keep an eye out. Shen Bao paused here and then continued. Forget it, let's not disturb them for now. 3 days later. Under the night sky shrouded in darkness, a figure sat cross-legged in front of the fire. Crack! Crack! The red flames burned the firewood, making a loud explosion. The figure was Qin Feng, who had been in the Valley of Ferocious Beasts for 3 days and exuded a ferocious aura. Sizzle! Sizzle! There was also a barbecue grill on the fire, on which the black leopard's thigh meat was sizzling with oil and emitting a rich aroma. Qin Feng tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it directly into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. Although this barbecue material is good, it's still not as good as Fatty's cooking skills. While eating, Qin Feng compared them in his mind. Soon, this piece of thigh meat weighing more than 10 pounds went into Qin Feng's stomach. After eating, he started to check the evolution points he had earned in the past few days. Evolution points, 4,000. The number of evolution points has reached a new height. Now, if he kills a beast of the same level as him, he will only get about 100 evolution points. If he is one level higher than him, he can get 200 evolution points. There was a hint of thought in Qin Feng's eyes. He was thinking about how to distribute the evolution points. First, improve the combat skills you currently possess to the perfect state, and then improve your spirit to the second level. Thinking this in his mind, he opened the system panel. In terms of combat skills, the spiritual combat skill he had just learned had also reached the minor success level, and the other skills, such as Thunder Swamp, Triple Thunderblade, Thunder Flash, Fire Dragon Binding, and Flame Explosion, had all reached the perfection level. Qin Feng set his sights on the two fire-attributed sword techniques. System, add some combat skills like Red Flame Mad Blade and Circular Shield Blade Slash to improve them to the perfect state. Ding! Consume 3,000 evolution points in total to upgrade Scarlet Blade and Circular Shield Blade Slash to perfection. As the system broadcast sounded, two different perceptions appeared in Qin Feng's mind. It was like a sudden enlightenment. In just a dozen seconds, he completely digested the two insights and successfully mastered the Red Flame Mad Blade and the Circular Shield Blade Slash to perfection. It actually directly consumed 3,000 evolution points. Qin Feng murmured softly. He felt that as his cultivation level continued to improve, these evolution points were becoming less and less valuable. System, add all the remaining evolution points to the divine weapon. Ding! Consuming 1,000 evolution points, the spiritual combat skill divine weapon has reached the grand mastery stage. Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes, and then his mental power surged out of his mind like a tide. Under his control, the invisible mental force began to change constantly in mid-air. Sometimes it turned into a spiritual sword, and sometimes it turned into a sledgehammer. After practicing briefly, Qin Feng withdrew his mental power. My mental strength is still too weak now. I can't use it unless absolutely necessary. Qin Feng said in his heart. He has not forgotten the scene when Li Yu's mental power was severely damaged by the Red Lotus fire. Although psychics are powerful in combat, their mental strength is very weak in the early stages. Most psychics, before reaching the 5th level, would generally choose to use their mental power to control flying knives or other sharp weapons to attack the enemy, like Lin Xiaoqian did. Doing this will not easily damage your own mental strength. At present, his spirit is not yet at the 2nd level. Qin Feng only regards it as an auxiliary for the time being, and still relies mainly on his own physical fitness and supernatural powers when fighting. Let's find a place to rest for the night and continue tomorrow. Qin Feng said this in his heart, then stretched out his hand and burst out a burst of energy and blood, crushing the fire. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Swish! Swish! Shortly after he left, more than a dozen figures appeared here at the same time. All of them were wearing loose black robes that covered their faces. The fire just went out a while ago. It should be nearby. Let's split up and look for it. Chen Yi, who was in the lead, spoke in a low voice. Swish! Swish! After the words fell, everyone scattered and began to search around. Chen Yi stayed where he was and took out a sound transmission stone. The demonic valley of ferocious beasts. He slowly uttered 4 words and then put the sound stone back. At the same time, Qin Feng, who had just found a hidden cave, had a flash in his dark eyes. He vaguely sensed something unusual. It was too quiet around here, considering he had already spent 2 nights in the Valley of Ferocious Beasts. As soon as night falls, all the ferocious beasts in the Demon Valley seem to be in heat, roaring continuously. But today is exceptionally quiet. Have all the ferocious beasts around here been cleared out? An incredible idea arose in Qin Feng's mind. The outskirts of the ferocious beast Demon Valley. Boss, do we really want to help the Chun family? Didn't you say he tricked us last time? A young man spoke to Chang Yan beside him with a puzzled look on his face. Bang, we didn't do anything. I just brought you here to hunt ferocious beasts. Chang Yan said in a calm tone. Also, from now on, say what you should say, and keep your mouth shut if you shouldn't. Oh. The young man nodded. To hunt down the beasts, there's no need to call all 280 members of the gang over to guard the exits of the Valley of Fierce Beasts, right? Swish! A black shadow appeared at the entrance of a hidden cave, after sensing the rich energy and blood in the cave. I found you. The man in black robe made a hoarse sound, but in the next moment, a dazzling blue light appeared in his sight. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 The Cat and Mouse Game begins. Swish! In the shocked eyes of the man in black robe, the dazzling blue light continued to grow larger and larger, and finally turned into a thunderball emitting a violent aura. Lei Chang, it's you. However, after seeing the thunderball clearly, the man in black robe was not surprised but happy. The Thunder Spear is the Chun family's family fighting skill, and very few outsiders can master it. According to the intelligence they obtained, the person who killed Qin Feng mastered the Thunder Spear fighting skill. Facing the attack of the thunderball, the man in black robe was not afraid at all. Powerful energy and blood burst out from his body, and when he raised his hand, an alloy spear appeared in his hand. As the spear was swung, khaki energy gathered on the spear body. The man in black robe is absolutely confident in his own strength. His cultivation has reached the early stage of the 4th level. As for Qin Feng, he had already sensed that he was only in the middle stage of the 2nd level. There is almost a gap of 2 major realms between him and me. Even if you are a genius, it is impossible for you to fight him across 2 major realms. But he soon realized that he had miscalculated. Boom! Just as he swung his spear to knock the thunderball away, the blue light above the thunderball suddenly increased, and then it exploded like a bomb. In an instant, the terrifying impact force spread out in all directions, and the air around began to fluctuate like a tide. The man in black robe retreated violently, but there was someone who was faster than him. He saw a figure wrapped in blue lightning all over his body, and it came to him in an instant like a flash of lightning. How is that possible? The man in black robe was shocked. The speed Qin Feng had just burst out was so fast that even he, a 4th level awakener, might not be able to catch up with it, let alone a 2nd level awakener. Bawang Fist. Qin Feng didn't give him much time to react. He raised his hand and punched out. The explosive fist wind tore through the air and hit the black-robed man heavily like a cannonball. Boom! In an instant, a violent collision sound was heard, and the man in black robe felt as if he was hit head-on by a heavy truck traveling at high speed. An irresistible impact force made his body fly backwards uncontrollably. Boom! Accompanied by a violent bang, the black-robed man's body hit heavily on a huge mountain. His body fell heavily to the ground, and severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. But before he could stand up, Qin Feng came to him like lightning and stepped on his chest. Who are you? Qin Feng's dark eyes exuded endless coldness, and he spoke in a cold tone. Judging from the black-robed man's behavior just now, he was obviously coming for him, but Qin Feng was a little confused as to which force was chasing him. You know, he had only been in the Valley of Ferocious Beasts for a few days, and these people were able to find his location. It was obvious that the other party's power was definitely not small. First of all, he directly eliminated several major forces within the base. Although the Blood Bear gang had clashed with him before, if the old man really wanted to deal with him at that time, he would not have waited until now. What's more, the black-robed man in front of him was not dressed like those people in the base. Oh. Facing Qin Feng's questioning, the man in black robe only responded with a sneer. Qin Feng saw this and knew that he couldn't get anything out of him. Bang! Without hesitation, he exerted force with his foot and stepped on his heart with a kick carrying the Chaos Thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 4 early awakener and gaining 300 evolution points. Listening to the system broadcast sounding in his mind, Qin Feng smiled. Swish! Swish! Just at this moment, several figures attacked from all directions and arrived in front of Qin Feng in an instant. Without exception, these people were all wearing black robes to hide their figures. Looking at the several black-robed men around him who were emitting powerful energy and blood, Qin Feng's face was not panicked at all, and his dark eyes were full of murderous intent. He has never been a good person, not to mention that these men in black robes have bad intentions. Crackle! Crackle! Qin Feng took a step forward, and the Chaos Divine Thunder was activated with all his strength, and the terrifying power of thunder surged out of his body. Blue lightning lingered around him, as if the people were cheering and welcoming the arrival of their king. A heart-pounding aura of violence emanated from Qin Feng. At this moment, all the people in black robes were shocked by the terrifying power of thunder from Qin Feng. Don't be scared by this thunder and lightning. His cultivation is only at the 2nd level. He is just bluffing. One of the men in black robes said this with disdain, then he flashed and attacked Qin Feng with a long alloy sword in his hand. Qin Feng was not afraid of this at all. Lightning flashed in his dark eyes. Then he flipped his palm and a long sword flashing with red and blue light appeared in his hand. Shie! At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard, and the man in black robe was seen in front of him. The sharp blade tore through the air and slashed towards Qin Feng fiercely. In response, Qin Feng also raised his hand and swung his sword to meet the attack. Clang! The moment the crisp sound of metal collision was heard, the black-robed man's face changed drastically. He only felt the tiger's mouth cracking and an irresistible force coming. You must know that Qin Feng, who possesses the body of a demon king, is much stronger than the average awakener, and now he has the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. His power has reached a terrifying level. Triple Thunder Blade! After easily blocking the opponent's attack, Qin Feng suddenly exerted force, like thunder, and the exploding lightning blade light shot out, directly knocking the long sword in the black-robed man's hand away. Sure it! The next moment, the lightning blade tore through the air and hit the man in black robe hard. In a flash, a charred corpse appeared on the scene. The other men in black robes changed their expressions instantly when they saw the scene, and then without any hesitation, they turned around and fled. Qin Feng naturally would not let them leave. How could he let go of the evolution points that were delivered to his doorstep? Crack! Crack! His whole body was surrounded by lightning, and his eyes fell on one of the men in black robes. The next moment, his figure flashed across the dark night sky like a flash of lightning. 2 minutes later. Bang! The last man in black robe was also killed by him with one sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing. The cultivation levels of these people were all at the early 4th level, and the evolution points they brought to him were almost the same. There were 5 of them in total, and they contributed 1,500 evolution points to him. This is much faster than hunting ferocious beasts. For a moment, Qin Feng felt a little unsatisfied. He turned his head and looked in one direction, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng could sense that there was still someone hiding in the dark, but because the other party was hiding very deeply, he could not find the other party's specific location for the time being. However, Qin Feng didn't care about this. He knew that as long as the other party kept following him, he would find him sooner or later. The cat and mouse game has begun. Qin Feng showed a sneer on his face, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 125, Killing Green Fire Gang Members. Should we continue to follow the target? A man in black robe spoke to Chen Yi. No need. With our fighting power, even if we follow them, we will only die. Let's go, we are not needed here anymore, someone else has taken over this task. As he spoke, Chen Yi left in a flash. Someone else taking over? The remaining few men in black robes looked at each other. As secret guards of the Chen family, they had not heard that Chen Bao had sent other people to kill Qin Feng. However, Chen Yi was their boss, so they naturally didn't ask too many questions. Several of them disappeared from the spot in a flash. At the same time, Damn it, so many people couldn't deal with a second-level awakener. I think the Chen family is completely ruined. Chang Yan, who was guarding the Demon Valley of Ferocious Beasts, suddenly changed his expression when he learned that Chen Yi and his men had failed. Pass the word on, have all gang members return to base immediately and keep their mouths shut. Don't say anything you shouldn't. At Chang Yan's command, 280 members of the Qinghua gang left here in a mighty manner. At this moment, Chang Yan's face was gloomy. For the sake of the Chen family, they offended a young genius with unlimited potential. Chang Yan himself believed that the Chen family had dispatched more than a dozen secret guards with cultivation at the 4th level, so killing a young man was a sure thing. That's why he chose to cooperate with the Chen family. Damn the Chen family. We're completely on their bandwagon now. We are from the Qinghua gang. We are here only on the orders of the gang leader to hunt down vicious beasts. A middle-aged man looked at the black-haired boy in front of him with horror. You can see 2 figures collapsed on the ground beside the young master. They are the middle-aged man's companions. But at this time they had lost their vitality and turned into 2 corpses. The young man was Qin Feng, his eyes were cold and radiated a chill. He just happened to meet these 3 people. Seeing that he was young, they planned to kill him and rob him. And the results are obvious. How many of you came to the Ferocious Beast Valley? Qin Feng said in a cold tone. A hint of hesitation flashed across the middle-aged man's face when he heard this. Sizzle! Sizzle! Seeing this, Qin Feng stretched out his right hand, pointed it at him like a pistol, and blue arcs of electricity flashed at his fingertips. Everyone, all 280 members of our Qinghua gang have been summoned here by the gang leader to hunt down the ferocious beast. When Qin Feng heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Little brother, it was really just a misunderstanding. I swear, as long as you let me go, I will never retaliate. Phew! The middle-aged man here wanted to say something, but the next moment, a blue lightning pierced through his chest, and red blood spurted out. Then his body fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Feng would not have the slightest mercy for someone who wanted to murder him. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. These people are committing murder and robbery, so be prepared to be killed. Green Fire Gang? Qin Feng frowned. He was sure that the Qinghua gang must be related to those men in black robes. There is a high possibility that they are in the same group. A sharp light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He was not going to sit and wait for death. Since all the members of the Qinghua gang have come to the Ferocious Beast Valley to hunt ferocious beasts, it is normal for the ferocious beasts to kill a few people in return because they are brutal. As Qin Feng was thinking this, a blue light flashed on his body and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant like a flash of lightning. Shortly after he left, several ferocious beasts appeared and devoured the bodies of the middle-aged man and several others. Qin Feng's figure flashed as he rushed out of the Demon Valley of Ferocious Beasts. Not long after, a team of 5 people appeared in front of him. The leader was a bald man whose cultivation level was in the late 3rd stage. After seeing those people, Qin Feng's aura surged, and thick blue arcs of electricity surged out of his body like a tide. Crackle! Crackle! A terrifying thunderous sound came from him. Who are you? The bald man and the others were instantly attracted by the sound of thunder and turned their heads to look at Qin Feng. Swish! But in the next moment, several people's eyes widened instantly, and they saw a lightning spear emitting a violent aura tearing through the air and rushing towards their location. Bang! Bang! After the lightning spear, several basketball-sized lightning balls followed closely, like lightning, and arrived in front of the people in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 The next moment, a violent explosion sounded, and under Qin Feng's control, the thunderballs exploded suddenly like bombs. The violent explosion caused a terrifying impact force. Among the 5 people, only the bald man with the highest cultivation level barely withstood the impact of the explosion. The rest of them all fell to the ground wailing on their faces, and some even lost their lives on the spot. The bald man looked terrified at this moment. Little brother, we are from the Qinghua gang and have no grudge against you. Why do you want to? Sure it. Before the bald man could finish his words, he saw a lightning spear emitting a violent aura coming towards him. In a panic, red energy flashed on the bald man's body, and red flames surged out of his body and condensed on the long sword in his hand. Flame slash! A low shout came from his mouth, and he exerted force with both arms and swung a knife forward. Crimson flames surged out from the long sword and transformed into a flaming blade in mid-air. Boom! The next moment, the lightning spear and the flaming blade collided heavily with each other. In an instant, accompanied by a violent collision sound, the air around them began to fluctuate like a tide. Immediately afterwards, the bald man's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Swish! The next moment, Qin Feng's figure came to the bald man like lightning, raised the long sword in his hand that was flashing with red and blue light, and slashed it fiercely. Phew! In an instant, a hideous wound appeared on the bald man's neck, and red blood gushed out from there like a stream of water. The bald man only had time to let out a cry of pain before his body collapsed to the ground and turned into a corpse. After dealing with the bald man, Qin Feng left without hesitation. Not long after, a team appeared in front of him again. Without any communication, Qin Feng still burst out with his strength right from the start. In less than a minute, all the team members fell to the ground with wailing faces. This time, Qin Feng did not kill them all, but only seriously injured them. As for whether they can survive in the end, it depends on their own luck. Boss, I received news that many of our brothers were attacked before they could evacuate the ferocious Beast Valley. More than a dozen members have died there. Soon, Chang Yan received news that a member had been attacked. I'll go check it out. Chang Yan's expression changed slightly, and then he disappeared from the spot in a flash. Chapter 126 Improved Qi and Blood, targeting level 3. Go back and tell your boss that I will slowly settle this account with him. After dealing with another team, Qin Feng looked at the one survivor with a cold gaze and said in a cold tone. After saying that, he left in a flash without waiting for the man to reply. After all, the leader of the Qinghua gang is a 5th level awakener. Qin Feng knew that if he continued, he would definitely be noticed by the other party. His current cultivation level is only the middle stage of the 2nd level, which is a huge gap from the 5th level. If he really meets the other party, it will be quite troublesome. Swish! Shortly after Qin Feng left, a figure wrapped in invisible airflow came here. It was Chang Yan. It's still a step too late. Looking at the corpses lying around, Chang Yan's face was gloomy. At this point, the feud between the Qinghua gang and Qin Feng was completely established. We must improve our Qi and Blood as soon as possible. In the depths of the ferocious Beast Valley, in a hidden location, Qin Feng appeared. At this moment, his face looked solemn. He knew that the forces behind the black-robed men who attacked him would never let him go so easily. The reason why those people hiding in the dark haven't taken action yet is simply because they are afraid of his strength. But Qin Feng knew that they would never sit there and wait for death. There is a high possibility that the other party has sent a stronger force to rush over. There is also the threat of the Qinghua gang. According to the information provided by Old Manly, in addition to the leader of the Qinghua gang being a 5th level awakener, there are also 2 deputy gang leaders whose cultivation has reached the late 4th level. With his current combat capability, it would be very troublesome if he met these 2 people. So at this time Qin Feng decided to improve his Qi and Blood first. If he could improve his cultivation to the 3rd level, then even if he faced the late 4th level, he would be able to fight. Evolution points, 3,000. Most of the evolution points were obtained by him killing those black-robed men, and the rest were mostly contributed by the members of the Qinghua gang. System: use evolution points to upgrade the divine weapon to perfection. Qin Feng moved his mind and gave an order to the system. Ding! Consuming 1800 evolution points, the spiritual combat skill divine weapon has reached perfection. After the system announcement ended, a special power of perception suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. He slowly closed his eyes and took in this knowledge seriously. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed through his dark eyes. Next, it's time to improve your Qi and Blood. System: add all remaining evolution points to Qi and Blood. Ding! Consumes 1200 evolution points, increases HP by 120 points. Boom! At the moment the system broadcast sounded, an explosion was heard from Qin Feng's body. A strong energy of Qi and Blood appeared in his body. At this moment, Qin Feng's face turned red and his muscles were tense. Like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he exuded a violent aura. After a moment, as his body completely absorbed the energy and blood, the violent aura on Qin Feng's body slowly subsided. Qi and Blood, 810. It's the late 2nd stage. Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy and blood in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. Now he has become completely addicted to the feeling of becoming stronger. Continue, and strive to break through to the 3rd level in the shortest possible time. Qin Feng muttered to himself, and then took out a dozen beast crystals from his storage ring. These are all third-level beast crystals, all of which are third-level ferocious beasts he hunted in the Ferocious Beast Valley. The innate magical power of infinite swallowing was activated, and in an instant a ball of black light suddenly appeared, covering all the beast crystals. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Feng felt a strong energy appearing in his body, and this energy was constantly expanding. Qin Feng stopped swallowing until he felt a sense of expansion in his body. He began to digest the energy within these beast crystals. The qi and blood of a second-level awakener are divided into 400 in the early stage, 600 in the middle stage, and 800 in the late stage. As long as the qi and HP reaches 1000, you can break through and become a third-level awakener. Although he has just broken through to the late second stage, Qin Feng is confident that within 2 days at most, his qi and blood will reach 1000 and break through to the third stage. No words all night. In the early morning, as a golden sun rises from the east, the dazzling golden light illuminates the earth. Qin Feng in the cave also slowly opened his eyes. Not even close. He murmured softly and then stood up and left. Qin Feng knew very well that he was now being targeted by an unknown force, so it was not suitable for him to stay in one place for a long time. What's more, he also needs to hunt ferocious beasts to earn evolution points. Zhangchun, inside the wilderness base. After half a night of tossing and turning, Chang Yan also returned to the base with the remaining members of the Qinghua gang. But at this moment, his face was as gloomy as water. Gang leader. We still can't get in touch with the Chun family. At this moment, someone came to Chang Yan and whispered. Damn Chen Bao, what do you think of my Qinghua gang? Chang Yan gritted his teeth. I'll go to the city myself. After saying this, Chang Yan left the base and headed towards Zhangcheng. Judging from Chang Yan's performance, their operation last night probably wasn't that smooth. It seems that he has been tricked by the Chen family again. Blood Bear Gang leader Li Liang said with a smile. As the three major gangs in the base, the Blood Bear Gang and the Green Fire Gang have always been at odds with each other. At this moment, he was even thinking in his mind whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to completely wipe out the Qinghua Gang and occupy their territory. The Chen family is hunting down a young genius, and Huang Kai is also looking for a young genius. Could it be that they are looking for the same person? Compared to Li Liang, who was only thinking about occupying territory, Old Man Li was obviously thinking about more at this time. Chen family. Huang Kai. Young genius. There was a gleam in Old Man Li's eyes. He knew this was an opportunity to take sides. The Qinghua gang, which has already chosen the Chen family, is not doing well now. Come with me to see Huang Kai. Old Man Li looked up and said to Li Liang. Huang Kai, why do you want to meet him? Li Liang was a little confused when he heard this. Seeing this, Old Man Li shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'll go alone. Oh, and recently, reduce contact with the Chun family, and ask the gang members to try not to leave the base. After giving a few instructions, Old Man Li left, leaving Li Liang with a confused look on his face. At the same time, more than a dozen figures appeared at the entrance of the Demon Valley of Ferocious Beasts. No, what on earth is the deacon thinking? To deal with a senior high school student, do we need to call all of us team leaders here? They even invited you, the commander, to come here. A thin man with a goatee said to the person next to him with a helpless look on his face. The deacon has his reasons for doing things. We just need to follow his orders. What's more, after completing this mission, each of us will be able to obtain a drop of yellow-grade superior blood essence. Killing a senior high school student will earn you a drop of yellow-grade superior blood essence. What's the difference between this and picking it up? Chapter 127 Chapter 127 The Young Master of the Chen Family. Okay, don't take things too simply. Since the deacon called us all here to deal with that senior student, it's enough to prove that his fighting ability is extraordinary. Cheer up, don't let anything go wrong. At this moment, a thin young man slowly spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the people around him who were talking immediately shut up. Yes, my Lord Commander. Everyone said respectfully. Let's go and meet this senior student that the deacon values so much. At Zhang Ming's command, all the people in the group flashed and turned into black shadows and rushed towards the Demon Valley of Ferocious Beasts. At the same time, in the depths of the Ferocious Beast Valley, a huge monster appeared in front of Qin Feng. Its body was as tall as a truck, covered with dark red hair. When it opened its mouth, 2 rows of sharp fangs emitted a cold light. The Dark Demon Earth Dragon is in the middle stage of the 4th level. It is rumored that it has a trace of true dragon blood in its body, and its combat power is several times stronger than that of the ferocious beasts of the same level. Roar! The dark demon earth dragon looked at the weak human in front of it, raised its head and let out an angry roar. Then he raised a sharp claw and stretched it forward. Sure it! The sharp claws tore through the air and stabbed towards Qin Feng's location. Facing the attack of the sharp claws, Qin Feng did not dare to be careless. The lightning flash was launched instantly, and his figure disappeared on the spot like a flash of lightning. Crackle! Crackle! The next moment, a violent roar of thunder and lightning sounded, and the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder was fully activated. Thick blue arcs of electricity surged out from Qin Feng's body, lingering around him and emitting a violent aura. Thunder Spear! Then Qin Feng waved his hand, and in an instant, blue lightning surged out of his body and condensed into several lightning spears in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lightning spear tore through the air and turned into a blue light, slamming towards the dark demon earth dragon. Roar! Facing the attack of the lightning spear, the dark demon earth dragon roared, then opened its mouth wide, and a high temperature emanated from its mouth. Then crimson flames gushed out from there. Rumble! The crimson flames gushed out at a rapid speed, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a ball of crimson flames with a diameter of 10 meters in mid-air. Bang! Bang! The lightning spear rushed past and was swallowed by the ball of fire in an instant. Boom! At this moment, the huge body of the dark demon earth dragon was rushing towards Qin Feng from the other side at a terrifying speed. As expected of a mid-level 4th-order beast, its combat awareness and reaction abilities far surpassed those of 3rd-order beasts. A sharp light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Judging from the performance of this dark demon earth dragon, he already possesses a certain degree of intelligence. But at this moment, the dark demon earth dragon's body trembled violently, and a trace of pain appeared on its face. It's injured. Qin Feng instantly noticed something unusual. His eyes fell on the belly of the dark demon earth dragon and saw that the color of the hair there was somewhat different from that in other parts of the body, as if it was stained with blood. In that case, let's end it as soon as possible. Thunder Marsh! Lightning flashed on Qin Feng's body, and then he slapped the ground with one hand. In the blink of an eye, with his body as the center, the ground within a range of nearly 50 meters around him was covered by a deep blue energy. Crack! Crack! Then blue lightning burst out from the ground. An area of nearly 100 meters was covered by blue lightning. From a distance, it looked like a sea of thunder. As Qin Feng's cultivation level improved, the thunder swamp began to reveal its true power. Snap! Snap! Thick bolts of lightning shot out from the ground and struck the dark demon earth dragon. Under Qin Feng's control, all the thunder and lightning were concentrated on bombarding the belly of the dark demon earth dragon. Roar! Soon, a trace of pain appeared on the face of the dark demon earth dragon. It raised its head and roared, then opened its mouth and spit out a ball of red flame towards Qin Feng again. Boom! Facing the huge ball of fire with a diameter of nearly 10 meters, Qin Feng's face was calm, without a trace of fear. He seemed not to notice the ball of fire and continued to stand still. Until the flames engulfed his body. Ding! Sensing energy with the same properties as the Red Lotus Karma Fire, should I consume it? Just at this moment, the system broadcast sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Swallow! Qin Feng's mind moved, and then he saw the huge ball of fire began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it finally disappeared completely. Qin Feng felt a surge of hot energy in his body, which was eventually swallowed up by the Red Lotus Fire. Qin Feng vaguely felt that the Red Lotus Karma Fire had undergone a slight change, and at this moment a bold idea arose in his mind. If Chaos Divine Thunder and Red Lotus Karmic Fire are allowed to continuously devour energies of the same nature, will they eventually evolve into higher-level abilities? Qin Feng thought so in his heart. On his system panel, there is a plus behind these two abilities, which means that they can still evolve. However, Qin Feng had also tried it. Even after investing thousands of evolution points, he did not feel any change in his supernatural powers. I can try some natural treasures with lightning and fire properties when I get a chance. He thought so in his heart. At this moment, the life of the dark demon earth dragon was coming to an end. He had already suffered severe injuries, and after being bombarded by lightning one after another, his body could no longer withstand it. He finally fell heavily to the ground with a bang, making a loud noise. I heard that the spine of the dark demon earth dragon is extremely hard and flexible, and is worth millions of great Xia coins. Looking at the corpse of the dark demon earth dragon in front of him, Xin Feng stepped forward and put it directly into the storage ring. Xin Feng also didn't know what level the storage ring that City Lord Shuzhen gave him was. Anyway, he has already put dozens of ferocious beast corpses in there, and the space inside is still very empty. After collecting the corpse of the dark demon earth dragon, Xin Feng turned around and prepared to leave. Swish! Swish! But at this moment, several figures flashed and came in front of him. Who are you? Xin Feng became alert instantly, with blue light flashing on his body and emitting a violent aura. Don't be nervous, little brother. We are also a team that comes here to hunt beasts. We come here to tell you. We were the ones who injured the dark demon earth dragon, so could you please hand over its body to us? As compensation, we are willing to pay you 500,000 dasha coins. Among the few people, a middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke with a smile. I refuse. Xin Feng shook his head and refused without thinking. Are you kidding? If you say you injured him, I will believe it. If you really have the strength, don't let the dark demon earth dragon escape. Boy, don't be ungrateful. Giving you 500,000 great xia coins is already a great honor to you. At this moment, a young man among the group said with an arrogant look on his face. Who are you? Xin Feng turned his head and frowned immediately. I am the young master of the Chen family, Shen Yu. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. If you want to do it as soon as possible. I am in a hurry. Young master of the Chen family? Xin Feng smiled, his eyes fell on Shen Yu's face, and he found that he was 3 points similar to Chen Feng. What do you mean? Looking at the contemptuous smile on the face of the handsome boy in front of him, Shen Yu frowned immediately. In Jiangcheng, apart from those big families, no one dared to look down on their Chen family like this. Boy, you are not from Jiangcheng, right? Chen Yu questioned. No. Xin Feng did not deny it and nodded. Oh. Really? After receiving a positive answer, Chen Yu's face showed an arrogant expression again. He looked up at Xin Feng in front of him and said with disdain. You country boy, if you know what's best for you, hand over the dark demon earth dragon's body to me, or the consequences will be serious. Do you still want to kill me? Xin Feng spoke slowly. What would happen if I killed you? Shen Yu sneered and immediately gave orders to the guards beside him. Kill him and bring me the dark demon earth dragon's body. Master, third master, and the others are still waiting for us to join them. If we waste too much time here. The guard beside him met Shen Yu's murderous eyes before he could finish his words. I said, kill him. Shen Yu said word by word. Yes. The guard who spoke showed helplessness on his face, but he had no choice but to obey Shen Yu's orders. He took a step forward, holding a sharp long knife in his hand, and walked towards Xin Feng. Young man, you've reached the late second stage of cultivation at such a young age. You're incredibly talented. I wonder which city you're from. Hearing this, Xin Feng showed a sneer on his face. I come from a small city, you can rest assured that there is no power behind me, so if you want to take action, do it as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry. The guard looked at the calm-looking young man in front of him, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Why waste time talking to him? Just do it. Chen Yu urged from behind. At this point, the guards were in a dilemma and had no choice but to attack Xin Feng. His figure disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Xin Feng. Earth-shattering split. A khaki light flickered on the long sword in his hand, his muscles tensed, and then he swung the long sword violently. In an instant, a khaki blade light burst out from the long sword. It was like tearing the air as it slashed towards Xin Feng fiercely. It's too slow. Xin Feng shook his head, then exerted force on his feet. His figure was like a ghost. While dodging the sword attack, he instantly came in front of the man. Bawang fist. A low growl came out of his mouth. His dark eyes exuded endless coldness, his right arm was raised high, and like a cannonball, it suddenly blasted forward. Seeing that Xin Feng dared to attack him at close range, the guard's face darkened and he hurriedly raised his left arm to block with his elbow. The next moment, fists and elbows collided. Boom! As the loud collision sounded, the air around them began to fluctuate like the tide. What shocked Shen Yu and the others was that at this moment, Xin Feng did not move at all, but the guard staggered and retreated more than 10 meters. Guard Wang Ding let out a cry of pain, his face full of disbelief. It can be seen that Wang Ding's left arm was shaking violently and all the bones inside had been shattered. How is this possible? A middle-aged man standing next to Chen Yu in the back let out a cry of surprise. You should know that Wang Ding's cultivation is at the middle stage of the 4th level, which is 2 major realms higher than the young man in front of him. Fire Dragon Bind. Just at this moment, Qin Feng let out a low growl. Immediately afterwards, a ball of deep red light appeared on the ground beneath Wang Ding's feet. Almost instantly, he felt a terrifying high temperature coming from beneath his feet. Boom! Before he could make any move, a fire dragon formed by crimson flames suddenly emerged from the ground. Terrifyingly high temperatures emanated from the fire dragon, and wherever it passed, wisps of white mist filled the air. The fire dragon coiled its body and wrapped itself around Wang Ding. Ah! The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from Wang Ding's mouth. At this moment, his face was ferocious and wisps of white mist emerged from his body. After a few seconds, a burnt smell appeared on the field, and Wang Ding had turned into a corpse. This. The middle-aged man's face was full of disbelief. Qin Feng's movements just now were too fast, and even if he wanted to rescue him, it would be too late. At this moment, Chen Yu's face suddenly changed after seeing his guards being killed. Boy, you dare to kill someone from my Chen family. Oh. What is the Chen family? Are you the only one allowed to kill people, but not others? Chen Yu's face suddenly showed a trace of anger when he heard this, and then he said directly. Come on, let's kill this ignorant brat. After receiving the order, except for the middle-aged man who stayed to protect Chen Yu, the remaining 3 guards, armed with sharp weapons, surrounded Qin Feng from all directions. The Chen family, they really are from the same family, birds of a feather. Qin Feng showed a cold expression, then he flipped his hand, and a long sword flashing with red and blue light appeared in his hand. Then a blue light flashed on his body and he rushed straight towards the 3 people. Clang! Clang! For a moment, figures flashed on the field and the crisp sound of metal collisions continued to be heard. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to kill them. The cultivation levels of these 3 guards were all in the middle stage of the 4th level, which was just right for him to test his current combat power level. Facing the attacks of 3 people at the same time, Qin Feng did not show any disadvantage at all. Every time he flashed his body, he could perfectly avoid the attacks of several people. The middle-aged man behind Chen Yu looked solemn when he saw this scene. He turned and said to Chen Yu beside him, Master, this young man's fighting ability is extraordinary. I think we should leave here first and wait until we meet up with the 3rd master, then find an opportunity to deal with him. His words made Chen Yu furious. Mr. Wu, I better figure out my place. I said kill him, so why are you still standing there? Come on, let's go together. Chen Yu shouted. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man could only sigh in his heart, and then the blood in his body began to surge. Holding a long spear in his hand, he flashed towards the battlefield of several people, ready to wait for an opportunity to act. On the court. The 4 figures collided with each other from time to time. Although it was 1 against 3, Qin Feng was able to handle it with ease at this time. Red Flame Mad Blade. After a deep red flaming blade forced back the 3 people, a deep blue lightning surged out from Qin Feng's body. The lightning flashed instantly, and Qin Feng's figure instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Swish! A blue lightning shadow flashed past the middle-aged man, and in an instant, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Not good. He screamed in his heart, then turned around and ran backwards, but it was too late. Chen Yu, whose cultivation was only at the late 2nd stage, was grabbed by the neck by Qin Feng with one hand and lifted up like a chicken. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 The young master of the Chen family has killed people before. I am the young master of the Chen family. How dare you kill me? Chen Yu, whose throat was pinched, spoke incoherently, as if he wanted to use the Chen family behind him to intimidate Qin Feng. But it was obvious that he was overthinking it. Oh, it's not like I haven't killed a young master from the Chen family before. Faced with the threat, Qin Feng sneered. What you said is. Snap. Without wasting any more time talking to Chen Yu, he exerted force with his hands and broke his neck. Then he threw it aside like trash. You actually killed him? How dare you? Seeing Chen Yu being killed, the other guards immediately showed horror on their faces. As Chen Yu's guards, now that he is dead, these guards will face unimaginable punishment when they return to the Chen family. The middle-aged man who was closest to Chen Yu showed doubt at this time. He slowly raised his head to look at Qin Feng and exclaimed. You are the one who killed young Master Chen Feng. Congratulations, you got the answer right, but there is no reward. Qin Feng said in a calm tone. Let's go together and bring back this kid's body. The clan leader might forgive us. Just then, one of the guards shouted. Swish! But in the next moment, a figure covered in blue electric arcs appeared in front of him. Triple Thunder Blade! After a low shout, Qin Feng suddenly slashed forward with his sword. Blue lightning surged out from the sharp blade like a tide, condensing into a lightning blade light in mid-air. Boom! Before this man could react, the blue blade light came crashing down and hit him hard. Crack! Crack! Blue lightning raged over his body, and after just a few seconds, his body collapsed to the ground and turned into a charred corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th Order mid-stage awakener and gaining 400 evolution points. The system announcements sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Then he raised his head and looked at the other people with murderous intent. Burst out with all your strength and surround him. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly let out a low shout, and then a strong energy and blood surged out of his body. Seeing this, the other two also exploded and launched a fierce attack on Qin Feng. But in the next moment, the middle-aged man turned around and disappeared into the distance. The middle-aged man knew very well that judging from the combat power Qin Feng had displayed so far, it was impossible for the three of them to defeat him. Among those present, he was the only one whose cultivation level was at the late 4th stage, and his speed was also the fastest. As long as the other two can delay for some time, he will have a chance to escape from here. But before he could run far, he heard a burst of dense thunder and lightning behind him. Sizzle! Sizzle! In the next moment, a figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared in front of him. Thunder and fire are dual abilities, and your combat power can span 2 realms. Who are you? The middle-aged man was shocked. He looked back and saw that the 2 guards had fallen to the ground and turned into 2 corpses. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to tell me why the Chen family sent you here. Qin Feng spoke slowly. The appearance of Chen Yu and his group also reminded him of something. The Chen family's headquarters is in Jiangcheng. Those black-robed men and the Qinghua gang who chased him last night were most likely sent by the Chen family. As for Chen Yu and his group, judging from their behavior, they did not recognize him, so Qin Feng guessed that they must have other purposes for coming here. Snort! Did you think I would tell you? Facing Qin Feng's questioning, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Qin Feng didn't care about this. He had already thought of a way to make the middle-aged man submit. Boy, I admit that you are very powerful, but don't be too arrogant. After he finished speaking, a thick green mist suddenly released from the middle-aged man, and he stuffed a pill that he had prepared in advance into his mouth. This green mist is made from the deadly poison from the 6th-level beast, the Poison Queen Spider. Without an antidote, even a 5th-level awakener would be unable to resist the poison. A sinister smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. This deadly poison is his most precious treasure. If it weren't for saving his life, he would never take it out. He even only has one antidote. The green mist spread very quickly and soon submerged Qin Feng's figure. It worked! Seeing Qin Feng wrapped in green mist, the middle-aged man's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. Are you ready to pop the champagne? But at this moment, a voice full of disdain sounded, and then a ball of crimson flame appeared in the middle-aged man's sight. Sizzle! Sizzle! Under the burning of the crimson flames, the green mist was instantly dispelled, and a vacuum zone appeared with Qin Feng's body as the center. The Red Lotus Karma Fire has its own purifying power. Even the Blood Clan's innate magical powers cannot shake Qin Feng in the slightest, let alone this little bit of poison. Qin Feng, who possesses the Red Lotus Fire, is immune to all poisons. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked, and then he reacted and kicked the ground with his feet to retreat backwards. But someone was faster than him. Fire Dragon Bind. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a large amount of crimson flames gushed out from the ground. The crimson flames swirled and condensed into 3 fire dragons, emanating blazing heat. Then, under Qin Feng's control, 3 fire dragons rushed towards the middle-aged man at the same time. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's blood and energy surged in his body, and the wind-attributed supernatural power surged out wildly, and he was about to escape from here quickly. Rosary rushes the soul. Qin Feng let out a low cry, and then a strange energy surged out from his mind and transformed into spiritual beads in mid-air. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next moment, the invisible rosary beads whizzed past like bullets and rushed towards the middle-aged man at high speed. The rosary moved very quickly. In just a moment, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly shook, and an unbearable pain appeared in his mind. The supernatural power that was about to explode also stopped at this moment. In an instant, 3 fire dragons seized the opportunity and wrapped around his body at the same time. Ugh! The scorching heat made the middle-aged man unable to help but raise his head and let out a painful roar. However, Xin Feng was not in a hurry to take his life. Instead, he used his mental power to condense several prayer beads again. Under his control, the rosary began to launch a fierce attack on the middle-aged man's mind. The pain of mental trauma is far greater than that of physical trauma. A series of shrill screams emanated from the middle-aged man's mouth. Tell me, why did you appear in the depths of the ferocious beast valley? At this moment, Xin Feng asked again. There's a thunder spirit flower nearby that's about to bear fruit. We're here for the thunder spirit fruit. Chapter 130 Xin Feng wants to be the Oriole? The severe mental pain was unbearable for the middle-aged man, and he could only tell the purpose of his group's visit. Thunder spirit fruit? Xin Feng frowned slightly, then spoke again. What does this thing do? The thunder spirit fruit can greatly enhance the power of thunder-related abilities, and can even advance them. The middle-aged man answered obediently. Upon hearing this, a gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed across Xin Feng's face. It can advance supernatural powers, and it is a rare treasure. Where is this thunder spirit fruit? It's deep in the ferocious beast valley, but there's a 5th stage late-stage thunder beast guarding it, so it's difficult for ordinary people to get close. Ah! As he spoke, the middle-aged man screamed again. After getting the information he wanted, the middle-aged man lost his value and he immediately stopped suppressing the power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. The next moment, a terrifying high temperature emanated from the fire dragon, directly turning the middle-aged man's body into a charred corpse. A 5th-level late-stage ferocious beast. Xin Feng's eyes flashed. For him who possessed the Chaos Divine Thunder, this Thunder Spirit Fruit also had great effects. Although it won't allow the Chaos Thunder to advance, it can still make it stronger. However, it would be difficult for him to succeed if there was a 5th-stage ferocious beast guarding it. The Chen family should have sent other people here. We can go check it out and seize the treasure if we have the chance. Even if we can't get it, we can't let the Chen family get away with it. Xin Feng said this in his heart, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. As for the bodies of the middle-aged man and others, the ferocious beasts will help him clean them up later. Deep in the Valley of Ferocious Beasts, a group of more than 10 people were guarding in front of a huge cave, led by a burly man. Chen He, the 3rd master of the Chen family, is also Chen Yu's 3rd uncle. Xiao Yu and the others haven't come back yet? Chen He frowned and spoke. Not yet. The young master has taken Wang Ding and a few others to hunt down the dark demon Earth Dragon. A guard beside him spoke slowly. A mere 4th-level dark demon Earth Dragon shouldn't take so long. He Yu, go check what's going on. Be sure to bring Chen Yu here. This Thunder Spirit Fruit is about to mature. If you miss this opportunity to consume it, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Yes. After Chen He finished speaking, a graceful figure walked out from the crowd and disappeared in a flash. 3rd Master, I heard that the student who killed young Master Chen Feng has also come to this ferocious beast valley, and the head of the family seems to be sending people to hunt him down. At this moment, a figure came to Chen He and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry about that. 2nd brother will take care of it. We just need to seize the Thunder Spirit Fruit to improve Xiao Yu's ability level. Chen Feng actually died in a small place like Linhai City. He is such a waste. Chen He said in a cold tone. When the Thunder Spirit Fruit matures, we will be responsible for restraining the Thunder-Horned Beast while Xiao Yu goes to pick the Thunder Spirit Fruit. As soon as he takes the Thunder Spirit Fruit, we'll take him away and leave without getting entangled with this beast. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Half an hour later, He Yu's figure returned. After seeing that she was the only one coming back, Chen He frowned. Didn't find anyone? Yes, I looked around, but I didn't see the young master and the others. He Yu said expressionlessly. This kid, why is he running around at this time? Chen He said angrily. 3rd Master, look. Just then, a cry of surprise was heard. Chen He looked up when he heard the sound. Accompanied by a burst of dense thunder and lightning, he saw deep blue lightning pouring out of the cave. Everyone sensed a violent energy appearing in the cave. The Thunder Spirit fruit is ripe. Get started! Chen He shouted loudly, and the next moment, silver lightning flashed on his body, emitting a violent aura. Swish! Chen He was the first to rush forward. You, go get the Thunder Spirit fruit. Once you get it, go find Chen Yu and have him take it immediately. Yes. Whoosh! Just as Chen He was about to rush to the entrance of the cave, a loud roar of a beast came from inside. Immediately afterwards, a huge blue figure rushed out of the cave. Its entire body was surrounded by blue lightning, and a huge blue horn grew on its head. It was the 5th stage late-stage Thunderhorn beast. Swish! Facing Chen He, who was rushing forward, the Thunderhorn beast launched an attack directly. A thick blue lightning burst out from its thunder horn. The blue lightning was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Chen He in the blink of an eye and finally hit his body heavily. Crackling! Crackling! Suddenly, thunder and lightning exploded on Chen He's body. The silver lightning and the blue lightning competed with each other. Swish! Swish! At the same time, a dozen other guards also rushed forward, bursting out their blood and supernatural power, and launched a fierce attack on the Thunderhorn beast. Most of these guards are in the late 4th stage. Although their cultivation is not as high as that of the Thunderhorn beasts, they have the advantage of being more numerous. More than a dozen attacks emitting violent aura fell on the Thunderhorn beast, successfully enraging it. Roar! The Thunderhorn roared and rushed towards them. Thunder punishment! At this moment, Chen He let out a loud shout, and silver lightning flashed on his body. Then, a silver lightning fell from the sky and struck the Thunderhorned beast hard. Boom! The blue and silver lights collided with each other, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. While the Thunderhorn beast was being let out, a graceful figure flashed quickly and appeared in the cave. Looking at the round blue fruit emitting blue thunder in front of him, He did not hesitate at all. He reached out and picked it up and placed it in the storage ring. At this time, the Thunderhorn beast seemed to have noticed the scene. Without any hesitation, it turned around and chased after He. Stop it! But at this moment, silver light flashed on Chen He's body, and a terrifying force burst out again, blocking the Thunderhorned beast's breakout with his own strength. He also took advantage of this opportunity and quickly left here. It's already started. Just at this moment, a figure came here murmuring from a distance. It was Qin Feng. It's indeed a 5th stage late-stage ferocious beast, and that 5th stage lightning awakener. Silver lightning, quite interesting. What is that? Suddenly, Qin Feng's gaze stopped on Yu's back. Those guys are buying her time to escape, is that so? Could it be that the Thunder Spirit fruit is with her? A gleam of light flashed across Qin Feng's face, and then without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he began to chase after Yu from the other side. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. This time, Qin Feng plans to be the oriole. Because Chen He and others were focusing on the Thunderhorn beast at this time, they did not notice Qin Feng's appearance,